won't be the same, nah. On the mission, gotta get it, let's work. You were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown, because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta
very good afternoon to everyone tuning in today. Welcome to the CLoL semifinals. We are so ready to get into the action today. My name's Tigress, and I am joined on the desk for the first time of this week by Emily Rand and Niles. Niles, last time we had you on the CLoL broadcast, you were smashing it up as a champion yourself. How does it feel to be on the other side?
Yeah, feels good. I'm excited to critique Maryville instead of playing for them now, but definitely super excited to be on the desk, and especially for the Maryville series, super hype.
Yeah, Emily, I know you've been tuning in all week, and we finally made it to this moment. Isn't it crazy just considering how many teams actually ended up being involved in this tournament to start?
Yeah, and for this series specifically, like Bethany, I know Niles is going to go with Maryville. It's his alma mater, you know. But I think this Bethany Esports team is actually so fun. I've been loving a lot of the compositions they've been running where they're just going to run at you, you know. So I mean, it's going to be an interesting series. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Bethany brings out for us today.
Oh, yeah. I think fun is definitely the word that we have to focus on here, because on the docket today, we do have two absolute banger best of fives. And I'm sure there are a lot of fans that are ready to be here for that ride here in the College League. Later on, we do have HU Storm facing off against another force of nature in the Winthrop Eagles, but not before the Bethany Vikings vie to best our reigning College Kings, Maryville University. We have one of the reigning Kings on the desk here with us today. And I mean, for a team catching so much attention throughout the years, Niles, I think that a lot of Maryville's spotlight has really fallen on the mid laner here in Spyrex.
Yeah, Spyrex is subbing in for Wolfie. They made this change after the round of 16 in CLoL, and Spyrex has looked really good. He's been playing Akali and Lee Sin as the series versus CC, and that makes sense because Wolfie is more of a control mage player, Orianna, Xerath, Vel'Koz, these sorts of things. So it makes sense that when they're bringing Spyrex in, he's on the Lee Sins, the Akalis, and these fighting mids that really enable Odd Orange and Shady to go into the jungle and take skirmishes, and especially snowballs and chippies.
Yeah, and I really loved how they transferred a lot of pressure and playmaking that Spyrex was able to have, especially in this Nasus matchup, right? Where you know that Nasus isn't going to really be a huge threat in the mid lane. So they transferred that pressure to topside so well, and it all started with the matchup that Spyrex had.
Between a lot of the mid lane matchups that we have seen, we saw some interesting picks, whether it be that Nasus, obviously a lot of flex champs. Niles, what have you made of kind of how the champs have been shaking out for the mid lane picks?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm still not sold on the Nasus mid. I don't see it, but in terms of like all the flex picks that are in mid lane right now, it's really interesting with these two mid laners going against each other because there's Gwen, Lee Sin, Akali, Sylas, all these flex champions that both mid laners like to play. They both like to play melee mids more than anything. So I think the mid lane matchup is what you need to watch for today in the series.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bradley is such a huge force for this Bethany Esports team. Just ban the Gwen, okay? Like, I know a lot of teams don't like to ban specific champions because they're like, we can handle it. You know, what's the problem? Well, this is a great example of these comps that Bethany likes to run with the Hunters, Nunu, we have the Kled, we have the Gwen. They're just constantly running at you. And Bradley is so good on this champion, right? So just ban it. Gwen has been hotly contested throughout in collegiate and proving grounds as well. So we just get that off the table, maybe get the Nunu off the table. It kind of really starts with Bradley for this team, and he's their main carry threat in my opinion.
Yeah, just watching back on these bits, it feels like Bradley was able to buy so much time for the rest of the team to be able to come into the fights to begin with on those picks. I don't know if we're going to see any Gwen. My heart wants it, but my mind says no. But one thing that you both have all mentioned, yeah, it's sadness. But a happy point is the fact that a lot of this great play that we're seeing from the mid lane does come from other players on the team, specifically when we talk about the strong supports and what they have been able to do. I mean, on the side of Bethany, to be able to get Bradley in those positions, Hollywood has really had an impact as a leader and as a player.
Yeah, Hollywood is such a major force for this team. They've come out and said he is a really strong voice, and he's never in lane, right? Like Bethany, they don't want to do this extended laning phase. They just want to get on you. And that starts with Hollywood leaving lane on these roams to mid, really trying to exert his force almost like a second jungler for this team. We're gonna see it in a minute. Yeah, here we go. His duo procs under 50%. He is in lane less than 50% of the time, and that just shows you how much of a force he is outside of lane for Bethany, getting things started and kind of ending the laning phase so they can go for these team fights and go for these skirmishes.
Yeah, you thought that Riot nerfed funnel, but actually that's what Bethany does. They have the 2v1 mid lane with Hollywood always hovering around mid, right? Hunter is around there as well. It's not even that Shady's dual proximity is really that high. It's just that below 50% is pretty absurd for a support to be laning or not with his AD more than he is with his AD, right? So it's just a little bit crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely the stat that jumped out to all of us on that. But Niles, I think Shady is definitely going to be putting up a fight on the opposite side of this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Shady is definitely a roam-centric support. I think one of the stats is a little bit misleading because, like you saw right there, Tom Kench is sort of you are with your duo. That's how it's supposed to be played. So Shady is a big roamer, and especially pairing up with Auto Orange, they like to play around mid and then usually transfer that to top with Chippies. Chippies is a big carry player, so that's what I expect today. But yeah, there should be a lot of 3v3 skirmishes mid, jungle and support around mid lane today, fighting over pink wards and vision and seeing where they can transfer that around the map.
And Shady's Thresh was actually insane in their last series. And Thresh is a pick that is really a kind of a high priority ban because of how much having him opens up the AD champion pool. We've seen this in this tournament. We've seen it elsewhere at the midseason invitational even. Thresh is such a high priority pick, and Shady really showcased why you don't want to give that in his hands, right? Because he was single-handedly controlling his team fights. His team fight targeting was insane. He just had an amazing Thresh performance. So for for Bethany, maybe take that off the table if Maryville doesn't end up banning it themselves based on side selection.
Mentioning the Thresh here, and I'm pretty sure that our first game of the week started with a Thresh being first pick too, showing how high priority that is for a lot of the players here. Niles, considering that you have such an extensive history in the collegiate scene, what do you think comes into play when it comes to the draft? Are you seeing a lot more of the comfort picks for these players, or are you seeing kind of that convergence towards what an expected meta is within the tournament?
I don't think that the meta will really define what's picked here. I think there are some strong champions, but it's mostly comfort. Looking at especially the mid laners that are playing, I like I said before, I expect fully melee versus melee mid matchups, which is not always, the meta in pro play. You don't see that always. A lot of Victors, Oriannas, right? But I fully expect that to be sort of the meta of the series today. It's just full comfort, and especially when you're playing in a really important series. They're both from the North Conference. So there's a lot of North Conference pride on the line. So I think there will be pressure, and so just going back to comfort is always what I recommend in series like that.
And this is where I think we really see Bethany's team composition shine, right? Because who's going to be running the Kled, Nunu, Gwen, but this team, like they're, I really love how well coordinated they are and how they know that their strengths are probably out of laning phase, right? They're going to be in these team fights. They're going to be, once they get Bradley ahead, moving him around the map to kill their opponents and then take objectives. I think they had a really strong understanding of how to do this against the University of Toronto coming into in their matchup prior to this. They were not thrown off at all by the U of T, Swain TF swap that they do sometimes. So I really, again, I love this Bethany team. They're so fun, and I appreciate that they know what their comfort is and how they want to play.
Yeah, speaking of Bethany and the giant in Hollywood that they have in the support position, shout out to Hollywood's dad, who is apparently the #1 Bethany supporter. I heard he's in the Twitch chat. Seeing parents supportive is one of my favorite things. Niles, I actually got to meet your mom, I believe, when you were busy winning the championship. Had some great conversations with her. So yeah, all the parents out there rocking it. Now, we did, I think, of a little teaser of where the predictions may go here, but I'm still going to officially ask you, Niles, who's going to take this series?
I think it's going to be a Maryville 3-0. It shouldn't be close. If you look at the North Conference, Maryville took the North Conference dominantly, and Bethany couldn't even make it to the finals. So I think that it'll be a pretty stompy series, but if they are going to take a game, I think it's going to be a Bradley pop-off, 1v9 performance, maybe on a Silas, maybe they leave Gwen open, seal that, and then they'll ban it for the rest of the series and take the series.
Okay. Emily, where are you vibing here?
I also, as much as I've said about Bethany, and I want to see them take a game, I think Maryville's understanding of the game is just significantly stronger. Their mechanics across the board are stronger, I would say. So, you know, when you have that kind of matchup, I think for Bethany, I do want to talk about some of their win conditions, right? Obviously, a major one is just Bradley himself. But then getting Hollywood unlocked, like we talked about, setting up for a lot of these skirmishes and team fights that they want to, you know, get out of laning phase as soon as possible so you can just get Maryville off kilter on some of your comfort picks and, you know, collapse on them, because that's what this team really, really likes to do. They like to collapse. They like to, you know, run you down or chase you down, and then fight you. But it is going to be an uphill battle for them. If you look at Maryville's games, I mean, not only is this program very storied and experienced and has produced LCS players, but additionally, they have a really strong understanding of how to play around strong meta picks like the Rumble jungle, right? Like they recognize how to match up really well against a lot of these teams. They know how to transfer pressure wherever their strong lane is across the map. And you know, their macro game is just a lot better. So I'm also going with Maryville. I'll go 3-1. I think Bethany can take a game.
It seems like you're both aligned that if Bethany take a game or were to push this in the series, that it does revolve a lot around Bradley being able to have that pop off playing around him. So I'm sure Maryville are also keeping their sights on that lane to make sure that he's shut down. But Niles, if you're looking at this from the perspective of Bethany, knowing that Bradley is going to have a big target on their back, are there any strategies do you think that they can bring to try and bring some power to some other lanes to maybe kind of diversify their approach in holding their own against Maryville?
Yeah, I think that stable top lane matchups will be really important versus Chippies. Things like the GP versus Chippies or banning out his Gnar, which he looked really dominant on, can be a good strategy for Bethany in the top lane. I think also banning out Sinatom Kench in the bot lane is a really important thing because that is one of the strongest laning combos in the game, and you have to play very specific champions versus it to beat it, and things can go very wrong very quickly. So I think those two bans specifically will help Bethany a lot if they want to give themselves more of a chance to laning phase.
That's one thing that you have to keep in mind, right? If some strategy in one of your other lanes that you know to be more dominant is going a little haywire, maybe you can try and bring something to another one of your laners and bringing that prowess through. But another thing, Niles, you had mentioned the fact that people are going to be maybe trying to default towards comfort picks when things get a little close. I do actually want to ask Emily, thinking abroad about the picks, knowing, yeah, we might see some comfort picks, we might see some aspects of the meta. Are there any champions that you think have been maybe overlooked that could be held in the pockets of not just the teams here in the games that we have coming up, but any of the remaining four?
I mean, I think Bethany definitely want to get their hands on the new the new Gwen combination if they can. But I already talked about how I think Maryville will just at the very least ban out the Gwen because it's been so important. And one of the cool things about watching this tournament overall has been seeing how the jungle meta has evolved since what we saw from MSI. We've seen the Xin Zhao, which I like a lot. That's a type of jungler that you want to get involved with lanes really early on instead of having these like full clears. And even with some of the full clearing junglers like the Morgana, where you're going to be relying on her to have this kind of insane clear speed, we've seen a lot of these collegiate teams opt instead to help out their lanes, right? A lot of these junglers are a lot more involved with their lanes early on. That's where I like to see picks like the Jhin. I always like a jungle meta when junglers are ganking, right? It's a lot more interesting for me
Yeah.
personally, just as a viewer and as someone who really appreciates a team that knows how to transfer that pressure well. So I've been really appreciating seeing the Jhin as well, which might be something that if you're coming from MSI, if you're coming from LCS, you probably haven't seen in a while.
That is one of the things when we're talking about here in the collegiate championship and the patch that's being played on. There have been some changes in the jungle in general when it comes to the game, and we're getting to see picks like the Xin Zhao come out more frequently. Niles, have you noticed any major effect on how the jungle and the evolution of that is affecting the way the game is played currently?
Yeah, I would say that, well, there has been a lot of changes, but I'd say one thing remains consistently, and that's that Udyr is the king of the jungle.
Yep.
So whenever you're on red side, you better ban that champion, or else both junglers will do really well with it, because it's a really good ganking jungler, but it also is one of the fastest clearers in the game, right? So I think that looking at the meta, things have changed in jungle, Rumble, Morgana, all this, but Udyr is still the king. So I really want to highlight that. That's a very important power pick that red side should be banning consistently.
The Udyr slap still strong, Emily. We
Yes,
definitely
we can't get rid of
saw
it.
it.
We can't get rid of him. I thought we were like gone with him, at the midseason invitational, but no, he returned with a vengeance after, junglers either didn't look comfortable on the Morgana or Rumble, or we saw that, their level ones can be a little bit they're exploitable, right? Kind of like how we saw Lily at Worlds last year, actually. There's kind of a comparison there. But I think that another thing that is kind of not jungle related, but a pick that I wanted to mention that people might not know because we are on a later patch. Gwen is enabled. Viego is also enabled, but we've seen kind of a handshake between teams, right? Where they're just like, they're not going to pick it and they're not going to ban it. We've seen it in other events or earlier on, but for the quarterfinals specifically, there's been kind of this weird like, we won't touch it if you won't touch it. So another thing I'm curious to see about in the semifinals is, are we going to have the Viego come through? Is someone going to is someone going to break that like unwritten gentleman's agreement that we're not going to go with Viego?
Right. We haven't gotten to see him and I'm kind of sad about it, but I can also understand the decision making behind it. For everybody that is watching, just to let you know, we are having a little bit of difficulty getting into game. They are working on getting the issue resolved. That's why we're still hanging out on the desk a little bit and we can get you all nice primed and ready before we go into this matchup between Maryville and Bethany, and it should be a good time. We're also switching to best of fives. That's actually something that we haven't talked about much, that some of the players did mention in the interviews what difference that breaks. Niles, going from best of 3 to best of 5s definitely adds a different vibe and strategy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just thinking about the series that we've already had in Collegiate, think of the ISU versus Harrisburg series, best of 3, and they had a super, super close game 3 where Castellan was scaling, he hit 16, and they almost won the game, comeback, right? And it's so heartbreaking to have that be the third game, and then the series is just done, right? So a lot of the nerves that you get as a player are gonna come out in the first game, and then if you're in a best of 3, it's like, oh my goodness, we lost the first game. Now, if we lose the next one, we're out, right? Whereas in a best of 5, maybe you lose the first game, you get the nerves out, and you start playing your game, right? So I think switching over to best of 5s is a really big, it's really important for, I think Bethany especially gives them a better chance because they shouldn't really feel too nervous, and even if they do on the first game, it should be gone absolutely. Because when you are the underdogs, you just have to know that there's no expectations on you. You just have to send it, boys. Like play aggressive. Don't break the meta, right? There's no rules, right? So I want to see the Xin Zhao like we were highlighting before. Like Hunter on these ganking champions, like the Nunu, and Xin Zhao are pretty similar, where they're heavy gank style and they're heavy skirmishing, right? So I do want to see them break out those picks, and also the Viego. I know that both junglers actually do play the Viego, and both mid laners do play the Viego. So it's really interesting to me. It's really interesting to me that the champion hasn't been picked yet because it's such a snowball champion, because if you're in a team fight, it gets one reset, then it just totally pops off, and it's really annoying to deal with. So yeah, I kind of forgot about that, but it is very interesting that there hasn't been any Viego this tournament, even though the champion seems really strong to me, along with Gwen.
Yeah, and I think I mean, the Tigers mentioned it before, but like Bethany seemed to be playing like that underdog the entire time, right? Like they're just like, we're a team that likes to have fun, but it's the Maryville like very not strict, but like, storied program, and then whatever the expletive deleted we are doing over here, right? And so I love that attitude that they have coming in, where they're just like, we know who we are. We are here to have fun, but we're also here to play to our style. And consistently in all of League of Legends, regardless of the level of competition at a tournament, when you're coming into a major tournament, the best advice you can give to any team, honestly, is to stick to their style. Obviously within certain meta parameters, right? Because there are some picks that are just going to be objectively terrible. However, yeah, I was also not a fan of the Nasus mid. I'm sorry. It just like punched lane priority out the window for the first like 15 minutes of the game, which I do not like. But putting the Nasus mid aside because it did lose, and we did see Maryville exploit that very well and show why maybe Nasus mid is not the play. I think that Bethany going in have, again, a really strong identity and understanding of who they are, and I appreciate that. And so I think regardless of whether the Gwen is banned, regardless of whether the Nunu is banned, I'm really curious to see what they come up with, because they will stick to their style, right? They will stick to this, like, we want to get out of lane as soon as possible. We're going to attack you. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it will work. And that's our best opportunity to win these games. And they can take teams aback with that. So I'm really curious
Yeah.
to see what they end up picking.
I would also say that one thing, just thinking about it, that I'd be looking out for is also a Scion lane swap, which might actually happen from Bethany, because this is a really easy way to get out of top and bot lane weaknesses, right? We saw Cloud9 do it versus Team Liquid in Game 5, where it really takes the enemy team out of their comfort zone, and especially if you are expecting maybe you want Chippies to be a more dominant top laner in the 1v1, this is something that you could be looking out for. So if we see any Scion picks from Bethany, I would for sure be looking out for any lane swap shenanigans, because throwing the team off guard early, I think, is one of Bethany's win conditions. We already talked about it with Hunter and the early ganks, right? But also just any lane swaps will totally throw a team off guard, because you don't practice versus that, right? You're not prepared for it, so you're on the fly thinking. Whereas if you're the team lane swapping, you practice it, you already know the lines that the enemy team are going to take, right? The different strategies that they could do, and so you'll be ready for it. So I would for sure be looking for any Scion picks today, and maybe some lane swaps.
The lane swaps we haven't seen as much of so far this week, but you do hear about how they are pretty common in the collegiate scene compared to some other leagues, especially with a lot of players that have filled multiple roles, kind of slotting them where they want that pick to go as opposed to where that player goes. How does that now kind of affect the overall team strategy? Have you found that approaching it with that kind of flexibility for these teams flexing into different roles has really just kind of altered the way that the league operates and the team understanding?
Oh, for sure. I think that being able to, so you look at a lot of different teams that are in this tournament. People have played multiple roles. I know Bradley used to play top lane, for example, for a little while. And so you look at over at Winthrop, you have Saskia playing AD carry. So just playing the different champions at different roles definitely expands your team understanding. So there's a lot of storied players as well that have played in the different person. Like Shady, for example, used to play in LCS, right? Auto Orange was in Academy for a while, right? So all this experience and playing different champions, different roles, different metas, they all lend like itself into each other, right? Yeah.
And on that experience line, because I think this is one of the things that's come up in our evaluation of these teams, we have a mixture of those like Maryville, as we said, very storied, a lot of historical titles that have been accumulated over time. But it's not like we don't have newer teams that have made it through. I mean, we're talking about how Bethany is the have fun team. ISU literally just making their organization last year alongside a lot of the other programs here too. Can you give us now some more insight maybe into how things operate on the Maryville side that have led to such continued success so consistently over the recent years?
Yeah, so I remember the interview with Auto Orange that happened after their series versus Columbia, where he talks about how there is a bit of pressure playing at Maryville, where it's either win or nothing, right? And I remember Bethany was talking about, I think it was in a tweet, how they're sort of the opposite. It's interesting to hear that it's win or nothing because they're sort of the opposite. And so at Maryville, there is sort of a pressure on you because, they've won so many collegiate events, national championships, and all that. So the team culture is all around winning, and it gives you a sort of confidence as well when you know that the staff and the directors that are there, they know the winning formula, right? So it gives you a sort of confidence that as long as you trust the process, it'll all work out. Yeah, I would just say that back to the pressure point, like Bethany is saying that they are playing for fun, they're just like seeing how far they can get. I would say that you can have that mentality, but at the end of the day, all these players are competitors, right? So they are like playing for fun, but they want to do their best, So as much as you want to have the fun mentality, you will be trying your hardest. So there is still any pressure in competition, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think people or anyone watching or listening can apply that to their own. Like, if you've ever been on a college team, like I was on a college team, we were obviously not going to win anything, but we still really wanted to win. This was rugby. It was actually a club team. We weren't even division ranked. So obviously we were not good. But there is always that aspect of competition, even if you're going in
Yeah,
as a
of course.
team that's like having fun.
Of
I did actually have a chance to catch up with Clarky before this just to talk
Mhm.
about the Maryville program and the year that they've had. And he was talking about how it was really interesting because unlike a lot of other programs, I think because they are so storied, because they built the new facility recently, going into the pandemic was actually more difficult for them overall, not just in League of Legends, especially I think for their Overwatch team. But
Yeah.
they actually said that that was something that kind of threw them for a loop a bit. And going into this collegiate tournament, they'd had a couple of losses that they didn't expect in the amateur circuit. So they were kind of afraid, not afraid, but like they had a lot of pressure on them going into the Columbia College matchup because Columbia is a team that has given them issues in the past and then a team that they respect a lot, but also because they felt like the amateur losses were kind of bleeding into the overall team performance. So he said that they kind of had a mental reset at the beginning of this month and kind of came out the other side of it. And beating Columbia was actually really big for them because to qualify for the semifinal because it allowed them to kind of shed those nerves and be like, okay, like we are still a really, really good team, a very dominant collegiate team. This is kind of our playground in a way, or like our this is where we really, really shine above all else. So I thought that was an interesting perspective and take on the program overall.
I think it's also important to highlight that Winthrop and Maryville are both the only two collegiate teams that are really competing in the Proving Ground circuit for amateur. I think a lot of people will remember the Proving Ground circuit from before the LCS playoffs, where you have amateur and academy, and so the only two collegiate teams that were able to compete in those tournaments were Winthrop and Maryville. So I think that like it's really important to highlight that these teams, they're really busy in their schedule and they're playing a lot of games, and so it makes sense that if you're playing an amateur circuit, and you're starting to lose games, you lose a bit of confidence. So I think that's also a part of playing at Maryville. When I was there, we were playing in the Proving Ground circuit, and playing versus just doing a lot of tournaments, and so I think that, yeah, I think they'll be okay, but sometimes having those losses to maybe amateur teams or um, other collegiate teams that are playing in the circuits can, yeah, definitely hurt your confidence a little bit.
As a reminder to the audience, we are working through some technical issues and we'll get into the game as soon as possible. We're hanging out here in the meantime, but it is cool getting to hear kind of the perspective because I think a lot of people, when it comes to collegiate competition, anything, there is a different vibe to it. And hearing that, Emily, I didn't know you did rugby back in college, learned something
Surprising,
new
right? Considering
every
Yeah.
day. Yeah,
5 feet
I had
tall and like 100 pounds. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I had no idea. But there is, because I mean, I'm thinking back to my colleges. I didn't compete in esports, but was on a competitive team, speech and debate. That was, how I was going to college and you travel like 3 out of 4 weekends and you do
Yeah.
feel that pressure. The year I came in, I think we were a national championship team, but actually lost the year before. And even though I wasn't there, you feel that pressure of, oh, well, I guess, you're part of that team trying to pick back up that legacy. And it's always a cool feeling, Niles. I mean, even when you're going into organizations, right? When you're going into the pro scene, you really do carry the weight, not just of the time of your experience there, but all of the years that have built up to that, whether it's people actually explicitly saying that to you or just kind of that weight that huddles on down.
Of course, of course. And I think that's especially important with Maryville because you look at the 5 players that are playing right now, actually none of them were on the team when they won the previous college championship, right? So Wolfie was the last remaining member who played in 2019. And then now with Spyrex, and it's all 5 new players, different from who won the championship, right? So I think it really speaks to Maryville's winning culture where they have 5 totally new players. They had to rebuild mid-season. Obviously, me and Iconic left for
Mhm.
LCS in the middle of the fall, And so having to rebuild just really speaks to the, like I said, the winning culture at Maryville, and like you were saying before, where you were on your speech and debate team, and even though you weren't there when they won before, you feel the pressure, right? So
Mhm.
that's definitely true for Maryville.
I didn't feel that pressure because my team had no history. Really. They were just like, yeah, so hey, we
They're probably
became I
sweet.
think division 4 while while I was there. So
But
we
that was like
migrated from being a club to being more serious. So hey, you know.
that's
Uh,
one of the coolest things though. If you get that mix, right? Because I remember there would be teams that were from like a tiny program that had no experience, but then you meet that person, they're so talented, and you're thinking, oh, they're just coming and rocking the scene. And we definitely have these teams here where maybe the actual school's program is young, but you get to see those stars coming out into the spotlight or just kind of having a good time with it, and it all
Most certainly.
adds to the overall vibe.
And
Yeah.
and I would say that's very important. There are a lot of teams that are just in their first year at their programs. You look at
Mhm.
Bethany as well as Illinois State, both made it to the CLoL top 8, and we'll see how far Bethany goes. But they're very new programs, and I think it's really important for the collegiate space to see their success, right? Because collegiate esports especially is a very, very new scene, and it's so varied in the skill sets on teams. That's one thing that a lot of people don't realize about collegiate is that there are basically anyone can play on a collegiate team, but it's very top heavy, right? The top
Mhm.
team's full of challenger players, all that sort of stuff. So seeing colleges invest in their programs and the first year make it onto the top into the top 8, and all that sort of stuff. I think it's really healthy for the scene in general, and I hope that more schools, especially bigger schools that are like NCAA affiliated, will join the collegiate space as well. Because one thing that you'll notice is that most of the teams that are doing well in collegiate are actually usually private universities, or
Mhm.
they're not necessarily associated with NCAA as closely. And so I would really like to see uh, the bigger schools take Maryville and Winthrop and Harrisburg and Illinois as examples of being able to build your esports program and having success with it, right? And it doesn't just go to League of Legends. It's Overwatch. It's all these sort of different things. So it's really exciting to see the collegiate scene grow, especially because it is such a new thing, and I think it'll only get bigger as the years go on.
It is surreal. I forget what the actual percentage was of the increase of number of schools that had programs coming into 2021, even compared to 2020.
Right.
And that just shows so much for the future of it. And I know this is turning a little into Niall's interview segment since we've actually got you here. I love it. I'm just happy we get to hang with
We
you.
get to
Well,
ask you all of the questions that, like, if we didn't get you for LCS interviews, it's just like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, all of the thing that it doesn't fit in, which I'm curious. So when it comes to the college scene, we're always wondering who has the aspirations to go pro, who is
Mhm.
gaining that competitive aspect, but then have plans to go elsewhere. During your time there, what kind of mix do you find with the players in terms of how many like yourself wanting to go pro as opposed to other aspirations?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty clear, depending on how much time you put into the game, what your aspirations are. I remember
Mhm.
when we did well in scouting grounds, Wolfie went to the actual scouting grounds event, and he made it very clear from the outset that he's just trying to finish
Mhm.
school, and he's not interested in going pro. And so I think everyone has like a very defined mindset. No one is really in the middle because going pro in league isn't something you're like, maybe if it happens. It's like it's
Yeah.
like you have to devote so much time into league if you want to be a pro player, right? So I think that a lot of players do want to go pro, but some don't. And one misconception that I think that people have about collegiate is like, oh, I'm done trying to go pro, so whatever, I'll just go to a collegiate team and I'll just go to college. But a lot of times you can pursue both collegiate and pro. It is a very viable path. And I think that's something that people like myself is proving, right? And so you just have to make sacrifices, right? It's just like anything that you love to do. You have to make sacrifices, right? So while you're doing well, you have to make sure you're doing well in school. You are grinding league whenever you're not doing schoolwork, right? And that's one of the things that makes collegiate so unique is that actually collegiate and amateur are so unique, and that's why I like to see collegiate and amateur teams taking it to academy teams because when you're on a amateur team or a collegiate team, you have so many other responsibilities in your life, right? Like
Mhm.
you have to get this paper done by midnight, but you also have practice, right? And all these sort of things. Whereas academy teams, you can just sort of focus on league. Like your life is league, right? And so it's really impressive whenever I see a collegiate player doing well, not only in school but also in different amateur and collegiate circuits, because I've been there. I know the struggle. When we had North Conference finals, I was also having finals for my classes. It's like it's a real struggle, right? So
Uh-huh.
there's a lot to deal with as a collegiate player.
And I think we had Doxa talking about this actually in his interview yesterday, where he's like, it requires, because he's on, for people that don't know, he is the Winthrop mid laner, but he's also the mid laner he got picked up by TSM Amateur, and
Right.
just balancing the scrim time between those two teams plus schoolwork, he was talking about it, and it requires a lot of balance and organization, and basically the manager from TSM talking to Winthrop and back and forth and making sure that everything just on their end is scheduled, and then him putting in all of that practice time. He said he was effectively like double blocking, but it wouldn't necessarily always be for the same team, so he'd be swapping back and forth, and then also going to school. So that is a lot.
Right.
And obviously, I think he is one of those people who said he has kind of pro aspirations. So, but that's the kind of schedule that you end up having if you're splitting your time going from a university team and an amateur team and also attending school at the same time.
For sure. Usually the sacrifice is the social life. That's usually what gamers sacrifice to
What is a
play so much
social
League.
life, honestly?
Yeah, exactly, right. So you double blocking. Your friends are like, oh, you want to go out? Sorry, bro. I'm practicing with TSM. So yeah, you definitely have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, I feel like at least this was the case for us back in college, when you're competing and doing things and really you end up only hanging out with your teammates because you're the only ones that are free like at the same time. I don't know if that was with y'all. Yeah, you don't actually really get to know your other classmates as much. Like, this is my family.
Yeah, no, for sure. And especially during quarantine and last year's COVID, I remember when I was playing at Maryville, we basically just had our teammates, right? And that was those are only really the people that we talked to. Like, it was a very enclosed circle, right? And you get really close to those people. And I remember especially playing over the summer, we were playing in the scouting ground circuit. You just become really close when those are really, like you said, it's sort of your family. Those are the people that you talk to every day. And besides that, you don't really interact with too many people. So it also really shows, I think, in gameplay whenever people are on different pages, because when you spend so much time around people, I mean, obviously, no matter how much time you spend around someone, like, eventually you're gonna get annoyed with them, no matter who it is, right? But you could see like, in terms of like how teammates play off each other, like, I think it actually really is important to be friends in and out of the game, because like it leads so much to trusting your teammates in game, because if you don't trust them, you're worried about what they're doing instead of what you're doing, and you'll mess up. So I think that it's a really like it's bittersweet, right? Because of everything that's happening in the world, they are spending more time around each other, but those are your teammates, and you can really bond with them and get close with them. And yeah, I think it's really cool.
What was that like making so again, this is like Niall's story hour while we're waiting for technical issues to be resolved. But what was it like going from such a close-knit program to an LCS team? Obviously you and Iconic knew each other, but
Yeah.
like, what was, obviously I know you've already been asked on broadcast several times, like, what was the jump like in terms of competition, but what was it like going to that kind of team environment versus being with your Maryville teammates that you'd known and played together with for so long?
Yeah, so it's definitely a lot of trust building, like I was saying before, where you have the built trust. And I was playing with my Maryville team for about a year and a half, and so you sort of forget what it's like to play with new players, especially when I was playing with Wolfie before. He was like sort of the consistent player that I've been playing with for over 2 years. And to transfer in LCS, it's definitely, you have to remember what it's like to be on a new team. I remember when I first went to Maryville, I actually knew no one. I drove from Ohio to St. Louis, and have to, yeah, and I knew no one in St. Louis. And so it reminded me of that time, because I drove out to LA, and I knew Iconic, which was a blessing. But everyone else, you're playing with Stixay, who's LCS champion, and he's been at MSI. It's like you realize that it's really important to build trust and make sure that you and your teammates trust each other, right? So making that leap in terms of teammates just taught me how important, trust is in teammates, for sure.
Nice.
Trust, friendship, love, competition. All the powers that let be that Niles picked up from his college time. Thank you for giving us so much insight here, dude. But I think from what I hear, we're ready to get into the game, my friends. Game number 1 of Maryville versus Bethany. We did it. We are rocking. We are rolling. And the 2 rock stars that are going to be calling the action, we got Jolly and Alk Battery. Let's hear the call.
For the pick ban phase down. So Alk.
I'm all right. I'm doing good. I'm glad we were able to finally get in game. I know everybody at home was waiting, and I thought that the guys on the desk did a fantastic job. I love hearing, just picking Niles' brain constantly. It was really, really awesome. And obviously to hear more about Maryville is, a lot of insight coming from a player, which not a lot of people I think would have easy access to. So awesome to see that. But we're already in game, Jolly, and some interesting things I want to talk about from the draft. We'll see that there's Udyr here and Maryville are obviously on the red side. They actually were trying to get rid of Nunu, which was going to be a very fun pick I was hoping to see. But we're going to see that Xin Zhao that the desk was talking about. And hopefully Hunter will be able to break up some of that jungle monotony that we've been seeing so far in the tournament.
Laura the hands. Beth.
Minions have spawned.
All right, and we were talking about, hey, what are the mid lane matchups going to be, right? We're talking about Bradley, we're talking about Spyrax, and like you said with those bans, very topside focus, but so far what we've seen in the tournament is Spyrax taking a really big liking to these melee assassins, things like the Jace, like the Yone. I'm surprised we actually see him get to kind of pick this one up in this game. Earlier on, we're going to have to see what happens. We're going to see kind of typical jungle clears here, and the desk was actually talking about it for Shady and Evan, talking about the duo proximity. Really interesting here that Shady's going to just opt for the Senna Tom Kench. And with Bethany, they first picked this Thresh. They think it's so broken. And I wonder what we'll have to see from this. I mean, Wizardish has been really good. They were talking about it on the desk. And what I really want to focus when we're looking at this team for Bethany, Wizardish obviously has been a really consistent rock for this team, but his champion pool, I think, has really reflected his role in the team, right? We're talking about a really great team fighter, but hey, he can show up on team fights at a moment's notice with things like the Kai'Sa ultimate and the Sivir ult. For anybody who's wondering, we're currently trying to get Jolly back into the game, so right now it is me on the solo cast for a little bit. I hope that everybody can enjoy yourself, and obviously wish for Jolly to get back in an expeditious amount of time. We'll be getting that solved as soon as possible. So already here for Bethany, not much going. Both junglers are going to be pathing towards the top side, and take a notice, there was an early ward placed in the river. Hopefully Maryville trying to spot out where the enemy jungler is going to be. When we're talking about Xin Zhao, we're looking for these early jungle camps because he's obviously not going to be clearing very fast, and he needs to find something. And I think that's where this top lane matchup is really going to head up. I wasn't expecting for there to be a Vladimir here for Chippies. He's really kind of opted in for these amazing team fight players. I mean, Aatrox, a lot of Jax, a lot of Gnar here. This is basically kind of stock standard what we were expecting coming into this matchup. Chippies being that Chad top laner that a lot of his teammates were talking about when we were talking to some of these players. He is just there for lane dominance and really pushing the enemy opponent to kind of play to his tempo. And early on, I like this roam. Bot lane has already taken a reset here for the side of Bethany. And at this point, Hunter says, okay, look, this guy's probably topside. We got wind of him here, so I can't do anything. I can't exactly walk into the topside because of Solora being pushed in so far. The early vision will actually kind of get caught out, so Odd Orange will be able to tell, hey, Hunter's probably bot lane. And because of that reset, Hollywood's able to get this. They'll trade scuttles. The important thing here, again, we'll have to wait to see about 10 to 15 minutes here whether or not we'll get to see an early gank, because the longer that this goes on, that Odd Orange is able to just farm away on this Udyr, it's going to be really important. Spyrax, he's in a bit of a dangerous position, does have the flash to himself. Gravity Well comes down, but Slow's just going to be there, forces out the summoner spell from Spyrax. So really, I love that job coming out from Bradley and Bethany, but wonder what we see from it, because really, if you're just going to get the flash and not come back to this lane, it's very dangerous. Spyrax using his fate, goes over the wall, going to just try and push them off of this, get Bethany to kind of back off, go towards bot side. Now, really tight play here. Bradley doesn't have a lot of mana, and is a really nice wave. If Odd Orange wanted to, he could have potentially pushed that back out and make it very good for Spyrax, but he can hold this for the time being. Hunter's just going to help his mid laner out. Some things, you know, when coming into this game, sadly we didn't get to see the draft, but I really wanted to see what the mid lane matchup was going to be, because, again, Bradley's been one of the best performing players on this team, has definitely been the star player when we're looking at him. And Spyrax, I mean, coming into fulfill for Wolfie, has, I think, really stepped into some pretty massive shoes for the team, doing a fantastic job so far in his laning. So getting this matchup already, and specifically seeing the victor here for Bradley, kind of leaves a lot to be desired as to what we'll see from these guys. How much outplay potential can you really have when you're playing in on this victor? 5 minutes on the clock right now. Not much doing. We've got a pretty slow early game, all things considered, right? Maryville, they're just farming away at this point. They're looking to just try and take control of this. Now, important, I think, for Bethany and kind of setting the table for them is, what do they do with this bot lane? We were talking about on the desk, hey, Hollywood has a very, very low percentage in terms of duo proximity. Where do we move him in and really try to take control of either the mid lane matchup or even moving with Hunter? Super important there. So do they get an early Drake? It seems like they're going to have the push. They have a massive wave that's building for them. And Odd Orange on the opposite side saying, hey, nothing's for free, so might as well just take me the Rift Herald. Be super, super important if they want to get that for themselves. And hopefully we got Jolly. Hey!
I think I'm back.
Welcome back.
I think we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. Jolly, have you enjoyed the game so far? It's been rather slow. Mm-hmm.
My computer decided. Absolute rock star. Nice.
You know, I was kind of expecting I might get an early fight to play by play. I was having some fun with it. We've lost Jolly again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to everybody. We're gonna try and get her back as soon as possible. But early trades here from Chippies and Solora. Have to use the ultimate to try and get back on some of that trade, but a really nice good. It's not really much. The important thing here, I think, is that Solora's trying to push off this wave, bounce off, and potentially look for something bot. Look at how both junglers are moving down. Spyrax gonna try and maybe push out on this wave and maybe look for something. Take a look at where everybody's starting to converge. Chippies, he kind of just wants to keep him in lane for the time being, saying, hey, look, you're already down CS. I need you to stay here. Solora's gonna look to back up a little bit, and even with Odd Orange here waiting in the wings, you don't have much. Maybe they try to go on a level 6 play for the Maryville bot lane, but I think it's a really big ask for them if you were to try to go for that. So not much doing there, and Maryville still slowly scaling up. They use the Rift Herald early. They are trying to get stuff for themselves, but ugh. So take a look at this. They have put us some vision. I wonder what Maryville's resets timer are, because we were talking about it coming in. We were talking about the CC matchup against Columbia the other day. They were really strong in terms of controlling the map and their macro just in general. So far, their reset timers, we're just going to see what exactly comes from this. I think Shady might be going bot side to pick up his level 6 and then look for something. Evan, already on the move here. They're making pings coming on through. So Maryville, they want to do the lane swap. They want to try and pick up this early Rift Herald for themselves. Both teams making the same kind of movement here, but it's Maryville first on the play. They have their vision already set up, and for the time being, they've already got their bot lane ready and in position to kind of either help in the mid lane or in this Rift Herald. Taking a look at Hollywood, I'm a little bit confused, right? We're waiting to see what happens. Okay, finally we might get some action here. Maryville, they're waiting here. Wizardish, I think, needs to be careful. He has heal. He has also the flash, but they can just try and turn onto him if they want. Thresh Lantern comes on out. That's the W away from Hollywood, but that means that they could just try and reset here. Hunter getting chunked out by Spyrax. This should just be a Rift Herald coming out for Maryville. The Fate Unsealed goes on to Hunter. The ultimate from Solora is out. That's a stun down. Hunter super low. Crescent Guard is available. They're trying to drag this out, but Maryville taking a big advantage early on in this fight, getting so many members of Bethany low. Just means that they're going to kind of just push off of this. They're going to lose a little bit in the top side for Maryville, but it looks like all said and done, it's just some summoner trades. It's getting away from the bot lane, and everyone is kind of just back to neutral stance here. Ooh. All right. So it was basically like they're throwing punches, but not much doing there, right? They end up throwing punches in the air. They miss. They wildly swing, but still 10 minutes in the game. It's 1,000 gold lead for Maryville, and during all of this, they had to take some resets. They lost some minions in the trade for this. They got a little bit of chip damage on the top turret, but important to note, where do the bot lanes kind of stack up? Shady's looking still pretty nice. They had to invest some of their TPs. The top lane matchup is still about even, which I think a lot of people will be really interested in, because Solora in his matchup versus someone like Chim for the Western game kind of had a little bit of a difficult time trying to stand up against them, and still ended up winning, even being on the weak side. So I wonder what we'll see from this top lane matchup. Again, it's so neutral that Maryville really need to kind of, they can kind of keep it in their back pocket for the meantime, but we'll have to see what Shippy's influence is as we get later into the game. Obviously, Vladimir, a fantastic champion when it comes to participating in team fights. So Maryville taking control of the top side. They say, hey, Solora, you're up here by yourself. Let's just take this Rift Herald, and looks like they're going to take a very quick deposit on this. They're going to drop the Rift Herald, try to get this early up for their bot side. This feels like a strange choice. Obviously, getting your Senna Tahm Kench ahead is awesome, but there are some other champions that may appreciate some of that gold, and we'll have to see what comes from it. They're obviously already a little bit ahead of their counterparts right now, and it does give Bethany access to the Cloud Drake for right now. So already setting themselves up for a little bit of a win condition there if they're able to get to the Soul Point after this. We'll have to see what comes up, because I think Mountain Soul becomes a huge problem for both of these teams. Same with Ocean Soul. They're going to try and crack another turret very early on. 12 minutes, potentially setting yourself up with 2 turrets on the opposite side. I mean, this becomes really dangerous for Maryville to ever come back to. Yes, it's close to the Baron. It's the lane closest to the Baron, but I mean, it becomes like you can't ever come back to this lane. Shen has a great time freezing this if he wants to. So we'll have to see how Bethany control this wave, as I think I have a special guest coming in soon here, coming back to the cast with me. We'll have to see. I'll keep you guys informed when we get to that point, but oh man, this feels, this is a dangerous position, I think, for Maryville. They took the early trade where you're saying, hey, I want gold now, but we'll have to see what comes of it in the next few minutes, right? We probably won't see the effects of this turret going down for the next 15-20 minutes. So I want to keep an eye on that. We'll put a pin in it for now. We'll come back to it later. Again, for everybody at home that is joining, we're currently having some technical issues with what is happening, so we're trying to get that solved as soon as possible. I want to thank all the engineers at the studio for helping us tonight. I know it hasn't been the smoothest so far, but we're trying to get the game ready for all of you guys at home. Right now for Maryville, really important that we actually see what they do with this priority from their bot lane, right? They've already pushed off. They decided to keep slamming waves under this turret, and they're taking away camps from Hunter. And really, when we were looking at this champion, we're saying, what does Xin Zhao do in the early game? He's going for that tank build. It looks for either the Frostfire or the Sunfire. And really, what do you get from this Xin Zhao? Are we getting combat prowess? Well, his scoreline is 0-0-0. He's going even in farm, slowly starting to lose that matchup in jungle. And the thing with jungle is gold and experience and all of these camps start to become exponential in terms of growth. So very dangerous if Bethany want to keep themselves in this game, want to keep a foothold trying to win out on this game one. again, for anybody at home, I mean, Maryville are currently tied for the most amount of collegiate champs records, right? They've got 2 wins, one in 2017 and in 2019. And for themselves, very important if they want to kind of put themselves up and keep that record. They don't want to be in the shadow of University British Columbia all the way back from 2015. We were doing ULOL. We want to win now, right? We want to have that 2-peat. We want to have the prestige of being the most winningest collegiate program in North America. I think it starts right here, right? Getting to that finals, getting a statement win versus Bethany, setting yourselves up for success. Whereas Bethany, I mean, they were an invite team, right? They ended up going out in the quarterfinals of the Northern Conference. We were talking about earlier, the strongest conference in collegiate. They want to, you know, they went out 5th to 8th place in their quarterfinals against UIUC, the Illini, and ended up by committee getting into this playoff. So really fantastic run that they've had so far, and I'm sure the boys in Mankato really want to kind of put up a very strong result. So far, they're giving up a ton of priority in this bot side. We're 2 minutes away from Drake, and look at how Bethany, that Maryville are moving around their mid lane to really take control of this map. Obviously, moving your bot duo to the mid lane is great and kind of expected, but it's so deadly when you have things like the TK, where you can Abyssal Voyage right into another lane on the map. So very, very dangerous. We'll have to see what happens as they're just taking control of this, and it makes it so difficult for Hollywood if he doesn't have a buddy to walk him through the jungle. All of this darkness, thank you to the Observer showing this. Bethany are going to be operating like ghosts. They're walking in blind on this one. Now, take a look. Where the gold has actually started to creep. I'm sure if everybody were to look at the scoreboard, they're like, it's 0-0. Uh-oh, this is not good. Might see a little bit of tango between the two junglers here. Hollywood's going to get his jungler out of that situation, but the gold has crept to 3,000, and if you look, you're saying, okay, they have 2 turrets. They've also have gotten themselves the first 2 Drakes of the game. How is this possible? Well, take a look at some of the farm leads. Yes, Bradley has an advantage, but that gold that's growing for Evan RL, he's going to continue to farm up a storm, especially how much extra value you get from someone like Senna. And, I mean, Chippies is really taking a very large advantage against Solora right now. Only 40 CS down, but has his completed item. He's going to have additional magic penetration as more of these items get built. And not many tanks on the side of Bethany make it very easy for this backline to get popped. So if Bethany can control the battle lines, they can set up Victor for success. Victor's going to have such a hard time walking into this team that Bethany need to be on the play now, and that's why you see them already trying to set up for Vision, but having to be forced out. Hunter, Fate Unsealed comes out, he re-engages back onto this, but he has to remember, the TK ultimate is here. They also have the Senna ult available. Bradley's going to try and back him up. That's the ultimate coming out. Shen, Stand United is out. They're going to make for the re-engage here. Odd Orange might be the one to go down. Ooh, some blinking health bars here now. Spirax goes down finally. Flash for Bradley, gets the kill with a Chaos Storm. Chippies tries to engage with the Transfusion. And while it's some blinking health bars here, in mid lane, Wizardish, buddy. Oh man, that's literally just support getting the 1v1 versus AD carry. It's a Fed TK. He's got all the farms, so he's a little bit dangerous to deal with. But that is one hell of a fight. Finally, some kills on the board as Holly tries to make the hook. The flank goes a little bit awry. Odd Orange has literally reset and come back from spawn. They're TPing in Bradley now. This is a fight that's not going to end. Bethany do not want to give this up lightly, but after a few blows, after giving up some blood here, Bethany, they're going to give this up. They're going to walk away from the Ocean Drake, and Maryville going to finally put themselves on the board. They're going to get their first Drake. They're going to try to move into mid lane. And some of that prowess that we were talking about earlier, right? Victor is not having a very easy time trying to walk into the game. He can't walk into this, and we'll get to see the replay here. See what exactly happened. Wizardish. The thing that I was talking about with Wizardish is he's so good on these more supportive AD carries where you can kind of show up on a moment's notice at basically like on a whim that he needs to be in range for the killer instinct, but Shady controlling the mid lane, trying to get the push. He knows that at any time he can say, hey, I'm gonna Abyssal Voyage in. I can be at that fight when I need to be. And really great job. Not only gets the ultimate, but double summoners out from the AD carry of Bethany. So very important for Maryville if they want to try and revisit Wizardish at a later time. This might be a solo kill for Solora, and I don't know what to think. Never mind, he's bringing in the boys from Mankato, Minnesota trying to show up on the day. Game 1, Chippies has to blow the flash. He's level 12, he's very, very strong, but I don't know if he can deal with 3 members of them. So having to back off and for this, what do Maryville get? They try to invest a ton for Solora to get him out, but they're going to lose the Rift Herald. They're going to continue to allow Spyrax to try to catch up in this gold that he was behind on Bradley. And mid lane is just constantly being assaulted. You're putting Wizardish in a very difficult position here for Maryville. So love what they're doing on the map right here. And this is kind of what we expected. Yes, Bethany are very fun. They have a great way of kind of introducing chaos into the game with how they like to play their bot lane 2v2s, and especially with how Bradley can be very, very mechanically gifted. But it is Maryville who has just such superb macro. It's really awesome to watch. We'll have to wait to see. Is getting a little bit cheeky with it, Maryville. They get themselves a turret. They try to steal a blue buff away, but for right now, it looks like Maryville are going to continue to slowly choke Bethany out of the map. And Bethany, they're going to have to come up with something. They need to find an engage. They need to find a thresh hook. An engage with Hunter and Solora linking up. We haven't quite seen that yet, and so far, not much action coming out from the Bethany squad. Oh, man. So 3 minutes. Let's take stock of the game, right? We've got a Baron coming up. We've got a couple waves being pushed. I think the problem that we're noticing here for Bethany is that they really can't keep up on all these waves, especially with the TP disadvantage that's currently occurring for Bradley. He can't show up on many of these fights. And again, the mobility of Maryville is really starting to work in their favor. So I'll have to see what ends up happening. I expect within the next 45 seconds, what we'll see here is Hunter and Hollywood, after he takes this reset, they're going to start to move onto this bot side. Well, Maryville take control of mid. They finish that turret, and then they try to completely corral Bethany away from this bottom quadrant. So watch to see where Odd Orange is. They're going to go for this dive. This turret's super low. Hunter, Crescent Guard comes out, but I mean, at this point, there's the W from Evan RL. The miss is going to lock him down. Not a lot of damage coming out. Solora's already making his move over. In Maryville, they may have gotten what they wanted, but not able to put down vision. You see the pings coming out. They want to try and choke Bethany out of this river, outside of this vision, so they can't actually step onto this dragon. Now, 4 Ocean Drakes is really difficult to deal with. I'm sure anybody at home has probably played against an Ocean Soul, and it's like, man, this is super frustrating. But with how much damage and how much burst and how much sustained damage that Bethany has, Ocean Soul in a fight is just disgusting, right? Like, you not only are going to have to get some kind of healing reduction for it, but with how long fights tend to go for Bethany when you look at this composition, I mean, you're waiting for Xin Zhao to pop off, you're waiting for Victor and Kaisa. The healing from that is going to be somewhere in like the 700 region for each of these players if they're getting hit, so have to watch it. It's going to be very difficult, and especially you look at some of the itemization coming out from Maryville, right? You already have the Senna heals that are going to be coming through. You have Vladimir and the Udyr. So difficult to deal with, and obviously Shield Bow. What can I say about Yone? So Maryville kind of just setting themselves up in a position of advantage. You got a minute before the dragon spawns. Bradley's already taken a reset. He did push the wave under the turret. You're going to try and get some damage off on that, but I think if you're Bethany, you just have to try and give up some other resources. They're already TPing their mid laner into the mid lane to try and push their mid priority, try to cheat it off onto this dragon. Oh, this is just a really big ask, I think, if you're looking from Bethany. They're trying to do a lot here as Crescent Guard comes out. They're going to try and separate the mid jungle, the mid top lane here for Maryville. Use the Fade Unseal to get out. That is a lot of damage. The Solora ult comes out. Stand United is there. Going to try and save Hunter yet again. A 3-man taunt from Solora. And blinking health bars here for Maryville mean that Bethany, they're going to take control. A shutdown here onto Chippy's 3 members, but Maryville, they can't handle this. It's 3,000 gold for them, but they can't even get the Drake for themselves. They're going to TP in, and they're going to have to back right out of this fight. Bethany take control and take another 2 kills. Look at how long those fights are. Maryville cannot find the burst from their Chippies and from this Vladimir. And gold be damned. Bethany, they're at Soul Point now. They're going to put themselves right in the lead. They're going to look to put themselves potentially in the next 5 minutes now, threatening Maryville with a Soul. And that is super dangerous for Maryville. So we'll have to see what happens. But I mean, at this point, this is just like, who cares about your wallet, man? We're just stronger. We're taking great fights, and they're going to get that for themselves. Rift Herald is here, and I think we have a special guest finally arriving here. Is he here? Maybe. We'll see what happens. Maryville, they're taking the Baron. Mazel! Yes, sorry everybody.
Hello.
We're trying to get Jolly figured out, but Mazel's here. Help me, man.
We got this. Baron coming down from Maryville right now. Already sub 2,000 health. They're going to go for the engage. Instead, Art Orange already gets gobbled up. Has to get out of the fight. And then just like that, Bethany are in the fight, in the pit, and potentially taking it down. They steal the Baron, and Bethany take the entire fight.
Okay, and again, Wizardish gets 1v1'd here, so a little bit unfortunate for Ryan, but I mean, now this is a great fight as Chippies. I don't know if you've got the 1v1, buddy. You don't got the ultimate anymore. He's gonna go for the re-engage. That should just be another dead.
Yeah, I mean, Chippies gave it a valiant effort there, but Hunter's just too strong in the 1v1. Had a little help from Hollywood as well, but glad to be joining you here in the midst of chaos, Alk. As we do have the Rift Herald spawn in bot lane for Maryville. Spyrax just trying to get a little pushing power down there, take that tier 2 tower. But Solura is right there to respond.
Yep, really fantastic job. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that coming up soon, but I mean, Bethany, really great job, and I think Maryville skipping a few steps when it came to that fight. So we'll see how this fight was set up. So they're already on it, but look at how many members are in the back of this. Now, the important part to watch is who is on Bradley at this point. Hunter with the Crescent Guard is negating so much damage. And even though Maryville have a Rift Herald going through bot lane and going to slowly push this wave, I think that some of their waves were not quite in position to really punish this. So now, because of how they kind of ended up playing this out, and obviously with Chippies going down at the end here, such a dangerous lead for Bethany, right? They can now take control of more of these lanes. They can start to break down turrets, and it kind of feels like all of that early game coming out from Maryville is starting to evaporate.
The thing for me in that was the seemingly miscommunicated efforts by Maryville there. You did have the Baron getting very low. It was like 2,000 health, but then they opted for the fight, which gave Bethany the in to the fight itself and to win it. So now Bethany are going to take that outer tier 1 or tier 2 tower in the mid lane, be able to secure some pressure in that fashion and move down to this bot lane now.
Oh man, they're really trying to bully Chippies here. He'll just go right into the bully pool. He'll get out. They'll clear out the bot side jungle and take a look at what's happening on the map. We'll have 2 minutes here. We have all of this vision set up for Bethany, so if they want to make a flank play, they're going to try and use this Baron to really punish. Bradley needs to be careful. He has no flash, and even though he's a level 16 Victor with all of his abilities upgraded from the Victor bucks, I don't know if he's strong enough to really get rid of an Udyr sitting on top of him. We'll have to see what happens there.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting as you are getting the reset and redeploy for Bethany here from all members down towards this bot side of the map. You've got to expect Maryville are trying to put up a fight for this next dragon, about 1.5 minutes to plan everything that's going to go around this potential soul for Bethany. But looking into that a little bit more, this is where Maryville have tended to struggle in the past when they do lose pace control of the game, and sitting at about sub 27 minutes, like this is prime time for Bethany to be hitting those power spikes and really pushing that forward, and I expect it to be so here on this Dragon Soul.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening. Take a look at some of the positionings right now, right? They've pushed in their bot wave, their top lane is getting pushed in, and again, Solura has ultimate. He knows he doesn't have to be here, and Bethany, they have first access to the mid wave. Now, they won't have Baron anymore, so that's important, but I mean, at this point, slowly, Maryville are losing. That's a hook onto Shady. Here we go.
They take the engage onto Spyrax. Spyrax is out of the fight. Chippies is in the front, has to get gobbled up by Shady. But look on the back line. Spyrax goes in for the fight. He's right onto Wizardess. Wizardess goes golden. Spyrax trying to heal, trying to get over the wall. Does flash. The fight resets here. Spyrax goes right back in. Spyrax. 3-man knock up there. But it's going to be Vladimir getting the kill. Hollywood goes down first to fall as everybody else. As Chippies is just manhandling these fights as Vladimir starting to hit that power spike.
And there we go. That was exactly the fight I wanted to see. It took them a little bit long to find it. You were saying, you know, Maryville tend to get lost a little bit in the sauce, but look at this now. The dragon hadn't even started up, so now they're going to use the Abyssal Voyage, pushing this bot wave, start to cash in a little bit on this gold, and Spyrax with a huge knock-up to set up Chippies there. And Maryville, their wave setup was also really nice, so they'll get a ton off of this, not only kills, but they'll stop the Ocean Soul potential win condition for Bethany. They'll also grab themselves a turret, and a lot of gold and a lot of shutdowns going over to the side of Maryville kind of start to swing this back in their favor.
Another 5 minutes added to the clock for Maryville here, trying to get the scaling online for Spyrax and Evan RL on the Yone Senna respectively. And that's the task right now for Maryville, is just try to buy some time for that scaling. Even Vladimir, you know, all these strong pieces are going to get further into the game, but with the lead that Bethany has developed, you know, it's harder and harder to kind of take those advantages around the map. And knowing that you have to be there every time the dragon spawns loses you a lot of pressure around the rest of the map. But they're trying to gain some advantages in their own right.
Yeah, they're trying to push for this Baron right now, Mazel. They're going for this Baron. They're trying to get what they can. But look at the death squad that's roaming.
Hollywood gets unfortunately duped, and Chippies is now on a rampage. 3 quick kills the last fight, gets another one on top of it, and the man is on fire right now.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a, you know, he was quiet in the early game, and
He was.
when we look at Chippies just in general, not only, you know, not an import, but coming from Oceania, he's playing in his first year here in North America, playing for Maryville. He has been a fantastic team fighter in almost every single series, both across amateur and collegiate. I mean, I'd like to consider that his Gnar is one of the best that we have. He is just so damn good at this champion, and we're starting to see his team fight prowess really kind of start to shine through. Obviously, he got that lane advantage versus Solora, but I mean, he's level 16 and he's rocking the almost full items at this point.
Yeah, exactly that. And as you said, you know, prepping up for this Baron, at least getting the vision around, making sure that Spyrax is set up here to put some damage down onto Hunter. But they actually want to take the fight to stand united.
They're going for it.
From Solora. Spyrax is getting very low. There's going to be the shield bow popped.
Watch Chippies.
The pit is an Udyr. There's the Dawning Shadow. Chippies on the back. It's going to be huge. Spyrax is the target, but he gets out, and Chippies has already found the ADC. Wizardish is down. Gobble comes out from Shady.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Chippies and Shady, the magical duo. Chippies might go down on the backside of this fight, though, as he will eventually be burned down by Hunter. But the plays coming out for Maryville right now are keeping them in this game.
Okay, that's really important that they get the Kaisa. If Kaisa ends up living on that, that is Bethany with a really big threat onto the Baron. They're going to TP Spyrax back in and try to get control of the mid lane. Bradley's going to say no to that, but a huge pick there for Maryville that they're able to find that onto Wizardish. He's having such a hard time trying to survive, especially with no stopwatch anymore. Vladimir's literally just running into that backline, and that's why I really like this kind of I tend not to focus too much on itemization, but the magic penetration that you're getting from something like the Rocket Belt and alongside the Void Staff just makes it so difficult for any of these squishy members to deal. Even the tankier members really kind of stop you. Who on the side of Bethany is going to stop a Vladimir? Not many. So right now, Maryville, they're trying to keep the pressure up, but trading in that 1-for-1 just means they buy themselves a little bit more time and continue to scale in this game. Look at Spyrax, look at Evan RL. This guy is doing so much on the Senna.
And I will say on the other side, you know, Bradley's still sitting at 4-1, has a 50 CS lead over Spyrax as well, and that's the mainstay right now, I feel like, for Bethany. It's going to be their sustained damage. It's going to be the team fight damage that they're looking for. They're looking for damage on the Baron right now, though, Alec, because they started up already. Odoran's sniffing it out, but I don't know if he can actually get in there, and looks like it might just be snuck away. 9,000 health on the Baron.
Chippies has no ult. He has no TP, so he can't join, and there's no way for him to stop the TP. Okay, let's see it.
For it, though. They go for it to steal it! Maryville with Orange carrying the team right now with the steal of the Baron.
Okay, and that's a banger game one for everybody at home. There you go. You wanted action, you get it here on the LCS stream. Maryville make a steal, and it is with the flash of Orange. They get over the wall. He gets right out of dodge, and really just clever usage of Spyrax's Fade Unsealed and his E, right? He gets over the wall, and he's able to return from his Spectre. So just a really great play, and I think a fantastic execution from Maryville. Grab themselves the Baron, and they will not be punished for it. They can push down this mid lane. We'll get the replay. We have 40 seconds on Drake when we come out of this replay, so watch how they get off of this. They get Spyrax over the wall. He just flashes. Orange just flashes, and he gets gobbled over that. Such a close ability to get off, to get away from this. So we'll come back out of this replay and look at where Maryville are placed on the map.
Yeah, they are putting up the pressure right now. The backs were trying to come through for Bethany just to make sure they're ready to go for the fight. But to be fair, on the side of Bethany, if you don't feel super comfortable going for this dragon, you do have one to give. It's not necessarily the place you want to be. You don't want to give a potential 4 ocean dragons over to Maryville with that soul. But you can buy some more time for yourself. You don't have to throw everything away at this fight, and it looks like that's going to be the call.
So I wonder who on Bethany is just gonna bite the bullet and say, guys, we need to build some healing reduction. Like we need some Grievous wounds, guys.
We need
like,
a little bit of Grievous wounds somewhere.
Like, okay, like look at this. They have 3 Ocean Drakes. They have a Shield Bow Yone. They have Evan RL. And they have Chippies. Someone needs to get some healing reduction, at least a little bit if they want to try and deal with this. And that's what we're seeing Bradley and Hunter start to index on this. But Maryville, they're pressing on all sides. Bradley's going to try and take a tier 1 top lane, but the pressure coming in from the 4-1 here on Maryville, doing a fantastic job.
Get the death sentence there on the Shady. Maryville kind of looked like they wanted to go for the inhib. They might still press up here, but they've got 5 members on the 4 over here with a little bit of split pushing going on with Chippies and Bradley in the side. But they are going to lose this bottom inhib and potentially just this mid inhib as well. That's 2 lanes of super minions coming in for Maryville now.
Yeah, and this is the part of the game where Bethany needed to make some kind of engage if they ever wanted to try and save some of these inhibitors. It's very difficult. It definitely wouldn't have been the easiest fight, but Maryville displaying a lot of great patience there. They know they didn't have to fight. They have great ways to kind of set up for themselves on taking structures, so why not just take 2 inhibitors, back, reset, and set ourselves up for success there. Really great job. A lot of collegiate teams and a lot of young players tend to get a little bit lost when we were talking about it earlier. They just like, hey, let's just go for it. Why can't we not end right here? And that tends to be the downfall of some of these squads, but Maryville showing some great temper there.
Exactly that, and without a real objective on the map for about 3 minutes now, it's going to be a lot of pushing for Maryville in the top side of the map, wanting to unlock that 3rd inhib, get the double super minions going down the lanes, which will then just unlock the rest of the map. And that's the play right now for Maryville. Bethany need to find a way to respond to this and find a way to kind of stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and a lot of this comes from just finishing items on some of your carries, right? Like, I mean, Wizardish has already picked up the Runon, so we'll now actually have the invisibility on Supercharger. Very important as Hunter.
No.
He's getting locked
cut
up.
Out Hunter. That's a lot of damage already. He is going to be able to get away from a lot of it, though. As Hunter being able to absorb a lot of the...
Oh!
Spirax just goes straight in onto Bradley, though. Gets down low himself. Shield Bow was popped. Wizardish has to get the Stand United used. This is chaos right now. Chippies is going to go really low, but the Hemoplague healing is too much. And Maryville right back to it, sieging exactly like they were just a few moments ago.
Okay, and there we go. You'll get the 3rd inhibitor like you wanted, Mazel. They're going to try and push down. I don't know if they have the minion waves for this, and they have a reset here from Bethany. They find the engage with the Crescent Strike. They could potentially look for something here. There's no ultimates. They're going to try and retreat. Oh.
They're trying so hard to end it right now. They don't want to let up on Bethany whatsoever. They want to keep the pressure up and see if they can push a little bit more. Keep seeing backs from a couple members, couple people trying to back off, nobody really committing, but now Maryville move out of the base of Bethany, and Bethany can breathe for just a few moments.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at timers, right? You have all of these waves coming in. Double TPs are available for Bethany. There's a Drake spawning in a minute 50. That'll be your Ocean Soul. You have a minute and 15 before the Baron is here. And I think that if Maryville want, they can do both of these objectives. We're seeing them now. They're going to try and deploy really strategically now, investing double their TPs to keep pressure up on Bethany. They'll get a little bit of farm here. It's very nice for them. And the funniest thing from that last fight for me was just watching Wizardish go to like 10% HP and then have his whole health bar replaced by shielding. That was the best.
Yeah. I mean, the healing and shielding in this particular game of the series is just nuts. We've seen Chippies getting out like sub 200 health, just able to heal back full from Hemoplague or anything like that. And I think both sides are just trying to put everything on the line here, Al.
Yeah, really big part here, I think, for Bethany that we haven't seen too much of is, I mean, we're watching how Hunter is trying to engage a lot of these fights, right? They have a really clever combo where you just have Xin Zhao with the Shen ultimate, but I don't know if that's really an option for you anymore, right? We've seen it time and time again. Chippy's just like madman sprints into the back line and is there to kill all of them. So we'll have to watch out and see how they enter this. And thank you to the observers for toggling this. This is no man's land. Just walking into the lane for Bethany.
Just a little bit scary. You know, Hunter's even like, but just barely taking some steps up into the water. The Baron.
Oh my God!
Up. Hunter goes down on Chippies. There's the Stand United. The TP coming in. Bethany want to commit to this fight as Maryville pull out of the Baron pit. This time around, they will not get fooled into taking a fight in the pit, as Bethany are the ones that are actually taking. They
might base race this
Baron right now. Dawning Shadow comes down. Look at Chippies. He's on the back. He's trying to decide if he wants to go for the base or not. He's just waiting here as it's really rough for Bethany to take down this Baron. It's getting a little bit lower, but here comes the engage from Spearaxe. Shield those pop. Chippies on the back. Oh my god, that damage! You see 2 members drop from Bethany, maybe a third here in just a moment. Spirax gonna get resurrected from his GA as Bradley is trying to carry the team here. Nobody's able to get some damage onto the Victor, and Hunter's gonna pick up a double kill for himself.
Oh my god. Okay, Bradley, I know you're looking for Team Buddy, but that was sick. And actually, they cancel the ultimate. Oh my god, they cancel the Abyssal Voyage. It's not available for them. So many super minions available for Maryville. They take all of their structures, and now there's a huge ask for Maryville. The question is, do they go for it? They're gonna end.
Going for it. Evan RL's going for the end. Hunter is still in the Dragon Pit, and Shady takes the last lick of the Nexus, and that'll be Maryville going up 1-0 in this best of 5.
Wow, okay, and Maryville, I was wondering if they were going to go for the end there, if they were going to try and backdoor while they keep members on the Baron. A fantastic way to end, and we were talking about it, Maryville are fantastic when it comes to their macro play. We get to see it right there. Don't take control of your waves, Bethany. They're too much to handle, end up falling there. Really, really close to potential win.
It was so close. Those fights were so back and forth. This is just getting me so hyped for this series. But Maryville make a statement and take that first game of the series, going up 1-0, and you know, a very interesting end to it itself. But we'll be breaking down that game with the State Farm Analyst Desk right after this.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. We are one game deep into our first semifinals series, which also means our first best of 5 series of the week before we crown some new champions tomorrow. Once again, we do have Emily Rand and Niles here on the desk to bring us through the action. And I think we got to start at the top. We have a bit of a draft to recap that we missed out on earlier going into that game, Emily. And maybe some picks a little brain frying than others.
Yeah, so I think that we saw the bans come out as we expected. You know, we were calling for the Gwen ban, we were calling for the Nunu ban, and so I'm glad that we ended up seeing those. My main, I guess, like nitpick in terms of picks is that, and I had the same issue with a lot of teams at the midseason invitational. Actually, if you have a really strong playmaking mid laner, and you're trying to pair it up with a strong playmaking jungler like Xin Zhao, which I really liked that we saw coming out. Victor is incredibly strong late. He's incredibly strong at controlling choke points. He has insane AoE damage, right? But I would prefer seeing Bradley on, a really insane playmaker, because I feel like a lot of the things that Bethany like to do, they like to get out of lane, right? Victor is a laning champ. He just sits in lane and he farms and then he scales up and then he dominates team fights. And so I think it just goes against what I have really liked to see from Bethany, which is kind of get out of the laning phase as soon as possible and fight in these team fights and have Bradley kind of take over there.
Niles, are you aligned with that, considering some of the picks that you were calling out for the mid laners going into this match?
Yeah, I really don't like it. I really agree with Emily here, where you saw how Bradley was team fighting really well on the Victor, and it did end up working out later, but it really seemed like if Bethany wasn't in such a hole in the early game that they could have fought back even better. So I really hope to see him off the Victor, even though it looked good later. I don't think it's the formula for Bethany winning.
And while Maryville were a clear favorite going into this game, Bethany was trying to make some plays to get themselves in a winning position. As we live back some of those moments that are provided by Stream Recap, Niles, Bethany had some early strategies that they were going for.
Yeah, so I really like this lane swap out of Bethany because they're versus Senatom Kench, which doesn't take towers very quickly, and they have a Shin on their team that can join the fight very easily. So they end up going for this lane swap where they put the Kai'Sa top lane versus the Vladimir. Shin's already losing lane, so I like this. One thing, though, is that when the Herald fight ends up ensuing, Maryville smartly matches out of base blind, the Senna starts roaming top lane for Herald. But one thing that's really important about this fight is that they use their Shin ulti, and you see Wizard just getting cut out at the beginning of the replay, but they use their Shin ulti, which is a huge cooldown. First Shin ulti, first TF ulti, really important to get something from it, but they lose the Rift Herald regardless of the swap. So losing this fight is really important for Bethany, and it's a really big bummer on their early game that they end up blowing their Shin ulti, right? They commit the lane swap, and they still end up losing the Herald. And you'll see in a moment that the bot lane wave state actually is really bad as well, because Shady stayed down there with his TP and TP into the fight. So he was able to push the wave into the bot lane tower, and after the wave crashes onto the tower, it'll end up bouncing back into Maryville, right? So Shady was able to get the wave, crashes on the tower, and the wave pushes back into Maryville, and then you see Chippies go down there and collect all that farm. So it was just a huge gold swing around the Herald for Maryville.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario for Bethany, in my opinion, because they gave up so much, right? Like they do the initial swap, which is really good. You get your dual lane out of that lane in the bot lane. You set up for Herald priority, all of that. The timing is really good. But like Niall said, if you're going to be going for this play, you absolutely have to get this Herald, or you have to get priority around this top lane. And not only did they not end up getting what they want from this fight, they give up so much for it. And then the bot wave state is in such a bad position for them that it actually ends up costing them a lot more than you would even think from the lost fight.
And at that point in the game, Maryville seemed to have such a strong hold of it all and continued to make great decisions, Niles, but possibly opening up some opportunities for Bethany as well.
Yeah, so at the 21:30 minute mark, you actually see that Maryville is doing something that's really smart, where Spyrex doesn't have his TP, so he goes to shadow Chippies in the bot lane because they're playing versus the Shin comp. They'll always be at TP advantage. They play 3 lanes here because Spyrex doesn't have TP. But one thing they don't account for is they need to go through mid and get vision of the bot side jungle before making these plays. You see Hunter, really smart, right? He plays off his pink ward to the bot side jungle, and they're able to start this fight onto Maryville, and this is what leads them into getting the third dragon of the game, which gets them the soul win condition, right? And so just Maryville had the right idea here, but they're skipping steps. They need to get vision bot side before they end up making this play. And Maryville sees that Bethany is staying too late on the map, and they randomly pull Baron for. It seemed like they're panicking. They had the right idea, right? Bethany was just bot side, so they wanted to go into the top side where Bethany has no vision. Maybe they can set up for a pick, but pulling Baron is just totally unnecessary. The game is fine, but it seems like Maryville is just panicking in this situation, and they give up Baron for no reason.
Yeah, it's weird because they have the scaling comp here, right? In my opinion, like even with the Victor on the enemy side, I think the fact that they have the combination of the Vladimir and then the Senna TK that kind of, you know, as we know, Senna kind of scales infinitely in a way. They have the late game here already, right? So they don't necessarily have to force this play. And a lot of the mistakes that we saw Maryville making in this game despite the win were around disrespecting vision or were around like overextending or pushing for something where they could have just reined it in a little bit, set up a little bit better, and still had like almost complete map priority and a better setup for some of these team fights.
For sure.
And speaking of team fights and some of the moments that ended up closing out the game, Emily, if we do look towards what seemed to be the kind of decider of, okay, Maryville is taking this, it also showed some opportunities, though, for some chinks in their armor. Maybe they're not as impenetrable as people have thought.
Yeah, so they should not get this Baron at all. Obviously, it's a great steal. It sets up what will happen in the late game, which is that Maryville's lanes are just pushing in, right? And you saw that insane line of super minions just hammering away on the Nexus turrets, but they actually don't even have TP advantage here. There's no way that this Baron should go over to Maryville, so good on them for the steal, but it's kind of like we said, where Bethany have a lot of openings in this game, right, to get back into it, despite giving up the early advantages that we already pointed out. And so for Maryville going into game 2, I definitely want to see them shoring up, you know, paying attention to TP advantage, paying attention to where your vision line is and how much you're extending in these lanes. And then for Bethany, I'm coming away with this where I'm like, maybe a few tweaks in the draft and we're good. Like we can out team fight them.
Sounds, yeah, and then for me, I just want to see Maryville going to game 2, totally stay away from Baron, or at least get those setups fixed, okay? Because Baron has been doing for them. You know, both teams are just randomly starting Baron, so both teams need to fix it up. But yeah, obviously, Auto has a really clutch steal, but they need to do a better job around Baron for sure.
Well, this is a best of 5. We do know that Bethany have selected red side going into this next match. So maybe something else that they're trying to bring out from their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, selecting red side tells me that they have kind of a specific counter pick that they want to go for. So now I'm curious to see what it is. We don't typically see a lot of losing teams selecting red side. Blue side has been heavily favored at tournaments. So I want to see the pick. What are they prepping for here?
Yeah. Niles, thoughts on the side of Bethany to try and walk away with a W to tie up the series?
Yeah, like I said before, red side 5th pick. I want to see Kali and Irelia, Silas. I expect Gwen to be banned. So just one of those champions, put it in Bradley's hand, and I want to see what he can do.
All right, pretty fiery in our game number 1, but Maryville do walk away with the victory. We'll see if Bethany can tie it up 1-1 in game number 2 that we'll be hopping into right after the break for more CLoL semifinal action. Don't miss it, my friends. It's been a blast.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends College Championship semifinals between Bethany Lutheran College and Maryville University. I am Mazel, joined by Alk Battery, my great friend, and we're going to be diving in game number 2 very quickly. But, man, after coming off that game number 1, Alk, there's some crazy stuff that we witnessed. And as Niall said on the desk, Maryville, stay away from Barrett.
Yeah, you know, some of the objectives were not the cleanest execution from Maryville, but hey, we get to see kind of their prowess again, right? They end up taking a really nice fight, and we're going to get right into draft here, Mazel. I think that when you now see them on red side, Bethany have been waiting to try and play on red side. They have a few bans that they have to get rid of, but I wonder what their answer is. They'll have counter pick, they have access to a lot more, and so I wonder what they're going to get here for being on the opposite side.
Yeah, and something we talked a little bit about in the break is needing to see Wizardish and Hollywood pop off. They are a 2 duo down there against, yes, a very strong duo in Evan RL and Shady, but they are a huge driving force of the Bethany squad, and we'll see if they can get some picks for themselves this time around. The Gwen obviously banned away by Maryville. Can't have that going through. Nunu as well, going to be banned away by Maryville. And then for Bethany, they take away the Nocturne and the Lee Sin.
Interesting. They want to get rid of some of these picks for Spyrax and Chippies, make sure that they don't have it. When I see this Nunu ban, I'm sure a lot of people at home are like, why are we seeing Nunu ban? Not only is Hunter just like someone who has played a ton of Nunu, but he, I mean, like we're looking at, you know, the prevalence of Udyr. I wonder if, you know, Bethany have kind of just been saving that, right? They're like, okay, all of these Udyr matchups, let's just play the Nunu. We got to see it a couple days ago when they were playing their match against Toronto. They did a fantastic job on this Nunu. So already I like that Maryville are getting that, getting away from that. And I wonder what we'll see from the support pool, because we're talking about the bot lane a little bit earlier, and with Udyr ban, Thresh is still available and such a high priority between these two.
Please, yes! Woo! Ladies Thresh coming in. Oh my god. Oh, this is so exciting. All right, draft's done. Let's go. No, just joking.
Wrap it up.
But seriously, Maryville being able to pick up Thresh that was not banned. As you said, the Udyr and the Akali were the final 2 bans for either team. Thresh is a huge playmaking opportunity here for Maryville itself, but I gotta see what the response is from Bethany. What are their first 2 picks here?
Yeah, we'll see if they're ones to pick up the Varus. We haven't seen it so far from them. I wouldn't be surprised to see it, but so far, literally Wizardish and Hollywood have been playing Kai'Sa, Sivir, like Engage. Like they're literally there to be much more supportive and very much trying to pump out damage when we get to these team fights. But Thresh, a fantastic job, and we get to see it. We get to see the Viego that the desk has been waiting to see the whole tournament. We saw it a little bit in round of 16. It's been piloted by Rovex in the mid lane. It got 1 jungle game, but it ended up losing. So we'll get to see who's going to be the one to take this great champion.
Very interesting combo of lock-ins for Bethany for their first 2 picks. That Nautilus as well is going to be huge for Hollywood. We'll see on the other side, though, is Chippies. I guess Spyrax, too, could get the Renekton in mid lane, but we get the Renekton coming in for Maryville. My eyes are on the Varus, though. Evan RL is a mean Varus.
Yeah, he is such a great I love Evan RL's story of, you know, he's been on a ton of collegiate programs. He's also gone to, I think LLA, if I'm correct. He's played in, you know, internationally. He's played a bunch of different games on different teams, and he has just really brought out his roster to just round out as an AD carry. He plays everything. He plays enchanters like the Senna and the Seraphine, but he's also can play these hyper carries and also for these lane dominance. So I love that Evan is picking this up. We'll have to see what Bethany are going to take for the response. And you're talking about it earlier, Renekton for Spyrax or for Chippies. I've loved Spyrax's play on melee bruisers, so we'll have to see what he's going to pick up here.
And there's still some options available for Chippies. We've seen Vladimir look pretty good last game. He got the Gnar that you highlighted, a couple things that could come through there for them. I do find the Shin interesting. I did feel like it had strong presence, at least in that first game, but it wasn't necessarily the driving force there. It was kind of a reactionary tool for them. But you know, with the Viego, maybe it changes a little bit of that aspect of it. Maybe it gets a little bit more aggressive in that term. We'll see though, because second phase of bans is already coming through. Morgana banned away by Bethany, as well as the Kai'Sa banned away by Maryville.
Yeah, I think Bethany, they're going to just try and get rid of some AP junglers because, I mean, Renekton is such a deadly combo with things like the Morgana. I wonder if we start to see with more of these champions being banned and what they go for this on the second pick here, if, you know, Odorange starts to dive deeper into his pool. He has a ton of Talia games from this season alone. He has a ton of Lilia games as well. So, Maryville, they have some options here, but
Elise
they're gonna try
in
and...
there too.
Oh
Mounting
no!
that up
Oh
at you.
man, Elite, look, Riot has not been the kindest to Elise the past couple patches. She's getting nerfed on the next one. She's not having a good time. So if
Not
we see
having a
it,
good
I wouldn't be, I'd be surprised, but you know, anything's possible.
It is indeed. As
Oh, do it! Yes!
no.
Oh!
Oh my goodness. All right. So I know I was super excited about the Thresh for Shady. And that's all good and well, but now get the Heimerdinger coming in for Bethany in game number 2 of this best of 5 semifinals.
Now, Mazel, I got the Tark Tech. I've been talking to Colomer.
All right.
This is it from Wizardish. They played some of this in CLoL as well, where they're playing Heimerdinger in the bot lane to really just neutralize the lane. And he told me coming into this match, let them play Varus. I dare them to. We'll see what happens.
I dare them to.
Exactly. So we'll have to see what Maryville ends up responding with. They pick themselves up the GP and gonna have to watch what ends up happening. You have double AD solo laners. You have a really kind of weak AP laner, AP jungler, unless she gets very, very far ahead early. So Maryville going to have to index on that laning phase a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the Talia pick here for Odd Orange, and especially like how much strength they have in the solo lanes. If they can, get the GP going or the Renekton, either one, it's gonna be really, really nice for Maryville's pace around the game and around the map. That's what we've highlighted for them, at least, is being something that's so huge in how they like to play the game, is getting that control and just not letting it go. So we'll see if Odd Orange can be that catalyst there with the Talia. Gonna have a nice little stable bot lane.
Oh my god,
it's gonna be on the other side, I feel like, now, as we get Rammus coming in too. The Dark Tech abounds, Alk.
Oh my god. Okay. That's a really great answer into Talia. I mean, it's a sticky jungler. It's a very good tank. And I'm sure a lot of people are like, Rammus, he's the armor champion. Same thing with Malphite, right? But like, he gets a ton of magic resist from his W as well. And I mean, he just stops Talia from functioning. He has a really great jump. Same thing with Varus. So Maryville have a really tough composition, I think, to execute a lot of low-ranged carries. But when you look on the side of Bethany, the champions themselves give them a lot of access to controlling a space of the map. Obviously, Heimerdinger is a big one of them, and we'll have to see how Bradley ends up playing this Viego, because that is a huge proponent in trying to get the resets. Niles talked about it a little bit earlier. You get one reset, and the champion just goes off.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I gotta dive in a little bit more about this Renekton Viego matchup, because this is gonna be insane. We put a lot of focus down towards the bot lane, the 2v2. It is gonna be Wizardish on that Heimerdinger this time around, so maybe just trying to neutralize that and stop Evan RL and Shady from really being able to have a handle on that bot lane. We are getting the early 4-man presence down here on the bot side for Bethany, though. They're gonna be spotted out there. Shady's too quick on the ward. They don't even get the ward on the other side of it, so they will just get a reset. And Bethany's tricks early on will not sink.
Yep, it's all about who gets to that bot brush first. If you can try and cheese out a kill, maybe a summoner spell. Opposite side, Maryville, they're gonna push in, try to get a little bit of vision for themselves. So like that they did that, like that they're trying to protect their side and try to get a read onto Hunter. Most important part here for Bethany is trying to stop their shot caller. When you're looking at, talking to some of the players on the team, Hunter is the guy to kind of lead this team to victory. Yeah. He's the brains behind the brawn here for them. So love to see that, and wonder what we'll see from Odd Orange, because I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Talia is it's his most played champion from this season by far. And, he's definitely has some prowess on it, but in this team composition, I have a few questions waiting to be answered.
And questions for me is what Shady does in this bot lane right now. Because
it's not TK this time, so
I know it's not TK. You actually can roam and do things, do Shady things.
Yeah.
But I really do want to see how early Shady gets unlocked. I feel like that's going to be huge for Odd Orange's success. It has been a lot in the past as well, but that lane specifically is like, it's going to be locked down. Is Shady going to try and stay and level some of that pressure out a little bit, or is he just going to try to get those leads somewhere else?
Yeah, the important part here, I think, when you look at what Shady is able to do this game, is they have not only good kill threat, but Spyrax should be able to clear the wave a little bit easier than Bradley will, especially earlier on without a few items under their belt. So the mid priority for Maryville is going to be very important, how they not only activate Shady, but also Spyrax in this game. And again, a huge carry for this team when he's kind of allowed space to do so. And with this matchup, I'm expecting for him to he has the counter matchup. He needs to be able to perform here.
He really, really does. And Already getting some early warding towards the top side of the map for Spyrax, trying to get as many advantages in the mid lane as possible, but you do see just the same side jungle pathing going on for both of these junglers, Hunter and Odd Orange, going down towards this bot side, potentially looking for some fireworks down that way.
Yeah, we'll end up seeing what happens. I think it was a leashless clear, but he's actually just going to gank.
Oh, gonna turn right around, gets Spyrax's flash. It's not gonna matter though. Spyrax getting very low, uses the slice and dice to get away. Odd Orange's response is here now, trying to get some damage down himself, but Spyrax lives, but does have to burn the summoner spell.
Ooh, and look at this. Shady's on the way here. They could try to make this play onto Bradley. Shady could flash here, but looks like they're just going to try and push this wave out, help Spyrax, and now they'll have access. Look at this. At this point, they can just move wherever they want. Hollywood has also decided to walk over, so a huge scuttle contest coming through.
Oh my goodness, they are just trying to press Maryville right now. This is not the early game you were looking for as the Talia. Wizardess flashes, tries to get the rockets over the wall, but it's not going to hit Odd Orange. Odd Orange gets out. That's 2 members now that have survived by the skin of their teeth from Maryville, and Bethany really having a lot of control early on.
All right, that was very, very close. I mean, if whoever is the first one on the play there, the first one to make the kind of the go button is the one to try and win that. And Bethany are the ones to take control in that situation. They get themselves the flash away from Odd Orange, which is huge, but no ignite onto Hollywood kind of takes away some of their pressure from potentially finding a kill onto this 2v2. So wonder what we'll get from this. And you see now, Hunter, I mean, he'll have a little bit of a lead because Odd Orange is going to have to back. He's already finished some of his items, but who's the first one to get to that scuttle with the priority for Chippies for right now? I wonder if Maryville, they're just going to start running straight into the river here.
Yeah, just try to get something at least. And I got to say, the top lane matchup been very quiet, but we do have a small lead there for Chippies, and being able to have that on the GP is really important. But the thing is, you're getting really close to that level 6 mark for Solura, and I'm looking for Bethany to play with it. Although the ones making the play is Shady with the Thresh, and Hollywood's going to go down first. Blood goes to the man himself, as Evan RL is going to pick up the second. That's a quick twofer for Maryville.
That's one of those moments when you're playing as Nautilus and you're like, I really wish I was Thresh so I could just cancel taking the hook here. That puts him in such dangerous position. He's not able to instantly activate his Aftershock. We'll see how long it takes for him, but I mean, he's already taking damage. This great hook, the Ignite comes out, he takes 1. It's too late for the Aftershock.
Right,
the damage has already gone through.
Very unfortunate for the bot lane of Bethany, but they still are the Heimerdinger Nautilus. We'll see how that works out further on into the game. You really maybe hoping for that level 6 from Solura, trying to get down there to help out Hollywood, but did not accomplish that one yet.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you see from that kill, not only the gold influx that's going to move towards Maryville, but their bot lane wanted to take a reset at certain points, but Wizardish and Hollywood are keeping the correct amount of lane pressure, keeping them under their turret to not allow for that to happen. I'll have to hold that. Bradley.
Oh, Shady barely misses the death sentence, but it doesn't matter because Bradley's going to go low, ticking, dead. Spyrax gets the kill.
And this is now starting to kind of trickle down from that literal kill from not even a few minutes ago. Because they were able to take a reset and mobilize their members across the map, Shady's able to roam mid lane and find that kill onto Bradley. So really important that we saw that bot kind of kerfuffle end up kind of going in their favor, but Maryville immediately trying to kind of capitalize on the mistake.
I think that's something that's super important in Maryville's play, especially. They still always realize where there's an in, and usually they can execute on it. Here, Bethany have found their first in, as they're going to get the objective under their belt. 1 dragon, and it will be an Infernal Dragon to start us off. No Infernal Soul, unfortunately.
Sad. We might get one. Look, if it's not this series, it's the next one. We'll have to wait and see. You know, there's still a game 3.
It's in there somewhere. It's in the script somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to ask when it's going to be scripted in, but it'll be there. We'll get an Infernal Soul at one point tonight, later, whenever. But I mean, Bethany, despite the gold differential, right? And it's just that Heimerdinger just permanently pushes his wave. He just puts down the turrets. If he really wants to cheat for it, he can just spam W, and you suddenly have once he hits level 6, he just presses W on the wave and it's gone. and then you can just move for it. So early Drake's going over in their favor. What are Maryville going to do here, right? There, we've already seen that Hollywood is moving over. We see that Spyrax is going to take this time to try to get some vision over on the top side of the jungle, trying to spot Hunter. But how do they utilize and how do they leverage this Renekton to get themselves a little bit more in this game?
And with both these supports having such prevalence to roaming and trying to get active on the map, you've seen Shady be more successful, at least early on, where Hollywood was staying in the lane. They did have that death kind of,
oh my god,
took things back a little bit, but that's a ghosted up Rammus for Hunter, as Spyrax just gets the entire party with him, but they already take down Bradley. And the members for Bethany are just gone out. Did you see where they went? Because they tried something in mid lane. It didn't work out.
GP Ultimate just decided, yeah, no, that's not happening, buddies. We're not doing that. It's a sudden 3-man. They weren't expecting for Shady to be here. And again, the ability for Shady to roam is just so massive for Maryville. The bot lane ended up going down, and we're still starting to continue to feel those effects. They get the Rift Herald, they're going to get more kills, and that is going to hurt here for the side of Bethany. They are down so much gold. They're going to continue to accelerate this early game for themselves. And, I mean, Rammus is trying to find some kills where he can, but honestly, it's feeling more and more like, where's Viego in this game?
Yeah, I completely agree. With Rift Herald going down as well to Auto Orange, the pace is just turning up right now for Maryville. And Shady has found Hollywood, who has no health anymore, and it's just going to go down. Shady's going to get that second kill of the game for himself, as the ulti tower did come down for Wizardish, but not going to be enough damage, not enough of a proactive response. It's more of trying to get them to bait into the fight, and it doesn't happen.
Yep, and that's just, you know, that's just the prowess coming through. I'll hold this. I think back. Hunter's going to look for it.
It's the third time's the charm. Hunter's trying to get Spyrax here.
Oh no!
Just going to walk away.
The saddest armadillo just walks away, head in hands. Okay. The gank goes wide. That's just, it's so painful because you look at Rammus and he has like he doesn't have sad voice lines, but they're definitely like very solemn.
Yeah, they're not the happiest.
Look at the ghost. Aw.
Super good, but then it just turns all the way around. The Stand United doesn't even complete there either.
I'm surprised that we actually don't end up seeing the, you know, the Heartbreaker ultimate. Just try to go for something. You know, it is based on missing HP, so you could try to go for an execute. It's just one and you're done, right? You immediately get a bunch of healing from taking the passive soul. So I wonder if Bradley was maybe a little bit uncomfortable with some of the damage, but we'll have to see. They're trying to force this onto mid lane right now. Bradley, really good job.
Yeah, really good moves there. Unfortunate for Hollywood yet again. He just gets exploded, Alk. He tried for the hook, and Shady said, no way, Jose, I've got the death sentence. And they're going to pick up 2 more kills as Spyrax goes under tower. There's the Heartbreaker, but it's breaking Bradley's heart as it's 9-0 right now. Maryville University in complete control.
6,000 gold. They'll get themselves the mid-tier 1. And that right there, I mean, this is basically just the effects of what happens when you lose that bot 2v2 so early on. When you're in a position of power, it just completely turns on its side when you have good players facing up against you. So Shady and Evan doing a fantastic job. They have a CS lead, and Shady's just activated across the map. When I was looking into the series, when we were coming in, I was saying, hey, bot lane for Wizardish and Hollywood needs to be on point because Evan and Shady are fantastic laners within themselves.
This is
and we'll
so
see this now.
For Hollywood.
There's no shock. There's no aftershock here, so he can't live for all that long. And Hunter, like, he uses the ultimate, but guess what? You have to jump over to Leo walls.
Yeah.
And this whole time, Shen is up against his turret. He can't do anything. Evan is the same thing. He's pushing Wizardish under turret, and all around is a full court press for Maryville.
Shady just broke Hollywood's ankles. I'm just saying. Like, he stopped with the death sentence to dodge the hook. I mean, that's just too nice. There's the Talia wall on the bot side, though, as they were trying to find Evan RL, but didn't find it. That Dark Passage is going to bring him over the wall, and now Bethany are completely caught. They've got the TP coming in. Shady on the Thresh is on a killing spree. Wizardish does get Auto Orange, so they get something back. Bethany get their first kill of the game, but Wizardish is in some deep trouble here as Shady's going to go for the hook. Hits the tower. Chippies wants it, flashes forward, and that's a kill for Chippies on a killing spree now.
Oh, that is such close timing right there. Not only is the Shen ultimate coming through, but it was 1 second before Wizardish could utilize the stopwatch that he would have gotten for free. So such a close fight. Heartbreaker available almost for Bradley here. If Chippies wants to stay, it is just going to be
go for that one,
getting away from this. He might. This is going to be close. Bradley's very strong despite what's happened.
Get a little trading down. They even had a Hunter coming down as the soccer ball ready to go just in case they wanted to turn around the fight. But that will lead to another dragon secured by Bethany. So although they're down 11 kills, they're down a lot of gold, they're still taking some of these objectives, which is good news for them.
All right, I'm gonna be honest, Maryville, this should have been your dragon. This 100% should have been your dragon. I love that Bradley ended up getting a lot of pressure by utilizing the ultimate, but Shady is still relatively high HP. You can move in with your jungler. They had to reset Chippies, which is a little bit awkward, but they say, hey, we don't need the dragon right now. It's a Cloud Soul. We're just going to continue to stack Drakes like we did in the last game. And look at the positioning here. Look at how they're corralling Wizardish into Auto Orange.
Yep, there is just no way.
Goodbye.
When you see 2 members show up on the bot side, that there's one on top of you and there's one above you, you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna see what happens here. And unfortunately, Wizards ain't able to pull anything back from it. They also look like they might lose. No, it's not gonna go down just yet, but Chippies is getting very, very close to cracking that top tower.
Oh man, and this is just the power of Thresh, right? We didn't get to see it too much, but when you control a ton of vision as Thresh, you just basically, your hooks become so dangerous. You go over the wall, you can find things under turret, and we saw it right there. He's looking on a Hollywood, he's looking to try and threaten them. And yet again, Maryville get to take a lot of their jungle. They then get to decide for Bethany, hey, you're going to be playing a ton of Fog of War. Have fun with this one.
trying to find the enjoyment out of it. We are getting the move to the bot side. The unfortunate part for Bethany right now is like their side of the map is not necessarily their side of the map. As you see, they have 2 members below Maryville in between their own base.
Wait a minute. They might go for something here. Ramus and Viego.
Viego's pretty far away though. Ramus goes in, trying to get some damage onto Shady. They do also find the side engage. Solura did get the taunt onto Auto Orange, but doesn't matter. There's the ulti from Hollywood, and they have found their second kill of the game. They get Shady, they get the shutdown as well onto Wizardish.
Okay, that's one, and some fancy feet coming out from Hunter. Wizardish tries to land the stun. It's not enough. Bradley, he was on Thresh, but he's back out. I mean, cool, you got a kill. I don't know how much this goes for it, right? They got a kill, and they immediately backed off. Hunter was super low, and they weren't able to try to connect that into something more. They couldn't go for the Rift Herald, so they'll take a reset. Same thing with Maryville here, and I wonder who, if anybody, is going to try and contest for this Rift Herald.
And the roughest part for me is like the kills are rough. The early game has been rough, but it's also that Maryville, using this pressure, using this lopsided map state at least, they've also gotten the CS leads. And so you're losing in both those fashions, and Bethany are able to find those objectives. They've gotten 2 dragons now, right? They've gotten a couple kills, as you said, but what does it really do for you, especially with the amount of force that Maryville is rocking right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's an item advantage for almost every single laner. There is just a level differential in a ton of spots here when we're looking at the mid and bot lane. So really strong use. Evan has decided to go for the on-hit Varus. I don't know how much use he'll get out of it because of the game state currently for Maryville, but we'll have to wait and see. As right now, I mean, it is literally the solo lanes that are doing it. And obviously I want to give credit over to Shady. He's having such a massive impact in this game. We'll have to see what Bethany are able to do. They're down 11,000 gold.
Oh my god! All right, he pops the tower here. You're going to be able to get some damage back. But yeah, the golden is not going to save you today. Wizardish goes down to Spyrax.
I mean, that's your wave clear gone, because Wizardish is the other one. They're going to go for this. They need to find it.
They got Chippies here. Heartbreaker comes out. Not going to be enough damage off the top, but Chippies goes down anyways. Hunter will survive, but they have lost their mid tower and potentially their mid inhib as well. They have 4 members and a Rift Herald charging down their base.
Rift Herald right now, Shelly is not happy. She just animation canceled like 3 different charges. She's like, please let me have this. I need to be able to do this. They'll break open the mid inhibitor like you said.
They gave her the inhib. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice of them, but it's really early on. It is still, I mean, again, it is 11,000 gold at this point, and it is basically like, okay, Maryville, how do you close this game out? Are you going to do it cleanly?
Yeah.
Are you going to keep looking for these kills? It's awesome to see that Bethany are still looking for it, but like they're going to have to go for super Hail Marys at this point where, Hunter's coming over the top, coming in from the top rope, trying to find something on Rammus. Same thing with Wizardish. You need to be able to set up space. Similar to kind of how Victor tends to operate. You need Heimerdinger to be there and available with all those turrets before the fight can really go in your favor.
Very interesting pull here by Bethany. They are fully committing to top side of the map right now. They're gonna
Death Bush
stay
time.
Dragon.
Let's go, boys.
Does not matter that much. They want to try and catch chippies. They want to find some advantages for themselves. They're actually going to go ahead and back. I thought maybe they would commit to this tower as a couple members are still staying around. But also on the other side, Maryville's responding perfectly. They've got all their members, all their strong members with all the gold on the bot side of the map near the dragon with the towers going down. Like, this is really, really nicely done from Maryville.
Yeah, that's one of those plays for Bethany where they just need to hope that Chippies is like super aggro and super ego. He's like, hey man, I really need this one wave. Even though I'm already up like 4 or 5 of them on Solora, I just need it. He just correctly gives it up, drops the ego a little bit. Hunter over the wall.
Yeah, he does go in on Chippies. Chippies has the oranges, getting very low, taking a lot of damage here. Does have the barrels. Barrels gets canceled. Shield bow does get popped though. Hunter really wanted to make that work, but now they have to respond to the other side. They're just going to lose an inhib.
Yeah, they're going to lose this inhib. I think Bethany are going to just do that. You see they're just throwing out taunts. If they want, what they can do here is they can continue to try and push onto this top wave. It looks like they're just going to reset, and I think they're just going to try and maybe make this dragon their last play. I don't suggest it, as I mean you can try and hope that you can scale later into this game, 11,000 gold down and with 0 structures, but I mean, at this point, like, this is just Maryville. It was a huge stranglehold. They're trying, like, Bethany's just doing everything, throwing the kitchen sink in there as well, but nothing's really coming up.
Yeah, they've just got to find some advantages, at least on Wizardish and Bradley. If we can find some damage, some items, you're getting close to second item there for Bradley. That's where things maybe start to turn around for you, at least in microcosms. But the dragon going over to Maryville gives them a little bit of extra, speed to catch up to you with all this gold advantage that they have. And it's kind of reminding me a little bit of last game where, like, you're bleeding out as Bethany, but you've got to try to find ways to stop it. But it's so hard to do so because they are just relentlessly pressing into you.
Yeah, I will say last game was a much bigger hope than maybe I would have right about now.
It was 100%. 100%.
Yeah, but yes, it is one of those situations where Bethany are trying, and this time around, it's not quite working out in their favor. Maryville are very correctly playing around. Hey, what does Bethany want to do right now? Oh, they want to try and make a pick onto our solo laner. Let's just take the opposite side of the map away from them. So. Yeah. Getting a little bit desperate here for the side of Bethany. They are slowly bleeding out. I mean, they've basically given up a ton of gold for themselves, but they're waiting. Here comes the engage.
They found it. A lot of damage on Solora, but Solora doesn't go down.
That's
but
one.
Odd Orange is the one that goes down. They found the cannon barrage onto Wizardish. He gets out. There's another kill. Evan RL goes down. The reset's coming through, and they're going to find another shutdown. Bradley gets 800 gold in his pocket, and they are setting like crazy right now as Bethany are able to take the fight in their base, get 4 members of Maryville off the back of it.
Okay, and what was basically like, hey guys, we really need to find something here. Bethany find it at the very last moment. That's a triple kill for Bradley. They'll lose a Nexus turret and a ton of damage. I wonder what that means for them. So you take a look, they got a lot of gold. They'll get the resets off here. But, I mean, all that does, I think, for Bethany is just buy them a little bit more time in the game.
Yeah.
It buys them a breath of relief, a sigh, if you would. But, I mean, that's like best case scenario if you're looking for Bethany.
They are indeed, as we see the last ditch effort here. Solora takes up so much damage. You can see the entire team of Maryville is focusing on Solora, which gives Bradley the in and Wizardish the in they need to get the damage off.
I just want to say, Chippies is so broken, man. This guy is so good at League. Like, just look at how Bethany are trying to play this. The Vikings are trying so hard to walk into Maryville, but that GP ultimate basically kills almost all of them. So now, Maryville, they're going to start up the Baron here. They have the Talia wall. Oh, good hook from Shady.
Yeah,
they could go for this.
Goes down. There's a stun on Chippies. There's the Baron, though. Evan RL secures it. And you see Bethany immediately pull out. They need to be ready for the defense that has to come once these Baron minions start flooding into their base.
Ooh, Mazel, this is like Bethany super up against the wall. Like, they have a Baron, they have a bunch of inhibitor. Like, their mid inhibitor is going to get sieged upon on this next wave.
Yeah.
This is like do or die yet again. You need to keep making these like miracle plays if you want to have a chance back into this game, because right now, I mean, again, we were talking about it. Bradley finished the second item. It's a Spirit Visage.
Yeah, it's going full defensive here. At least partly defensive. Sorry, not fully. But it's also that, you know, Bradley got a ton of gold from that fight. All the kills that were going over, the lead did not take any chunk out. So like that's the unfortunate part, is you are able to take something that feels really good, but in actuality, what does it do for you as your back's up against the wall, as you said, trying to save your inhibs as they're going down?
Yeah, it's all about materializing the gold lead. What do you get from that? What do you turn those kills into that can actualize into the game and become somewhat of an advantage, or something that you can use as a kind of way to win the game? And it just gives Bradley the ability to finish items. Maryville are not able to end the game on this push, but I mean, they have another Cloud Drake coming up, and with more and more CDR cooldown reduction coming down,
they want
that
the
is
inhib
huge for this. Oh god, they're going for the perfect game. They want every single. Oh man.
They wanna get some freedom of movement if they get that third inhib, where you just have all that pressure given over to you. As Bradley was kind of scouting it out, trying to make sure there was nothing crazy going on in the jungle. But as you see, everybody's pressing up. The wave's about to start crashing here. And maybe Bethany, this is their spot to take the fight. They won the last one they took up here, but there's the Weaver's wall coming through to block Wizardage off from the rest of his team. The flank from Hunter. They can't get over the wall, though. The Weaver's wall's finally gone. Stand United comes out. Auto Orange flashes away. Evan RL is still untouched there. Gets the kill for Chippies. And the Maryville, with the gold lead, with the gigantic wallets that they have, will secure that fight, and more than likely the game. That's a triple kill for Chippies, make it a double for Odd Orange, and a full, complete, total ace to round out game number 2. Maryville University 2-0 up in this best of 5.
Okay, Maryville statement victory yet again. They want to do it very strong, and what can I say? These OS players are sick, man. Like, Chippies is so good. Chippies is so good. Again, all of these players, I think, played incredibly well. I think Spyrax had a fantastic job and was definitely enabled by some of the other members on his team. But, I mean, these team fights are coming down to who has the bigger wallet at that time. And so far, Maryville, each and every time, they're coming on through, and they want to make that bid to be the most winningest collegiate program in all of North America.
You know, Niles said 3-0 victory, easy for Maryville. Looking really, really, really nice right now. I have to jump into that little prediction there. But Maryville come out with some statement games, some statement wins, looking like the Maryville we always have known them to be. And Bethany need to find something. They've got to find an in into this series if they want to make it a long one. But after landing a second decisive blow, Maryville will bring us to match point in this series. And to find out how they did, the State Farm Analyst Desk will be breaking down all the action right after this.
Gaming.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. We have wrapped up game number 2 of our first semifinal, Maryville pulling up 2-0 within the series. And I think it's fair to say that a lot of them players were definitely standing out. We'll talk about them in just a little bit. But first things first, the hands were not shaken before this game. We got to see Viego actually come through here and make his first appearance in the round of 8 and beyond.
Yeah, so Viego, you could definitely see, even though they were down 12,000 gold, this champion is really insane if he gets one reset in a team fight. Like, just the fact that they were even able to fight, like 10k gold down, like shows how strong the champion is. But there were a lot of bad things happening early for Bethany. I'd like to highlight the first gank around mid at the 2:45 timer, where I think this is actually the right thing for Bethany to do, where they have the Ram skipping camps to gank the Renekton mid, who has Ignite, which is a really good thing to exploit, right? TP versus Ignite mid lane, usually going mid as the TP side is really important, and they end up securing the bot crab. They get Renekton's flash, they almost kill him. Really good stuff from Bethany. So I think that what's really important is after you get the flash from Renekton and you score bot scuttle, you need to play off of your support timers. And they did not do that, and there was a huge shady diff in the bot lane.
Yeah, so speaking of that, we're about to see a shady highlight reel. Here we're going to see the rest of this gank and kind of, I do think that, I will say this, I think that Bethany came in with a team composition that they were comfortable with, right? And that they knew what they had to do. And because they got set so far behind by, one Mr. Shady in the bot lane, on the Thresh, that is, this was the difference maker here. He was out of lane constantly. He ended up getting a kill on the bot side to begin with, and then just really spread his pressure mid. And so this also points out that they knew where they wanted to attack, right? We put Bradley on a playmaker like the Viego. This is what we wanted to see from Bethany. And Maryville were like, okay, we are going to shove mid in. We are going to send Shady. The duo lane is going to be wherever Shady is, to borrow a line from Royal Never Give Up with Ming. And we're just going to attack this Viego over and over and over again. And this is what ended up, was being the huge difference maker for Maryville, was how little Shady was in lane. Yeah, I was curious to see his duo procs, 43%. So he was immediately out of that lane. We talked about how important it was for Hollywood to get out of lane for Bethany, but obviously Shady, first of all, leaving the Thresh up for him. This is one of his signature picks, and has been for a really long time. His Thresh is incredibly clean. It's just so good. He can control an entire game on Thresh, as he did here, and then getting him out of that lane was also super important, right? It's important for both of these supports, and in here, I think he was in mid almost as much or more than he was in the bot lane for the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and so going into the series, we talked about how it was going to be the 3v3s around mid lane that were going to decide this game, and you see both teams really drafting for that, especially on Maryville side. They have the Renekton Talia combo, super well-known combo, right? We saw it especially at the beginning of this year. They're still able to pull it off even after the Talia nerfs, and so both supports going mid, right? Shady was the first support to go mid because he won bot lane, and so it just snowballed so much. When Renekton's in the game, the snowball potential is just ridiculous.
It was very much called out that Bradley would be a focused point on the side of Bethany when he is on those playmakers. And Shady just did not want to stay in the shadows. He made sure that he was there where the action was going down every single time. And Maryville, even on red side, looking really, really good. But we do know that they have selected to go over to blue side going into the next game. So Niles, I mean, if you're looking at the level of play we saw from them last game, I think they are being very proactive to go towards these victories, to try and get the 3-0. But on the side of Bethany, what are you looking at for maybe they can do differently going over to get themselves a counter pick, or what?
Yeah, so I think that the triple bans on jungle that they had last game, where they banned the Udyr, Morgana, and the Rumble away from Orange, I don't think that's very effective. Usually just throwing an Udyr ban and then trading Morgana Rumble is pretty good in my opinion. So I want to see them get away from the triple bans on jungle. And if they are going to pick Viego, maybe pick it on their third pick on red side, and then ban counters away from it, because they took it too early in the draft, in my opinion, just blinding it 1-2, just like sort of saying like, what you got, right? And they got a Renekton, right? They got a big crocodile, right? So I don't really like just throwing the Viego out there just blind. So I want to see that from Bethany. And from Maryville, I mean, you don't really have to change much. If they're going to leave Thresh up, pick the Thresh. If they're going to leave Udyr up, you just take the Udyr, right? I think Maryville has a lot of great first picks because there's the Sen and Tom Kent, there's the Thresh, there's the Udyr, right? And I think those have to be the 3 bans from Bethany if they are going to get a draft advantage, and then also not just randomly blind picking Viego.
Also, we're shouting out some of the other players that we saw. I mean, Chippies is getting a lot of props from the casters there in the later portion of the game. And we're talking so much about what Shady does to set this up and have that proactivity. But Emily, I think that the rest of the players also did a great job of capitalizing upon those moments.
I mean, people forget that Chippies was at MSI in like 2017, I believe. He has like actually extensive competitive experience in the OPL prior to coming over here. So that's another thing to highlight. And I know that Maryville have said that Chippies specifically has been a really huge voice on the team for them since joining. And he brings kind of a wealth of experience from, again, playing in the OPL for so long. So I think like obviously his gangplank was kind of their late game insurance, right? Because you look at this team composition, you're like, okay, they obviously want to attack early, especially they want to get at the Viego super early, right? And Chippies was there. Oh, by the way, gangplank scales insanely well and just, you know, gets insane barrel damage once you reach a certain point. So they reached that point. He got that topside triple kill, and that's what ended up closing out the game.
Yeah, and I think that Chippies has been a really big performer in the series. Both games, just laning really well, getting CS leads, and able to team fight well in both games. Especially the first game, he was a big contributing factor to why Maryville won. So I expect that he'll do the same in Game 3.
Great play from Chippies. Thanks to Maryville. We got to see the Renekton mid for a second time this week. I am happy about it.
Love
but I want to see more. Maryville, with that game, they did put themselves into point position to get themselves into the grand finals, whether it's a Renekton or otherwise that can push them there. We'll find out. Or if Bethany Vikings manage to keep this series going. We'll see you on the other side, friends. Don't miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends College Championship. We are here in the semifinals. Maryville University taking on Bethany Lutheran College, with Maryville already up 2-0 in this series. Backs against the wall. Bethany have to find something to grab onto.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's any time now, right? Every game at this point for Bethany is a best of one. We just take it step by step. You don't have to start thinking about game 4, not about game 5. Take it one game at a time for them. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking what they can do to really kind of shake up the game, because so far what we've seen so far is just kind of stock standard here for Maryville. Obviously the early game in game 1 was a little bit of a not how they wanted it to be, but I think that overall, I think Maryville has really gotten what they wanted each and every time.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's something I want to dive into a little bit more. When we were looking at the bot lane last time, we were talking about the dark tech, we're talking about all this stuff, the Heimerdinger bot lane for Wizardish.
Yeah.
I feel like you've got to find something to shut Shady and Evan RL down. You have to find something to keep Shady in the lane. That's where we've seen success against Maryville as well, when you don't let their primary shot caller get out of lane and start affecting the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about this yesterday or the day before when it was the Maryville CC match. Shady is so good, man. Like, this guy has been grinding forever.
Yeah.
Like, he was on scouting grounds. He played a little bit on TSM Academy and Optic, but like this guy is so nuts. And every single time, every split, he is one of the best supports that we have in amateur and in collegiate. So I'm glad to see that he's still playing at that level, and I'm excited to see what he can pull out going further in this tournament potentially.
I really am as well. And as you see, we are into Champion Select, potential final game here for both of these teams in this series. See what Bethany can pull out. They will be on the red side. They're on their comfort side, Alk. See if they can get something that brings that comfort to the next level, as Maryville do ban away Nunu, Gwen, and Akali again on that blue side, followed by Bethany, who banned away the Nocturne, the Lee Sin. Very similar bans from last game.
You say comfort. I mean, if I lose 2 times on one side, I'm not feeling super comfortable, you know? We're about to lose. Bethany. Hey, look, Bethany, if they can pull it out, hey, congrats to MU. There's no way that Bethany come back from a 0-2, okay? We just got to get it out. Got to get out of there. And basically, this is the same thing that we saw from last game, right? Same set of bans. Thresh being the first pick here. Just such an important champion, I think, just across basically every single team. So really glad to see it. And I wonder what Bethany...
Run it back?
It's a little too early.
Hollywood's like, give me that one back. That's not how we go out here.
He deserves a redo.
It wasn't a Shady diff. It was just a situational difference.
He needs the redo, man. And they picked their AD carry up early on, so Wizardish is going to go back to playing this Kai'Sa. They want to say, hey, look, we're comfortable with this matchup. We've played it so many times. Like, it's just ingrained into them. So I'm glad to see that that's the case, but Maryville seemed very comfortable with that run back you're talking about.
It's about to be a run back if we don't they change things up a little. Maybe we get some lane swaps going in to change things up that way. But yeah, Renekton coming through, same exact picks as we got in that second game for Maryville. I'm glad to see a little bit of adaptation, a little bit of change coming out from Bethany. I really like the Kai'Sa coming in for Wizardish, having a little bit more agency down there, having that strong combo with the Nautilus as well. The Shen, though, comes in yet again for Solura.
Yeah, he is just on Shen duty, and he's okay with that. Talking with Reese, he's like, dude, I'm okay with playing weak side. Like, I did it against Chim, still won the game. I played really well.
True.
I've done it before. I did it against Toronto. Don't really mind. No one's... Now, I'll be fair. Chippies has definitely gotten an advantage and started to run away with that, especially in game 1 when we saw that Vladimir. But, I mean, this is just a time, and this is just a tested champion, Bradley, and specifically for Bethany, right? They're just playing a lot of champions that they've played for so long. It's those comfort picks that we were talking about.
It is indeed, as we are in that second ban phase here. We do get the Morgana banned away by Bethany, still focusing a lot of those jungle pools because we are lacking some crucial pieces for both of these teams going into the second phase. The Victor banned away as well from Bradley by Maryville to try and keep some of that damage potential down against Bethany.
I don't know about you, but I'm kind of okay with Udyr being allowed if Victor's not going to be played. I'm okay with that. That champion puts me in resident sleeper jail. Okay, so it's true though, man. Like, Victor is just... Anyway, we'll get back to this later. But we're looking at AP junglers. I mean, are they going to take kind of Niles' advice? Yeah, Rumble is available. Lilia is there. They want to try and get a strong AP jungler that can kind of mix well with someone like the Renekton. Wouldn't be surprised as... Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
love the Sejuani band coming in for Maryville, changing it up in the last second there. Just making sure that maybe a little cheekiness wants to come out with the Sejuani. It's not going to be there.
Sejuani's super strong, by the way.
She is.
More people. Even on this patch on 11-10, I love this champion, and we've been having a lot of fun. Me and Colin are playing this champion, so I was wondering what AP junglers we were gonna see, and Hunter dives deep. He picks himself up the Diana.
Could be. Oh, that gets me so excited. The only thing that you're missing, is that Rel combo that you can get the Wombo combo themselves, but they've got some Wombo combos of their own. There's the Rumble for Odd Orange, so we'll be coming through, still getting that AP jungle. They're not changing things up though, as they're just gonna get the GP for chippies again. Run it back, baby. That's all Maryville say. They want to get to the finals. They want to hurry up and finish with today. We'll see how that works out. Bethany have something to say about that.
All right, what is their counter pick for mid lane? What does Bradley go for? He's been playing a ton of mages. He's also been playing stuff like the Gwen, which is obviously banned. So does he reach for the Viego yet again and say, hey, look, they may have just been a little bit of a difference. This time around, it looks like he's going to pick up the Tristana against Spyrax. That is going to be a very bloody matchup in the mid lane.
Hey, we wanted fireworks. Bethany up against the wall. Last game potentially for them. If they don't win here, they go with the double ADC composition, being sure to have that damage we were looking for.
Okay, and they want to have a really cut and paste dry like team fight, right? It is just Diana goes in, they are going full dive, which is funny because every time I talk with Colomer, he's like, I hate dive. I hate dive. Please dive. I don't want to go dive. And then he's like, he finally admitted, I have become that which I hated most. So he picked a full dive composition. He's got Diana, he's got the Shen to follow up, Kai'Sa's there as well. Hunter is going to have to lead his team to victory, and same thing with Bradley. If they can't get an advantage in mid lane, I can't imagine that this Diana is really going to get off the ground running, especially with how expensive some of her itemization can be.
Well, that's where I want to hone in a little bit more on this Bethany Lutheran College side, right? Like going down 2-0 against Maryville, the defending champs, the ones trying to just make that quick run back to the finals. It's a daunting task, but with the program that Bethany have put together, with the players that they have, the synergy, the grouping, everything that has come together for the Bethany Lutheran College program itself has been insane. These players have been popping off, and I just want to see a little bit more of that here before anything else comes to push or shove. I need to see the likes of Hunter getting those pop-off games, Bradley hard carrying the team, even Wizardish in the later games, and Hollywood especially. As one thing that I have to say has been a little bit lackluster to me is usually Hollywood is this proactive, roaming, getting things going for his team, unable to do so against the pressure that Maryville has been putting on.
Yeah, Hollywood and Wizardish. I mean, these guys, every single time when we were looking at round of 16, round of 8 especially, these two in the bot lane are always looking for level 6 wake-ups, where as soon as you get those ultimates, you're going in, you're finding kills, and so far it has been a little bit mute. It has been a little bit neutered thanks to some of the strength coming out from Maryville, some of what they're picking, and some early game kind of flubs coming out from them. So hopefully we get to see some of that consistency return for the bot lane, and as we get into game, this is it, man. I mean, Wizardish this time around, he's usually one to take exhaust on Kai'Sa, but he recognizes, I just need to get cleanse. I need to be able to unlock from any of the CC that lands, and hopefully it will lead them to a potential victory here.
Well, here we are, game number 3 of the first semifinals matchup of the day. Maryville up 2-0 against Bethany Lutheran College. With something to say here, Bethany Lutheran need to get one of these pieces active, get them going. They've got all the tools, but the execution is what it comes down to.
Execution, super key, especially for Bethany's composition. If one piece is not at either the correct spot or is not functioning at 100%, this composition will just fall apart. It's very squishy, and it's going to be, if you're going to be diving into someone like a Renekton, into Thresh, GP, Rumble, you have a tall task on your hands there. You're going to feel a lot of pain if you can't execute at the highest level. So Bethany, It's on them. I mean, again, they're 2-0. It's 2-0 against them. One more loss, and they're just out of the tournament. They're done. They're out of. They finish in top 4, which is still impressive.
Which is incredible. Yeah.
Exactly. You look at the kind of trajectory of this team. They go 6-0 in the regular season in their conference. They're playing in the North. They end up losing in the quarterfinals to Bethany Esports, and they don't actually end up going to CLoL, but because of the committee, the RSAA, they then get voted in by some of their peers, and they make a fantastic run all the way up here to top 4 against what is a lot would consider the best collegiate program here.
Exactly. It's nothing to scoff at. I mean, it is absolutely impressive what they've been able to accomplish with this roster, with the team, the organization behind them as well. So, as I said, I'm just feeling for this team. I want to see that little bit of life come through, and Hollywood actually going to get a little interesting hook trade there by Shady.
The supports this time, they're just saying hi to each other. Hollywood's like, hey, man,
that's
not again. It's not happening again.
In support.
in the support language, aftershock means hello.
Yes, I completely agree. At least it got off this time, right?
True. Aftershock was procced. Yes. Hopefully, for Bethany's sake, that doesn't happen again, but we'll have to see. Early game so far, both these junglers are pathing towards each other, and you take a look, even though mid lane is pushing for Bradley, this bot lane, they are shoving hard for Odd Orange to try and get this bottom scuttle.
Yeah, just making sure they are available when that play comes to fruition here, as Hunter is the first one to go into the river. Will be the first one to start that Scuttle Crab as well.
Oh, Jesus, it's dead.
It's just going to go down. Yeah, she's going to die so quick to the Diana. 1 health will burn down, and Hunter gets out clean as a bandit.
Okay, that's awesome. He immediately invests a smite because he wants to try and break the shield. By the way, we are playing on 11-10, so these are the new jungle changes. We're 2 games in. We didn't get to explain that one quite yet, as Bradley just goes straight in. He wants to take the health trade here because he wants to try and force something onto them, but they may have found something onto Shady.
Oh, no. Shady's completely caught. Flash not going to be enough. He doesn't get it off, and Wizardish is the first one to get a kill in this game.
Awesome trade, and I like how Bethany is playing aggressive around some of their lanes, right? Pushing off Odd Orange from the mid lane. They then corral Shady into the Dragon Pit. He's not able to escape. First skill going over to Wizardus. Really important, kind of starting off on the right foot for Bethany.
Yeah, really good stuff, and something we didn't get to see last game, something that can really propel them forward with this double ADC composition is getting the Kai'Sa ahead early, as we are going to get that replay going through of how Shady exactly got out. Just a vision game. He's just the vision.
You can't be here, buddy. This is the illegal positioning coming out. Like, he doesn't know where Hollywood is. Like, yeah. You hear him in the background, but like literally, you could not be there. It is just really good punish coming out from Bethany, and have to see what ends up happening. This is a really good adaptation. I wonder if they'll be able to stop this recall in time. That's a dash.
He was there. Yeah, they're able to get Chippy stopped on the recall with Hunter here as well. Going to dash in. A lot of damage on Chippy.
Oh!
Flashes over the wall, but gets the short side of it. One more auto attack. No, it's going to be the Crescent coming out. Hunter gets the kill.
Okay, that is the adaptation that I've been waiting for coming out from Bethany, because every single time, if you watch Chippy's individually, he will always go for this ward where he tries to ward either in the tread brush or for the Krugs, and then he'll reset right where he was standing. So really, really great job that they were able to spot that out and then punish him for that in player tendencies. It's just a small thing, but over time, those are things that you can start to gain an advantage. So awesome job coming out from Bethany.
And I love it because those are the exact things you look for in the microcosm that is a best of 5, right? There's a little meta that develops. You got to see what everybody's bringing to the table here. And that's something that, yes, finally gets punished by Bethany. And it looks really nice moving forward into the series as well.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at this. They get the push onto mid lane. Now, Odd Orange walks mid, pushes the wave, and now look at this. Like, Bethany are in this really awkward position where there's a massive wave stacking for them. They don't know if jungle and mid are coming down, so they're forced to
go for the engage. They just took the fight into a 3v2. Here comes the TPs now from across the board. You're getting everybody from Bethany, but they've already lost a member. Shady gets the kill, and now Spyrax is here with full health, with full rage. Shady goes down, though, immediately to Bradley. Bradley tries to get out, but Spyrax gets the kill, and this is chaos. Solura's just going to be taken out as well by Evan RL, and it's tied 3-3. Blood all over the bot lane.
Yeah, GP ult does
Do they wanna
such
keep
work
going
there,
here, actually?
Spyrax.
Hunter wants to pull the play, but I don't know. Spyrax
Wait a
goes
minute.
down to Wizardish. Auto Orange flashes out for the tower aggro, and they get a trade for the ADCs.
Okay, that is so close there. If they're able to get another kill, that is disaster for Maryville, but they play right on the edge, and this entire time, Chippies is just cashing in on that top lane, constantly shoving waves. More and more of these minions are missing. It is 26 to 62. Now, it is a Shen, but it's not supposed to be like this. As Shady, does he find it? There it is.
Oh, no! The hail of arrows is going to do it. Backing in front of the tower is an oof for Wizardish.
Shady gap. That's all you gotta say. Moving on. Well, I hope we get a replay of that because I want to just take a look at how much Bethany ended up kind of putting in for the resources there. Like we were saying, that wave could potentially be frozen by Maryville, which then becomes so dangerous if you're someone like Bradley. They don't know that Auto Orange and Spyrax are coming, and if they're able to get a reset or freeze that wave with Evan, then that just means that Shady is unlocked yet again onto the map to be a terror. So really great job that we got to see Maryville punish onto that, and while they were trying to reset onto this, hold that, Bethany, watch out.
Hunter just finds Auto Orange, gets the smite, see if Auto Orange can survive, has the equalizer, but Hunter does too much damage there, does get the 1v1 kill in the jungle trade. Shady wants to punish this though, lands the hook here onto Hollywood. Chippy,
Hunter.
Fight. That's a lot of damage. Chippies is going to go down. Hunter gets out with the skin of his teeth as well. There's the Chains of Corruption right there onto Solura. Solura flashes out, but will end up dying here as the arrow actually not going to be enough. So they're going to have to spend some more time to chase him down, but it is a quick response, at least from both sides. Chippy's the one to fall. They could trade this 1-for-1.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah, they go for the 1-for-1. They are able to find that onto Auto Orange. I just love how every time Hunter's like super close to death, he's not. He just walks away. He's really great timing on that. And honestly, finding that window to try and punish onto Auto Orange is super critical because he's starting to fall behind a little bit as Auto Orange continues to try and pick up camps and as he has to try and hold for his waves. But I mean, look at this. This wave is so hard for Wizardish to play on. It can be frozen. Shady can just do this.
No. That feels so... I've seen this happen so many times before. When you see Threshes, there's just literally nothing you can do. You're trying to outsmart the Thresh. You're like, I can go this way. I'm going to walk that way. I've got this. And then he just closes the distance on you, flays you, and you're done. So unfortunately for Wizardish, I was just about to talk about how both these ADCs having a couple kills to themselves, having some gold in their belts, sets us up so well for these compositions, but Wizardish getting punished by Maryville.
This is one of those moments where you're just like, when you're trying to dodge a skill shot and the person just like keeps walking at you and you're like,
yeah, and you're like, but I
he's
thought
not
you were
throwing
gonna
it out.
throw it.
He's not throwing it. Oh no, abort. He ends up dying, right? And it just means another wave crashes. And it allows for this play where Shady can just walk mid lane and provide a lot of prio and provide pressure for Spyrax to get some more minions for himself. Now, really intelligent way to try to pull this Rift Herald. I don't think Maryville can see it, but they're just focusing on a Wizardess. They're trying to tilt this guy out of this game.
Yeah, they really are. Well, and also they've got a 5-0 Evan RL. Like, if you're gonna put eggs into a basket, you put them into the Evan RL basket right now, and it's looking really nice on this Varus. They weren't able to find the punishment because Hollywood was on his way. They didn't want to go for the tower dive there, so things gonna calm down for just a little bit longer, probably not long.
Yeah, and right now, I want to just take a look at how this mid lane matchup is really starting to shake out, because when you look at someone like Tristana, you're looking for early trades. I held that, Chippies.
The Moonfall does tons of damage, but Hunter can't find it. Hunter has been relentless in this top side of Maryville's jungle.
Yep, he knows that, hey, Rumble's in my bot lane. I just need to try and find camp. So he'll get himself a little bit more of those quadrants. He'll force out the flash from Chippies. Some good trades, but I want to see what comes out of it, right? We were talking about it in the last game, and you know, it's all about actualizing these things that you find, these advantages. How do you turn them into real things that help you win the game? And so if Chippies doesn't have flash, how do they punish this? They even force out the ultimate, the cannon barrage. How does that help with Dragon potentially? As Bradley,
Dominus pop from Spyrax just to get a little bit more healthy for that fight, but Spyrax gets away from the trade of Bradley, And something else that's really interesting to me is we have not seen any priority on these dragons so far. Has been a huge mainstay in the other games we've seen in the series so far, but 11 and a half minutes in, 6.5 minutes after first dragon spawn, nobody has even touched it.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm looking at is how does mid lane interact in this game? Because so far we haven't seen much from Bradley or from Spyrax. Spyrax is able to get that roam in on the bot lane, and even though partaking in some of these fights, we haven't seen that, Tristana priority in the mid lane, and maybe we would have quite have expected. So
yeah,
a lot of this is coming off of the back of the bot lane where Shady's able to roam in a mid lane. But take a look at this. How are they taking control of this bot lane and just making sure that the river is all theirs in terms of vision?
Exactly. You just see, at this point, you just need a shark skin for Shady's Thresh, just walking around, just looking for blood. But yeah, I can expect a lot of the eyes for both these teams to go back down towards this bot side. The Dragons still being available there. Maryville actually deciding to potentially actually start it up here, but they're going to get trounced on. It goes over the wall. So at least Hunter is able to find this advantage, get this early dragon. Finally, right? It's going to set that timer going. But a little advantage for Bethany is not going to be the grandest thing, right? You've still got a lot of focus for Maryville down towards this bot side, and especially trying to punish Wizardish, as Orange has been constantly down.
Oh, this is cheeky.
And he's staying. Yeah, it was really close. There's the flash from Shady. The hook from Hollywood gets him out, though. Nicely timed.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the prediction there. And they utilize the flash from Shady, so really important for the next few minutes. Not able to make some more of those flashy plays we might see from them. And Mazel, I saw the dragon. You may have heard me say, I'll hold that as Spyrax. He's just dead.
I don't know, though. Healing? Okay, the bomb's going to be too much. Orange gets the kill. Moonfall now comes down. Shady is here to help out Orange.
Oh, my God.
Get it. Shady's all by himself against Hunter. Going to walk straight into Hollywood and says, here's your hook. I got you this time. As Shady's going to go down to a double kill to Hunter.
All right. That is so lucky. You saw Hunter's HP bar. It was ticking down. And the minions just were like, okay, we're done. Job's done. Like, I don't know what to say. That was so close. They're able to get that. Yeah, they'll be able to grab themselves the first turn on the top lane, but this is a ton of gold being influxed for the Diana. She's already ahead in camp. She's got a gold lead for herself as well. And you see that first item's completed? Well, it's going to continue that way. She's going to continue to get more and more items, going to be rushing for that level 11. And so now, the brains behind LeBron here for Bethany is now in the driver's seat for the advantage.
That's what I love to see. You're getting some developments here for Bethany where it's going to be the Hunter show, at least until these ADCs are coming online, until you're getting a couple more items on the Tristana, the Kai'Sa, things like that. Like, this is going to be about how Hunter maneuvers around the map and how he takes those engages, because you said in the draft, he's their engage. He's the one that's more than likely going to be the front runner.
Oh my God.
Hollywood is just going to get ultied to death here, as Evan RL is now dominating at 6-0 for Maryville.
That's one of those times when you're in comms and you're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead on my screen. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. We'll be able to watch this fight again. Yeah, and take a look at this. They don't know. They know that there's people roaming into mid lane. And while Bradley's able to catch this kill, this is basically Conqueror at its finest. So much healing. He's able to get a little bit of healing from the Triumph. And then look at the minions.
Yeah,
it's a bunch of them. And he moves just out of range, trying to avoid the Thresh ultimate because no one had broken the wall. So it's the first one that does damage. So key for them that shutdown does not go over.
Maryville's going to be sending a not so kind letter to that cannon minion and be like, yo, what was that? Come on now.
Bro,
no, but
come
seriously. It's looking really nice right now comparatively to last game for Bethany. It's looking like a night and day performance, honestly, after the domination that we saw with Maryville early on. And you're getting some gold onto the right members here. The biggest thing for me is as you said, actualizing that. And with no big focus on the objectives so far, those are coming up later on. We still have 2 minutes for another dragon, and Bradley is looking like he was going to get ganked, but is able to get away from that one. But Maryville's still fishing. They are all roaming together, looking for those picks. I'm
not going to lie, Mazel. I know you felt it.
Did he get
there was a sharp intake of breath as soon as you saw that hook come out. You're like, does Shady land these? Thankfully, I think if you're a Bethany fan,
crazier things. I don't know.
Yeah. I was definitely like, Oh man, does that actually go through? That's pretty
I know
nuts.
that shouldn't hit, but does it just connect for some reason?
Yeah, and take a look at this. They're actually holding them in it. So Maryville were trying to find a flank, but Hunter is here. Spyrax is also somehow behind, so they don't know he's here. He's outside of vision. That's a ward.
They do. They got the Dominus here on a Spyrax, immediately flashing out because Evan RL was ulted by Hollywood. Hollywood gets ulted by Evan RL. Hollywood is down. Look at Spyrax taking up the rest of the team, and Moonfall comes in. Look at Hunter! Hunter just dominated the backline of Maryville, but he's got to put on more of a show here if he wants to take this fight for Bethany. Big barrel lands onto Solura. Chippy's over the wall, taking lots of damage onto the enemy members here. Odd Orange chasing them down by himself, but Hunter pulls out the miracle play to take down Evan and Shady.
Okay, tons of factors going into this. Small things at first, right? Hunter has a ton of gold, he got a ton of shutdown, but he also has futures market, so he's able to finish the Rift Maker and get himself the Nashor's Tooth. That's one thing. Two, look at how much damage that Maryville were able to put down in a line. You have the GP ult that comes down, and it's on 2 different fights, so at first this is really good for Maryville. They split it up and have distracted them, but Hunter flashes forward, Moonfall. And I was going to say, Maryville potentially have a huge amount of damage if they're able to keep Bethany on the Equalizer and the Gangplank Ultimate. But, I mean, Hunter just forces the issue. He forces the problem and says, Maryville, you're going to have to answer the Diana at this point.
And the answer right now is for Maryville to start up Rift Herald. As we see coming back into the game, that will be secured by them. Another objective on the board, or at least the second objective on the board. And really just trying to see if they can find an in for this one. You've got to expect it needs to go mid lane because you've got the only outer tower remaining. Yeah. Meanwhile, Hunter is committing to this dragon, will secure that second dragon of the game for Bethany. And, you know, both teams taking their trades where they can.
Yeah, and you look at this, like, who is paying for what, right? Like, there needs to be some kind of balancing act. Solura has definitely kind of taken a bit in the bullet and said, hey, look, guys, I'm playing weak side Shen. I'm just going to allow this to happen. But you look at what the rest of his team is able to get. Bradley is slowly eking out a little bit of an advantage, but most of this is just playing around Hunter. He's 3 levels over Odd Orange. And basically all of the CS difference that's in Chippies is in Hunter at this point. So everybody get into the Diana basket, get in the backpack. Hunter's taking everybody to school. You know, he's got, I remember looking at the surveys when we were asking some of the players about certain questions. You know, the meme for Hunter is that he has a big white car and he just drives around and he's like, I gotta go ask Willem. Whenever they ask a question, it's like, I gotta go confer with Willem, and it's his car. He takes everybody around in the snowball.
Yes.
So,
oh,
Bethany.
my God. Oh, Moonfall came in from Hunter. The Equalizer gets the standing added on top as well. Spyrax trying to stop Bradley from engaging the fight. Here's the TP in from Chippies on the side. The Cannon Barrage to preclude that. And nobody able to follow it up. It was so close. Hunter was so close to getting the kills, as well as so close to getting killed. But nothing happens. And this is the type of tension that you're expecting in a game like this.
Yeah, and Maryville, the entire time, I mean, Bethany is trying to find some kills, trying to answer back because of how hard Maryville is pushing into the mid lane, but they lose a tier 1 in mid. They lose a ton of health on that second tier 2. So Maryville, they come out even, right? No one dies in that fight, but that is a huge amount of pressure for them later on into the game. Let's see if it pays off once we get to that point. But Bethany, they need to kind of turn some of these leads into an advantage. How does Bethany utilize and leverage Hunter? He's finding kills, but just not quite available to kind of turn them into like real kills so they can get stuff for them.
Something else for me that's really interesting to take a peek at is, first of all, the gold lead, right? Maryville are not very far in the lead, about 1.3k, but it's the CSs that are crazy to me. You've got like a 60 CS lead for Hunter in the jungle. Meanwhile, you're about to get Flame Horizon for Solura. It's just so topsy-turvy across the board. And
they're doing
it
this.
Just means that both teams have different advantages, and they started up, they get it about a quarter down, but they immediately pull away. There's the death sentence plus the dark passage. Oh no, goodness, they're gonna get the combo reversed on them as Hunter does so much damage right now.
Guys,
oh, the Equalizer. Odd Orange was waiting for that one. Wizard just walks up a little too far.
All right, that's funny.
They immediately start up the Baron. Baron's getting very low very quickly. And the rest of Maryville are not really here to respond.
Cannon Barrage available.
The Dominus. As Baron about 4,000 health here. Odd Orange is there. They've got Stand United coming in. Spyrax is into the pit.
No.
Spyrax is just dead, and so is Odd Orange. Bethany have come away with everything as they get the Baron.
Uh-oh, hey, Chippy's wrong area, guys.
No. Why are you there, Chippies? Okay, Bradley goes down anyways, but it's still a dub here for Bethany as they do secure another objective for themselves.
Man, Niles on the desk was right. Maybe Maryville should stay from the Baron, guys.
Yeah, I think so.
It turns out the alum knows a little bit more than maybe some people. But hey, that was a really great start, and I think a miscall from Maryville. I think that when you look at this, I wonder if we have a vision toggle for this. So Shady finds the hook. They don't know that anybody else is here, so they're like, okay. And then they see Wizardish.
Oh,
so
poor
they think that maybe
Evan
Wizardish. They're like, maybe Wizardish isn't strong enough to like a 2v2 for them, but then they keep going for this, and you know, awesome that Odd Orange is able to find this. The auto execute from the Equalizer comes through, and I was wondering how long are Maryville going to wait for this fight, because cooldowns for top lane are not quite available. There's no Stand United, there's no Cannon Barrage until this very moment when they call for it, but no Equalizer available for them means can't really do much in this pit. Spyrax is sitting back, can't do all that much damage. There's a Shen ult. There's no one really to cut down on any of the shielding, so they just pick up a few more kills. They pick up a Baron, and correctly, I think Maryville kind of bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, and that's the moment that Bethany have really turned this around, turned the gold lead around as well, as they're now 2,000 in the lead. With that double ADC composition, it's going to be feeling really, really nice, and especially, my God, what a performance Hunter is having on this Diana, just picking up his team, saying, we got this, guys.
I was talking with the coach, and I was, you know,
look at that gold diff.
Hunter, it's huge, man. The gold diff, it's one of those games when you're in solo queue, hey, you just type jungle diff in chat, in all chat. That's just how it goes. They're gonna be able to get themselves a Ocean Drake. I mean, the best part about this for Maryville is that they send so many members that Bethany don't actually get to use all that much of their Baron. So some delay there, and a little bit of a mistake in terms of how much they need to prioritize this objective. But Hunter, he's not really one to give a lot of sentimental speeches, but last night he gave a good one to the boys. He's like, hey, look, we have a strong game tomorrow. Everybody get some rest. I don't advise you guys to be playing too many solo queue games. Like, play one or two, but not too many. I want us all to be rested, and I want us all ready to beat Maryville tomorrow. And, you know, it starts here. It starts in this game 3 and potentially going all the way.
As you said, all of these games are best of ones for Bethany. They have to win every single game from here on out to book that ticket to the finals. Maryville definitely do not want that to happen. Although they are down 3 dragons to 0, they found the engage. Hunter going to take some damage. They decide not to go on, but maybe realizing the last time they did that didn't go so well for them.
Yeah, most people would be like, wow, he got the Equalizer. But if you look at Odd Orange and you look at his ultimate, he has Ultimate Hunter. He has a bunch of cooldown reduction. That thing is like close to 35 seconds, especially once he gets level 16. He's a bit far away from that, but it's an it's like 40, 50 seconds at this point. It comes up within every wave and a half or so. So at this point, it's a glorified basic ability for Rumble.
Yeah. See how much Odd Orange is able to use that basic ability, if you will. The bot lane is the focus for Bethany right now, as they're trying to take down this outer tower. Will be the last outer tower for Maryville here as well, so able to get some of that pressure around the map for Bethany. Bradley staying around a little bit. Does have the rocket.
He knows. The Spidey sense tingles.
Yeah, well, he's also got the ward, watches Shady walk up to him like a shark. He's like, he still pops it though. Okay, he's just gonna get away. I like Shady's initiative there, but not going to find exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, and let's, you know, I think we have a little bit of a break, I hope, for right now, as both teams are kind of resetting back onto the map. They're trying to mobilize. We need to take stock of where we are in the game, right? Like, it's 3,000 gold for Bethany. We were in a similar position in this in game 1, and the Ocean Souls yet again on the precipice of being a win condition for Bethany. If they're able to get that, Renekton is the saddest champion. Evan RL as well. I mean, Chippy's probably has the most burst damage, but so far, the key driving factor to each of these fights is where has Chippy's been? We haven't seen him really connect in the team fights, and I think Bethany going to try to make the kill.
Here he is. He's going to get trounced on by 4 members as Chippy's tries to do a little bit of damage, but doesn't do much. Wizardish picks up another kill. That's a nice little catch out. Maryville not really finding a response across the rest of the map either.
They can get mid lane turret. I think that's just mid turret. That's a huge wave. I mean, it's just Shen. Oh, it's so close. Okay, so he gets the attention of the cannon minion. They're not gonna be able to take this mid. Oh, wait, minions.
Oh my god. Oh
no!
my god, the minion got
observers.
It.
Okay, it's gone. Okay, thank God.
Oh,
I was like, if that lives at 1
I
HP,
saw that
that's so tilting.
the last melee minion. Yeah.
Oh,
it was
man.
just like,
Okay.
bonk. Done.
Okay. I was gonna say it's very bad for Maryville if that mid turret doesn't go down, because like you're saying, they don't get much in the trade for it. Because that ends up going down, they have a little bit easier time pushing out this wave all the way and potentially threatening for an inhibitor if they don't want to try and contest for this Ocean Drake, which I can't imagine they won't. It's a minute and a half. Chippy's has respawn. He's basically at like core items right now. He's got he's got Essence Reaver, IE. He's where he wants to be, but that damage needs to land on some of these members.
Well, and Evan needs to find good positioning here, not getting got. He has 7 kills on the Varus. He has his 3-item spike. He is strong, but he can't get caught, right? We've seen the burst damage potential coming out. The follow-up, you've got Bradley, you've got Wizardish, you've got Hunter specifically. Spyrax goes TPing into the mid lane, immediately forcing a reposition from Bethany. Shady finds the hook, doesn't go in for it though. The ulti will be used by Hollywood.
Oh,
Spyrax
Bradley,
goes in on Bradley. Buster shot comes out. There's Wizardish using the killer instinct onto Spyrax. Doesn't find the damage. Moonfall is a 3-man wombo combo, as that is the party that Hunter has made for himself. That is a huge pickup for Bethany as they find the fight. They find the members they need to. Chippies and Spyrax, the only ones left.
There we go. That is exactly what I wanted to see. We were talking about it all series. They turned the Hunter lead into something real. Maryville were trying to punish Bethany. They said, hey, we know you're not doing Baron. Well, guess what? You're either going to have to answer for this mid lane or you're going to have to come and fight us. And that time around, Maryville tried to take the fight to Bethany. They're not able to find it. They call in TPs. They're going to try and take this on spawn, but this is such a difficult try for the solo laners.
I don't know if they can do it. Chippies was trying to be the last bastion. Flashes over the wall here, and this will be Ocean Soul unless a miracle happens. Going over to Bethany. Spyrax taking a lot of damage here from Hunter.
Look at
over
Hunter.
The wall. There's another bunch of damage coming in from the Moonfall as well, and the Dragon secured. So look at those health bars just going right back to full. Bethany are completely controlling this game right now. Sub 29 minutes. They've got everything they could ask for.
Ocean Soul, Baron in their back pocket. Hunter's the highest level in the game. I mean, it doesn't get much better. We'll get the replay of this, and I love the start of this for Maryville. I don't want to take anything away from them. Look at how this starts. They get a ton out from Bethany. They're able to force the flash away from Bradley, and at this point, you're saying, okay, back off, reset, and come back into the fight. But it's right here. Hunter finds a 3-man. And look at where Chippies is. He can't land a shock. He can't land any of his barrels. The ultimate just barely isn't able to kill Wizardish. And by the time that some of the solo laners from Maryville are able to kind of come back into this fight and fight for something and fight back against Bethany, it's too late. The fight is already over. And Mazel, I don't know if we cast or cursed it, but this is feeling like a Bethany. Bethany are looking to try and take themselves to a game 4.
Yeah, just about under 7,000 gold. Hunter gets caught here, but as we've seen time and time again, it doesn't matter if you catch out Hunter because he has stasis, he has health, he can survive, and now with the Ocean Soul, they can just stay around and keep pressuring on Maryville just like Maryville has done to them.
And the side lanes become so difficult now that you're able to kind of turn Wizardish into a mobile assassin. You can go into the side lane and suddenly Killer Instinct level 16. Boom, you can't do anything. You have Shen, who's also able to sit in a side lane and at a moment's notice can pop in with the Stand United. So the team composition finally coming on alive, and really what we were expecting from Bethany coming into this series to begin with.
And at this point, Maryville just trying to grasp at straws, trying to find something to do because they can't defend against this push. The hook goes in. They've already found the damage. Hunter with another insane Moonfall that is just obliterating people. The last 2 members from Maryville will go down. They've got Baroned up minions. They've got all the push they could ask for. They've got a 13-1 Hunter on Diana. Bethany Lutheran College make it a series. They take their first game. It is now 2-1 in Maryville's favor.
Okay, I don't want to say with call it a comeback quite yet, but it starts here, like we've been saying. Fantastic job from them. Bethany, oh man, that is such a good win, and especially off the back of Hunter, who I think a lot of people coming into this would have just been like, okay, eyes on Wizardish, eyes on Bradley. Second fiddle usually to Bradley, coming up huge in this game 3.
The brains is the brawn, both of them. In actuality, man, Hunter just pulled out some serious playmaking. I have to say the early engages, like the early findings of Odd Orange in the jungle was what made it for me. And the fact that the rest of the team was able to follow that up so nicely with that double ADC composition, it's giving me so much hope for Bethany. And this is exactly what we wanted to look for. And when we were coming into this, we said, Bethany backs up against the wall. We know these players can play. We know that they can execute. And here they did.
Yeah, they had a fantastic series, and I'm glad to see them back on their feet a little bit with some comfort picks like the Kaisa for Wizardish. And, they're breaking up some of what we would consider monotony in terms of the pool of champions picked. But I'm glad to see that, they're back on their feet just a little bit. Now, I hope that they're fully planted and ready to go the distance in this series, as Maryville still, it's one win and you're done. So I know Niles was like, hey, it's not like best of threes where, with the AHU and ISU game, you potentially could get 5 games of that any time of the day. But this time, Maryville 2-1, they lead the series, but that reverse sweep is there.
The reverse sweep dream is there. We'll see how that all works out. Bethany battled back from the brink of destruction, and when we return, the State Farm Analyst Desk will be breaking down their win.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. Maryville ends up taking the L in game number 3. Bethany coming out strong to push this series to a game number 4. If y'all thought we were in for a 3-0, you are sorely mistaken. So with that, I think there's a lot of good things that we can look at. Yeah, Niles, you have officially lost the prediction game just in number. How does that cut you, sir?
Yeah, I didn't expect the Hunter 1v9 show on the Diana. It's my bad. It's my bad.
Yeah, I think that's a very good place for us to start, because I know both of you, when we were talking, were saying, oh, Diana, that is something maybe we didn't expect to see, and Niles, so strong right off the bat.
Yeah, so one thing about this bot lane is that the bot lane will have priority, but Diana does something really smart, actually. She skips Gromp to get the crab before Rumble can finish clearing. When champions like this are in the game, like Rumble or Diana, either they skip camps or they're late to crab, right? And so this ends up Shady getting killed because Shady wants to roam top to help secure top crab because he doesn't want the Rumble to get double scuttled. And so it's sort of a snowball. So it's really smart by Hunter to skip the Gromp so that he's there early on the crab and he beats Rumble to it.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate how important these crab fights can be for getting a jungler ahead. Diana, as soon as she was locked in, I was like, okay, I love Diana personally. I would like to see more of her, but she is a risky pick. Off camera, Niles even was like, she's kind of a riskier Rumble, right? Like you really want to get ahead so she can just take over fights and skirmishes, right? She's an incredible duelist. She can take over team fights as soon as she has a few items, but that's if she's ahead, right? And so this play actually ends up being so important because of how they protect the crab, because Maryville end up losing out with Shady getting caught on the rotation, which isn't necessarily his fault. It's just a result of how both of these teams reacted to the play. So I really liked not only Hunter taking over this entire game on Diana, but also how Bethany were able to play around him.
As a region, we've developed a lot of feelings about Scuttle as of late, and here we're seeing just how important it can be in any context. But nonetheless, I think that with a team like Bethany, right, you're looking to see, can they continue to hold their own and have great moments for the rest of the game? And Niles, they definitely found ways to take advantage.
Yeah, so once Hunter got his advantage, he really did a good job of fighting with it. So this is a really good look onto Auto Orange in the jungle. One thing that you should note, though, is that Varus is actually committing towards his Herald fight, whereas Kai'Sa is bot. So it feels good to get the kill on Rumble, but you actually don't have a numbers advantage because Varus is here, right? And if you watch Kai'Sa, she's kind of going in between mid and bot. She's not sure what to do, right? So this is a really big point for Maryville, and I thought that after this, they'd be favored to win this game. But some good team fights from Hunter ended up bringing it back. But it was really important to highlight how Hunter was doing a good job transferring his lead, and I want to see Maryville continue to play around Herald like they did in that fight, and it should be good for them.
And if you're looking at the side of Maryville, right, and what they need to do to have their strong players to be able to take control of the game, we've looked at players like Shady to do so in their wins. There were some dicey Barons even in game number 1 that maybe shouldn't have went their way. And Emily, we kind of saw the consequence here of when the Barons really are just slipping through their hands.
Yeah, so this is a great hook by Shady, but the problem is that it's on a Diana, who is already incredibly snowballed, and the rest of the team is able to collapse. I said this in Countdown, but the biggest advantage for Bethany is when they were playing these team compositions around the Shen, when they can collapse on whoever is there around and support whoever their damage dealer is. And in this case, it's Diana. As soon as Shady lands that hook, Bethany is there, and she just destroys Maryville, ends up resulting in this Baron. And yeah, I mean, I still think Shady played this game really well. He probably wants this hook back because of what ended up happening. But I think that's more of a consequence of the game state, right? He lands that on anyone else, it's probably a good pick for them.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add that one thing that's been consistent for Bethany is the Shin pick, and one thing that Maryville has been failing to do is play around their TP disadvantage. So in that play, Shin is bot lane ready to join with ulti and TP, whereas GP is down TP, right? So they're making a play around Baron, but GP is bot with no TP, and this has been something consistent by Maryville that they're messing up on, and so that's definitely something that Bethany can exploit if they keep picking Shin.
We do have another moment to relive here in this game, brought to you by Stream Recap, because at this point, Emily, we talked so much about the power of Diana and the difficulty of MU to keep her down. The team fights are tough.
Yeah, and I want people to watch Spyrax here too, because he really tries to get onto Bradley, but Bradley just kind of ults him away. And here is just the insane Diana damage. You see that Chippies is actually able to do a lot of damage with his barrels at this point, and the ultimate, but it's not enough when Diana can just absolutely explode people like this. And also because Maryville were unable to get onto a damage dealer like Bradley, he ends up being able to rejoin as well. So it's just at this point in the game, it's kind of lost. Diana is just going to take over any fight she's in. And since Maryville were unable to set up side lanes, like we were talking off camera about how maybe they should have focused a little bit more on their side lane pressure, on trying to play a little bit more around when they were aware that they had a TP advantage to push out their side lanes, because no one's going to be able to really go up against GP in a side lane unless it's Diana, and you don't want her there. You want her with the rest of the team if you're Bethany. So that's something else that I think Maryville can also focus on for the next game.
Yeah, and just to add on to that point, I think that the GP pick, even though Chippy has been getting big CS leads, I think his team fighting has not been particularly good. His TP usage has been pretty bad. So I'd like to see him get away from the GP, even though he's looking good on lane, maybe go to a Gnar or something else that can really pressure the Shen, because Bethany's consistently blinding Shen. So I'd like to see him pick sort of like a frontline bruiser into the Shen instead of the GP.
And all good things to keep in mind, because as we go into the next game, we do know that Bethany have actually selected red side. And while they did find the success on blue side in game number 3, Emily, it does seem like they do prefer to make the swap to red whenever they get the opportunity.
Well, they were still on red, but I mean, I think Bethany's so comfortable on red side. I think because they pick these, you know, like they bring out the Diana, they bring out, you kind of know what Maryville's ban rotation is going to be, and I actually don't mind their ban rotation. I'm not like picking them apart in draft or anything, but I think if you are Bethany and you're going into this and you're like, you know, we do think this team has, you know, better macro than us, or maybe they have like better hands if you average across all positions. Like, how are we going to win? We're going to win by playing our style. We're going to win by locking in some of these weird counter picks that they might not be expecting and playing around those. And I think consistently outside of the Bradley Victor pick, I think they've been playing around their team compositions really well, even in their losses. So they're super comfortable on this red side. And I don't know, I appreciate a team that's comfortable on red side, even though I think blue side has some pretty obvious advantages.
Always things that you have to consider, but when we are going forward with this, I think that one thing to point out, you both had mentioned the fact that Maryville in the later portion of the game, not necessarily going for that side lane pressure like maybe they should have. And one thing that we saw in our games prior to today is sometimes that later stage posing some difficulty in closing out. So Niles, do you think that Maryville is a team that might have a bit of that struggle if Bethany manages to kind of push them in even footing when it comes to the later game, if they don't find out those strategies to be able to close it?
Yeah, so I think that Maryville, they've showed that they have a better macro game, but when they're just sitting 5 mid, when they have TPs up on Renekton and GP, and they're not pressuring side lanes at all, the winning side lanes, they don't mean anything, right? And the things that they've showed in other series, they aren't really showing in this series. So I think it's very important that whenever they get a winning top lane matchup, which I expect they will, the past 3 games, it's been domination in the top lane, that Chippies really needs to play side lanes more. Like, use his TP. Don't be so worried about your core 3 mid, especially if they get Thresh again. Varus is so safe mid lane to clear waves with Thresh, right? Don't be over-indexing on the mid lane grouping. Just play side lanes more and you'll get an advantage.
All I know is Moonfall sounds like it would be a pleasant experience, but when you're on the receiving end of it, like in that game, definitely put some fire beneath your feet, as Bethany have put the fire beneath the feet of Maryville, bringing themselves back to life in this series to keep it going to another game. Find out if they can push it the distance right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the League of Legends College Championship here. Game number 4 kicking off soon. I am Mazel, joined by Alk Battery yet again, as we have gone from the brink of almost being done with the day to now hoping for that 5-game series here. Bethany able to come back in that game number 3. Got to see if they can keep it going, though, in game number 4, Alk.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you're coming into the series, you look at the desk, they're like Maryville 3-0, 3-1. So a lot of people have their eyes on Maryville to win this, and I think it's fair. Maryville have been one of the best teams that we've had in collegiate in basically since its inception. So I'm really glad to see that they are still having a strong foot, but Bethany, a team that wasn't in top 32, finally making a run all the way up. I wonder how far that will go, right? Does the buck end here, or do they move on to top 2 and try to finish potentially as a second place or a first place winner? That's kind of like my big dream there.
I just find this whole story between these two organizations, these two programs, right, so interesting. On one side, you have the invitees, you know, Bethany coming in, not making it in the initial grouping, but able to come through. Columnar having a ton of confidence in the team itself and how they like to build, how they like to play. On the other side, Zoo looking for legacies, man. This dude is trying to cement everything that Maryville has done in the past to continue that forward, and just such different things coming into play for both these squads, or both these programs at least. But when it's on the Rift, it's all about
I think I may have
I wonder if you lost me. I think my internet went out for a
second.
But
I think
back.
It may have been mine. I think it was mine. I saw I saw my. It's fine. I got lost.
Fine.
It happens to me.
I wanna highlight here, Maryville have turned the page. They have banned Hunter's Diana away. So, you know, there's things that come out, little miracles, and one of them is a change in draft ban order for
Oh my god, Gwen made it through. What?
Pick the Gwen. They banned it away in all the other games. They make it through. It makes it through. First pick on the other side, though. Shady gets his tried and true taken away from him, where Bethany gets the Thresh and the Udyr combination.
Okay, interesting. So I was wondering, we're seeing some adaptations, right? Maryville, they dropped the Gwen ban, and same thing for Bethany. They end up just dropping the Udyr ban and taking away Senna. So they want to say, hey, no more Senna TK. Let's see you pick up something a little bit different. We're going to take the Thresh and the Udyr, but they've given away Gwen, which I think is super dangerous. Spyrax has been an upcoming mid laner that I know a lot of people have had their eyes on, and Chippy's, I mean, no slouch within himself, has been really, really fantastic throughout this entire tournament. So really interesting that this is the champion that they want to give up, and we'll have to see if Bethany's Gambit ends up kind of paying off here.
We will. Solera gonna wrap up the shit yet again. Might as well just put in a little bow, give it to him nice,
man,
get the
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Coming through. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I like it. I do want to see what Hunter's gonna be able to pull off on this Udyr, though. A little bit different this time around from that Diana pop-up performance that he had last time around. Not gonna have the Moonfall on his side, but we will see if that pace advantage that Udyr can typically get is going to work to Bethany's fruition there. As we're getting into the second phase of bans, the typical Morgana ban comes out from Bethany, as Maryville are still looking to pick up their jungler at some point here. And the next couple bans for Maryville, I feel like, are very, very important. You can either focus the ADC, you can focus going down these solo lanes, whatever you want to do. Samira is their first ban.
Good. Yeah, they want to take that away from Wizardish. The favorite combo between these two is they would play Samira Rel. Every time you see a Kai'Sa matchup, it's like, cool, all right, cool. So we have the counter and we kill you in lane. So
no big
looks
deal.
like they want to get rid of that. I wonder if they'll try to force Wizardish onto like a Varus and try to call his bluff, say, hey, are you going to play this or champion, or are you going to try and default to a more supportive AD carry? So I like this coming out from Maryville. They kind of try to keep their chips a little bit closer to their heart and try to kind of hide their cards.
Yeah, we do have the Chippies Gnar banned away as the last ban for Bethany. Trying to take away some of that Prower in the top lane. Yep, good. Might as well. The Victor also banned away by Maryville. The first pick of the second phase for Bethany is going to be the Tristana.
Okay, cool. It allows them to be flexible, and if they want, they can just take this bot lane and just do whatever they want, and it still gives Bradley counter pick. So it forces them to show where Chippy
oh my
is
God.
going to go. And Spyrax, okay, that's one. Are they going to do the 2-3 and try to pick up a Nidalee here potentially? There's a lot of magic damage here. And while you have an AD mid laner, Merc Treads is starting to gain steam in terms of value as Maryville. Are you going to do it? Are you going to actually pick Sejuani?
There's no way. There's no way. Oh,
yeah! Lock it in!
It gets locked in! Maryville with a little bit of spice coming in here in this 4th game.
Okay, so for everybody at home, that's like, why is Sejuani a champion? She's been catching some buffs here and there. Her clear speed isn't all that bad. And, I mean, if you really want, we see that Chippies has, like, Ignite Teleport. You can go, like, Exhaust Smite on her. You can do a ton as, okay, Bethany, all right, we're pulling out the Lucian counter. We're trying to go for with
all the way.
Here. That's cheeky. I don't know if the new itemization makes it much harder for the Annie matchup. I know we saw this on LCS finals, if I'm correct. Some iteration of like Jensen playing this matchup, but this is like, that's dark tech, man.
That's the dark. They've been busting out all the dark tech. First time it didn't work out for them, but hey, this time around the Annie's gonna work. I can feel it.
Yeah.
But it is really interesting to me, the differences in the composition, at least that we're seeing this time, the strategies at least from both sides, because Maryville finally changing it up, not going the tried and true that they've been going the last couple of games. They get a little bit of a different way of kind of adapting their composition. They get the Nautilus there for Shady, which is going to be a little bit different, but still has all that onus that you're looking for Shady. And on the other side, you know, it's not the Diana, but you've got huge pace control with the Udyr, and especially when you're looking at that bot lane, I've got to say my eyes are on Wizardish on this Tristana to really pop off this game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the resets are super important, but as you get into the game, a lot of this is on Maryville, right? Like they're coming into this game, they have a strong dueling top laner versus Shen. You have, I mean, Spyrex on this Lucian, but I mean, Udyr just runs into this backline, and Udyr doesn't care that suddenly Chippies has, you know, is like untargetable to range CC. He just runs in there. So, I mean, again, we've seen it time and time again where the bot lanes are super influential, and this time it's Hollywood on the Thresh. So I want to see how both of these guys kind of pair up. Does Shady finally kind of try to higher, you know, kind of increase his duo percentage? Or is it just Wizard and Hollywood running across the map?
We shall see as we are now on to the Rift. Teams have taken their places. These are all just best of ones for Bethany Lutheran College as their backs are still up against the wall. They have to win the next 2 games straight. And the only way to start off that run is getting this second game under your belt. There is a late invade from Maryville University here coming in through the top lane, or the top side jungle here, and it will just be that red stolen away.
Okay, and I like this. It not only sets Hunter behind what appears to be about 10 to 15 seconds in terms of his clear speed, which will buy them a little bit of time. Solora needs to be very careful with how he takes his top lane trade because, I mean, Gwen literally wins almost every single 1v1 in the game. Like, especially just because, like, you not only get extra damage on your auto attacks, you get a bonus attack speed, a bonus attack range, and you just get to do this. And he's taking a little bit of a much deeper trade there. That one, you know, you kind of lose out on the HP trade, but he knows at any moment, Solora's gonna have to be careful of potentially Sejuani following up.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. It's like knowing that they started on that side of the map. You gotta be real careful up there. Spyrex taking a huge trade for Bradley early on, but able to get a couple shots back. More than likely how we're gonna see that lane kind of trade out there from both sides. But it is the opposite side here for Hunter as we see him going for that invade, trying to get some of those camps for himself after his entire top is taken away. Was thinking about going for the gank? I don't know.
This is such a dangerous mission. Like look at this wave. Oh, I love. Oh my God, Hunter. Holy Hunter.
He's trying to go with the big brain there.
He's on one.
Chill, bro.
He's on one after that game. He's after that game 3. He's on one. He's like, I'm doing this. You can't stop me anymore. I'm feeling myself after this. But this is so dangerous. Has to be careful. Has no flash. Probably will get stunned up, but I don't think Spyrex can really follow up here. I was gonna say before this started, this was such a good spot for Bethany in their mid lane because you see that Bradley ended up pulling off the wave and he's trying to force Spyrex to step up. He has flash, he has ignite, and Spyrex steps up, he's dead.
Yeah, there's no ifs, ands, buts about it. We will get the trade of scuttles here. Top one going to Chippies, and bot one going to Hunter and the rest. Hey, I mean, as long as you're getting resources in the Gwyn, that's all that matters, right? As Hunter was actually coming up here to try and get that double scuttle going, but luckily Chippy's too big brain himself.
Yeah, and look at the pathing. So he actually won't be seen. Really important that he's not seen on the scuttle there, because now he has access to this whole top side. So what ends up happening now is, I mean, Hunter just gets the 3 quadrant. He did his top side, he went to his bot side, he ganked mid, and Orange, he didn't have time. He immediately moves down, and he skips out on his Krugs, but will miss out on a little bit of gold compared to Hunter here. And he doesn't get the wolf.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tragic. Is he going to try and go into blue buff? Oh, no!
That is so unfortunate.
Oh.
We'll see that Gromp is still there. Probably going to get baited into starting this while Hunter just walks straight at him here. Hunter's looking to get out, though. Chippies is right here around the corner. They've got a ton of damage, and Chippies has the synergy with the Sejuani. Look at the stun. Look at the damage. Hunter getting low. Snip, snip your life as first blood goes over to Chippies. And that is huge for the Gwyn. They're going to find a second one. Solura just stuck and paralyzed with nothing to do. A double kill for the top laner of Maryville.
Okay, Hunter, getting a little too fancy feet on that one. The flash is starting to come back to roost. The mistakes of, hey, I'm just going to try and flash over this and see what happens. He ends up getting punished. And I mean, that right there sets Chippy up so well against this Shen. Has a level lead. We'll also have this. This is just kind of a big mistake. They know that they've already called in the TP from Chippies. So at this point, it's like, okay, just back off. We can't really do all that much.
Yeah.
Let him die. But Solura, I mean, he TPs for this.
It was
he
so
TPs
close.
for this.
Yeah.
And ends up going down. Oh.
Not the early play that you're looking for Bethany, but they do find the hook here onto Shady. Nice little stun combo here as well with the Phoenix form doing tons of damage. Bradley now coming in. Passes forward. They get the stun. Shady goes back into his death. As Bradley's going to get the kill. That's the first one on the board for Bethany.
Okay, and Bradley was trying to take a reset here, so they need to help him push out this wave, but that's so good. Get themselves the kill. They enforce a ton of ignites, and they force out Shady's flash, but he goes right back in. He's thinking, okay, maybe they'll try and dive under their turret, and I can try to force maybe an HP trade or get some more summoners, but not enough for him as they find a kill onto Shady, and this is what I was talking about. Look at that. Both of the AD carries are just farming solo at this point. And oh, I love this from Evan. Thank you for the wave manipulation. Activate Shady. Yeah, and Bethany recognized we can't actually back. We need to unfreeze this lane or I'm really in trouble.
Yeah, you still, I mean, that's the thing for this bot lane, right? It's still on such a knife's edge. You're looking for both ADCs to get hyperscaling, getting further. Oh my god, that hook from Shady.
Oh.
Gonna get Wizardish right on the tip. Hollywood gonna have to give his life for it. As Evan RL gets the kill. Early success for Maryville in this game, number 4.
Oh god. Okay, and a lot of this comes off of that wave reset. If Wizardish was able to kind of come back out onto the map a little bit stronger, finish some of his itemization, this could have been the start of a dragon here, which Bethany have done a really great job throughout the series, getting the first couple of drakes for themselves. So really close call there, and I mean, so far we're seeing just an awesome play around the board. I think some really interesting wave manipulation as Shady. That's
cheeky. That was cheeky.
Yeah, that's cheeky. But I mean, like they're just trying to get the redeploy across and end up getting punished for it right there from Bethany.
And I have to say, Orange is just like a machine right now, showing up where he needs to be, getting the stuns, getting the CC to set up Spyrax and Chippies and Evan RL, and that's going to work out really nicely for them as we go further on. But it's the other side. It's Bradley on this Annie who can have such influence once he can get Tibbers into a fight. Once you're getting into those team fights, it can get really topsy-turvy, and where Bethany can actually pull away some of the picks.
Yeah, similar to kind of like the Diana, right? Like you just land the ultimate, it's a huge stun. I would imagine that it'd probably be just safer to try and land the point and click stun because it's
probably
just like, you can't flash out of that one, and just try to force some cleanses. But we'll have to watch to see where that Tibbers lands because it is pretty massive. And again, this is an Annie that if she really wants to, if the game gets really late, can start to be kind of like a secondary support where she applies the shield, she gives a bunch of movement speed to some of her allies. So that is open to them as you see Bethany. They're going to get the first Drake. They're going to get themselves a Malin. And, you know, I was hoping we would get to 5 games Mazel so that potentially we can get that Infernal Soul that you were hoping for, but we'll have to see what the second Drake
We'll
here is.
see. We'll see. We still got a chance. We got a chance.
Yeah.
It is Maryville who do respond on the other side of the map, though, to this Dragon play with their own, with the Rift Herald. And I do find it really interesting that we had, like, it was early dragons, right, earlier on, and now we're getting those later dragons. We're getting 8.5 minutes for the first dragon, where these teams are, you know, being very cautious in how they're approaching the neutral objectives, how they're approaching the different sides of the map, and especially with this kind of rougher early game for Bethany, they need to find something, and they're looking bot lane. They don't find it.
I love that. All right, just uses the killer instinct to say, okay, I'm not getting hit by this.
Okay, I understand.
All right, man. Yeah, I'm okay, fine. You got my ultimate, cool. But I mean, this is a relatively early Drake. Consider what we've gotten before, right? Like last game was I think 12 to 13 minutes. And every time we've seen Maryville take this trade, they say, okay, look, we're going to give up the first Drake, and we're going to look for Rift Herald to try and either activate one of our laners or try to cheat for mid priority when it comes to that next objective that we want. So I just wonder, again, like, what does this come from? I know that Niles was talking about it on the desk. You know, we're looking at Chippy's team fighting hasn't been super sharp, and he has come up clutch in certain moments, but what do we get from this Gwen pick? You started off 2-0. We need to see that turn into something actionable for Maryville.
Well, you're talking sharp, and there's a big old pair of scissors in Gwen's hands. So we'll see what happens, how sharp those scissors are. But yeah, that 2-0 lead early on is going to be nice, but I need to see them propel that into something more here as objectives have been starting to get taken down a little bit. The map pressure's kind of moving and flexing a little bit. We're seeing that Shady and Evan RL are redeploying to that mid lane now.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, this is just how they want to move, right? Like, they're saying we can take this timer for right now. Evan has double summoners. I should look to try and do something mid, because so far Bradley has really kind of pressured Spyrax. It isn't amounting to all that much. You see that he's constantly have to play in fog as Bradley.
Ooh,
what?
Nice hook, and then the CC chain on top. It's like a tsunami coming in onto Bradley, and that is a big pickup here for the mid lane and for just in general Maryville University.
All right, someone's gonna clip that. I already know. All right, someone's gonna clip that. Someone's gonna take a picture. It's like the story with like beginning and end.
I mean, that's just what Shady does. That's just what Shady
that
does.
Hook. That hook needs to be investigated by the right officials.
That's why I thought the death sentence in the other game was gonna connect. It's like sometimes it just connects. You don't know how it happened.
Sometimes it just lollipops and you just, oops, there you go, you get hit. So really big find for them. Really huge, because so far, I mean, I was talking about it before that fight. Bradley has been, you know, stable in the mid lane. He's been trying to push Spyrax out of lane and try to keep some kill pressure onto him. But this amount of gold now will be a really nice influx for the solution to try and put himself at least a little bit of a pedestal. We'll get the replay. Thank you, operators. Thank you for all the officials back there. Look at this. Okay, there's a minion. He's behind the minion.
Oh my god,
what?
no. That's just expertly done from Shady. That is just so good.
Ah, man,
no,
that's
I gotta give that to Shady. Spyrax gets in trouble in the mid lane, though. Dashes, blast cone right over the edge, and that's beautiful. As now Hunter is gonna be locked up, and as an Udyr, can't do much when you're glacially impaired. We'll see what happens as Needlework comes out, gets the kill for Chippies, who is now on a killing spree. That was also the Stand United used by Solura, did not complete because Hunter died.
Yeah, again, Hunter kind of dies in that same area, and the entire time during that fight, the bot lane for Maryville just decided, let's just dive Wizardish. We know that Hollywood's mid. They can't stop us. We see everybody on the map. Just kill them. Go for the 2v2. So really great job. Get themselves a plate in the meantime. Push that wave. Put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. 6-1 now for Maryville. And constantly finding the jungler for Bethany is starting to become a trend for Maryville. As we'll get that replay, Mazel. Just look at this bot lane. Oh my god.
So good. Yeah.
I'll allow that. Look, that hook deserves to land. That one. That one's not under investigation.
Both summoner spells also burned by Wizardish, so they could repeat here very soon against the flashless, healless Tristana, as that could be very likely. I do want to say, though, one thing for me is Chippies has been, you know, influenced the fights in mid, has been roaming, still up like 40 CS. So it's really looking good for the top lane. I feel like Bethany need to find something up there. They've got to stop Chippies from just becoming this monstrosity that Gwen can be.
Well, Mazel, if you wait 15 minutes, I promise you that Bethany will try to kill him with 4 members. We've seen it every game.
All right.
It will happen. It may be a little bit later,
holding you to
but
do that.
it will happen.
We'll see. Next dragon is coming up. We still have hope here. We still have hope. It's Cloud Dragon for our second dragon of the game. With Bethany right around the dragon pit. Could look to go for it, but Maryville are baiting it out. They're setting it up with this bot lane trio, and Spyrax also roaming down before.
This is super dangerous. There's no TP advantage, so right now Bethany can try to play for this. Maryville need to play super carefully. We saw that he reset and Chippy's is already on his way. Maryville, they just said, hey, look, we got the TP out from him. Let's just go. Let's just back out, give up the Drake. Is it? It's an Ocean Soul again. All right, no Infernal Soul.
Oh, Sag. All right, it's fine. We go to game 5. It's okay.
Just go to game 5. True. Yeah, just go to game 5.
It's
True.
fine. So just go to game 5.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
I do think that it was
not again. Okay, thank God. The buffer came through.
Yeah, it's just a little buffer, but it's
Save.
fine.
Saved.
I still have to say though, like the map movements right now for both these teams has been pretty nice. You haven't gotten a lot of kills for Bethany, but they've been able to get these 2 dragons, which has been typical for them, right? They're really good at capitalizing on those 2 dragons, but then being able to bring down Solura, still not finding the response to Chippies, but being able to take that 4v5 and kind of pressure Maryville out of that dragon pit was super big for me. Almost Hollywood dies to the dread line, but does die to Shady, eventually getting the better of him as Odd Orange is down here for Wizardish. Poor Wizardish, just get out of there, man. Get out of there. As Shady finds the better end of that hook trade there against Hollywood.
Hunter's here.
Hunter.
Chippies.
That's a 3-0 Gwyn. You're going to find a lot of gold if you can take down Chippies. The needlework comes out.
Oh my God.
Doing tons of damage. Chippies not having any mana here. Might be able to get some more damage down. Hunter finds the Phoenix form. Hunter finds the kill. An extra 300 gold.
Okay, so good news. They killed Chippies. Bad news, I was wrong. It was a lot quicker than 10 minutes. It was like 2 minutes, but you know, like we take those. What do they get for this? So I like the start of that play where they try to find something on the bot lane because they know, hey, Solura's about to lose his turret. Either he stand Uniteds or like we just get the turret, like or we just, you know, try to force onto this bot wave, which they do. They then grab the turret for their bot lane. So Evan RL is in a very nice spot. He's already has his Q upgrade, so he's going to be kind of like that assassin when he goes into that back line. But on the opposite side, right, you have Chippies who, you know, had a strong laning phase, got set up really early thanks to kind of punishing onto Hunter, and ends up going down in the matchup, ends up going down and putting more gold into Hunter, which, I mean, putting gold into tanks, into some of these drain tanks like Udyr is not like, you know, the best in terms of it, but like putting more resources into Hunter has already turned up some success. So
yeah,
it is there, and it stops these squishy carries in Lucian and the Kai'Sa from having a lot of say in fights.
And Hunter is also keeping up the pace of the jungle farming really, really nicely, forcing Odd Orange to try and maximize his pathing because you know, Hunter's just getting so far ahead in that turn where now Maryville are forced to try and get some of these objectives under the belt. They get this Rift Herald as well. Will be the second one secured, and see where they want to use it. I would expect, obviously, I would like to see it go top to get Chippies a little bit more gold, but mid lane is still viable as well.
Chippy's not here anymore, man. We're putting full gold into Evan.
Chippy's on the other side of the map. Chippy's going against Bradley now on the Annie. We'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, and okay, yeah, just to clear the wave. I don't know if anything's gonna really happen here. Hunter runs.
They want to make it happen. You say that, you're caster cursing him as Chippy's trying to take the 2v1 under tower.
Oh my God!
Get the kill onto the trade of Hunter. It's 1-for-1 for the top laner of Maryville. Nice little pickup from Bethany, trying to capitalize on it though.
Needlework is so good, man. Like the slow on it, you get so much healing. He already finished the Riftmaker. Yeah, it is deceptively long. I wanted to talk a little bit about that play to start because when you look at topside after they take the Rift Herald, I was wondering, you look at some of the outer turrets, the tier 1s, they're already pretty low, and unless Bethany can really start to defend some of these waves, they'll lose another tier 2 turret if Maryville decide to kind of strong arm them around the map. So yeah. I was wondering what was going to come from that. They actually end up not using it. They're not using it. You have a minute before the Drake. And with their bot lane resetting, this is going to allow Maryville to get wards, get all the vision. And stopping that recall is crucial. They will not be available for this fight in time, specifically Hollywood won't.
And the rotation from Maryville is leading towards picking up their first dragon of the game here, as they're going to be spawning in about 35 seconds. I would wonder if maybe we'll get the redeploy down towards bot for Bethany, but it actually looks like Hunter wants to go towards top. So maybe they're just giving away this third dragon of the game. They want to buy some time for themselves, make sure they can get a little bit of gold on the correct members here, but they still have time to move down towards this, and you've got a big grouping of Bethany Vikings right in the mid lane.
Uh-oh.
No, though, Hunter's going to walk straight in. That's not a play. He does have the rest of his team there, so they're going to back off, at least for the side of Maryville here. That sentence going to go wide. Does the dredge line go in? There's Shady's go button. They find the culling here, as well as the damage, as that's a killing spree for Shady on the Nautilus.
Bradley!
Flashing forward, the combo, the Tibbers damage, the needlework is doing so much. Chippies is still alive! How does that happen? As Auto Orange is getting caught out, this is a very split fight. It's Chippies is gonna help get the Tibbers, but Auto Orange gets the kill with the flash, and that is Bethany getting wiped. The only member left is Hunter.
Man, a fight of inches there for Maryville. The start of that has Chippies using his W, and he immediately gets Buster shotted away. So we're thinking, okay, it's very close, but Wizardish goes in, he jumps in, and realizes, oh no, it's Gwen, and backs out, jumps right back out. He has the flash immediately. It'll be the Drake for them. It'll be a tier 2 potential if they really want to stay for this in mid lane. But Maryville come out huge. They could take a look at this fight. So Solora in top lane, bot lane is pushing, and Maryville are looking for mid prio. Watch Chippies this entire fight. He has no W anymore, so the range damage is going to stick. And right here, if they're able to kill Chippies, this is another reset.
Oh,
but,
Shady.
I mean, Shady is so damn good. Like, he's finding hooks left
from
and
Auto
right.
Orange to get Bradley
Yeah.
right there.
Yep, right there. He ends up going down. I mean, just, you know, all these different kind of fights going on at the same time, and Shady kind of being an orchestrator, making sure that all of these kind of come together as Bradley.
Yeah, Tippers comes down, but it's a little bit too late, as they have already found the kill. Bradley going down yet again leaves Maryville with all the presence in the top side of the map. They are looking, actually, Bethany is trying to take down this mid tower, will do so with Wizardish as Maryville comes down to try and capitalize on it. Luckily, Wizardish too quick, has the rocket jump to get away, but now Bethany have to be on the back foot. They have to defend, as Maryville are still looking to push up the pressure.
Yeah, Bradley right now is going to experience what being in a mobile mage feels like versus this team, because unless he has a stun, and even that may not be all that helpful, right? You have Gale Force on the solution, so he can basically dash at like 700 range away from your Tibbers and any of your stuns. So you need to be able to lock them down before any of their mobility comes out. Otherwise, the Gwen W is going to be so difficult. It's just such a pain to deal with this team if you can't kind of just like crowd control them into death.
Yeah, exactly. Crowd control to death. Gotta love it, League of Legends. But we do still have, you know, no super prominent objectives besides the Baron. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, just the most important one.
Just the Bear, just the most important thing. But right now, at this moment, you know, neither team feeling confident in that area. They just want to try to get some vision down, set up for this next dragon. But we still have a long time, so it's going to be a lot of trying to find picks with Shady, trying to find picks with Hollywood across the other side, and just trying to find those advantages just before the fight starts. You've got to set yourself up for success if you want to enter those positions.
Yeah, and I really want Maryville to start utilizing their item advantage. We'll see it here. They're going for it.
They are going for it. Shady hit the go button yet again. That go button's getting real strong as Chippies goes over the wall for Bradley. Chippies is going to be caught here, and the rest of the team. Needlework comes out. Chippies going low, but not going to go down. Finally does the Hollywood as they get the kill on the member they needed to, but the rest of Maryville will get out unscathed.
Okay, I wanted Maryville to use their item actives and start using some of their advantages, right? You look at them, they have Gale Force and their Essence Raver on the Spyrax. You have this Collector on Evan, which just means you're playing for backline dive. You're not really concerned all that much about Udyr and Solora. You just want to kill Bradley and Wizardish, and that fight right there takes way too long for them. It's way too split. They can't all get into the backline, and they use the Killer Instinct in a little bit of an awkward position. So Bethany, they'll pick up a kill. All that means it's it's a little bit of gold for Bethany, but all it means is, hey, we're not going to be forced to take this Baron right now.
Yeah, they don't have to just immediately start it up and see what happens. They get a little bit of time here. So about a minute and a half for another dragon. See what those rotations lead to for Bethany, because I do think the onus is a bit on them here. If they can get that soul point, right, it's going to feel so good against this Maryville squad, who have started to pick up their damage, start to pick up their map movement. But as soon as you can get that pressure valve down there with that third dragon, it means that they are forced to play around it every time it comes up. It makes their movements a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, we have a minute before, and Shady and Maryville, they're just moving across, going to try and set down vision. They have a TP disadvantage here. So you take a look at this. I mean, Chippies doesn't have it. They have backline access to Bradley in this situation if Auto Orange goes for this. He has Flash coming up soon, so a potential Flash engage is there for the Sejuani if they want to. But look at how they're controlling this. They're pushing out the mid wave. They already have full vision of this bot lane, and you put a simple Scryer's ward over on the Baron to try and stop them from sneaking this away. So love this control from Maryville coming out on the map.
Yep, they've got both bottom lane and mid pushing up. They've got priority for this dragon here as well. 20 seconds till it spawns. You see Hunter trying to get in there like, all right, we're going to get some of this wave clear. We're going to get some of this priority in mid lane, but he needs to get out of there as well, because Maryville's definitely looking for the executions here. But with that being said, you know, Bethany on the wrong side of the road here as they immediately ping down to Baron. This could be a heck of a trade. Because now you're getting Maryville coming in, realizing what could be happening here. Bradley waiting on the side is going to have Tibbers available with the stun combo. Maryville have to be very careful how they want to enter this fight, as Bethany is actually getting pretty low. Hunter's about half health now with full health bars on the side of Maryville. Bethany decided to pull away.
Interesting. They were trying to find something. They're trying to find a kill. It might be this.
They don't get the hook. Hollywood goes wide, and the dredge line cancel, as that's huge splash from Auto Orange onto Bradley. Bradley's getting low, but on the backside, Chippies is taking the rest of Bethany with them, as so much damage is coming out. Double kill for Spyrax. Give another one over to Maryville. Another double kill, another fight win, and Maryville take it yet again. They're starting the Baron.
Bethany, we're trying to use Baron as a fight pit. Say, hey, come and fight us. We want to try and find some kills before we're able to start this Baron, inject some gold into our pockets. But, you know, the gold there, and specifically the damage coming out from Maryville is a little too much. They'll get the Baron, they'll get the Dragon, they'll get 4 kills in their pocket. And Mazel, Maryville are looking to close out the series at a 3-1.
They are indeed, and looking very strong at that. 7,000 gold in the lead, or 8,000 now actually. Getting even stronger as the dragon did go down. Second dragon secured by Maryville. Hunter there just a little too late. And now they'll have to bide their time here, because I feel like, you know, Maryville completely in control of the situation, have the deciding factor of where they want to play, where they're going to force Bethany to play to, and Bethany are just buying time right now, trying to get Wizardish some more items. He's on that 2-item spike, waiting for that third, and the damage potential has to be there.
Yeah, and look at this. Hunter, this is a normal problem with Udyr. Not a lot of people can interact, and just look at where a lot of the damage is, right? So Laura's not quite here to put down the ultimate, but I mean, they just immediately turn onto this backline. And Maryville, you know, we were talking about some of their macro about trying to play on their TP disadvantage in certain cases. Well, they immediately move Chippies over, and Bethany really haven't answered some of these side lanes in most of the series. So, I mean, really great job to try and take kind of pick apart Bethany at the seams here, but they're going to try and push onto this mid turret. So Laura, ultimate is still coming up. They're going to use the Shirelias to try and back them out of mid lane after getting this mid tier. Oh, it's so close, but not quite able.
No minions this time. No minions to take it down. No melee
They just
minions
left that poor
lasted.
cannon minion to die, man.
Oh man, the thing that amazes me though is the target selection, the target calling in these fights for Maryville. They are all seemingly, we don't have access to the comms, right? But they are all seemingly on the same page. You see Chippies turn onto Wizardish as soon as everybody else collapses on him, and those are the moments that mean the most. And those are the moments where the gears are turning and everything is syncing up for Maryville, and it's a scary thought process.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this. They're playing a little bit better on the side waves when you were looking at some of the criticism that the desk was giving over to Maryville. I want to see them try to, you know, activate Chippy's a little bit more. He's been fantastic in these fights, and when you look at Bethany, what do they do in this situation, right? They need to find another hook from Hollywood, and it can't be on some of these tankier members. Spyrax has cleanse available, so Evan's really your only target, and hitting a Kaisa with a invisibility is super difficult.
Yeah, it is. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Okay. So there's a little bit of indecision there. Auto Orange gets hooked in, gets brought in just a little bit. The Glacial Prison goes wide, gives him a thumbs up. That's the immediate go button here for Bethany, though, as they find the stun on Auto Orange. They've got to get the members that matter. Look at Chippies, look at Spyrax, look at Evan RL. It doesn't matter. No damage is going on to the members that I just called out. There's the huge combo, though. Look at the AoE, but it's not enough. Killer Instinct from Evan RL, and that's the nail in the coffin here, as Maryville will take the fight, and they've got Baron minions. They've got their ticket to the grand finals. The Kings of the North are back, and they will look to defend their crown.
There it is, Maryville back in finals. They did it in 2017, they did it in 2019, and they're looking to do it in 2021. They're looking to try and get their two-peat, try to take that away. They're trying to become the most successful program in North America, and it starts with getting to finals and beating whoever the next team up on the series is. But Bethany playing a really fantastic series, and also just their road here to top 8, top 4 was fantastic to watch.
I cannot give more praise to this program. Yes, they may have lost here. This might end their collegiate run. But my goodness, what a performance. From being an invitee, not making it into the top, having gotten knocked out in those quarterfinals, but striving for greatness as a squad, as a group of friends, as these great players coming together and being able to have such great performances, even being able to take a very convincing game off of Maryville. And yes, it ends here, but so many props go to the squad. So many props go to Colomer as well.
Yeah. They're going to be disbanding, I think, for a little bit. I know Colomer's going back into just wanting to focus. So I'm hopeful for this collegiate program as we go further into, the next couple of years. But a lot of really great players there, and I'm hoping to see that. But Maryville, hey, we're in finals, boys. We get to see the great big red M sitting over next to the trophy potentially here for tomorrow. So looking forward to what they can bring. And so far, they're 32 in round of 16. Hey, some people were having some questions, and especially with their performance in proving rounds, but their collegiate run has looked so strong. I'm looking forward to see what they can do when they get to when they're in finals.
Yeah, coming off of this game, especially you've given so much for teams to think about, right? We saw so many, we did see the tried and true comp come out twice in a row, no big deal. But it's the other pieces, right? It's the Gwen coming out. Yes, it's typically 100% banned, but it gets through and they show why you have to ban it. They gathered so many draft bucks, I feel like, from this series, especially going into those finals.
Draft bucks. They just cashed out. They cashed out after game 3. They're like, okay, look, we got Varus every game. Just call it in. Get the Gwen. Cash in the draft bucks. That champion is broken. There's a reason why it's been super banned every time, and anybody who gets it just looks sick. The champion is super powerful, is kind of game warping in the sense that it is very, very dangerous. And we're seeing it there. It is a fantastic pick, and I think Chippy's looked really good. Looking at Maryville as a whole, support is such a top-heavy role, right? There's always a discussion of, hey, where are some of our other supports? Well, Shady's always in the running for either top 3, top 2, and right now it kind of feels like he's peaking a little bit. He's correctly peaking at the right time where you're looking your best as you get closer to finals, and he's just a menace in the game. It's so dangerous to play.
For me, it was the mechanical outplays, right? Hollywood is an amazing support. And
yes,
Shady was breaking this dude's ankles, right? There were so many times where Hollywood would go for a hook and looked so good. Shady stop animations or does something like that, just takes an extra step back, gets the hook himself and turns it around. So it cannot be understated how integral Shady is, I feel like, to the Maryville squad, but as well as the execution on the day. The entire squad was great, but Shady is definitely an amazing one here, Alec. As Maryville
he's ranked 15.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you can't throw shade at the dude. He's up there for sure. But Alec, Maryville do take this series. They find themselves in yet another CLoL final to continue that legacy that Zoo is always talking about. We love to see. When we return, Maryville Shady, the man himself, will be joining State Farm Analyst Desk to break down that series.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. In this best of 5 series, Maryville University stood up to the tall task of meeting the expectations from their history prior. And we, of course, are so excited to have one of the players himself here for the interview directly after. We have none other than MU's support player, Shady. Now, Shady, we have been so hype about you on the desk. I just got to let you know it's been so much fun getting to watch you play. Now that you have secured the spot in the finals, how are you feeling, dude?
Feel good. Job's not done yet, so we still have another series, and I think it's in 2 days. But it feels good, of course, to win this. We really wanted to do the undefeated run, but unfortunately we couldn't do that. But we're still going to finish off strong and still try to go for this win.
Yeah, that would be the next thing I'm curious about because, some were expecting, and by some, I also mean somebody called Niles here on the desk. We're expecting the 3-0, but it did get a bit more extended from that. How much did Bethany catch you off guard, if at all, when it came to catching the victory for themselves behind that Diana pick?
It's always difficult to prep for these types of games because you never know, because players can really pull off something that you have no idea that they're going to play. we knew the Nunu had to go. That's one thing that we had to take off the table. But you know, he picked the Diana in a really good spot. It was really good into our comp. And yeah, he executed pretty well on it. And I think we adapted pretty well by banning it the next game. So
Yeah, banned it in the next game. And speaking of which, let's take a look at that draft because Niles, it did leave something else open. You know, we got to see some shifts right here in the last minute going into this game.
Yeah, so I really like what Maryville did, actually leaving the Gwen up and trading it, because the Gwen is such a power pick. They had been banning it the series away from Bradley, but just first pick it, right? The jungle matchups don't really matter too much. They had been throwing a lot of bans at the auto orange and the jungle, and so it was really limiting their draft phase. So I really like Maryville's idea, is just first pick the Gwen, and everything else should fall into place.
Yep. Yeah, we have really good Gwen players. You know, we're really confident in picking Gwen. So, and also Bradley's a pretty good Gwen player. So, you know, if we're gonna leave Gwen up, not ban it, we were gonna take it away from him. So, yeah.
Yeah, Jordan, and I wanted to ask you about the Annie pick. When he locked in Annie, what was your guys' reaction? Because it's sort of an annoying champion to play against, but
I mean, I immediately was like, can we swap Gwen into mid? But we didn't do that. But I think it was, you know, again, it was like with the Diana pick, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You know, you show up, you just, you know, you prep draft for hours, and then you show up and literally nothing that you prep is actually what unfolds. And that's one of those things where, well, they picked Annie, just do our best. And yeah, that's what we did.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone out here was really expecting the Annie to come through on that side. We were so excited to get to see the Gwen come out. I think, as you mentioned, a lot were expecting Bradley to be piloting it, but we got to see it on MU's side, and Emily definitely having an impact pretty early.
Yeah, so I actually like the response. Basically, Chivies is going to take this crab because of the run of play prior, and Hunter responds by going in and taking these jungle camps, which should end up setting the Sejuani behind, but because he stays so long on this rotation, and here the auto orange comes in, sees that his blue is taken, and here Hunter is going to contest the Gromp and see if he can collapse, right? And I think the big thing I want to point out here is that the Shen TPs for this. Gwen already does so much damage here, and they can lock Hunter down immediately. So because the Shen also doesn't do any damage yet, Chivies ends up getting a double kill off of this on the Gwen, which is absolutely not what you want to happen early in a run of play if you're playing against a Gwen. So I think the initial response from Udyr was good, but I also think that Hunter kind of ended up overstaying instead of exiting out and affecting lanes or going to clear his own camps, ended up dying and giving over that double kill to the Gwen. And the fact that they TP'd for it is just the adding on insult to injury.
Yeah, definitely.
The rest of BE. Go ahead, Shady.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, it could have been a good play, but, you know, it wasn't their timer. They weren't expecting Sejuani to appear. You know, like, I mean, his boy TP'd for the play, and, you know, they just weren't on the same page. But, you know, we got a 2-0 win from it, so we're not complaining.
Yeah, and we are also commending Chippies and what he was able to do from the top lane in multiple picks throughout the series and having quite an effect here. Shady, I do want to get your opinion on this next replay that we're about to see, brought to you by Stream Recap, where we really saw things start to go down kind of towards that bot side with Lucian coming through. Can you tell us a bit about what was going on in the team comms to make this play happen?
We're just trying to pull them into us for the fight, and, you know, immediately when we see them split like that, we just pull the trigger. It's really important to be decisive in that timing. Bradley gets a good flash in here, and poor Evan, you know, he goes to the grave, but we clean up the rest of them.
Yeah, and I like are you guys thinking about like your pink usage, like as soon as they're putting down pinks and walking into your setup, is that sort of like when you know to go, or you just see that it was more so like you said that they split, that's when you want to go?
Well, for me, my engage was completely contingent on them splitting up. I wanted to fight in that area, but as soon as I see them splitting up, you know, you have to be really on top of those timers, and that's whenever we went in.
Right.
I'm looking because Shady, so I do want to share with you some important information, but I have some details that go alongside this. First of all, I would love to declare for you that you have been officially named the player of the series after this victory for Maryville University. Congratulations all around. And I am learning that your gold difference at 15 in game 1 was compared to ADCs, not to the support, as You're farming on that, Tom Kent. So just tell us a bit more about the impact that you have on this team, whether it's on the engage bits and really just having such a great foundation for everyone else to play around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't try to make it fancy with my picks. I just think I pick what's really good in the meta. You know, and if you can't handle me on Tom, you don't deserve me on Thresh, I guess. So I'll pick Tom. I'll pick Tom when it's good, you know, and I'll play for the team. And if you're gonna pick Hyson and me and I play Tom, like, good luck farming.
Yeah, so Shady, you are the player of the series, but there was a play in Game 3 that had a lot of people scratching their heads, right? So if we could pull that up, that'd be great, where you have bot lane prio, and Rumble's coming through bot, but Dinah's on the crab already, and Rumble's still on the cookie, so take us through this play. What really happened?
Well, I just gotta be an attack dog for my jungler here. I mean, this guy takes our bot scuttle, and that's just unacceptable, so I gotta be on these guys. And, you know, they killed me for it, but it's all about sending a message, so...
Yeah. So it looked like, though, that you were trying to match the Nautilus moving up in case he was going for top crab, right? Is that sort of what was going through your mind at the time, or you're just alphaing on them? What was the thought process?
I'm always trying to alpha on them, but in that timing, we didn't expect them to actually take the scuttle. You know, we were playing to get the scuttle, and then there was a situation where the Nautilus can run all the way up to the top crab, and Nate was calling me, or our jungler was calling me to help him out with that. And I got caught in the crossfires there, but, you know, it's all good.
Right. It makes sense.
I mean, for the most part in this series, I thought you did a really good job of roaming up to, and I don't know what your communication is like, so that's what I was going to ask. Like, what is the early game communication between you and Odd Orange to protect these crabs? Since with a lot of the jungle picks right now, contesting Scuttle and vying for Scuttle is actually so important, and a lot of it really does rely on being the first support to roam up to help protect it.
Well, we do spend a lot of time preparing as much as we can before the game starts. I think it's very important that you have a good plan going into the game. You know, you can't just go in and then, you know, just play. You have to be on the same page, you know, as a 5 unit. But in terms of, and just like me and Nate working together, we're usually pretty communicative of like what we wanted to play for, and, you know, junglers got to have the crabs, so you gotta help them out for those.
Being on the same page and in line with the rest of your team becomes all the more important the farther you go within a tournament bracket, and you have already secured the spot in finals, but we do still have to find out who your opponent is going to be. I mean, right after this, we're going to have another best of 5 series, and that is between HU Storm and Winthrop. So Shady, how do you think the series is going to go down? Who would you like to see in the finals, or do you think is most deserving to be opposite side you there?
I mean, I think whoever plays a better game deserves it. I'm happy to play these teams. I have some friends on HU, so, you know, seeing them perform well, that'd be nice. But ultimately, whoever performs the best, you know, let them win, and then we're gonna take them down in the finals.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think looking at that series especially, there's a huge clutch factor because you saw HU versus ISU go to 3 games, and it was a really close game 3. So I think that series will be really exciting because I see that going the distance as well, and should be a lot of good plays.
Yeah, for sure. I think those 2 teams will be, it'll be a competitive match. You know, definitely something to watch for. Yeah, I think it will be competitive. Maybe it goes to all the way to 5 games. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I mean, we've definitely defied expectations so far today, Shady. I appreciate the show that you and the rest of Maryville have put on in the semifinal, and you stopping by here on the analyst desk, and best of luck in your next series, dude.
Thanks so much.
We're all going to be looking forward to that tomorrow, but we do still have to find out who the other finalist is going to be. Coming up after this, our second semifinal will be going down between HU Storm and Winthrop. We'll see you all on the other side. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our second best of 5 CLoL semifinal. We still got Emily Rand blessing our presence here on the desk, and to join us for the first time of the day, Five Fire, our proving ground champ. Five Fire, how you doing, dude? What's your day been like?
I'm doing good. You know, was sitting here watching the series before, waiting for my chance to be on the desk. I'm so happy to be back. I had such a great time when I was able to be here on Proving Grounds earlier this year, so I'm happy to be back.
Nice.
Oh, and we're so happy to have you back. What have you made of the last semifinal that we just kicked off?
It was super interesting. We saw lots of crazy picks, you know, the Gwen, the Annie coming out, even a Viego as well. So I'm excited to see exactly what this series will bring, and I hope it'll go to all 5 games because, you know, I love watching League of Legends. I want to see these 2 teams duke it out, so I want to see them go the distance.
Yeah, who knows? Only the future will tell us what we are in for, and I know either way it's going to be a treat. Speaking of treats, we are so lucky. We've got a master of the mid lane right here with Five Fire. So when we're talking about this matchup that we got going down between HU Storm and Winthrop Five Fire, I gotta ask you, what do you make of the mid laners?
I mean, both of these mid laners are stars in their own right, you know, making it to top 4 in collegiate. On the one side, you have Doxa, and, you know, we heard lots of Doxa diff in the quarterfinals yesterday. You can see he has an amazing KDA, 23 kills and only 3 deaths. Also, over 2,000 gold difference at 15 is like almost unheard of in high-level play. So, you know, Doxa is definitely this massive player. But on the other side, like Amaz, you know, he's also been showing up. He's been playing the more controlled, the more passive control mage style, but he's been showing up in the team fights that are so important to how HU Storm plays the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we'll be looking at when we're kind of following into these moments. Ooh, ISU really bringing a heartbreaker to us in the quarterfinals, Emily. I mean, like Amaz and Drew Dozer were really going at it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the most important thing for Harris, both these matchups, both these mid lane matchups, is how their junglers affect the lane, right? Like, you heard Doxa talking about it in his interview yesterday, but he was like, I get a lot of resources from the team, and then in turn, I, you know, give that back in terms of priority or in terms of kills or whatever. So I think it's really important to note both junglers' role in this in terms of how they play around their mid laners or the rest of the map, and generally how early they are in lanes overall.
Yeah, that is a very important point to make, how shorter Ace was playing around the lanes, where even if you look to the opposite side with Frostforest. And let's talk a bit more about Doxa here, Five Fire, because yes, he was playing so well out of his mind, but as Emily did just say, it also comes off the back of some great support from his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, we see here already in this play, Frostforest is coming mid. They're able to force this Pantheon's Flash with Serkenji roaming up the river as well. And then not even a minute later, they're coming back to this mid lane, investing the Paranoia, showing up. They start off with this 2v2. And once again, we see Serkenji coming up the river, once again, able to land another hook, letting Doxa get this kill. So while Doxa is performing insanely well and having all these pop-off plays, his team is definitely putting in the resources, putting in the attention to help them. And, you know, he's able to really deliver, especially in some of these later game fights. Once he has the lead, he's playing them really cleanly. You see here in the Syndra in the backline, he's going to ult and set up this massive 5-man stun that is able to allow Sasuke to jump into the backline, assassinate everybody, and win the fight for Winthrop University. So I'm super excited to see, you know, how they'll be able to keep playing around Doxa in this series. I mean, you even see here the enemy team is trying to gang up on him. You know, they're sending 3 people towards mid. Doxa maybe looks overextended, think he's gonna die. Nope, Serkenji's right there behind him with the Braum shield. Doxa gets low, but is able to get off that Kingslayer and live barely, as with Frostforest coming in as well. So, you know, Doxa is this amazing pop-off player, but he gets the help, he gets the assistance, but he performs well with it in the end. So I think it's good for Winthrop.
And it is impressive to see whether on the control meter of a Syndra or on the Silas play having such a grand effect on the rest of the team with different play styles. I do want to talk a bit more about the junglers. So we already touched on the fact that players like Frost Forest have such a key role within Winthrop's, or rather within this lineup going against Shorter Ace. And, you know, Shorter Ace even called out in an interview that he is eager, so eager to face off against Frost Forest.
Yeah, and Frost Forest is going up against his old team, right? So he obviously wants to beat them as well. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup given how each jungler likes to affect their lanes. From Shorter Ace, I kind of see him as like a main pressure point on this team, right? Where he can play more of a carry role, whereas I think Frost Forest has been a little bit more of a facilitator. He's in mid lane helping Doxa. He's transferring Prio from bot with you know, some of Sir Kenji's roams. And I think when I look at these two, I'm like, okay, how early is Frost Forest going to be in lanes, and how early is he going to be able to affect those lanes? And then for Shorter Ace, it's how early is he going to be able to be a major pressure point for this team, and how are they going to play around him? Because I feel like additionally, Harrisburg, and Shorter Ace said this himself, he's like, we know that we're at a disadvantage when it comes to hands, right? Like, we're at a hands disadvantage. So what we really want to do is play together as a unit. We want to get out of lane, we want to play as a team, and we want to go for these fights where we have advantageous setups. And I think it kind of starts with Shorter Ace for that, and then how the rest of the team kind of files in and how they can play around each other and be really well coordinated in these fights. Because in this quarterfinal series, we saw some of these fights should have gone ISU's way with the scaling advantage they had, and Harrisburg was able to target really, really well. You know, again, like kill off the Kassadin before Drew Dozier could do enough damage to make a huge difference. And even when they were almost coming back, it was still these team fights for Harrisburg that really stood out as their primary win condition.
It was what, about 83% kill participation, I think, is what we saw for Shorter Ace. So I think it's very fair to say that he has an extremely impact on the rest of the team. Five Fire, just from the perspective of somebody that knows these players really well and competing against them, what do you think that Shorter Ace offers to the team, not just as a player, but maybe even from that experience and leadership perspective?
Yeah, I mean, Shorter Ace is a great guy. He has lots of experience playing on lots of different teams. And I mean, and you see in some of those clips, he's willing to go in 1 versus 5, lay his life down on the line to start the fight for his team, you know? And it's really great when you have somebody who has, you know, the courage and the confidence to go in like that. You know, it bolsters the rest of your team at the exact same time. And he also has the experience to know when going in is a good idea versus, you know, going in and just dying 1 versus 5, right? So really looking forward to seeing how Shorter Ace is able to sort of lead the team in those engages in the mid and late game, and we'll see if it's enough to take down Winthrop.
That first step of being willing to make the plays, the next step of finding the exact time to do so. And it's something that we have had the privilege of watching on the side of Shorter Ace, being that we are getting into this match and it will be determining who is making it into the finals. I do want to get the predictions here from our analyst. This one's a bit tougher to predict. It feels like just getting kind of the general consensus of everyone. I'm going to kick it to Emily first, putting you on the spot. Is it HE Storm or is it Winthrop?
I waffled a lot on this actually because I think the matchup is super interesting for a lot of reasons that Fire touched on, and I also touched on already in the segment, where I think Harrisburg really shines when they can get these team fights they want. And then for Winthrop, I think they have insanely strong laners, and facilitating those laners to get ahead, in particular Doxa, but I mean Saskio and Sir Kenji are actually a really great lane as well. You know, I think that is going to be the main difference. So even with a lead, I think Harrisburg, if they get that team fight, it'll depend on composition, but that's how we've seen them win. I'm still going 3-1 for this in favor of Winthrop, and people might be like, well, Emily, you picked Maryville 3-1, and you know, you're saying this is going to be a lot closer. I think the games themselves are going to be a lot closer between these two teams, but I do think Winthrop is going to edge it out.
Okay. Officially Winthrop for Emily. What about you, Five Fire?
You know, I have to echo a lot of the same sentiment as Emily here, that I, kept going back and forth on this series. Like I said, I want to see 5 games, but in the end, I do have to agree with Emily. I think Winthrop will be able to take it 3-1. I think HU Storm will be able to find at least one game where they're able to have good footing. They're able to find those team fights, find those engages. But I think it is just incredibly difficult when they're at the hands disadvantage, like they said. A lot of those team fights, even though you think maybe you can win them against these tougher opponents, these better teams, not all the same angles are there. You can't take all the same fights. And in the end, I think Winthrop will be able to take the series.
While you are both united in your predictions, the fact that you had to go back and forth a bit more does make me so stoked for this, because hopefully we'll be in for a banger series. I am ready to find out who the other finalists here at the College League of Legends Championship is going to be. And to bring us all of the action, we have none other than Jolly and Crumbs. Take it away.
Thank you so much, La Tigress. And you heard that right. Jolly is in it to win it. We got Crumbs here, of course. Silver linings, I guess. I've been trying to connect all day. It took 2 trips to Best Buy, 4 heart attacks, and swapping over to my roommate's computer. So I think we are good now. I'm assuming Crumbs can hear me because, he's smiling. But there's my silver lining. I didn't get to cast earlier with Alk, but I get to cast with Crumbs, baby.
I can hear you, Jolly. You have to take the stage and announce what has happened. You've missed on that first series, which was a great one, albeit, but we'll get to see them later as they play on the grand finals. This time around, though, we do get 2 of the games that went the distance yesterday. So I think, like the Death said, we're going to have a much closer matchup. And what I really enjoyed about their highlighting the 2 teams was how the Storm was saying how they have a hands disadvantage, how they don't feel like they can actually compete mechanically, which is not a problem at all. In fact, the meta right now is perfect. If you feel like you have a hands disadvantage, there's plenty of champions that don't require much mechanical skill that are S tier, the Nautiluses, the Udyrs, the Morganas. You can actually be very good and not need those mechanics. So the draft is going to be really important in determining if it plays to their strength.
Yeah, I think Katarina and Yi, you only need to use your face. So if you want to go that way, there's other options. We already got the first round of bans come through, though. Gangplank, Lee Sin, and the Thresh on the side of Winthrop, trying to get stuff away from Sandflame, who's one of the stronger members here for Storm. And then we've got the Nocturne, the Syndra, and the Varus, definitely keeping that Syndra away from Doxa. They do not want to see any more of those incredible scatter the weeks that we saw coming from Winthrop yesterday. We've also got so much hunger. I think that's one of the big things that is underlying in this matchup in particular. You have Saskia, who is looking to be the first 3-time CLoL champion, also graduating this semester at the end of the semester, so kind of a last stand. Same thing, like a Moss is set to lead as well. So you've got multiple players who are kind of in their last stand to win a CLoL championship, and they are both looking to get into that grand final.
And I think part of the reason why you've got that hunger is, I look down memory lane and I see that the coach for HU Storm, none other than Special, longtime veteran of the League of Legends scene, won many championships on TSM, now coaching for teams. That kind of attitude transfers over to the players and allows you to actually feel confident in that the direction of your team is a good one. And often these matches, the semifinals, can give us a little bit more fire than even the grand finals themselves, just because it means so much for these teams to go and know that you made it to the final matchup.
Oh, for sure, especially getting this far in top 4, and now just one team remains to be locked in here for the championship. So absolutely, the hunger resides in all 10 players right here. I think we had definitely a Winthrop sway on the analyst desk, so we'll see how that works out. The Gwen lock-in, though, it's a good sign for Winthrop right there. However, Hopeful, who has by far the best KDA on Storm overall, almost 6.0 KDA, has got the Kaisa, so one of the favorites there on the side of Storm.
And the Gwen we saw in the previous matchup in the top lane with the Ignite, so we know it can already be flexed pretty successfully. I think this is going to be Doxa's champion, frankly. He had such a good showing yesterday on these melee kind of assassin champions. Gwen just fits his playstyle so darn well. I think it's going to go in the mid lane, and if the Victor is the answer, this to me means that the Winthrop Eagles are going to be able to have a fairly aggressive early game, while the HU Storm, they're going to try to scale it back. You already have the Victor. You can count on your wave clear to stall the game out, but for how long, though, we know that Gwen, combined with the Nautilus, can accelerate the game very quickly.
That and a Tristana, which we haven't really seen much of at all in rounds 32, 16, or even here in 8. So the lock-in there for Saskio, who is one of the most driven players here. Like I said, really wants to be that first one to get a 3-time CLoL championship, and it's his last shot. So picking up that Tristana, getting that Nautilus with, I mean, honestly, we've seen how incredible his passive has been. Not just the hooks, but the passive on top of it to get the additional CC. These have been a lot of crowd control and just straight up attack damage games or straight up damage games. And it seems like Storm and Eagles are kind of both going for the same thing again.
And, you know, you highlight the use of the passive and the Nautilus and the Set, who can also be put in the support role here into Nautilus, I think are very good picks for playoff games, for best of series, because oftentimes these are the better teams that are not going to give you those windows of opportunity to find those engages. And these point and click, just flash in and find the fight abilities that these two champions have actually allow you to punish the enemy much easier than if you're picking a champion like the Thresh that is much more reliant on actually landing those skill shots. So now you have a guaranteed way to start the fight, and it can often be the recipe for snowballing, as you can find somebody caught out of position and consistently punish them for it.
And that's something that Winthrop is going to have to watch out for as well, because HU Storm absolutely prides themselves on being one of the best team fight and just overall macro teams in Collegiate League of Legends right now. So they are absolutely looking for the team fight stage, or looking to get a lot of roam and as much team fighting in as possible, because that's where their real strength shines through. Winthrop, on the other hand, does an amazing job in this laning phase, so they might have an early advantage here. And I love the Gnar pickup. I love me some Gnar, and we do like to see that in the top. Morgana as well, locked in for shorter ace. That has been a total coin flip, the Morgana lock-in. Yesterday's games were much more successful, though, in terms of that jungle Morgana being picked up. I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Both of these teams are going in so aggressive, so hot and heavy. Yeah, Dogs, I got the Zoe!
Not just the Zoe, Gwen jungle. That's what we got from Frost Forest. We're putting Gwen in the jungle department, so into the Morgana matchup. Now you just have an S-tier pick, plus incredibly aggressive lanes. The Gnar into the Set was going to be a terrible matchup, so the Set will have to go into the support role. It's going to be last picked with the Wukong going top lane to deal with the Gnar, who will still lose the early phase, mind you. The Gnar does win early. Wukong, once he gets level 6, once he starts getting that gank pressure, he can actually beat up on the Gnar. But early on, with the Zoe Prio, with the Gnar pushing in, this is going to be a really aggressive early game from the Winthrop Eagles that I'm not sure if HU Storm can actually handle.
That's going to be the tough part for them for sure. Can they actually get to that team fight stage? Can they get to the point in the game where they will find success, not just with the style of play that they have, but clearly the composition that they have here? You know, the ultimates coming for the Cyclone from that Wukong. You've got the Showstopper from, or the Showstopper. I always confuse the player and the ability there. So a lot of initiation and engage, but you have to work up to that point. You just can't start right off the bat. And with Winthrop's laning phase looking so strong, it's going to be a real struggle this match.
Yeah, the laning phase, the Zoe too. We heard from Docs in the interview yesterday. Favorite champion as well, signature pick, the Zoe. She is notorious for early lane priority, being able to roam down to the side lane. So I think they're going to focus on the top side of the matchup, because you also have the Ignite on the Zoe here. You just have such a great ability with these double range solo laners to actually then invade and fight against shorter ace. I'm so curious to see what Frost Forest has in store for us with this Gwen jungle. It's the first time I'm seeing her in the jungle in a competitive game, and so all eyes are on her on my side.
I do like, I mean, the fact that Saskia is on this Tristana as well, Sir Kenji is on this Nautilus, there's a lot of escapability too. So this is kind of a standalone lane. You can just leave it. You certainly don't have to babysit it. And that just reinforces the fact that they certainly are, or Winthrop is certainly going to have a lot of focus on this top side. Frost Forest being that player who used to be on HU, used to play for Harrisburg. So that is another point of contention here, that these guys are going up against an old teammate, and Frost Forest is going into a previous team.
Well, let's see what he does going into a previous team, because oftentimes you can use the knowledge that you knew about them before against them. If you know, okay, these are the tendencies that they like to do, this is how they like to play, and then you can sort of abuse that if the enemy team hasn't changed their ways. But it seems like the junglers are actually pathing from opposite sides. So we're actually ended up with a cross-map situation. And so the aggression in the bot lane will be really important to track because only one of these teams will get help from their jungler, and it's going to be Winthrop.
And in this previous matchup, too, a few of the same HU players, but not quite. There was a rematch between these two in the previous grand finals, and it ended up going over to Harrisburg. So we'll see how that works out. The exhaust is going to come out. A flash forward from Serkenji, but a flash forward and a haymaker means first blood for Clyde.
Clyde, so aggressive there. They had the push on the minion wave, so they had no problem being really upfront with how aggressive they wanted to play, that they got the initial trade, and there was nothing that Winthrop could do to fight back against that. Their minions were not against them, probably not expecting Haymaker to be this aggressive on the side of Clyde, and now they'll get a quick recall because it had been Screnji being this aggressive with his hooks, but already they have a minion disadvantage, putting the wards in the brush to make sure that the aggro remains, and then there's just nothing that the Tristana can do to fight this. The Kai'Sa, with her passive proc, was going to be more damage. Good recognition of how strong this lane can be early on.
And an initiation from the Nautilus, so I'm sure Serkenji doesn't feel great about that when using the hook to go in and then not having it available to escape out through the wall. So losing that first blood, that's going to give a lot of pressure to HU down on that bottom side, meaning Winthrop might have to focus on it a little bit, but certainly still not quite as much as this top lane is where we're going to likely see a lot of movement. Same, HU Storm also absolutely loves to do team fights around objectives, so I would not be surprised if they make some early moves to try to set something up, as we can see some movement down for Dragon for Winthrop, and then on the other side we got the Scuttle race going here, so we will be a swap, right? Top side goes to red, bottom side goes to blue. Pretty even. I mean, it's a slow game. It's only 3.5 minutes in, but man, it feels like both of these teams are just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, they really are, because I think part of it is also they don't know exactly how good Gwen can be in the jungle, and I think we have our answers already. She is darn fast. She's faster than Morgana, in fact. Was able to do one more camp on this, and Hybrids, as long as he charges up his Rage Bar, he should be fine from a dive. Let's see if Shorter lands the bind.
There it is, the follow-up. An auto is gonna do it.
I think he needed a flash. Needed a flash to bind, would have survived, but Shorter Ace does have flash, so he can escape Frost Forest here, and we'll just have to burn his own to get away with a quick TP back to the lane. Just a few more autos, and that Rage Bar would have lived with some more action in the bot lane.
A lot more damage there onto Clyde, but that Haymaker's not going to hit thanks to the rocket jump from Saskio.
They keep looking for these fights in the bottom lane when they have the minion wave advantage. So Winthrop just needs to look at the minion waves and respect that that is what Harrisburg keeps using so that their counter engage is always at a disadvantage. So as long as they have a minion wave on their side, I think they'll be fine taking these trades. As long as they make sure that they have that damage on their side, it often ends up being surprising in a death recap when you check how much damage it happens and then it just minion autos for 100+ damage that never feels like it matters when you do it. It only seems that relevant in hindsight.
Especially early levels like we saw with the Nautilus going in for that first blood. Ooh, we got some pings coming out around this dragon. Now a lot of really good vision from Winthrop. Likely going to be cleared out here by Harrisburg. In the meantime, Sandflame takes quite a few autos. This still isn't a great matchup for Wukong, but it is much better than the set. So I do like that flex pick in set. But the realization that you can force set going down into the bottom lane by picking that easy counter in Gnar was a great response there from Winthrop.
And you get a lot of value to the Wukong and the set combined when it comes to the team fight. Suplex with the double knockups as well is just an incredible way to start the fight and continue it. Here comes Screnji again, has Frost Forest behind him.
Rocket Jump's going to go in, but the exhaust goes on to Saskio, who flashes forward, will pick up that kill, and Clyde is on the run.
And look at the minion wave. They've got minions, they've got their jungler behind them. They had a control ward earlier, so it's a great time for them to be aggressive, while Hope Folks doesn't actually see that opportunity, and he just gets punished for it. It's going to be a good dragon, and because Harrisburg was not in a position to do anything else, Shorter Ace just roaming around into the top side looking for something to find. There isn't a trade opportunity for them to get something in return, and that just is value town for the side of Winthrop.
Very, very happy about that engage, especially after losing first blood here. So those little advantages are going to help Winthrop here take the early game. That's what they're going for. That's why they continue to have so much pressure here on this bottom side. They're trying to find some sort of early lead. And they don't have a ton of time left to do it before this set. This Wukong and the rest of them get a lot more survivability, a lot more initiation. Doxa, though, is going to take this ultimate here from Like a Moss, who gets ignited in response, but no kills.
Doesn't want to go a little bit too forward. Another paddle star could have actually been really dangerous for Like a Moss if he kept walking forward through that minion and the ignite, since the movement speed from Doxa was going to allow him to escape the Chaos Storm. So he's happy just staying in the lane, knowing that the Zoe doesn't have a teleport. She's laning with ignite, so he can just shove this wave out, have a safe recall, and once he has his own Mercury Treads completed, he'll be fine. He won't be as vulnerable as he currently is to the Zoe stuns and gank setup.
A lot more pressure. We can see the pings coming through here as Morgana makes her way down. Shorter Ace is going to throw out the binding, but it misses. Just a little bit of an appearance saying, hey, how are you? I'll take this ward. Goodbye.
And just that kind of appearance is oftentimes very annoying for the laners. They're saying, where's my jungle? I just keep getting harassed with the bindings, the psychological effect of knowing that the Morgana's in the bot side. Maybe she's just clearing the bot side camps and then returning down here prevents you from being aggressive. And you know, a game that is a 5-game series can often just be determined by how well you keep your mental composure, and it's the accumulation of small things that ends up doing the most damage.
Absolutely. So much damage there on to Clyde, who jumps into the bush, though, breaking vision. No final hit from Saskio. But my goodness, the damage there. Honestly, Clyde is doing such a fantastic job of sitting in these bushes, acknowledging that if this Nautilus tries to go in on my Kai'Sa, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to apply a ton of damage to the backside. And what a binding over the wall right there from Shorter Ace, who will pick up the kill on Doxa.
Very nice roam from him. Blue side, straight over the mid lane. Doesn't get spotted by the ward. The only opportunity Doxa had, I believe the red trinket was just barely glowing on the control ward, but by the time he saw that, it was already too late. Morgana was right behind him, and there weren't very many angles for him to flash away. Shorter Ace was already level 6, so he would have gotten an ultimate off, so it was just good timing from Shorter Ace, recognizing what was available to him. Clyde is 6.
There it is, the showstopper, but the flash away from that ultimate. The Haymaker's going to be pushed out. Saskia with a fantastic ultimate. It's not going to save Sir Kenji, but it will even the kills out. In the meantime, Shorter Ace is getting jumped on here by Shelly. Doesn't want to fight around this objective right now, but Gnar goes in and is too far. Now the ultimate coming out from the Mega Gnar. Ultimate as well, the Cyclone, but Hybrids is going to pick it up with that Q. Nice little drowsy from Doxa, but no ability to get down. The Paddle Star face the rest of the team Like a Moss now on the run. Oh my gosh.
I think that was worth it.
Yeah, I think that was worth it, and I can already tell that Winthrop is going to be going for everything they absolutely can.
Yeah, now that so many flashes are down, you can just keep being so aggressive. Here they go, looking for the Kai'Sa once more, but she rightfully backs off, sees the minion wave, and knows that as long as the set is here first, she can go in. But without him, she is just a farming bot. And back to that top Herald fight, it ended up just being a 1-for-1, and they got the Rift Herald. So all things considered, it's pretty beneficial for Harrisburg since you killed the Zoe again. So we're going to take a look at how this actually played out. Since Shorter Ace was initially starting it, trying to solo it down, but the Gwen is just so strong right now. Luckily, the priority that Like a Moss had already over Doxa just keeps harassing the Zoe. Same thing happening in the top side with Sandflame, but trading your one top laner that you're going to just rely on for the team fight for shutting down the Zoe, getting more gold into your Morgana and Victor is a worthwhile trade, in my opinion, as Morgana can be so devastating in just stopping the Zoe altogether. And here she goes once again, 0-3.
Yeah, that was not a great move, and certainly doesn't feel good for Doxa, who is certainly one of the players with a lot of eyes on him coming into this tournament. Really looking to take things home and got his favorite champion. So instantly Storm was like, all right, we're not going to allow this Zoe to pop off. We cannot let Doxa get into a really good position here, because then it will be so difficult for us to get in on these objectives. And speaking of fights around objectives, Gwen is going to have to That Gwen is going to have to die. Face a gray screen right there as the dragon spawns. Infernal Drake has priority for Harrisburg.
She actually did so much damage on that, but I loved your point about how Dox is on his favorite champion and is not receiving nearly as much help as like a Moz is, because oftentimes when you know you're playing with someone on their signature pick, you're thinking, oh, hands off, I don't need to help them, they got it down. Whereas the other team is thinking the complete opposite. So you end up having such a mismatch of resources. The Gwen being unfamiliar to everybody in the jungle role, not sure how she's going to be end up affecting the mid lane as well as a ganking jungler like the Morgana can be. And so the result is 3 looks towards the mid lane end up giving kills for Harrisburg, while Zoe has yet to get any help and will have to just be a paddle star bot from now on to catch back in this game.
If they can hit that paddle star, like Amos is going to get jumped on here, though. Hybrids throws out the ultimate. Has to flash away, though. The passive will apply there. And like Amos almost takes down Hybrids. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to hit from Dox, and no paddle star to follow that one up, but that means that Sandflame can't catch up to Hybrids. It's very possible the shorter Ace can, though. Uses the smite there to try to get a slow on Doxa, but no, the miss and the TP down! Oh my goodness, barely staying alive is Hybrids, who decides to use that defensively, but it saves his life.
That is an outplay for sure. You get the kill, you get all the attention in the top side, and everybody gets out alive. You didn't miss any CS for it as well, and you got to kill the Victor, who was doing so much work already. Almost traded a kill back, mind you. There was a lot of flashes burned, but that's because some of those crucial skill shots ended up missing. Shows you how strong Victor is right now, but there's still life on the side of Winthrop here, particularly when you can start involving this Nautilus. It is just so easy to chain kills, but he's caught by himself, has flash, gets out of the stun.
Yeah, flashes away from that one, uses his hook. Honestly, it seemed like Amos and Clyde weren't that interested in Sir Kenji at all. There, no movement continued onto that red buff. They just kind of let it pass. Let's take another look at that previous fight, though.
Hybrids is a little uncertain if you should keep going on this, but a great gravity field is actually what ends up deterring the engage from just instantly killing the Victor. Already had the Merc Treads, and the reason why the Monkey King is not able to go onto the Gnar is he already used his dash leaving base to get out quicker. He doesn't have that clone to cover that extra distance. And then here, without any vision of the actual brushes, he's not sure whether the Gnar actually walked away or started channeling the teleport. And as a result, Hybrids outplays it, and it only cost him a summoner spell.
Had a good feeling about that for sure from Sandflame walking over to throw it in the bush, but it's just a little too late. Hybrids going to take a couple of tower shots trying to harass Sandflame, but this has certainly been a very tough game here for this Harrisburg top laner. Doing fantastic, though, in creep and maintaining, not a massive gold disparity between the two of them. So still playing safely, and I like to see that with this matchup.
Yeah, and in this matchup, that extra turret shot that Hybrids actually took is what's keeping him away from the turret, because now he can get ulted.
Just going to be able to flash away. The Cyclone comes out again, and that should be enough damage because the jump was already used. Morgana's going to pick up that kill. A flash out of Sandflame, but a kill for the team.
Morgana keeps getting fed. Already has the Hourglass, though, so it's going to be a good item for actually team fighting and setting up his team. So they're recognizing where they need to be strong just in the 5v5s. Unfortunate that the money didn't go over to the Wukong, but we see what the matchup is intended to be doing. When Gnar is low, that's when you go in. The mini Gnar is always the time to strike against this champion, and Wukong punishes that so well. Despite having the Bramble Vest, the armor shred off his Q is just too high. There's too much damage out of his double Cyclone, and so he just gets taken down. It's a sitting duck when you've taken so many turret shots and they're just hunting the river for honeydews, recognizing that you are in critical danger.
And I kind of laughed, too, before that kill went through because I was like, what is Wukong doing here? Sandflame's low, like trying to harass out Hybrids here. And it's because Shorter Ace was waiting in the wings and ended up being successful for them. But Winthrop is going to take this second Shelly. Is there a name? Kelly? I like Kelly. Let's call her Kelly.
We'll call her Kelly. I've heard they go by very different names. You've got Shelly and Haroldine. You have now Kelly, so as long as we can agree that this is the second Herald, I think that's the only recognition they really want. The rest is up to us.
It is going to be the second tower going down here for Winthrop. In fact, Kelly, or whatever, whatever her name is, may get a second charge off here. It looks like she will. So much pressure coming from Winthrop. These 3 members here. And yeah, Harrisburg is in the enemy jungle, but that's not going to help when your base is getting broken into on the top side.
They thought they'd stop this push, but this Shelly charge just keeps going and going. Okay, they're not going to go for an inhibitor.
No.
Take it. Yeah, this is fine. You do not want to be taking an inhibitor this early on. There won't be any value to that one since Baron is not up for another 3 minutes. But you just got a lot of value. Now, it's not as much gold as the other turrets. There's no plates, and we're already past that stage. But it will come at the cost of the dragon. And at least Harrisburg is able to answer a turret and a dragon of their own. But now the top side, the big danger is that whoever is pushing that lane will need to have a teleport because they will be so much further from their team than if they were at their tier 2.
And not just that, but there's so much mobility, too, on the side of Winthrop. One of the things I was talking about in the pick bans, Crumbs, was just the fact that they've got this amazing escapability. And all of these jumps, the rocket jump away from Saskio, double jump from hybrids if you can get onto something. Just, I mean, so many options to navigate around team fights and to be able to get pushes like we just saw in the top lane. The Nautilus able to hook out. The rest of the members not even needing to, but having the ability to escape as well if they need it. So those heavy pushes are what we should continue to expect from Winthrop. Likely those 3 members, or 3 or 4 members, and then just a little bit more pressure around the objectives because they can get out if they go too far in.
And when they have that mobility that it's so easy to evade those engages, it's exactly when you want to be looking for these flanking engages. Set is an amazing target to go around the backside, look for the side, and get an engage onto the enemy. Same thing with the Wukong, especially if you can pair one of them with a black shield. You're ensuring that the fight actually happens. So I need to see deep vision out of the side of Harrisburg if they want to get these fights. None of this running straight at them. While it can work, it'll just be so much more devastating. Oh, he flashed in. He's going.
He goes in. The Haymaker gets him a little bit of a shield, but he's going to go down. That's 5 members against none. Shorter Ace throwing out the Chains of Corruption. Using that Zonius already has to flash over the wall. Still picks up a kill there like a moss. Gets stunned out of the Cyclone. Comes out on the backside. There is the second charge of it. Sandflame's going to pick one of those kills up. Hybrids on the backside being poked out by Hopeful like a moss, finds another one there, and only 1 member is left alive, and Saskia not going to stay alive for long, and that is 5 gray screens on the side of Winthrop. A clean ace for Harrisburg.
I thought Clyde was a madman there because Wukong wasn't even close. He walked from the bot lane to that fight, but the engage bought enough time for everybody to make it in, and the re-engages from Winthrop baited them in. They thought they could stay in the fight. The hooks were landing, but that was exactly what Harrisburg wanted. So Clyde goes in by himself. There really is nobody here to follow up. The Black Shield barely keeps him alive. It's good that Short Ace had the stopwatch, and here is where the 1 kill from Winthrop keeps baiting them in. The hook is here, but by the time it lands, Wukong is already here. Hybrids and Frost Forest were caught over the ledge, having to flash and dash over, but that was just enough for the rest of the team to get run down. This Victor's already so fast, so swift at catching the Tristana, and the clean ace this early on is devastating. While the gold lead might not spell it out, it just shows you that at a 4v5 almost, they're losing the team fights, and that is not a good sign for Winthrop if they want to stay in this game, because they will have to continue to fight these dragons, as this next one will put Harrisburg on soul point.
Honestly, it feels like they just need to be a little bit more careful. They keep going in as though they have a massive lead over Harrisburg, and that's not the case. In fact, now Harrisburg has about a 3K gold lead, a little, well, 2+ K gold lead. There is the Sleepy Trouble bubble, but Dox and Saskia are going to have to run away from this one. Teleport coming through, meaning Dox has to flash over the wall. The binding does not hit. Shorter Ace taking so much damage there from Saskia. They're just going to disconnect from this fight. I mean, Harrisburg's looking for something, but Winthrop's not going to let it happen.
The TP from Sandflame, they really wanted to use it, but it got just immediately canceled out by the flash from Dox, just flashing over the wall. But here goes Clyde once again. Hex flashes down, doesn't get hit by the bubble, won't be able to re-engage as swiftly as he'd like. Watch Shorter Ace. If he can land a sneaky bind. Ooh, barely missed.
Barely missing so much damage there onto Saskio, and that hook's going to hit the old tower. The Cyclone coming out here. Haymaker doing a lot of damage, but Clyde goes down. And on the other side, Frost Forest loses his life to Sandflame. The re-engage here onto Doxa, but it's going to be Sandflame going down. Hybrid's picking up the kill. That's a Meganar. And now Harrisburg has to kind of walk away from this one.
They don't want to back down. They see each other in the fight. It kind of messed up at the beginning. Oh, so much damage.
Go back in the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The ultimate coming out from Hybrids. That means Hopeful is going to pick up a kill, but then Gnar gets taken down to follow that. A lot more success than I would have expected there for Harrisburg at the end.
That is a relentless fight. Just how quickly they keep going in. They're not satisfied with a teleport that doesn't get anybody. They are looking for kills, and they will get them. It doesn't matter at what cost it comes, but now the problem is 2 seconds until spawn. Nobody is prepared for the dragon. Both teams are just beelining it straight down to the objective, and none have their entire ultimate. So this next fight will probably be really scrappy and a lot messier. It looks like they're going to end up giving it up, though, just because Gwen died earlier. We'll be able to respawn sooner and get the objective. So despite losing the fight, they end up winning the objective, and that is more critical since the gold lead stays the same.
And everyone kind of has to be careful right here. I mean, we don't have a single flash up on either team. You got Hex flashes available for Clyde and Sir Kenji, so probably not the worst choice there for Harrisburg to concede that objective.
So Sir Kenji goes in, and Clyde is thinking that the hook is going to connect onto the Victor. So he tries to get him out of the fight, but by putting himself so far up, nobody can follow up. The Kaiser's not going to ulti in. The Wukong isn't going just yet. And when he goes in, just kind of dies right away. That tells Winthrop, oh, we can continue to go in. It's going to be fine. Except Shorter Ace lands a huge bind here from out of sight, catches the Tristana, and tells everybody on Harrisburg it's time to go in. Actually ends up hunting the Kaisa into the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And that was the team fight win for Winthrop. That got them the objective. It buys much more time, and picks like Zoe are just so good at making sure that even if you do fall behind, you always have the option of catching somebody and getting that one-man advantage later on into the game. So they are never going to be out of this one.
And I mean, Saskio is doing great, being so aggressive now. 3-2-3, so has managed to catch things up. They have managed to staunch a few of those champions or members on fire there. No more bounty for you, Kaisa. I hate to see that kind of fight too, because we saw it in the mid, Saskio flash in and then just immediately get killed, turned around on. But the commitment is certainly there from Washington. Shorter Ace looking for another sneaky play here. Very, very common for him. But no, they're just going to clear out Vision. And I think Vision has been one of the most difficult things here for Winthrop, or for Harrisburg for the most of the game. Winthrop has been kind of securing that, but my gosh, take a look at the map now. Even though Winthrop has 4 towers, Harrisburg has so much more vision, and they're just so much more dedicated to clearing out the enemy's vision to ensure that they can make these sneaky plays and have some safe hits.
There's so much around the red side, but the critical one at Baron, the one that they were counting on that wouldn't be killed, has just been removed. And this is the real danger. But a fight might be breaking out against Frost Forest. Oh, Cyclone gets popped. We're going.
There it is, the flash away here. Shorter Ace has to use the zone. Yes, and so much damage takes Clyde, but the Haymaker does a ton. Hopeful gonna pick up one, just take one tower shot here. Sandflame is just taken down a ward. Doxa is on the run, though. Manages to hit the Sleepy Trouble bubble on like a moss, but no follow-up.
Killing the Tristana is a good enough sign to start the Baron, considering how much vision advantage they have. Doxa face-checking this is going to be really scared. They don't have a blue trinket. It's only Tristana. Now they know, but they're looking to turn onto the Zoe. Can blast Cone over. She should be fine unless Clyde wants to kill her, and he does.
Ooh, the flash over the wall from Clyde, and then the showstopper to follow it up. All 5 members, though, coming to the aid there to try to take down Doxa. Both summoners were removed from him, so a worthwhile trade for Harrisburg.
Oh, they're so happy with this one. Yeah, they didn't get the objective, but they keep just killing Winthrop out as a result of their vision, as a result of them just being ready to capitalize on the individual members coming in. Frost Forest was looking for an angle on the right-hand side, so he's not able to join the left. Because Sandflame is there, trading ultimate with him, And so Saskia exposed, gets taken down, and then even more members get killed as Doxa dies one more time. And we're really starting to see the value of Clyde on this set pick. Early rotation, never faltered. Got first blood, still super relevant in these team fights.
For sure, and this is one of the players that we expect that from. Always a solid rock, very stalwart play coming from this member, a big shot caller as well, and I love to see that coming from supports because you have to have great awareness of the map in general to be able to do a good job of that and make sure you're keeping down solid vision. So Clyde has, done so much for this team now, sitting at 3-7, but has finished that chem tank, and as we can see, a lot of finished first items here. Nothing too surprising. This might be an engage onto Sandflame. Hopeful taking so much damage from the Paddle Star. The Drowsy is going to hit there. Sandflame has to flash away from this one. The teleport coming in. Shorter Ace gets the binding on the other side. Winthrop starts to disconnect from this fight, and that's that.
Harrisburg was just not in a position to commit to any of these fights just yet. The Wukong wasn't going to burn ultimate for the Gnar, who wasn't exhausted. He would have been able to build his rage out of that. And Frost Forest, really hard to 1v1. So much heal on this champion. Nobody has healing reduction just yet. So they need to take him out as a group. And so you're losing 2 fights on 2 fronts. Nobody's close to follow either up. So they just back off. And they're glad about it because now Winthrop, who burned so many resources, who now has to reset, is not in a position to contest this dragon. They're just going to be farming away. And once again, Harrisburg has conditioned the entire red side jungle for only their eyes with all the control wars that they have. And so Winthrop not even going to bother trying to advance. They're just going to keep Zoe in the side lanes, and Gnar will be there too, but they're going after him. He's got flash to get out if he needs it.
Showstopper comes out, pull you in for Hybrid. Shorter Ace is on the way, though. A flash into the bush, but the binding hasn't come out yet. That will do it. The ultimate is going to be used, but not into the wall. Shorter Ace gets the connection on Chains of Corruption. That is going to be a kill, another kill for Harrisburg. In the meantime, it looks like Winthrop is trying to start this Baron.
It was a bait when you send 3 members to the bottom side when Baron is up. You're going to get the Baron started, but the team fight has been won by Harrisburg.
There it is. So much damage there coming out from Baron as well. Frost Force having to use the Zonias, but it's not going to help. And that means they've just handed Harrisburg a nice, free, juicy Baron.
And the kill on the Gnar, the kills on the bot lane, even the jungle got taken out, so there is no threat of a steal. That is a huge advantage, but that was the opportunity that Winthrop thought was theirs. They needed to do something to climb back into this game. They were losing the team fights handedly, and so they thought, this is our go. We've got a Tristana with the Kraken Slayer. We've got our Gwen. They just didn't have quite enough time because they got knocked up, and the Victor is so strong. He's been getting gold from the start of the game, getting kills in the mid lane by himself. He buys so much time and so much damage from a distance that doesn't commit him to get engaged on. And we can just leave the Chaos Storm in there, no one to engage upon. You gotta disengage from the Baron. By that time, it's already too late.
Not another ace, but it was clean, taking 4 members down. Harrisburg. Now they're going to be pushing mid lane here with these Baron empowered minions. Not feeling too horrible about the top lane. They've sent Sandflame up there.
Oh.
Do a little bit of recon and pushing back. Sir Kenji is engaging there on Leica. Moss Hybrids is following this one up. The ultimate. Going to do a lot of damage on the backside, and there it is. Leica Moss does enough. You said it just a moment ago, Crumbs. There's so much damage coming from this player.
Oh.
Trouble Bubble will hit, but the Paddle Star misses. And Leica Moss might have the chance to get out of this alive. And he will.
He 1v3'd. He just 1v3'd, traded a kill, almost 2. He's gonna get another. Oh, no!
No way. And there's no vision there. That was just him absolutely knowing, all right, you guys didn't leave, you're not chasing me? Well, then you must be recalling in this tri-bush. It's going to be another kill to push forward by HU Storm. There's the Showstopper on the backside. Haymaker for a nice little shield. So much damage from the Killer Instinct. And the Q on Hopeful, who has to flash away here, but it doesn't matter because Baron empowered minions are hitting the Nexus. And Harrisburg University have found themselves the first in this best of 5.
I'm gonna highlight every player here. They actually all played really well. The bot lane from Clyde getting the first blood. Attention to the mid lane. Shorter Ace's Morgana was solid, And then the Wukong was having a great time in the team fights and survived the early laning phase, even punished the Gnar in the windows that he had to. Harrisburg came out to play in this first game, and in the best of, they really sent a statement.
And I mean, sending a statement for starting here on the red side too, with the picks that were on the side of Winthrop. I mean, we had a lot of confidence in that early game, but I think that was one of the biggest things that Harrisburg did best is they staunched the early game. They prevented that snowball from forming towards the beginning, and that meant that they had a slight advantage, and they kept taking everything they possibly could. So while Winthrop had some really good fights, you got to consider, again, HU Storm, they consider themselves one of the best team fighters, one of the best macro players, and we saw it right there in that first game for sure.
They won with the team fights, but I think from Winthrop, you got to go back to the laning phase. We thought the draft gave him those advantages, but the play clearly did not resemble that. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Make sure that you don't get first blooded 2v2. Make sure that you help your players on their signature picks. And I think part of it can just be the jungle pathing. Maybe starting on the bot side, routing to the top side to assist the lanes that are going to have that natural priority. And all of that can be solved in the prep and the downtime that we're going to have as the teams prepare from one game to the other.
Well, we'll see how game number 2 goes. We are going to take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to have those beautiful faces on the State Farm analyst desk to break everything down. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. Stay with us, and we'll be back with more College League of Legends.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. HU Storm dropped some water droplets on those eagle wings, putting some heavy weight for them to pick up the L on the other side. But I am so excited to get into this. I also had the thought actually during that game that between Niles and Five Fire, we've just had a load of champions just coming onto our desk today, which I think is the coolest thing ever. But another cool thing is talking about the games. And Emily, let's kick it off with the draft.
Yeah, so this draft was wildly different than the drafts we saw in the previous series. We had a really heavy set priority that I think paid off super, super well. That's a comfort pick for Clyde if you've been following what he's played in the past. And he showed us exactly why, right? That we got a bot lane kill level 1, which we definitely were not expecting. He was a really, really huge part of a lot of these team fights. So that priority in the draft obviously really, really paid off for them. We also saw kind of a lack of prio in junglers compared to the previous series. I actually thought they were going to go for the Morgana Rumble kind of trade that you typically see, but surprise, it's Gwen jungle.
Surprise, surprise. But I think that Gwen is one of the ones that we all called out that we definitely wanted to see. I think something that's interesting, Five Fire, that you brought up, Victor is a pick that kind of brought some tension on our desk earlier in the earlier matchup where we weren't as excited to see it. But it does feel like it is a suitable pick in this regard.
No, yeah. Like Amaz has been playing a ton of the Victor. You look at, I think 5 of his 6 most recent games were on this champion. So obviously he's super comfortable and he really showed up in this game, in these fights, even just in lane, you know, with the help of Short Race, being able to find out Doxa multiple times, get a big lead for himself, and live in the majority of these fights. You know, and we saw towards the end, him just flexing his muscles, going 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 in the side lane and pulling it off. So I'll be interested to see if Winthrop think that the Victor is a problem and they try to ban it or take it away, or if they think they can figure out a way to deal with it.
And looking at this game, Winthrop did have moments that were quite bright for themselves as we start to look at some of those moments brought to you by Stream Recap. Five Fire. There was some action that we saw early on that seemed to give them some hope.
Yeah, so I mean, we saw starting off here, even though the bot lane did die in that level 1, they're able to get this gank off here. Sasuke gets the kill. This entire wave just goes into the tower and no one's able to farm it. Meanwhile, they also are able to get the dragon because of the priority from that kill in bot lane and that Doxa had in the mid lane. So they were able to find some good angles in the early game. But, you know, Harrisburg was able to get some of these dragons back. And we're able to, you know, use this Herald in the mid lane, find some more picks, and take this dragon as well.
Yeah, and I thought this run of play was really great from Harrisburg, right? They get the catch on Doxa in the jungle. They then immediately transition that into popping Herald mid, getting that first turret. If anyone knows, once you're setting up for Drake, the most important thing you do is actually making sure your mid wave is pushed. It's super important. I see a lot of teams mess this up, actually, even at the pro level. And, you know, this is something that I really liked this run of play for them because they get first turret off of it. They get the next Drake off of it. They basically stop, you know, Winthrop from being able to stack Drakes. It's just a really cool run of play from Harrisburg that showed how well they were able to capitalize on a single pick.
It doesn't surprise me that that was impressive to you, Emily, considering I can, you know, think back to times of you calling back to LPL strategies and using those heralds mid, trying to get that pressure. And hey, we saw some college teams be pretty effective.
Yeah, forever screaming at people that you call mid, actually.
Yeah. Apparently your voice did bleed through in the voice comms here in this game. But another thing about this game, it was extremely scrappy Five Fire, especially compared to some of the earlier series that we saw within the recent days.
Yeah, you know, coming into this series, I honestly thought we were going to have a nice, slow game. You know, we were going to take things easy. But it was just fight after fight after fight. We see Clyde going in here. It looks bad. Oh, no, he got picked. He's dead. But then Short Ace lands this binding on the back end, and the fight just goes crazy. There's another hook landing. People are flashing out, flashing in all over the place. And fights like this just kept happening over and over. But it seemed like Harrisburg were able to find the better of most of these fights. You know, they have the really strong team fighting comp with the Wukong, with the Victor and the Kaisa. So it's not a huge surprise, but I mean, man, was this game crazy.
And I think here is where we saw the strength of Harrisburg, right? Because we said, how are they going to win this? We talked about how we are really, we have a firm belief in Winthrop's players. We talked about how Harrisburg was like, you know, Short Race even said, he's like, we don't have the mechanical difference on our side, right? So we have to win through superior communication and superior team fighting. They picked this composition they're obviously very comfortable with, multiple comfort picks for a lot of their members, and they pilot it really, really well in these fights, and that's how they end up winning the game. So again, like, we talk about a lot of these collegiate teams kind of eschewing whatever you think the meta is strong right now and then going for what they're super comfortable on, obviously within certain parameters. And I think that's what we saw from Harrisburg here.
It's been a very important call out across the board, considering that even some of the lane swaps that we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament are just to make sure that player gets to be on the champ that they want to play. And it worked out so well for HU Storm having those comfort picks here. We do know that HU have selected red side going into game number 2. Fire, if you're on the opposite end and you're looking to tie up the series, is there anything that you would like to see differently or call out?
I would like to see Frost Forest on a jungler with a little more agency. You know, he was doing really well setting up for his team. The Gwen is more of an individual pick, and while, you know, he didn't look really bad on it, you know, he had a fine game. I want to see him have that playmaking potential, the ability to go in, find some picks for his team, and set them up in the lanes. As well, you know, I think, you know, the rest of their team comp was, you know, mostly fine, pretty bog standard stuff, but just be prepared that Harrisburg is going to build this team fight comp and you're going to have to fight them at 30 minutes and you need to have a plan ready for that.
Yeah.
Gotta have the plan. Get the plan, get your head into the game. We are so excited to get into game number 2. Eventually, HU Storm have landed the first blow here in our Best of 5 series, and we know just how wild it can get in the CLoL. I'm so decked and ready for this. We'll see you on the other side of this break for the continued action.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It is your play-by-play, supposedly, for the day, Jolly, and I am joined here with the ever-amazing Crumbs. And we just saw game number 1 in this best-of-5 here between Winthrop and Harrisburg University. And to the surprise of many, Harrisburg swept that game, pretty definitively, huh, Crumbs?
Yeah, it was. They had a team fighting composition that was expected to win in the team fights. And then while that did happen, the surprising thing is that usually when you draft these kinds of comps, the laning phase is where you struggle in the early game. But that didn't happen at all. They got solo kills in the bot lane. They picked on Doxa in the mid lane, got a bunch of kills onto the Zoe. The Morgana from Shorter Ace was exceptional. Good binds, good roams, good team fighting. And then the Wukong was actually doing the Wukong thing that you do into the Gnar. Survive the early game, and then suddenly you're a team fighting menace. So everything went almost too well, which is why we're a little suspicious if it can go the same way again for game 2.
Yeah, kind of sus. I mean, HE Storm is still on the red side, though, here, so Winthrop is remaining on the blue side. We'll see how that works out. No real changes, actually no changes to the ban phase here for Winthrop. And it looks like it's going to be about the same kind of thing from Harrisburg again. They were pretty happy with not seeing those champions in. You really don't want Doxa to get on that Syndra. The Varus is going to be banned out here. So hybrids, going to lock in that Nautilus again. Very, very high priority right now. And having the Fresh banned out, you kind of expect it.
Run it back. Run it back, Storm. You see the Nautilus again. This is exactly the same ban and first pick as game 1. So why not take the set again? And yeah, they're just going to run you back. The salty run back. I think Winthrop Eagles felt like that game was a little suspicious. I do think, though, that what Fire said about mid and the impact that you want your jungler to have on your mid lane is going to be different, and so the jungle will be changed indeed. No more Gwen, instead it will be the Rumble. Much better for the team fighting, and a lovely setup with the Nautilus. You just press R on somebody, wait for the knockup, drop the carpet bombing on them, and they're out of the fight.
And another highly contested champion here, usually we've seen in the bans, if not in the picks. So Frost Forest going to run that one down. And we have seen some absolutely insane equalizers. If anybody else is going to give it to us, it will be Frost Forest here on the side of Winthrop. So a lot more aggression early on, capable, but not as quick, still very quick clear times, but not quite as quick as the Gwen, who has one of the fastest right now in the jungle.
Yeah. Gwen. Triple flex, I'm pretty sure people have yet to figure out, but she'll likely be able to be flexed into the bottom lane as well. I'm sure there's some sort of lane that you can play with her. Just shows you how strong the pick is right now. But what I like about that strength, though, is that it's not as oppressive as most champions that enter the Rift for the first time are. You just can't pick her all the time. That's something that I think is really valuable in this pick thus far. You have to be skilled at her, and she's not all-purpose, which allows us for more variety and teams to fall back into comfort what they've been practicing for many more patches, which Rumble is one of them.
And a little more particular, too, in terms of like the composition and what you want to kind of gain from that. And we didn't really see the early aggression that we kind of needed to from Winthrop's previous composition. That was a big problem. We had the expectation, and we knew that they had the desire to push as hard as they could in the laning phase. And while Harrisburg was pushed back a good majority of the game, they held on so well and prevented the early game from snowballing whatsoever. And I keep mentioning that. It was just such a good job, and particularly, seeing Sandflame being able to come back from that and use those cyclones so incredibly well. We're going to get the Xin Zhao, though, here for Shorter Ace, one of the favorites we have seen quite a bit from this player, so certainly something to fear as he has found a lot of success on this aggressive jungler.
Yeah, the Xin, I also love his champion pool and saying how you don't got the quick hands, well, you're playing Xin Zhao, Morgana, and Udyr. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The skill shots are not very relevant to your champion pool. They're so easy to land what you have, and playing your team fights is just you press a few buttons and you don't need to be making any fancy combos. So you can get a lot of value out of that one, and I think that what Shorter Ace did quite well was in helping Sandflame, like you mentioned in the last game with the Wukong, to get out of that early laning phase. That first dive they found onto the Gnar that really set up Wukong for success, I think was exactly what they needed. We'll see if he can do it again, as the Xin is a very gank-heavy jungler, and we'll be looking for plenty of opportunities to go in, as the composition for Winthrop Eagles wants to be in your face shoving. This is a Tristana in the mid lane. It's the answer that Doxa has against the Victor. Now that Zed and Akali are banned.
kind of a similar setup to what we had before in terms of trying to get that early aggression on the laning phase. And then Harrisburg's team is absolutely exceptional when it gets to the team fight stage. So it's going to be kind of the same concept going into this for both of these teams. It's who can execute it better in this game number 2, who takes that early lead or prevents the early lead. That will really make a difference. And this Tristana in the mid lane, I loved that flex pick. I was like, why Tristana? We haven't really seen Tristana at all. Maybe 1 or 2 bans from the previous games. But running her in the mid lane makes it so that Victor thought he was comfortable, confident, and Tristana's going to be running into it. So a lot more pressure available early on from the champions that were selected by Winthrop. Gives you a little bit more hope that they'll actually be able to execute that composition style.
I like what Winthrop has going on for them, not just because the Tristana, he's going to be much safer in the mid lane than the Zoe was early on as she got picked on, but you've got 4 threats and the Nautilus. There's a lot of damage here, so in the team fight, they're not going to be able to pile in and run into somebody and eliminate them right away. They need to respect every single member on the side of Winthrop or else they will lose the fight, and here is Harrisburg trying to cheeky level 1 invade. They saw what Nautilus did the last game, so they knew that something could be up, but this ward should be everything they need to know that they probably should return to their own side while Winthrop responds in kind with their own wards on the red side.
Yeah, moving in, some picks coming out as well from Winthrop. They're like, I'm not sure if we should do this because we know that they have backed away, or we should know that they have backed away thanks to that ward as well in the river. So just returning back into lanes. Yeah, Winthrop deciding, okay, that is not a smart move and definitely a smart move to avoid that. But getting some deep vision down to start things off. Keeping eyes on shorter Ace means that Frost Forest might have a little bit of an advantage if he does want to engage early. And this is Frost Forest, this is certainly one of the players who loves to be able to gank as quickly as possible. And with this Rumble, we can certainly expect that the second level 6 is hit, that Equalizer is dropping in one of these lanes.
Yeah, the Equalizer is just so nasty, especially when you start to prioritize these dragon fights, the early river team fights. Early Sorcerer Shoes is pretty much all you need for insane amounts of damage out of this champion. And the advantage he'll have now is knowing exactly where Shorter Ace is at. When Harrisburg invaded, they didn't commit to going all the way to red side. It had already been a little bit too late, and nothing will happen in the bot lane. But because it was so late in the invade, they didn't go further, so they didn't get a deep ward on the red side. But they don't actually know what Frost Forest is up to. They just know that the Xin Zhao is pathing from top to bottom, so they'll have to improvise in their pathing and will have to play it much safer than before.
That was potentially dangerous, though, from Sir Kenji. That was very reminiscent of the first blood that was picked up by Clyde in that first game. Sir Kenji getting the hook into the bush, into Clyde's bush over there, so he's going to have the exact same play style. And Hopeful did so well in that last game. We can expect the same thing, even with a lot of pressure from Winthrop's bottom lane. So I love how well they are handling this, a little bit behind, and they're going to be pressured quite a bit to start things out. But they're looking for the cheeky plays. They're not looking for those standard plays, and I think that's something that Harrisburg has been doing really well that is sort of unexpected for this team. And now it's going to be an engage. The flash in onto Sir Kenji, who uses the wall to flash in from Shorter Ace as well. Hopeful's not going to land that Void Seeker, and flashes in, trying to get the last auto off. It's not going to be enough. In comes Frost Forest, getting a little burn down on everyone, and Nautilus hooks the wrong direction. Clyde trying to stay alive, doesn't want to give that kill over to Saskio. Frost Forest is going to pick it up anyway. 2 kills for 0 in favor of Winthrop to start things out.
The action in the bottom lane just never stops. See, the difference this time around is that they just had the Rumble right behind them, and that Shorter Ace, it kind of forced that. They really went so hard to go onto the Nautilus, but he still found the angle on the hook, was able to displace himself just a tiny bit, and when Hopeful flashed in for that final auto attack, thinking he'd get the kill, that was the cue for the Rumble to go in. And so flashing in here, they're already on the retreat, so you get the Jinx flash, but because Nautilus was able to displace himself and Shorter Ace already had used his charge, he doesn't get to follow it up after he lands his W, and so the Rumble can just keep going in. Shorter Ace tries to salvage it by getting 1 kill, and then I like this from Clyde, just pushing himself forward, saving his AD carry. I think that Saskio might have been able to get in range of hitting 1 final rocket onto his AD carry, and so he says, I'm probably going to go down. Let's make sure that it's just me and not all 3 of us.
And the heal from Saskia really coming in clutch there to keep Sir Kenji alive and gave them the ability to re-engage in that fight, securing one of the kills. Of course, I mean, Nautilus picks up the kill. Jinx is a little salty about that one. Just don't do it again, Nautilus, all right? It's hard when you've got that exhaust on such an engage-heavy champion. But I think they're okay with that. 2 assists here on the Jinx. Pressure in the bottom lane still consistently, and they're finding some pressure as well from Doxy here. Sir Kenji's going to go in on this one. Clyde is the target, but a nice chunk of damage from the Haymaker evens that fight out.
Okay, Mininar is being threatened for a dive here, but Xin and Tristan are here. Okay, he's got Flash.
He's going to hop. He is going to flash. Shorter Ace is in the wings like a moss, using that get up to the top. The TP was burned. Doxa taking a bit of damage, but not really worth the TP.
Sandflame could not have stayed in the turret. As Mininar, he would have died right there before like a mouse could have been able to collapse. So had to just run away and got safe. But you have the 3-man goon squad in the red side jungle, making sure that they all get back to their respective lanes and that the rest of Harrisburg's solo lanes go back to base, that they have to use the teleports to get back into their respective lanes. And so despite not getting a kill, still a good win out of Winthrop. Pressure as well as Minions advantage.
It also kind of seems like in this bottom lane, Winthrop, Saskia, and Sir Kenji, they've kind of figured out how to initiate on this and really just staying away from Clyde, but it's not going to help when you get the flash in and the engage from Shorter Ace. The root comes down from Sir Kenji, but that will be a kill going over to Hopeful. Saskia out of mana. Can't really do anything here.
Really good face breaker out of Clyde there. Pulling Sir Kenji out of the hook was critical. Knew they didn't have flash and that the Xin was coming all the way down. I like the difference here in that Shorter Ace did not take the kill. They actually did let that final auto attack go onto Hopeful, making sure that the Kai'Sa gets strong, because on the one hand, you can give those kills over to the support, and there is a responsibility now on them to make value out of that gold in either roaming or strong team fighting. But when you give gold to the AD carry, oftentimes it means you can just leave them by themselves to 1v2, and the result is the same. You've got the support that is freed up to roam, except now your AD carry is actually much stronger.
And the meta right now for Collegiate is huge about roaming as early as possible, particularly sending up Sir Kenji would be the ideal mode here for Winthrop. They are going to get a move on this Dragon. No response from Harrisburg. Nobody was nearby, and no vision was set down here yet. So Winthrop, once again, kind of starts this game with a bit of a vision advantage. We'll see if Harrisburg can find the footing, though, to ensure that they can do what they did last game and just outplay that vision. The base breaker as an attempt, but it was a hook to follow it up. The equalizer on the backside is enough damage to take down Clyde, and another successful fight for Winthrop.
He's doing it for his laner. He's holding the wave, trying to keep as many minions from going to the turret. But the run for Sir Kenji and the Frumble and the Tristana just being so quick to punish him, it actually ends up being really damaging for Clyde. Going down that kill, the thing that's going to hurt him more is losing out on experience. He wasn't taking any of those CSs. He was away from the lane, and being far from level 6 should put Winthrop in a position to contest the next objective, primarily the Rift Herald. If any action happens that involves supports roaming up, you can count on the Nautilus being higher level than the set, having that ultimate available, and that can be just enough of an advantage for them to not go for the fight. Here he is again.
2 fights, though, as Shorter Ace was hiding in the bush there. Hybrids did take down Sandflame before Shorter Ace could engage. It looks like a Moss barely stays alive, but burns the ultimate. Shorter Ace now is on the run. Hybrids flashes forward. Now Frost Forest is here, get a little bit of burn up in this game, and Hybrids is going to find another.
I think Sandflame baited a little bit too hard. He died with no Mega Gnar, no flash available, and just Hybrids didn't even have to burn his own flash, giving a kill over, hoping that Shorter Ace would go in. Some sort of miscommunication or slight underestimation of Aatrox's damage happened, because this damage is huge. This entire minion wave is, well, not the entire minion wave, but a big chunk of it going to the turret, the plate gold, and now the Aatrox being very fed. Let's see what actually ended up happening, because this should not have been the case. He's about to hit Mega, gets hooked, and just did not expect that final Q from doing that much damage.
And it was an exceptional amount, but you gotta recognize shorter ace, or not hybrids, is going to have that kind of damage at this point in the game. And now we'll have even more thanks to the extra gold from that fight. Frost Forest, man, I knew there were gonna be a lot of engages from this jungler, but constantly showing up at the right time in the right place. The communication is a big, big part of that. So we can tell that Winthrop is focusing on communicating, keeping vision down, and they are still in the lead in that aspect. Sandflame is going to take quite a bit of damage here. Hybrids wants to continue the fight, even though he's in a bunch of minions. Megadar is over, so that's the that was very close. That could have gone either way. Oh, and in the meantime, I love this game so far. It's 10 minutes. We got 6 kills. I've got so much game here. Super Mega Death Rocket coming through.
Whoa!
It's no way. That predict was beautiful. Make that 6-1 in favor of Winthrop.
So the angle was exactly at the turret, thinking he'd base, but it actually just catches shorter ace right at the backside. What is Sir Kenji doing here?
And another fight as Sir Kenji gets taken down with the haymaker there. Clyde, though, is going to get hit by that rocket, and Saskio finds another kill. That's 2 in a row for this player. Doxa, though, gets ulted here by the Victor. Going to flash forward after using the hop, and the flash is taken from Like a Moss, but the ultimate is over. Like a Moss really wants this one. Takes a tower shot coming around this Raptor pit, but will not be able to find out Doxa.
Oh, the Rift Herald. Okay, the action just never stops. Here they go after Victor. He has no flash.
Like a Moss definitely gonna go down here, and Hybrids is not the player that you want on Winthrop to be taking those kills. First tower going down. Shelly looking for another hit here. She's not gonna get it, even though the pressure is certainly on this bottom side. We've got a minute left until the Dragon, and Winthrop is looking to get as much vision as possible here to just prevent Harrisburg from even coming close. And they're gonna find out Clyde. Oh, look at the equalizer. Here comes the teleport as well. The Haymaker Clyde is going to get hit by Doxa on the backside. And oh man, Harrisburg is not finding many successes in this game at all.
3 fights in 3 separate lanes, multiple times each time, and all of them go to favor of Winthrop. It is just a ginormous snowball out of nowhere. Partially some mechanical misplays out of Harrisburg University, but on the other side, Winthrop is just having more members recognizing when they're strong and using advantage of the summoner spells. The Aatrox TPing down there, knowing that he could actually flank the Victor, and then the Rift Herald. Rumble was already intending to do that after it got taken in the top side, so suddenly they're snowballing out of control. At least Clyde is level 6 now. But they are so far behind when it comes to damage. You already have 3 completed mythics on the side of Winthrop, and that is going to be just enough for them to be continuing to take these early dragons and entirely deter Harrisburg from looking for more fights.
12 minutes and a 5K gold lead is actually massive, and not something that we're used to seeing, especially for these collegiate games in this round. I mean, we're at the semifinals right now, so these teams kind of got a feel for each other, but this does not feel like the same Harrisburg that we saw in that last game. They were staunching Winthrop's attempts at little successes, and they were finding small victories of their own. This game, it's the exact opposite. Winthrop is just preventing Harrisburg from doing anything, and every small victory that they try to take is immediately responded to. So Winthrop recognizing that, taking advantage of the style of play, and it's very adaptive, which is excellent to see from this team.
They made that call when the draft was nearly identical. When they first picked the Nautilus, they were happy to go into the set in Kaisa again, just saying, yeah, game 1 was our bad. We liked part of what our composition has. We know where we messed up. We got a feel for our opponent, what they were up to. We know what they're good at. Let's make sure we ban out the right champions, make sure we don't give them the Morgana again. And they have just soared. The Eagles are finding their way in the storm.
That's funny, you were talking about that. You're like, actually, Eagles versus a Storm, Eagles should lose, I guess, unless they're in the eye of the storm is the conclusion that we came to. But you can't follow the eye of the storm when Winthrop is constantly changing its position on you and communicating as well as they have. They have just kind of, they've come to the conclusion that this is their game already. The vision that they've placed down is defensive, it's aggressive, they are focused on all of these objectives, and they're looking for all the pressure they can. That's going to be a showstopper there from Clyde. Doxa will end up going down, and hey, Harrisburg found themselves a small victory there.
Oh, there's just a simple joy in life in watching set just suplex people from behind, and entirely unexpected. He has no flash, couldn't do anything about it. By the time you're in range of popping the ultimate against him, he's already got you. So a good opportunity that Clyde recognized, finding some value, because he has to be the one to bring this game back. He was already the one team fighting his way in the last game, but this time around, the Xin and the Gnar are not the champions that team fight so effortlessly as the Wukong and the Morgana. They need special conditions, they need a lot more gold, and they absolutely have to go in or they will just die right away. They can't back out. So much emphasis falls on Clyde as opposed to last time around, and I like seeing that he's recognized that, gone with the Lucidity boots as well, maximizing the uptime of his ultimate and flash to make the plays that we just saw.
We'll see if he is capable of continuing with that, though. That was a nice little pick out that they managed to get onto Doxa and Clyde. Again, just superior positioning, being able to hide in that bush until Doxa moved just far enough forward. But now we have got, the second Shelly, Kelly, Shelly Jr., Gerald, whatever it is. She
Kelly,
has spawned.
We'll go with Kelly. You
I like Kelly, all right?
Let's go with Kelly.
We'll go with Kelly. Perfect. Okay, I got the approval from Crumbs. That means we're doing it. Rumble is going to be the first one to make a move here. There is less than 2 minutes until this dragon comes up. And it looks like Harrisburg isn't really aware whatsoever of this Rift Herald being taken again.
And not interested in taking these fights right now. This Rumble is giga-fed. They are at such an item disadvantage. They're losing the side lanes too, so they're not in any position to look for these fights. They want to get these picks. So around these major objectives, when Winthrop ends up grouping up, is exactly when they want to back off. They want to find the Jinx when she's solo, when the Nautilus is roaming, looking for vision. And the sign that I look for and when Harrisburg is actually looking to fight is always, where's Clyde at? What position is he in? And is he ready to flash onto somebody? Because that's going to be the sign that the rest of the squad is going to be there to follow up.
And his shorter ace in a bush nearby, because that has certainly been a play that Harrisburg has found success with. The teleport coming in and the root under towers so much damage. The equalizer hits the backside. Get a little flame spitting on the front as well. Sir Kenji has to flash away from this one as the Victor ultimate comes out. The Super Mega Death Rocket is going to miss. Sandflame manages to get the lockdown onto Frost Force, but Hybrids is back in this fight. Saskia getting so much damage off with these autos. The zap is gonna miss, but I think Winthrop proved their point.
They were so close on the side of Harrisburg to actually getting the kills that they needed, but they had not enough coordination. The CC was not layered enough, and particularly was Sir Kenji finding Clyde earlier. They didn't give them the opportunity to find the engage that they wanted. They wanted to go in. The Rift Herald's already there. It's going to be a fight in their favor. The turret will go down quickly, and when you've got the double marksmen that are not the focal point of the start of the fight, it's so much easier for them to deal damage, and with the item advantage they currently have, it was going to be even easier than before. So you've got these 4 members, but it doesn't matter. The hook goes on to Clyde, CC him, make sure that he doesn't get the ultimate that he wants, and despite Xin going in, Gnar has to flash in to try to make it, but it's already too late. The follow-up on his ultimate is not there. Kaisa has to ult to get in position, but they just don't have enough damage at the moment to actually take him out. So he can just flash away and keep his Darksteel stacks alive.
And now, Winthrop has found themselves sitting and waiting as Soul Point will be the next dragon for them. Not contested really at all for any of these objectives because Winthrop keeps winning the fights and pushing Harrisburg so far back before the objective even spawns. Like Amos is trying to find some sort of recourse here for the pressure that has been put on. This is going to be the first tower for Harrisburg in this match, and that gold lead is just growing larger and larger for Winthrop. Now Saskia has that red buff. It felt like, I mean, I already said it in like 15 minutes. It already feels like the way that Winthrop is moving around, they know this game is theirs. There's no question in their minds.
And it's even more one-sided than the last one, right? The last game felt like the team fights could have gone either way. There was a lot of hope for Winthrop. This time around, though, the score, the objectives, the scaling, so many things are on their side that they just can march confidently and do no wrong, it's going to be so difficult for them to make the mistakes that will cost them this game, because it is only Clyde that can actually find them and punish them when they are out of position. So they can take the side lanes, they can take the team fights. It's really difficult for Harrisburg to find exactly what they want, and they're on a timer because Winthrop have done a good job at objectives, and they'll have to fight in these next 3 minutes. You really do not want to be giving an Infernal Soul to a composition that has 4 damage threats. The value is just too high.
The last thing Rumble needs is more damage, more burn on this one. But they're looking for it, and there's not a lot that Harrisburg can do here. The vision has been absurd from Winthrop, and not just that, but honestly, the sweeping has made it essentially impossible. You're talking, Crumbs, about they need to find that pick, but they haven't been able to because they haven't been able to keep vision and ensure that a pick they find is alone and not just supported by the rest of the team. Hybrids finds out Sand Flame, but that's going to be a Mega Gnar soon, so a disconnect from that fight means just a little pressure in the top side again. Baron will be spawning here very, very soon. And they've got 3 minutes on that Dragon, so Winthrop has many options in their belts.
Yeah, even the 20-minute Baron is actually an option, not just for the vision to take the fight, but with your double marksman, it's going to be fairly easy to take if you have a few minutes. But it's not necessary for them to go for it just yet. They know how valuable the Dragon is going to be. The Baron could potentially put them in a spot where if they lose the fight out of the Baron debuff or mispositioning, then they actually give Harrisburg an opportunity to claw back into this game. The Dragon, worst case scenario, they get the Dragon for you, right? You stall that soul just 5 more minutes, not as big a deal. So they're going to play it slow, make sure that they maintain the item advantage that they currently have, which is about a legendary up on each of their counterparts. More than enough to win any fight that they so want. So they'll spend their next few minutes and vision repurposing the top side vision to the blue side so that they can control the Dragon and make sure that the fight that happens there is entirely on their terms.
They cleared out the jungle as well. Now Harrisburg has to stay together. They have to be safe here. All of their vision has been cleared out. And Winthrop, I'm sure they have to know that Winthrop, with the amount of vision they've placed down, has just loaded their jungle up. So this is where Harrisburg has to be really careful. You got to stick together. You cannot be separating yourselves like this because one pick from Winthrop could be the end of the game. And Clyde is going to be the one who is caught out here. You got to stay together when you're that far behind, and it's going to give Doxa another kill.
He was looking for the flank angle, hoping that somebody would be there by themselves, but because they cannot contest the mid wave, every single carry is really far back, and as a result, Clyde ends up being overextended, immediately punished. The one thing that he can be at least happy with is that, well, the Dragon wasn't up just yet. He's going to have another opportunity. It's only a kill. He was already 1-5. He's just very weak, lowest level in the game, so he's going to just be an ultimate and hopefully a haymaker. He might just die before that gets popped, but at least he'll have some value still in these fights.
2 levels up for Frost Force as well, so Shorter Ace has really been struggling here, and it's going to be those players who have been watching a gray screen much more than the rest of the team who are falling far behind, but 2 levels is very, very tough right now. Like a Moss, luckily, is maintaining things here, doing a great job considering the fact that Doxa has the lane, and Clyde is once again gonna be found out alone.
Okay.
In enemy this can't be happening, Crumb.
It is though. Okay, 5 seconds. This is the Hail Mary, though. They're going Hail Mary right now, going after the Baron. I mean, you have a Kraken Slayer, but she's so far behind. All it takes is a trinket and a snicker over to the side of Baron, looking at the rest of the squad, and they know that they have to back off. So it's going to be a free Dragon, free mid tier 2. This game is just collapsing for Harrisburg University. Winthrop is crushing in game 2.
It's insane, too, to think that last game we saw Harrisburg do such a good job of very proactive play and kind of forcing Winthrop onto the reactive play. Towards the end of the game, really, it was much more even, like you said, Crumbs, for the first half. This game has been all Winthrop all game. And I love how even though they are very confident, as you mentioned, for that Baron instead of Baron or Dragon. They're like, yeah, we do have an advantage here. We do have a massive gold lead now. 11K or just over 10K here for Winthrop. Still, though, prioritizing objectives that are going to help them close the game out.
Yeah, prioritizing objectives and prioritizing where they can get a lot of gold, which has been the support. They got so many kills off the bottom lane at the beginning of the game. They've just kept going after Clyde this whole time, and he has not altered his game plan much. He's kept looking for these opportunities. He's more than half the deaths of his own squad, and so it's so much harder and rougher for the team when he's going down, when the rest of the team doesn't have the ways to set up plays on their own. So finding the critical member that can engage, killing them consistently, has made this snowball look seamless. And now with the Infernal Soul, the poke that can come out from the Jinx and Tristana, just a zap or a few auto attacks from Tristana is going to be enough to take some of these champions out of the fight.
A red buff right now on Saskio and Frost Forest, two massive members. So much damage coming from both of these players right now. They're looking for something here. Clyde might be found out again. We have some pings that Baron will likely be started here because there's so much pressure, and a nice distraction by Hybrids on the bottom side should ensure that collection here. Hybrids is more than okay with going down for the sake of his team. The only downside is he may not get this buff. He will not get this buff.
I like this trade, though. You really are never going to win a 5v5 right now. The best you can do is get a kill on the side lane, and so you get someone, you remove the Baron buff, which can be relevant in this next Baron push, since the Aatrox will want a 1-3-1, and so he won't have the Baron available to empower his own minions and make that push much harder. You got a shutdown as well. Gold went over to the Kai'Sa, so it's something. You just have to chain these small wins, air quotes wins, because you're giving a Baron as well, and just continue to do this without giving much more to the enemy. So it's the plan for Harrisburg. It's a long ways up, but the fact that they're still thinking about proactive plays is a good sign, and it shows health in a best of 5.
They have to stay safe, though. That's been my concern. I mean, obviously, with Clyde getting caught out 2 times in a row like that, 7 deaths and only 3 takedowns here for this player, it's a real struggle for Harrisburg. You got to stay together. You need to be communicating well, and you need to have full commitment when your team decides to go in. So yes, the little victories are good, but that is still a victory, still something that you can say that you did right in response to a negative play. But that gold lead is just continuing to rise in favor of Winthrop. They're getting more pressure in every single lane, throwing down so much vision so that they can just continue this oppressive play style, and nobody on Harrisburg has been able to do anything about it.
I mean, this gold lead is ginormous now. You're looking at 12K up, double marksman with the rumble. You can just lay down the red carpet behind the turret, force them to back off at the range of your carries, and that ought to be enough to win the fight. As long as you keep your eyes on where Clyde is at, the rest of the team won't be able to follow up. So look at this. Tristana's just jumping in. She has enough damage. Oh my gosh.
That's not okay. They've got a family. How are you going to do them like that, man? Winthrop just slaughtering here. They are turning this game into an absolute bloodbath. 14-4 for the kills. It is 53K to 40K. 13K lead, and they are going to go back in. Clyde gets a nice showstopper, throwing Tristana back in. Serkenji's going to have to flash away here from Sandflame, but the equalizer hits the backside. The W comes out, but it doesn't stun anyone. Flash over the wall. Frost Force is going to find a double kill. Now Shorter Ace is the one on the run, but Hybrids is the one dealing the damage and picking up the kill. And once more, Winthrop find themselves a successful fight with the sacrifice of one player.
I like seeing that Winthrop finally is just like, you know what? We could just dive you and kill you relentlessly. We are so far ahead. So they're going to go look to end the game here. The Jinx is strong enough. I think they've got it.
Absolutely. They've still got the Baron buff too, so these minions can do most of the work while Winthrop tries to deal damage here. Look at the amount coming from Saskio, though, just on the explosion, just on that AoE, popping like a moss for so much damage. And now the middle inhibitor has been exposed. We got a TP down, actually, so they are going to engage on this. Serkenji doesn't have enough mana. The equalizer coming in on the backside. In comes Hybrids with the ultimate, who has to flash over the wall so low the Ignite might be enough. The teleport in from Doxa, though. Clyde trying to find access to the backside. Victor will get a kill, though.
Just a little bit off, and they would have been able to take down the Aatrox again. But now it's 25 seconds for the Infernal Dragon. That could be a huge thing because the Rumble is not going to be available. It has to be the last stand for Harrisburg. Your Nexus is exposed. Your Tristana is jumping into your Victor and just two-shotting him. Doesn't even need to proc the explosive shot. They have to mark their territory here. Teleport comes down. Kaisa is here. We're going to get the last fight most likely. They should not be looking to give this dragon up. They can fight at a numbers advantage. They are that strong.
They're doing a lot of damage to it as well. Doxa trying to wait for the rest of the team to engage on this. They're just looking for that last hit, but no, it won't be enough. Doxa will be able to rocket jump out of that, but Harrisburg, not just a small victory, that's a pretty big one.
Yeah, it is. That buys them a lot of time. That means that their base and their waves will be stabilized by the time that this wears out, and Winthrop won't be able to take that fight. It'll be too risky to go into the Elder Dragon despite how strong they are. And this is just the earlier fight. The Rumble just got double tagged by the Laser and the Kaisa W at the same time. Didn't expect that much damage because he had the stopwatch. He could have lived through it. And let's see if Winthrop feels like extending themselves to try to end the game here. I think it'd be unwise with the Baron being so close to being back on the map. But Shorter Ace could just die here. He's so low.
Shorter Ace decides he got to engage. Frost Forest is going to use the Zonias. The Super Mega Death Rocket hits like a moss, but not as much damage as when it's intended. But look at the Void Seekers from Hopeful. Going to pick up another kill, and that means Shorter Ace is out of the fight. Looking for a pinch here from Sir Kenji, but Clyde is in the wings. We're going to get the Hex Flash over the wall. Doxa and Saskia once again sitting on these red buffs, and it won't be enough for Harrisburg to take a fight.
Yeah, not worth it to trade that jungler for jungle. You see the damage of the Elder already. It was a good attempt to keep Frost Forest alive with the Locket, but unfortunately didn't last long enough as the Dragon Dot still ticked onto him and got that kill. But they tried. They'll just have to wait this one out and look for the Baron fight. It won't be too long. The buff is about to wear out on the side of Harrisburg, so they just have to be a little bit patient, and then they're still 12,000 gold up. I mean, the wallet advantage is ginormous. It is going to be incredibly difficult to lose a fight on even terms.
But, you know, I mean, they had about a 12 gold. I think they had a 13K gold lead when taking that Baron, so at least preventing any lead. In fact, it might have been a loss, and Clyde now might be looking for something. Sir Kenji has to use the Blast Cone to get over into the Wolf Pit. It'll be a disconnect from the fight with Harrisburg here, trying to bait out a fight and starting up this Baron.
That's right, they just won a fight, so they're gonna have to turn. Let's see how Winthrop plays this. Baron's already half.
So much damage coming down. Hybrids just waiting for the right moment. Out comes the Equalizer, and Doxa melts Clyde into the ground. The red team is going to pick up the Baron, but it won't matter if the members of your team aren't alive. Hopeful now has jumped back onto Hybrids. They might find themselves consolation here, but now with the damage that Aatrox is putting out, now the last surviving member goes down, and that is an easy pickup, an easy win, and a Game 3 tie for Winthrop.
Oh, a commanding victory as well. 32 minutes, so average game time, but the game really never felt like it was out of their hands. The Elder fight was the only moment that was a little bit close. Everywhere else, it was just a landslide victory out of them.
Wonderful game, and hey, that means that we're getting at least 4 games today, this best of 5. We're not going to get any shortage of spectacular plays. Game number 1, Harrisburg finding a pretty definitive victory, but this one was entirely in Winthrop's hands. That's going to tie up the series just to start here. Will we get a Silver Scrapes, Crumbs?
I don't know. That was a really one-sided one. If I had to weigh one of these wins against the other, I'm going to take Winthrop's over Harrisburg's, because the first one, you get the feeling for each other. The second one, when you know what the opponent's bringing to the table, I felt like the preparation that was assumed from the first game and applied to the second was really good. The leaving the set again, punishing him, and banning out the Morgana were moves I really liked by Winthrop here that I think can not take us to Silver Scrapes and just give us 2 more games.
Very likely, if they're able to pick up some of those champions like the Rumble, so much damage, the Jinx, you got a lot of potential bans now for Winthrop. So Harrisburg is going to have to tread lightly in the next couple of games. We are going to take a very short break, though, before hopping into that. And we're going to immediately after head into the State Farm Analyst Desk. Let those beautiful faces break all the action down. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Collegiate League of Legends.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. After game number 2 of this series, Harrisburg managed to actually find themselves on the losing end after Winthrop managed to tie it all up. And whew, this was a very different tone than game number 1. I think that everyone on the analyst desk, the caster side, and in the audience have to agree on that. But Emily, if we're talking about what really set the tone for the rest of the game, we have to look at some of the decision making on the side of the jungle position.
Yeah, so early on in this game, Shorter Ace actually takes a pretty risky and bold play to go for this bot lane gank. He basically goes from red to blue to Gromp into this gank, and immediately gets punished because the Rumble is also pathing bot side, so they end up giving up 2 really early kills here. And the reason why I wanted to point this out is not to say that's necessarily a bad idea, because I actually don't mind it, but to show how punishing an early play like this can be, especially on the Xin Zhao, when your whole idea is that you do want to get involved in lanes, right? You're not going to be going up in these insane clear speeds against the Rumble and the Morganas, like we like to see from a lot of these more farm-heavy junglers. So I actually don't hate this decision, but because it happens like this, it ends up setting him really, really significantly far behind, and the Rumble becomes a force in this game.
The way that it did play out just held a totally different fate for the side of HU Storm from that. And I think on the side of Winthrop, though, if you're talking about what they're doing well, Five Fire, we did see a lot more movement from them.
Yeah, so they were able to move around the map and find these plays. Now, some of this does come off the bot lead, but we see here Serkenji moving into the mid lane, forcing Lycomaz back. At the exact same time as well, you have Hybrids in the top lane, able to, you know, play this 1v2 out, get his advantage, but Frost Force is also right behind him to back him up. You know, in the last game, we saw HU a lot of times had the numbers, had the playmaking there, but this time it seems like Winthrop was always ready for whatever play they were going to try to go for, and they were setting up their own with their own numbers. So I'm really glad to see that they bounced back and that game one didn't hurt them too much.
That exact point is very much worth touching on because, Emily, it's not like HU Storm lost their muster behind them. They were trying to make things happen with their team fights.
Yeah, and I appreciated that they tried to go for some of these plays in the mid game, despite the fact that, as we're going to see here, this ends up being a little bit of a wallet difference. They feel like they can kind of go for this fight because Hybrids was a bit separated off initially in the bot side. But I mean, I appreciated this from HU, despite the fact that obviously they do not come out on the winning end of this. We have talked about how sometimes we see Winthrop kind of waffle around a lot of their advantages, and this game in and of itself, like, they had an insane gold lead. They had control of this game the entirety of the game, yet at some points we really didn't see them push those advantages. And like, watching the game, it felt like it was a lot closer always. So I actually really did appreciate that HU Storm kept going for these plays. They knew their route and avenue back into the series. It didn't end up working out for them. A lot of it is also that, you know, their team fighting comp is a lot different, right? If the Jinzhao doesn't pay off, he's not going to be as big in team fights. And the previous series, we had the Wukong, the Morgana, things that are going to be a lot easier to execute when you're looking at like a full out 5v5. But again, I still appreciated that they were willing to go for these plays, especially when Winthrop gave them openings.
Yeah, I mean, and just to piggyback off that, right, in these fights, they were so far behind, but they were still making some really clean plays, right? It's hard to team fight on the Xin Zhao, but he found a flank angle, was able to use the ulti to almost insec some of the Winthrop players in, and, you know, Serkenji had to flash out on 1 HP, Frost Force had to flash out on 1 HP, so they were still making them work for it despite all the disadvantages.
Yeah, and putting that best foot forward continually. But one thing that was mentioned by Emily moments ago that, Pfeffer, I want to get your thoughts on is the fact that some of these teams, even when they have these tremendous leads, and the eye test is telling us that the game is pretty much over, they still seem to extend a bit longer. So as we take a look at some of the replays that are provided by Stream Recap Five Fire, explain to me what's going on here.
Well, so this is the culmination of just 10 or 15 minutes of shenanigans and tomfoolery going around. You know, there's an open nexus. The team that's down 13,000 gold is pulling the Baron and getting wiped for it. But Winthrop definitely, you know, it looked like they had this massive lead. They were up 15,000 gold at one point with an Infernal Soul. And they weren't quite able to close it out. You know, they got the open nexus and then they just backed off. And then there was the Elder Dragon Dance and all of this stuff going on. So, you know, Harrisburg, you know, they're showing that they can continue to contest and that they're really comfortable in these late game situations, even when they're behind. But Winthrop is showing that, you know, if they get the lead, right, well, it might be a little difficult for them to close out. They might need to work on some things here and there. Ultimately, they did end up getting the win, and that's what matters. So, you know, we'll have to see if they're able to close out more cleanly in the next couple of games, or if Harrisburg is going to be able to punish them and find those comebacks.
You have to imagine in that moment, perhaps it's a battle of confidence in your team's ability to continue with that strength, even if it takes a little longer to get to the end, rather than going for that moment to close it right there. And if we're looking over towards our next game, because it is currently a tied-up series, we know that Winthrop has selected blue side. So we are getting that continuation of the same side selection for both of these teams. Emily, when we are looking at that and the fact that a lot of these games do come to later moments, do you think there are ways that maybe some punishment could try to happen from the opposing team that is kind of on the onslaught of the strength that that WU was able to bring through?
I mean, I think both of these teams seem really comfortable with their sides, actually. HU Storm, because they do want to go for these team fighting compositions that are really based around their comfort picks, right? As we saw, like, I don't think, unlike the previous series, we're going to see a ton of draft swings. These two teams actually seem to be pretty comfortable with each of their drafts going in. I do think, their last draft for HU Storm was a little bit riskier because of the things I said about the team fighting composition. It's just a little bit more difficult to execute. Not that Shorter Race didn't have really good team fight targeting on the Jinzhou, as Fire pointed out. But it just doesn't do as much for a team fight as a Morgana or something like that. So if we're going to see something similar coming out of HU Storm, you definitely want to make sure that those early interactions with lanes really, really end up paying off. Especially if you are on something like the Xin, and then making sure that they have a really strong 5v5, because that's obviously the way that they would prefer to win, and also their avenue, even if they're playing from a deficit.
What about you, Fire? Are you aligned with that having someone like Moss on the Victor continue again, even though they took the L in the last game, keeping that comfort? Or do you think that there was enough that got rattled in the cages to maybe suggest they should try and switch something up?
I don't think there's anything wrong with the compositions necessarily. I think they can run it back once again and be happy with their teamfight comp. They just need to remember their identity, right? They're this teamfight composition that wants to scale up. They don't want to do all this crazy stuff early. On that note, maybe I would like to see Shorter Race on something that is a bit more stable of an early game like the Morgana or like an Udyr. Something that, he can just farm up on, know he'll be useful, know he can contest some early objectives while still being able to scale into those late game team fights. But yeah, beyond that, I honestly don't think we're going to see too much change. Both teams seem pretty happy to run it back. So we might see a couple of new picks and bans, but I think overall the compositions are going to stay about the same.
We've seen the Jinzhou work out for Shorter Race. Maybe I'll just brush off that 250 moment from this game, wash it away, and move on forward. Because guess what? Everybody that's watching, we have ourselves a series, because Winthrop and HU Storm are currently tied up 1-1 as they push forward in this best of 5. One step closer to finding out who will be our remaining finalist here for our CLoL action. Don't go anywhere.
everyone, thank you so much for sticking with us here. We are in the second series of the day today. Harrisburg University going into Winthrop, and we have a 1-1 tie, which is my favorite way to kick things off here. I am your play-by-play, I guess. I'm Jolly, and I'm joined here by the most amazing man in LTS, and that is Crumbs.
Dude, I cannot agree to that. That is far too high a compliment. But the way to look at the game, how players often talk about it when you're already down 1-1, is you just say, oh, we're in a best of 3 now. So that can be a great way for the audience at home to also view this from the 1-1 score, cancels itself out. We're back to a best of 3. And so it means that first to 2. You only got to put 2 games together. And so in a way, the win here is one of the most important in this series because it'll take you to match point and it puts all the pressure on the enemy to come back.
And it definitely feels like Winthrop has the edge, at least after that second game. You mentioned before we hop to break, Crumbs, that first game is kind of getting the feel of the opponent. And these teams have played each other, but Winthrop actually has so many more games this season as well. So that's something to consider, that maybe they're a little more quick to adapt to this. I think you're looking at 10-7 for the games. So 17 games that, Harrisburg has played. And then you're looking at like 35 and 34 for the win-loss. So you're looking at like 70 games that Winthrop has played. A lot more experience under their belt, and probably a lot more recognition in terms of these compositions and what works well for them as a team.
Clearly, the Nautilus works very well for them as a team. It had a good showing the last game in both the team fighting and the laning phase. Game 1, yeah, it suffered that early casualty with the 1v1 or 2v2 kill at level 1, but they have fallen back to a very similar composition as last time around. You've got the Jinx, the Rumble, and the Nautilus as well. It's been the Storm that has made a change here by denying away the Tristana, but other than that, they're also falling back on the same things we've seen in games 1 and 2. Victor in the mid lane, not a lot of variance in these first 3 games, so teams are just saying it has been play every time that has cost us the games. It has not been the draft. We're happy with what we're taking. We'll just play it better.
And these bans have been the exact same. So not just the picks. There's none of these respect bans that you kind of expect, except for this Morgana ban. That is the one change, and there was banned out last game. So that's a nice little respect ban that Winthrop dropped here, saying, hey, you know what? We don't want Shorter Ace on that Morgana again. That was one of the killers for us in game number 1. So it looks like Shorter Ace is going to stick with this Xin Zhao, and hopefully, like the analyst said, get a little bit more damage off this time.
Yeah, Morgana is just really powerful, not just in the farming speed, but you don't even have to gank and you can still be incredibly relevant in the team fighting, just denying the Nautilus. That's a key part of Morgana's Black Shield. Nautilus ultimate's not going to go off. It's just going to be fizzled out. So putting Shorter Ace on the Xin, I think works really well for Winthrop because it forces him to go for these ganks. And like the desk highlighted, he went for this early gank. It backfired and the punishment can be too hard. When the junglers are not at the top speed of farming, the opportunity cost for going for these ganks is so much higher because if it goes wrong, well, it really gets punished.
And it's going to make things more difficult for Winthrop because I actually didn't see there is a change in the bans for Harrisburg. It's that Aatrox instead of banning out the Akali. And that means that Winthrop has picked up the Akali for this game, something that they certainly prioritize, have a lot of flexibility with as well. Honestly, Winthrop players love the flexes. They flex their flexes for sure. That Wukong's going to be locked back in, though, for Sandflame. So we're looking at very, very similar compositions. Storm, honestly, they've got the damage available. It's just Clyde. Clyde can't get caught out as many times as he did early on. I think they kind of need to adjust that strategy a bit. But aside from that, I'm mostly worried, honestly. You got Frost Forest back on the Rumble. Very surprised that was not banned out with the amazing equalizers and the level 3 gank that he provided. But then now to have Doxa on this Akali, I mean, this is something that Harrisburg needs to watch out for.
Yeah, you are a carry on this team, and now you have the Nautilus ultimate on top of you, Equalizer, and Akali diving onto you. And if that's not enough, you know that Jinx is throwing her super mega death rocket at you as well. So good luck surviving. So much of it will come down to the Wukong and the set actually setting up the fight and probably engaging on their own terms. A big part of the game, we always talk about it, is who can send more players to the fight sooner. Well, another aspect is engaging first. Can you start the fight on your own terms, catch the opponent off guard? And oftentimes it's those split seconds of extra damage or extra crowd control that can make all the difference in a game of League of Legends.
And Winthrop has the priority on that again. They are on the blue side, no changes here. So Harrisburg has decided to stick with this red side that was successful for them in that game number 1. I would love to see, honestly, just to see how close these, I would love to see Harrisburg have, a massive win over Winthrop, just to kind of give them a taste of their own medicine. But the adaptability from Winthrop is the thing that I'm so dang impressed with. And I think that's something Harrisburg really, really needs to focus on this time, is getting that vision down, putting it in places that Winthrop is not going to immediately remove them, and ensuring that you're consistently laying down that vision as well as clearing out the enemy vision, because we know how aggressive it is right from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and I think that vision started last game with the level 1 invade that Harrisburg went for. They didn't commit to laying down a ward on the red side. They backed off at the side of the trinket ward from Saskio, and so it ended up with Frost Forest getting vision on the shorter races start. They had no idea what Rumble's path was going to be, and that ultimately hurt them. So I think this time around, they played it safe, the standard point defense, making sure that both teams don't know where the jungler starts, and at the very least, that's better than giving information for free.
Certainly is, especially for Harrisburg. The last thing that you want to do is give Winthrop more information, because they can collect so much off of just a little bit. Really, everything you can keep from them is going to help you survive here. But Harrisburg starting a little bit safer this time, and we don't have any invades yet, but here's the big thing, is this bottom lane. All that needs to be done by Winthrop really to shut down Clyde is to stay aggressive here, to maintain this, and then just wait for that Rumble to hop down as soon as he's got a few clears. And it's, I mean, you just don't want to push too far forward if you do want to get that gank off, but shutting down Clyde would be a great start for Winthrop. Worked last game, should work again.
Yeah, it really worked. I mean, they started harvesting the set last time around, just constantly getting gold off of him. And so this time around, you can see that the wave is being played very differently from the side of Harrisburg, because we've got already 3 games in a row of the same sides of Nautilus versus Set, the hooks, the haymakers being traded, and now Clyde has progressively been playing more and more passive, just biding his time for the better opportunity, as Sir Kenji and Saskio have caught up to the tricks that the Set lanes were up to in the first game, and are no longer falling for it.
And I'm curious to see, too, how this Tristana matches up with the Set. We saw the Kaisa 2 times in a row. You know, it allows you to follow up on the engage. If you get the Showstopper from Set, you can throw out the Void Seeker, or if you already have stacks, you can use the Killer Instinct to fully engage here. Now you've got a Rocket Jump on Hopeful to either get out or get in. So a little bit more escapability, a little bit more potential survivability here, but still a massive amount of damage coming from this player. So it's going to be interesting to see how they move forward. It's got to be safe, though, and that's really unfortunate, because Clyde has to face something like this, but so much damage from that Haymaker. What a shield as well. You get the root onto Hopeful, but no kills. Just a lot of damage back and forth.
Yeah, and they're happy to take these kinds of trades, because they know their jungler is down here. Zin is in the top side, so it's okay. If Clyde and Hopeful ever wanted to be aggressive, they would be ganked, so they can go for this, and they can take a recall here. If they want to, they can just crash this minion wave, knowing that there is no vision, and just get out of town, get some items, and return to the lane safely, knowing that Clyde and Hopeful won't be back. Instead, though, they'll stay down here. They know that the Rumble is pathing up again, so they can just continue to play the pressure of their lane with their jungle, and that allows them to continue to gain these advantages. You see it already in the health potions. 10 CS up and a lot more health for the AD carries. It's a big deal on this bot lane.
And into the Tristana as well. You can't farm with this. Clyde's just going to flash in the Rocket Jump to follow it up. Out comes the E shorter. Ace is in the wings, but not close enough. The second Rocket Jump will go through. The exhaust is not enough to stop Hopeful. And they're going to make it into 2 kills down to the bottom. Shorter Ace gets 1, Hopeful the other.
Very good gank there out of Shorter Ace, and Clyde flashing in, catches Saskio at the very edge of the face breaker, and it's going to cost them big time. Look at him go, just at the very max range. They had no idea that the Xin was on the way, even dodges away out of the first rocket jump, but Hopeful gets the reset, gets the next one, and then Shorter Ace prioritizing the Nautilus. Didn't flash away in time, got hit by the audacious charge, and then the flash auto attack at the very end. Getting that double kill is reminiscent of game 1, where Clyde got ahead and just took over a lot of these engages. Let's see if this invade turns to something, though. Shorter Ace doesn't have flash.
They've got the pinch on Shorter Ace. Dox is actually going to dash over the wall. We're going to break away from this fight. Not quite what they intended.
That was close, though. 3 villains in the blue side looking for the Xin. They're lucky that Akali was not level 6. Otherwise, I think she would have been glad to commit to that fight. And I like to see that the support and the jungle are already grouping up. Despite losing that early double kill in the bot lane, they can still group up together and look for Xin, and more importantly, get that deep vision. But some of it has already been cleared out. So Xin will be able to gank this lane again if he so chooses.
It does look like Winthrop is going to choose to move on this dragon. This has certainly been their priority 3 games in a row. The moment they get the chance to, if they have pressure in the bottom lane, they move on that dragon. And they're okay with giving up the ganks by keeping pressure on that bottom lane. Now they can kind of let Hopeful push back out a little bit in hopes that Frost Forest can make it down in time. But Winthrop is, they got to maintain this pressure. They need to find some ganks. They need to not let this Tristana get out of hand. And falling behind in the bottom lane was certainly one of the things that Winthrop needed to focus on and needed to get an advantage in. So, stopping that, the equalizer hits nobody, trying to catch out Shorter Ace, but you don't need an equalizer when you got a Nautilus hook and a passive.
Yeah, they knew he has no flash, so they just wanted to cut off his right. He's about to mini-nard. They're going to go in.
There's the Cyclone coming out. Hybrid's taking a lot of damage. The second Cyclone pop. An empowered Q there. The reset will hit. Hybrid's flashing over the wall, followed up with another flash. The blast cone will be used, though, and Sam Flame makes it out. Avoids that boomerang for the slow. That's going to be the end of that.
So close there. The blast cone just being the demise of the 1v1. He could have gotten that kill, saw the opportunity. He was about to get exhausted. No chance of getting Mega again. But the blast cone helps him out again. The only way to know that it would have been available is thinking, well, maybe Frost Forest didn't use it earlier and hasn't been waiting in this brush. No chance of knowing that. He went for the opportunity. Unfortunately, he lost it. But now he just needs to call his jungler up again and look for that same window, as it'll always be available in the Wukong versus Gnar matchup.
And still has the teleport there, so a little bit of an advantage as Gnar just back up here. We got Rumble in that tri-bush, but Wukong, Sandflame playing so safe here. In the meantime, Harrisburg has pressure on the bottom. They're going to find themselves a plate, get even more of a gold advantage. Winthrop has had creep advantage in most every single lane, so they're close to evening things back out, but they did have a lead before that double kill. And all Harrisburg needs to do is keep this a-rolling. Look at Saskio getting pitched out here by Clyde, who's just going to throw down a ton of damage. It's this harass that Harrisburg is so good at, this mind game of, hey, you don't know where we are. We're going to make sure that we catch you out.
You catch him out, but you did lose the Rift Herald for it. Lost a little bit of CS, a plate only, so Frost Forest is more than happy with that one. And you mentioned that the advantage of CS has constantly been going the Winthrop way, and I think a big part of it has been the Rumble matchup. He just gets Rumble versus Xin 2 games in a row. He's gonna outpace you. You have to find these ganks. And so while Xin did get that one in the bot side, that kill onto him was very deadly. Not only because the gold went onto Frost Forest, but because it slows down his clear so much worse. He really needs to stay in the game, killing, finding ganks, and getting the pressure. Because if you just try to race against the Rumble in farming, this is a sports car going up against an SUV. You got no chance. You're always going to lose. You need to do something else.
And not only fast or clear, but we know that Frost Forest has made an appearance in a couple of, in a couple of lanes. And so that's certainly something else that they're looking at. The amount of roam that comes from Frost Forest is insane. So getting solid clears, being able to get pokes and help the enemy team worked in the last game. But Winthrop is going to need to find a few of those successes to get the ball rolling on their side of the field here.
Yeah, and part of it is going to be punishing those flashes. You see Shorter Ace there, hoping that the Akali would go in and be really aggressive and overextend it, but it's that kind of play that really bites you. Much harder than you would hope in the current meta. It's just so dangerous to sit idle, looking for the opportunity that the enemy missteps instead of just crashing a wave and trying to tower dive. That's going to be much more guaranteed. Those are the plays that they have to go for.
And it's kind of surprising, too, to compare these 3 games. Honestly, it's the same teams, both times on both sides. But the amount of aggression that we are seeing from Harrisburg compared to the second game, it is reminiscent of the first game. But to see that coin flip just kind of go back and forth and to see how well Harrisburg is able to utilize that, that's got to be one of their strategies continuing to go forward because it's working very well and it's preventing Winthrop from finding each of those little victories that they tend to that stack up into a massive one and really push them over the edge. So Harrisburg already looking good here. The game is not over yet, though. So a lot of opportunity for Winthrop to clean things up. A lot of great team fight mechanics available on the call position on that blue side. So once we get to that stage in the game, we'll have to see who plays it out or if any early advantage can be made because both the first and the second game there was an early advantage found. This game, they are not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, they both learned because the early advantage seemed to have dictated the entire pace of the losses for both teams. The first one in the bot lane got snowballed. The second game, the same thing happened. That early kill got blown out of proportion, and Winthrop just ran away with it. So I see why both teams have fallen back to being a little bit more passive this time around. They don't want the game to be decided this early on and not have a significant chance in the mid to late game. So slowing things down, not a problem here, but still there's going to be a lot of fun execution to watch. I'm looking at Daxa with the Akali. It was banned before. I need to see him perform on it. He's farming fine. We know she can lane easily, but how flashy are the mechanics of this pick on him? Can he actually dive the backline in tandem with the Rumble and the Nautilus? Because if so, we've got a really deadly combination that will have to be respected in the next game.
And with Frost Forest, too, there to help out Akali, who better than just to throw some extra damage down in the back. You don't have as much crowd control as we've seen from some of the other junglers that are in there, but that's not necessary when you've got Doxa on such a strong champion. It's just going to be a bit of a slower lane, and we can see there's no focus from the jungles. They're just letting that mid lane island kind of take place while they focus on getting the push in the bottom, the top, because that's where they need to find pressure. We talked about getting the Gnar and the Set as some of these members of the Xin Zhao and the Set to get a little bit fed, but they need some more damage to be able to get there, and with so much range on the opposite side, it's very difficult right now to find a spot to poke in.
I think you hit exactly on the danger of these picks like Xin. You need something, right? You absolutely need to find these plays, or else your relevancy in the game is just not as high as these other power farmers. And that's the problem that Harrisburg is currently facing. Shorter Ace needs to find a play. He's getting outpaced by the Rumble, and Rumble is just power clearing constantly while the Xin is looking for mid mistakes like we just saw. And those mid mistakes are compounding into a larger gold disadvantage from the jungle, and the Rumble just synergizes so well with this composition already. This pick can take over these team fights in just a single spell. So Shorter Ace needs to be in tandem with his team. See, even this is just so difficult to find the kill. As long as Doxa plays a little bit far away, he's got flash, he's got his ultimate. If he just hugs the other side of the map, he won't die here. Gets stunned though, this could be it.
That stun might do it. The ultimate's going to come out. A flash and a flash. Shorter Ace does not get the kill. Doxa gets out alive. And a little bit of wasted time there from Harrisburg.
Yeah, all that effort, and I think Doxa will still be able to survive in this lane. Oh, got stunned again.
That's going to hurt. The second pop does not hit, though, so Doxa needs to get out of dodge.
Yeah, that second gravity field was really significant. I thought he would have been able to stay healing up with his fleet footwork, but that second stun got him way too low, not worth it. They got something, but it still comes at a cost, right? You got to play it in the mid lane, but now the Rumble is even more ahead than the Xin because he just got a flash. That's not enough. You need to be getting more, and now the Dragon Fight is approaching, and it's a double Sorcerer Shoes item spike for your mages. They are going to love it on the side of Winthrop.
Once again, really solid vision as well from Winthrop, making a very early move towards this dragon. Very aggressive movements as well, and that's been the biggest helper for them on these engages, is forcing out a little bit of this roam and then throwing some wards down. They have done such a good job of covering the pathing that Harrisburg needs to maintain to be able to access these objectives. And if Winthrop is able to prevent Harrisburg from picking any of these up, then Xin Zhao's never going to be able to get enough damage to really help out in this match.
Yeah, he's pretty far behind, so he'll have to be synergistic with the rest of the squad. He's got some good abilities, though, to team fight. His ultimate does allow him to survive fairly well, but the curious thing for me is going to be what Sandflame does. His Q is going to be really relevant in actually boosting the damage of both Hopeful and Shorter Ace in this game. And so if the Wukong can end up having a good game, he can make up for some of Shorter Ace's and Clyde's under levels this time around. So there's a better chance of team fighting effectively from this lineup. But an area that has been a bit of a problem from Harrisburg, even in the game that they won, has been that coordination in their engages. They have been a little bit out of sync, and that has been punished. And as Winthrop is warming up, I get the feeling that they'll be much better at recognizing those moments and capitalizing on it.
And with a team that prides themselves a lot, considering themselves to be one of the best teams in CLoL at macro and at team fighting. And so for Winthrop to not even allow that team fight stage to really hit for Harrisburg has been huge. Both of these compositions, though, are looking for this team fight stage. So really, the early snowball in this game doesn't matter as much, and that's probably why it wasn't really a priority for either of these teams. They've been taking a little bit slower. We're at 13 minutes, and there's only 3 kills on the board, so 1 more minute for plates here. A lots of back and forth gold, just a very, very even, slow-paced game, so that they ensure they don't step out of line and turn things around. Because we've seen how quickly these teams can snowball. Shorter Ace goes in. Frostforce has to flash away, though, but a lot of damage in response. You can't mess with that. Sandflame is going to flash away from Hybrids, who is going to get the W and secure the kill on the top side. Oh, Frostforce is going to stop the recall. Out comes the showstopper on top of the equalizer. Clyde should be taken down here in response. No flash, or flash is available, but there's no reason to use it when you know you'll just be engaged upon. Doxa has a dash.
True bro, though, Doxa. He's waiting for Saskia to get in range, to get an auto attack, sees that Clyde's not going to let it happen. Swifties too fast. Like, fine, I will take the kill. But don't say that I didn't try to share some of the gold with you. Clyde finds a kill on the Rumble, though. That is a big move there. They got the flash earlier, stayed in the jungle. Surprised, though, that they weren't a little bit more cautious with making sure that the rest of the squad has stepped out. But first, we're going to see and play from the entirety, because Rumble does a ton of damage here. I think Frostforce could have stayed had Clyde not shown up, but then they see Shorter Ace leave, and they don't know exactly where the set is. And just because the rest of the squad is collapsing, they're more than happy to go in, and then they realize, the set was here the whole time. He took down our jungler. Lucky that he had no gold bounty on his head, otherwise that could have been very dangerous.
And we didn't even see, it wasn't until that replay, the Saskio Super Mega Death Rocket that almost took out another member there for Harrisburg. So that's something they need to watch. That range is something that is going to be utilized as much as possible here, whether it's just equalizer damage far back or Saskio popping shots off. It's kind of a get down, Mr. President sort of composition here. Now they're like, all right, we've got a couple carries and we can just surround them with who we have. Hybrids goes in for the aggression and has been doing a great job of maintaining the economy on his rage. So lots of big opportunities here moving forward, but I do think that Harrisburg has been so great at being aggressive here, doing exactly what Winthrop did in the last game to take advantage, forcing reactive play by playing proactively. You just got to be a little bit careful with it and not go too far in with the rest of the team so far behind.
Yeah, and also getting out quickly. Right, when you engage and the fight takes too long, you can be certain that the rest of the team is going to quickly respond. The calls are going to be made that, hey, I need some help. And in the meantime, the reason why Hybrid has been crushing this matchup has been because Shorter Ace was not able to give as much help to Sandflame as in the previous games. He has been on his own, and that has been the result of Anar being very powerful in this matchup. We've got 15 seconds on the Dragon. Wukong has teleport. Let's see what he does to get into this fight, because it seems like he's just going straight to the top lane, and we'll be waiting for the rest of the team. They don't want to give this up entirely. They've got mythics completed, so they are in the position to take a fight.
It's going to be a 4v4, though, as the teleport comes through here. Saskia is going to be the first one to take quite a bit of damage. Harrisburg kind of moving themselves out of a position. They had the push here. They had the positioning for this dragon, and sort of allowed Winthrop to re-engage and re-emerge back into the lane. And that means that now Winthrop is going to have priority. Clear out the vision, at least take something here. We got some pings from Akali on the backside as well. A little bit of a distraction game towards the mid side, because Winthrop knows how much damage they're capable of doing. And if Doxa can get into this fight, it could be devastating for Harrisburg.
Sandflame is not level 11, though. The Wukong ultimate is so critical to be leveled up for that extra damage. It really ramps up, so him not having that does put them at a bit of a disadvantage. The gold lead is starting to mount, and without even contesting the mid wave, they're not in a position to look for this. They're going for the wave, but by this time, it's going to be too late. Winthrop will get this dragon safely.
Nice little consolation for them, you know, of not quite feeling like they have as much pressure as the last game. There's going to be a flash forward. The ultimate from Victor comes out, and Clyde just gets melted by the Super Mega Death Rocket. The Equalizer gets a lot of burn damage on the backside. Hybrids tries to slow him down and pick up some more rage here with the Boomerang. But it's just going to be the one kill. No, Like a Boss is going to be jumped on, but Sandflame has the ultimate. It might not be level 11, but it's enough to pick up a kill and save his teammate. In the meantime, Hybrids wants to continue on this fight, picks up the one. That's going to be another tower for Winthrop, and another charge from Shelly.
They're feeling flashy. They see the fight. Just a single kill, the dragon, it's not enough. It didn't feel like a fight. We need to be going in. And so Doxa has the opportunity to go after Victor, thinking he can one-shot him. But Wukong with the knock-up interrupts him, takes him out. Luckily, they find another kill, but they're able to get another tower. And that is going to be really big for Winthrop. That tier 2 will shove the team so far back. And the engage starts with Nautilus going onto Clyde. So he doesn't ult him right away, but he gets it onto Xin, which is a result. Ults him. A great equalizer, forces multiple flashes out of Harrisburg. Makes it so much easier for them to follow up. And then Doxa, he's got the charges of the ultimate. He's like, I got to use these, don't I? Not really, but hey. It looked cool, and it ended up getting more kills in the end because Like a Moss ends up stepping too far forward, doesn't anticipate the crunch and stride breaker range that Hybrids has available to them.
Sandflame and Hybrids, a little bit of a swap here. And a mid lane swap as well to the top side. Doxa's going to get stunned up. The ultimate comes out. Like a Moss taking a lot of damage, but Dox is dealing it right back, and that 1v1 goes in favor of Winthrop.
Clean. He knew he could kill him, right? That is why he initially had gone onto Victor earlier in the mid lane, knowing that his damage is more than enough to take him out. It was that time he had no Wukong to help him, and so it was a swift assassination of the mid lane matchup. So that is now 2 side lanes that Winthrop is winning at, making it much harder for Harrisburg University to actually find their footing in this game. It's once again going to be up to Clyde. Sandflame is level 11, but if he's never allowed to join the team, being 2 levels down from Hybrids, he'll be shoved into his turret all day and never participate in a fight.
And that's kind of what led to Harrisburg's demise in the last game that we saw. It was really big control from Winthrop, and they have regained control of this proactive play, forcing Harrisburg on the reactive. And now that they have 4 towers, 3 towers up, that means that Harrisburg is going to have to spend a lot more time playing it safe, trying to throw down vision. And speaking of vision, I just cannot get over, I respect so much the amount of defensive vision that Winthrop continues to throw down, even though they have pressure in all of these lanes.
You have to, right? Well, not so deep as what they currently have in their own red side, but the ones around River are the ones that will actually allow you to see if Clyde gets to go into the flank missions that he has been attempting in the previous games in this one, because that's the avenue that this team is looking for. They're looking for angles where they can find individual members by themselves, and so making sure that that vision is at the very least at River is going to be critical. Clyde looking for something. Oh, gets hooked though. He's going to die.
Ooh, what an equalizer to hit all 3 members there. Clyde just takes way too much damage. Frost Force is going to pick that one up. Winthrop is going to continue to just put pressure on Harrisburg's jungle.
They need to prioritize their minion waves on the side of Harrisburg if they want to be going for these plays. Without the minion waves threatening to crash onto the turrets of Winthrop, there's no need for them to worry about who is in the jungle. They're not going to miss out on any experience, so they have no problem sending multiple members into the river, into the jungle, looking for trouble. And because Harrisburg's University's waves are crashing, they end up losing more. It's their champions that are stuck farming away, as we see like a Moss up here trying to crash the wave. And they even had this ward in the mid lane at the tier 2 that they earlier took to see if there was any follow-up available. When they see that the carries are so far away, it's easy pickings running that ultimate to take down the support.
I mean, Winthrop's making it really hard, though, for Harrisburg to be able to get in there. And it's this control, this patience as well, waiting out hybrids is going to be able to stop that recall. We might get a little bit of a fight. That's 3 members here, but Shorter Ace just takes so much damage. The teleport coming through, the Flame Spitter won't get enough, and that Super Mega Death Rocket is just going to get ulted away by Shorter Ace. Speaking of ults, the Equalizer on the backside comes through. Hopeful gets flashed on and autoed there by Doxa. The Cyclone coming out on the backside. Frost Forest is able to take down this Wukong right after Saskia loses his life, but he will be the only member of Winthrop to go down. And another ace goes over to the blue side.
Oh, a huge ace, too. That's going to be Baron, and they're going to be able to get the Cloud Soul afterwards. That is a giant win fight for them. It's really difficult now for Harrisburg. It's twice they get caught, and they don't get the fight on their own terms. Xin is face checking. The hook for Sir Kenji is there just as it was for Clyde. They engage on him once again. And when the Xin is forced to use the ultimate to disengage, that's the cue. That's when they know they can commit everything on the team fight, and they're going to win it. They do. It seems like it's a beeline from Harrisburg to maybe salvage the Ocean Soul, see if they can stop it. I think Trist has enough damage, though. So it looks like not all is lost for Harrisburg. They get something in return. It gets spotted out, though. Maybe a Super Mega Death Rocket can steal it.
Maybe you can. It is up and available, but that is a lot of damage here waiting for the Super Mega Death Rocket. Just a little too late. A 1/10 of a second, maybe. And it is going to be Shorter Ace who finds the smite.
That's that jungle change for you right there. I think that's the only reason why that one was able to be secured. The 1,000 smite at a Shorter Ace. But back on the fight. Has to use the ultimate right away. And while the Super Mega Death Rocket used unwisely on the Zin's ultimate, the damage has already been done. They're on their retreat. Doxa flashing and takes out the carry, knowing that he has a stopwatch, and then the fight is already over. The Wukong does what he can in the back line, but they're so far behind. The carries are not there to follow up. There's no Chaos Storm, no set ultimate to combo with that. It's just a Wukong and nobody else. So everybody gets split apart, and they lose the Baron for it. And it seems like match point is all but Winthrop University's.
Certainly feels that way. We're looking at less than 25 minutes, and once again, a 10k gold lead in favor of Winthrop. Now they've got Baron buff. They are pushing in the mid. They are pushing down the bottom. The vision is widespread across their own jungle and the enemy's jungle. They are not willing to give it up here, so they're going to move forward with some trepidation. But they certainly, it feels like they have this in their clutches. They just don't want to give it up. They don't want to give a single chance over to Harrisburg to potentially turn things around.
Yeah, it's the engage from Clyde. The second they see the set, they need their eyes on him. They need their eyes on the Wukong, and then they're fine. Because they're winning this side lane so hard. Right now, they're just splitting themselves up in 2 lanes. They could go to 3 if they really wanted to, but if they can get a team fight here, if they can just get a dive, it's going to be so easy. The flashes are down on Like a Moss, on Shorter Ace and Clyde. Even the Wukong doesn't have it, so the opportunity is available, but there is some standing gold on the map with the tier 2. They can threaten multiple lanes at once, and that's what they're going to do instead, of trying to maximize the Baron empowerment of the minions to get as much gold as possible and maybe even more inhibitors.
Trying to get damage down on that third tower as well. They had Baron-empowered minions hitting both the mid and the bottom, so a little bit more pressure than a full tower. They're going to continue to push these Baron minions. This is... Whoa. Oh my gosh, wait, that's going to be a hook in. Kenji says, you know what, I can take advantage of this. The equalizer comes out on the backside. In comes Meganar, gets 3 there and is going to throw it down to the W, but Shorter Ace has to escape from this Frost Forest, finds one with the Flame Spitter on the backside. Doxa is all about jumping under that tower, trying to get some more kills, but Like a Moss is going to find the shutdown in response, and that's a big one to take.
That is a big one. The Baron is already out, so they're not going to be able to continue this push. The wave clear from Victor is going to be good. That is a huge win, and I'm glad that it ended up being a win for Harrisburg, because starting the fight blind onto Clyde felt like they were just hoping that the pattern that has worked all game long would be repeated. The danger was that this time around, the follow-up from Harrisburg was much closer. While Gnar was able to get a nice ultimate, the Jinx and the Rumble weren't as quick to initially burst down the set as in the previous times when they caught them at the river. So that is why the fight went so much better for the side of Harrisburg. Then when the Akali dives in, it's just a nice fatty shutdown. Yeah, she had the stopwatch, but the rest of the team wasn't going to be able to make it there to block it for her. It could have just put everybody else in harm's way. So she accepts the death, goes down, gives some bounty away, but they don't get the inhibitor. And that is a big deal for the Baron. Not having gotten that one keeps the base alive for Harrisburg University.
And it kind of felt like, too, you know, nobody aside from Kenji there. It was Kenji's decision is what it felt like. And the rest of Winthrop was like, all right, well, we've got to make a move on it. Maybe we can do something. We have such a big advantage. But they also had a lot of gold in their pockets that they hadn't spent. So it ends up being another small victory for Harrisburg, but the gold deficit is still over 10,000 in favor of the Eagles here. Seems like they are surviving this storm with no problem. They have located the eye and they have stuck with it. You got that hurricane tracker on board, but Harrisburg looking to try to find something here. Hybrids doesn't have Meganar, but at this point in the game, it is so easy to hit it. There we go. Kenji's going to be the one to try to start things out. In comes the flash of the Wukong ultimate. Clyde goes down and Hybrids picks that one up. In comes the ultimate as well. Gnar on the backside. That's going to lock down one member. And this fight has been so split apart. Every member of Harrisburg separated from the rest of the team. And that's all it takes here for Winthrop to find themselves yet another clean ace and likely the win and match point.
It just was not close. Yeah, the gold lead wasn't as dominant as game 2, but from start to finish, Winthrop has been in control here. All their fights have gone their way. They have shut down the main engage of Clyde. Shorter Ace is not able to do what he wants on the Xin Zhao pick. The lanes have gone in their favor, and they're growing confident as the games go by, and they're now on match point.
Now at match point. That's certainly something that we have to recognize about this team is they are improving every single game. I still cannot believe that that first game that we saw was the same team here because they have cleaned up so well. They got some spit shine going on right now on this team, and they are not looking to drop it anytime soon. The pressure is now on, though, for Harrisburg as Winthrop is at match point. They do not want to allow this to get to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, and I think it's obvious what they have to do. Just completely change the plan, because you have had all these games in the same side with roughly the same draft, the same mid laner, the same support, 2 games of the Xin Zhao, 2 games of the Wukong, so they can have a lot more variety in what they go with in this next game, so they can still surprise us. It's just a matter of how confident were they in these picks, because they stuck to it so much, and already it's failed twice.
Maybe ban the Rumble? Maybe ban the Rumble?
Yeah.
I think banning the Rumble would be a really good way to go about this because those equalizers have been insane, and Frost Forest is just getting way too invasive early on, way too quick in those clears. You got to force him onto something else. So hopefully we will see that here. But we are going to take another quick break, so go get your snacks, go get your refreshments. You're not going to want to miss this next one, but we're going to be checking in with the State Farm analyst desk beforehand. So stick around for this commercial. We will be right back with more College League of Legends.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. As our analysts predicted, the series is starting to really go towards the Winthrop side. The Eagles starting to take flight in full effect in that game, but HU Storm will continue to have an opportunity to do so, as this is a best of 5 series, so it ain't over yet. And hey, Fire, that's one thing actually we got to hear from Niles a bit earlier about the impact of the best of 5 compared to the best of 3. I do just want to get your quick thoughts as a competitor on how much you feel that shakes things up.
I mean, the best of 5 is a totally different beast. You know, if this was a best of 3, it would already be over, but the teams now have even more time to adapt, to think about the strategies that they want to employ, think about, you know, their executions in game as well. I'm not sure if we'll see anything different because we've seen more or less the same for 3 games, but there's always hope there.
Oh yeah, always a little bit of hope, and I think at the beginning of this game, we did see a bit of hope sparked for HU Storm as that play in the bot lane that will be brought to you by Stream Recap went a bit differently at Fire.
No, yeah, Harrisburg showing that even though last game went pretty poorly for them, they were still willing to find these aggressive plays. This time Short Race comes down, after he gets all of his camps and is able to come and pick up the bonus kill on Sir Kenji, get their bot lane a nice lead. The only thing that was unfortunate about it was it didn't end up resulting in a lot. They still lost the first dragon. They didn't really have great control anywhere. So going forward, if they are able to find these early game plays, I want to try to see them push it, revisit that lane, re-gank it, keep applying the pressure, and try to get some of those early objectives.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out and follow up on that is that once again, we saw Winthrop have complete domination over these early objectives, both with the Drake and with the Rift Herald. So I think it's one thing. I'm glad that HU Storm are still looking for these early plays. And now it's really about, okay, like, what are you going to get out of this? What are you going to transfer it into? Even if it's just now we have a bot side advantage, we set up our vision, get the next Drake, make sure we're really set up for it and ready to go. Because it's still in games 2 or in this game and the game previous. So yeah, games 2 and 3. We saw that Winthrop just had complete domination over a lot of these early objectives.
Yeah, reliving some of those moments from the game. Yes, we saw that early domination over the objectives. Emily, you mentioning how much that they were really able to get from this, specifically bringing it over towards that mid lane fight that we're getting to take a look at now.
Yeah, so, they're going to end up getting a lot from this because they've already just taken Drake. They're going to have this mid Herald fight, and then they're this mid lane fight, and then they're going to be able to drop Herald and get 2 turrets off of it. Doxa gets a little hypey there, but it doesn't matter because, again, they have Herald. They're already pushing the wave in. They managed to get onto Lycomaz immediately regardless, and with hybrids as this front line for this fight, they're able to lead this Herald in for 2 turrets. And this is kind of a difference in terms of when we talk about HU Storm and when they get a pick or when they get a fight, what are they getting out of it? We've seen that they've really struggled to convert that into significant map advantages outside of game 1. Whereas here, we see them get 1 fight even when Doxa gets, picked off, because again, he goes a little too far in there. We still see them end up getting 2 turrets out of it, and it's off of the back of already picking up Drake. So this is the difference in terms of what Winthrop is getting out of some of these plays and what HU Storm is able to get.
Yeah, and to piggyback off that, I do want to highlight that Doxa, while he might have been going in, getting a little hyphy, going a little crazy, part of the reason why they were able to get the 2 towers is because he did some damage to the Victor. The Victor ended up getting flashed on and dying shortly after. So even if his initial play didn't work out, his team was there to back him up and follow through, as well having the Herald that Frost Force was able to secure. So, they're picking up for each other's maybe little individual mistakes and, punishing as a team, which is what I want to see HU Storm do when they get those leads.
Sometimes you feel that hyphiness rise. Fafar, I'm sure you can relate in those moments. You feel it take over. And in a lot of points of this game, it really felt like Harrisburg was able to take over, or rather on the side of Winthrop, Emily.
Yeah, so they're going to end up collapsing on this fight. This is eventually going to end up in a Baron for them and then closing the game out. What I really like about this is that you get to see how this team composition really likes to split up fights, right? The Rumble ult is going to end up coming through, and even if it doesn't hit anyone, it ends up separating this fight out, and that's where hybrids can be this insane frontline and just get on their carries. That's where we can see Doxa have the room to just go in and assassinate whoever he wants. And this is exactly how this team composition wants to work. We talked about, like, how is this specific comp going to work in, like, 5v5s? Splitting it up like this is, like, absolutely perfect. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, and as you're mentioning, Winthrop was ending a lot cleaner this game. There wasn't so much dancing. They weren't waiting for Soul. They got 1 Baron. They broke most of the base. Then they won 1 more fight, and the game was over. So honestly, if the series, is keeping trending this way, I feel bad for HU. I feel good for my prediction at least. But we'll have to see if they're able to change anything up and bring it back, or if Winthrop will just continue to steamroll in the latter half of this series.
And when it comes to changing things up, though, we know that HU Storm have selected to remain on red side. So I think that we can all agree we'll see a lot of similarities come through. But, you know, as Five Fire mentioned, things did look a bit cleaner this time around. I mean, Emily, when we were looking at the game prior, where it took that time to be able to close things out, what do you think it was? Some of the pressure they're able to bring and the attention kind of to those waves to make sure that it was a bit tighter this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think they sync their waves up a lot better. I think they pick their fights a lot better. And I don't think, even when we did have that one overreach with, you know, Sir Kenji getting the initial hook in the top side, red side jungle, and then Doxa going in, assassinating someone, and then not really having a route to get out of that fight. I still think even in those plays, like, it's in a position where HU Sturm were not able to get anything off of it, right? So it didn't actually end up mattering. And I did like, again, we were pointing this out off camera, but me and Five Fire were just like, yeah, you're syncing up your waves better. You're paying attention to your side lanes. Like, we're good. We obviously learned some stuff from the previous game, and we've tightened up some of these things in terms of closing out the game. And that's really what they're going to need if they want to close out the series in the next game.
Kind of making sure that you capitalize upon those moments and that cleanliness that you brought to the table this time around, right, Five Fire?
Yeah, and it's something that you'd love to see in these, going back again to these best of 5 series being so long, is these collegiate players, you know, they aren't at the very top of their game. A lot of them are newer players in Challenger coming in, but how they're able to improve even just game on game is really fun to watch. You know, as their confidence builds, as their play builds, things get cleaner and cleaner. So that's definitely something that's exciting, and definitely looking forward to, you know, watching if they'll be even cleaner in the next game. Not entirely sure, again, because the side selection is the exact same. You know, we'll see if anything actually changes on that front. But overall, you know, definitely it's fun to see that stuff.
You're somebody who's been playing alongside a lot of these players, against these players for some time now, and I'm sure you can really recognize those levels of improvement from the start to the end. And we have thoroughly been enjoying the improvement that we see even in a single series. Because of that, the Eagles really have taken off with this thus far, accruing themselves a lead, bringing it up to 1, looking at an opportunity to close it out and earn their spot in the final opposite of Maryville University. When we return, we will continue with the action to see if we end up with some silver scrape situation. See you there.
Thanks for sticking with us, everyone. If you haven't caught today's games, I feel bad for you because they have been exceptional. This is our second set in a best of 5. Harrisburg University is currently down match point for Winthrop. So feeling really good about going into this next game. What do we need to see from Harrisburg, Crumbs, to ensure that the same thing doesn't happen?
We need to see that the same draft does not happen, Jolly. That's the first thing. We need to see a change of sides, a change of priorities, but more importantly, I think you got to push shorter ace on Morgana. The Morgana has not been getting banned in the first rotation, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's getting banned in the second rotation. So we need to see a higher priority in the jungle pick for shorter ace. The Xin Zhao is just not cutting it. No fault of his own. The champion is just not as strong as these other picks in the meta, while Winthrop has been prioritizing the jungle pick much earlier on. They haven't been getting that pool targeted. So I want to see that happen. They haven't changed sides, but I think they can still prioritize shorter aces pick and see good results. Because you don't need to take the set this early. Listen, you want to keep playing set? Fine. Just prioritize other picks. They're not going to ban it. It's been feeding 2 games in a row. They're not going to ban it.
Oh, they banned the Rumble out. They did it. Thank goodness. That would have been a big one. I would have had to go hit up Xpecial and be like, hey, hold up. How did you let that slide? But the Rumble will be taken out. That has been a huge factor in terms of the wins and the extra pressure the Winthrop has gotten in the early game. So, without that Rumble, they've still got first pick here. They are going to lock in the Nautilus once more. Serkenji has been playing exceptionally well on that. It has also been a huge part of them being able to get into this team fight stage a little bit earlier. The additional crowd control on that hook from the Nautilus makes it so that you can get some nice roam towards the mid side to get a little bit of pressure there for Doxa if he needs it. I'm very curious to see what Doxa will bring in here, if he's going to try to do the Akali again, or if they're just going to wait once more for the second round of picks to try to get something to counter.
They really like the Kai'Sa. They really like taking the support early on. They don't want to hide their bot lane. They want to hide the jungle pick instead. I still think you need to take the Morgana. The Nautilus has been hurting you so much. Shorter Ace was very good on it in the first game. And the Black Shield value you're getting is going to be phenomenal against the Nautilus. Winthrop recognizes it though. I think they see it. They take it right now. No Rumble is up against it. Udyr is available, but it's not going to be a good matchup into the Black Shield. That Bear Stun won't get past her, so I'm already liking what I see out of Winthrop. To me, it shows that they're still understanding what has been more important in the game so far when it comes to draft than what the Storm has shown.
And take away a little bit of the success as well from Harrisburg, being that Morgana, Shorter Ace, doing an exceptional job in that first game. So to not just take that away from the team, but to also say, all right, you took away my Rumble, well, let me get another fast clear who can engage very quickly. And while she might not be as quick, her mobility in general, like a little bit slower, those clear times mean that she's going to be just as invasive, or he, being Frost Force, is going to be just as invasive as we saw on the Rumble. The Gnar being locked in here, I do like the Gnar priority as well. It has been working out really well because so far these compositions have been focused around massive team fights.
Yeah, massive team fights and good laning phase too, because the Gnar has had a great time into the Wukong thus far. And, you know, you talk about Morgana not being that slow, or rather that fast. The Predator boots, the Predator meta Morgana, I think has been great to see her because, yeah, she's slow and clearing around the jungle, but she clears so fast. And then when it comes to the ganks, it really allows her to shine, not just in the team fights, making sure that the soul shackles connect, but roaming around, finding those bindings. And boy, do I not want to see another game of Xin Zhao here. They're targeting the jungle pool. They deny the Morgana, the Udyr again. They're not going to ban anything else because they think that Shorter Ace counts on this champion. But 2 games in a row, it hasn't worked out. It's been getting outpaced. If that doesn't happen, then I think that Winthrop has it in the bag.
Yeah, we can't. Honestly, it just hasn't worked out at all. We got some interesting hovers. We'll see what is actually locked in here for Shorter Ace because I sincerely don't want that, and it will be a lock on the Fiddlesticks. What?
Yeah. Okay. This was an MSI pick, right? The best in the world have played this. It was OCE's, Pentanet GG, Pabu playing the Fiddlesticks. there's a lot of power in this pick, right? The team fighting aspect is bar none. Nobody team fights as good as Fiddlesticks, as well, rather. The Leona with the Gnar combined. Now, the thing that's troubling here is like a Moss will probably have to play a physical damage mid laner. The Fiddlesticks does not want that many AP targets. It makes the value of Merc Treads just way too high. It already is fairly high for the Winthrop Eagles. You also have the Black Shield, so it's not going to be an easy Fiddlesticks game, but it's a big change, and it might just be exactly what the Storm needs.
And maybe it'll give them a little more opportunity to keep their jungle safe. I think that might be a lot of what the pick is here. The Lucian, though, is going to be the selection. So a little bit more of that early laning aggression, not so much for the team fight. I mean, the culling is exceptional in the team fights, but if they're able to get that early game pressure like we saw in game number 2, that game number 3, it's so easy to roll. And yes, the Viego is locked in here. We might not see a Gwen. That's okay, because we got the Ruin King.
This game is gonna make me lose my mind. You have Silas that's gonna steal Viego ults. It's gonna steal Fiddlesticks ults. I mean, this is gonna get nuts. This really is gonna get nuts because the Black Shield interaction will also have to keep our eyes on. But I really like what I saw out of the draft from the Eagles here. The Lucian is gonna not only be the denied physical damage pick against the Storm, but is gonna keep the lane shoved in, has a good range that makes it so much harder for the Fiddlesticks to actually jump onto you. Great time itemizing into the Quicksilver stash, which is gonna probably be needed. And then the Silas with the great steals. Good ultimates for it, but Viego's gonna be the X factor. Is this champion that we've rarely seen all year long gonna be the final stand for the Storm, or will it drive them forward to game 5? I'm not sure. Viego's brand new, so we'll see about it.
Yeah, and you know, I actually don't know how HU fares with Viego. Sorry, I'm picking up my notebook. Don't know how they fare because HU is actually one of the teams that I've seen less of recently. I used to see a ton of this team. They had 2 different teams, so they had a lot of investment in Harrisburg itself for the esports community. And you know, Harrisburg is gonna have to clean things up. I'm pretty worried here into Doxa. Like Amaz, getting counterpicked there certainly hurts, but it is a good addition to the composition here. Like you said, though, Crumbs, man, Winthrop's composition is just so admirable, to be honest. They have so much that they're going to invest in. They have to be successful with this, but they clearly have the confidence to pull it off.
Yeah, they do. They have had 2 games in a row of commanding victories to build on that confidence. So I can see why they've gone with this lane dominant champions. And the matchup in the top side, that's going to be really positive come team fights. The Silas struggles a little bit early into the Gnar, but once you get that ultimate going, when you can start stealing his own smash against the wall, then it's just a lot easier for you to team fight as opposed to him. He needs to charge up. You do not. You can have a Black Shield to protect yourself and go against the Fiddlesticks as well. But that's all fun and games. The action starts in the bot lane.
Already, I love it when we get some early damage, and it's not a big surprise that it's happening in the bottom lane, just like we've seen every game. First blood occurring down here, if not a double kill. And it has gone in favor of either team. That is not the snowball but that they end up rolling off of, which is nice to kind of recognize for these 2 teams. It's not that quick. You need to get it really moving to find an advantage here. I've got good faith, though. This is where Harrisburg's hunger really comes in. They do not want to allow Winthrop to move on. This is their chance to get into the grand finals. Clyde's going to get jumped on here. Saskio gets exhausted. Just a little bit of back and forth. But, I mean, this is Harrisburg's chance. This is match point. And they do not want to allow Saskio to potentially have the opportunity here to be the first ever 3-time college League of Legends championship victor. So Saskio is going to jump forward. Clyde's going to flash away. Harrisburg down a summoner spell.
Oh, down 2 now with the exhaust and the flash. That's going to be a big advantage for the bot lane of Winthrop University. So they are in a really fine spot. The Leona will have to really respect what's going on, and they base. They know they are in deep trouble in this lane, so they back off. They don't want to be exposed to a big summoner at disadvantage because the Nautilus could just flash onto Leona and they would have no chance of winning that team fight. So they're just back it up, play it safe, recognize that it's too tense right now. They cannot afford to give up these early kills like they did in the previous game.
And just another reason that Frost Force on this Morgana is so dang helpful. That's a lot of CC you got, Clyde, but it might not get through a Black Shield. Now, do keep in mind, of course, ooh, it's like a Moss is going to take a lot of damage here. No flash coming out from Doxa, not guaranteed. But it is worth noting that with the Black Shield, you do still get the pull with the Zenith Blade. So it's really timing it to get it so that you get the Q drop. And I have a feeling Frost Force is very aware of that one, and a big reason that they decided to select this as well, that Leona being the second pick here. So it just kind of played into their hands even better to land that Morgana as their second pick.
Yeah, the Morgana is just so good here because she can also go into Fiddlesticks' jungle fairly confidently. You're not going to get feared. You can just put that Black Shield on yourself preemptively, and his damage is going to be greatly reduced against you. Another fight in the bot lane. Oh, she goes in!
She's going to go in. The Zenith Blade hits, but that's a lot of damage onto Clyde. They're going to have to back away, and already Harrisburg is low on health.
Good timing there on the Aftershock. That was what stopped Saskia from going in. They have the minion wave disadvantage, but now come the junglers, so they're looking for the engage again.
Gonna get another Zenith Blade there, Clyde. Once more taking a bit of damage, and the rocket jump will come through. That spell shield, and thanks to the Black Shield, Frost Force is gonna flash forward. Out comes Shorter Ace, trying to peel a little bit of damage away, but it's just gonna be the one.
The Black Shield on the Tristana was critical, and they stood no chance. They still are at a heal disadvantage in the bot side, so they were always going to win that fight. Junglers just beelining it, with the Predator boots, just trying to make it there as quickly as possible. As Hybrids thinking about going for a kill here against the Gnar, but the health potion is going to keep him healthy. But again, the story of the previous two games repeats itself. Bot lane gets ahead, and the snowball begins from their own lane. The support starts roaming around. I need to see what Sir Kenji does with this. Even though he did not get the kill, he's been having so much priority and such a presence in the past two games that I feel like this is exactly where he wants to be, with a jungler that can just Black Shield and give him all the confidence to know that the Fiddlesticks will never catch him alone. And here he is, looking for the first roam, but gets caught.
It's going to be a flash in like a Moss, but the Zenith Blade hits before Sir Kenji can actually flash away. Doxa trying to do what he can here, but Shorter Ace is going to find him out, and that will be Clyde who ends up taking the kill onto Sir Kenji. That's going to even those out.
They knew what was up. They saw that the Nautilus was looking for roams just like the first two games, and instantly had multiple members ready to collapse onto him. The Morgana was not with him. He felt like he had the opportunity, but the control ward that, like a Moss had placed there earlier, really paid dividends.
The cooling does come out, but it's instantly stopped there by like a Moss, and that's going to be a pinch onto Winthrop. Doxa goes down. Shorter Ace picks up the kill. Frost Force is like, nope, I'm not walking anywhere close to that.
I am loving this out of Harrisburg. They're finally grouping up around mid lane and really just putting the work in. It was what they did in the first game against Doxa, against Sir Kenji. Anybody who came to the mid lane was going to have to deal with multiple members. And now when you have a Viego dealing with a range matchup, they're helping him a bunch, and it's exactly what they need. You need to be getting ahead. It makes the Fiddlesticks so much more dangerous, because the last thing you want is that deep vision going into your jungle. Meanwhile, Nar's ultimate.
Not into the wall. Tried to use the ultimate to get them closer to Frost Force to possibly land the binding there, but by not throwing him at the wall, you don't get the stun off, so he's just able to bounce away from that fight.
Yeah, Morgana is going to be there to threaten him away, not going to let him auto-attack and get back to Mega Gnar, so it's going to be a big deny. He doesn't have the teleport. The rest of the squad is just chilling in the bot side. There's no dragon in a position to be taken, so Gnar just gets denied, and Morgana gets a counter jungle. It's a good win for Winthrop.
Saskio has the level advantage here. Level 6 up over the Kaisa. Hopeful, but they're going to separate here, make some more moves. Very proud of Harrisburg for focusing a lot more on getting some vision down, especially around that dragon that has been very easily taken by Winthrop each time, and they're going to be the ones to start this out here. Winthrop has pings, though. They are aware of exactly what's going on. Can Harrisburg kill it quickly enough? Shorter Ace decides to hide in the bush instead of offering help here so that they can go in with an engage. The ultimate to come through. The Zenith played onto Sir Kenji. They're going to pick one up like a Moss, trying to hold off the backside. The culling comes out from Doxa, and that is going to be a flash away of the ultimate as well from the rest of the team. Oh my goodness.
The hook did not connect, so he didn't have the opportunity to either do damage or even proc the Aftershock to live a little bit longer. So even though Shorter Ace's ultimate didn't actually do a whole lot, the range that he has with the Predator boots actually allowed him to chase down the Nautilus, get the kill, get the objective, and keep this game in a really positive state for Harrisburg. 2 kills over to the Fiddlesticks is ideal. You are totally okay giving all your gold over to this champion because you can just burn through the Morgana Black Shields if you actually get significantly far ahead. She can only protect a single member, and a good Fiddlesticks ultimate can get the whole team feared. So it doesn't actually matter that you can protect somebody. You just need to be in a position to get that great ultimate, and then the Black Shield is irrelevant.
So much pressure coming from Winthrop. They're so confident moving forward here, especially on that bottom lane side. But it is nice to see this gold. It was, with Creep being in considerable favor of Winthrop beforehand, they've evened things out. Fiddlesticks is really committed to this one. Sandflame trying to get enough hits here to get to Meganar. But it's going to be a disconnect from that fight. Too far into the enemy jungle. Silas on the way.
The Blue Smite might have been used a little bit too early. Didn't quite get the slowdown, but Morgana pretty quick too. She already has the tier 2 boots as well, so she's not going to be too worried about being run down by the Fiddlesticks, who is about to have the ultimate again, and this Herald fight could be really dangerous. You've got 5 people from Winthrop coming over here. Kaisa is not there though, so there might be thinking about giving this one up. They're really not in the position to it. Maybe they can just get a kill with Shorter Ace. If they can just see Hybrids going in. Oh yeah, here he goes.
There's the ultimate. Sandflame gets flashed on here. Hybrids now is going to be taken down. The Ignite comes out like a Moss. Finds the kill. In the meantime, Clyde goes into the backside. The exhaust onto Saskia, but Clyde gets locked down, and Doxa just does too much damage. Hopeful is not hopeful about re-engaging in this fight, and that is going to be another win for Winthrop.
Yeah, and the Herald as well. Early Herald, and not a lot of CS being taken over by the side of Harrisburg, so it's not like they lost quite a bit for it. That trade in the top side was pretty worthwhile. Yeah, the Silas traded a kill, but you got the flash out of Fiddlesticks. That ability is huge for making a play happen. The Predator boots are one thing, but the flash Fiddlesticks ultimate is even more important. So that spell being used for just burning a 1-for-1 doesn't strike me as worth it. And Clyde just being a little bit too zealous here. By himself, there's no follow-up. Clearly the fight for the Herald wasn't going to happen when the commitment was in the top side. He gets caught out, gives a kill over to Doxa.
And Winthrop is not going to allow Harrisburg to take these advantages. Hybrids once again going in. Sandflame's going to get the jump over. Almost has Meganar. He's going to get the slow there. Just some nice back and forth going on between these two top laners. A lot of respect you can feel. But the roam has certainly been an advantage of Winthrop. So the continuation of those plays are going to favor them. Now behind 1 Dragon, though, it gives a lot of hope for Harrisburg as well. Just the fact that they took that objective away from the team that has been snagging almost every single one throughout this entire series feels good for the start of this game. They can't let that gold differential get too big, and it's already looking so much better because the last couple of games, we were looking at a 10K gold differential at less than 20 minutes. Doxa might be going in here. It's going to be a jump over by like a Moss. Now the rest of Winthrop is on the run. The Culling's going to come out. The Binding's just barely going to miss as like a Moss decides to go back in on that one. Gets over the wall, and Doxa will find the kill after a flash.
Yeah, he got cornered. You see everybody from Winthrop just running straight past the river. They had priority in the bot lane. They had initially shoved because they had the Rift Herald, thinking about either using it in the bot lane or using it in the mid lane. With the control wards in river, they had plenty of priority here. Sandflame might be in trouble.
That is a lot of damage and a flash out. Hybrids has a little dash, though. You're not going to get away from that, and the chains will secure it.
Whoa,
another successful fight for Hybrids.
Just demolished in the top side. That is a big sign of trouble for Harrisburg. You're losing a 1v1, getting solo kills. Rift Herald popped in the bot side. It's not just going to be the first tower. It's going to be the dragon as well. The objective that you were counting on for these team fights no longer going to be a source of starting a fight. You're going to have to go back to the laning phase, and that is not working. Fiddlestick's ultimate is out.
Gonna use the binding, does hit. Frostforce trying to get away. That is going to be hopeful with the killer instinct. He's gonna pick up the kill. And Harrisburg might have found themselves a bit of an advantage here on this dragon.
Yeah, okay, so that pick is actually critical. Had Morgana not died there, that would have easily been their dragon. They had the position to go for it, but taking that kill down really puts them in a great spot now to at least have something to hold on to in this game. Yeah, the side lanes are not going down, but if you can have that dragon as the way to guarantee the Fiddlesticks fights from going out, then you have something. And it being Cloud Soul, I think is actually really good for both these teams. The ultimate reliability from both these squads is really high when it comes to starting the fight. Not just from a pick like Silas, but Fiddlesticks and Leona.
Saskia is going to potentially re-engage in this. It might be a bad idea, though, because Clyde's got the Solar Flares, got the Zenith, and like a Moz, got the kill. Hybrids with the teleport in. Sirkenji on the backside. What an ultimate as well from Sirkenji. Like a Moz trying to get out, but it's going to get flashed on here. The Ignite may be enough, and it will. Viego gets the shutdown. A third member here of Harrisburg is in the wings, but that's not even necessary. Give it a double kill over to Viego.
All right, the Viego show is officially happening. He was at a sliver of health, turns the whole thing around, and is now back to full HP. It's like nothing ever happened, has a bounty on his head. Let's see how this play all started, because Saskio gets a little bit I don't know if this was a misclick or what, but he should have just left. To Gale Force into the face of Viego was the first mistake. And then Viego gets the Tristana rocket jump canceled out. It looks like he's going to go down, but he has so much sustain already. Silas thought he had it. Wasn't even close there, actually. Gets back to full health, has the Nautilus ultimate, and this Viego, it might just be everything they needed. It seems like the team is still unsure on how to deal with it, and they're going to have to lock him down and focus fire him. Otherwise, he's going to just run through this team.
4-1-2 feels really good, especially for Harrisburg facing match point here for Winthrop. And 2-1-0 is the Lucian, so clearly it has been thanks to all of the roam that you've gotten from Like a Moss to pick up these kills with only the one death on Doxa there. That double kill certainly helped and will provide a lot more gold. We can already see that blade is the rush, as well as the armor boots. And Viego is going to be consistently looking for more engages here. Got to be a little bit more careful with Hopeful. But oh my goodness, there's a lot of damage coming out from the side of Harrisburg. And I think, honestly, it's been a really good job of Harrisburg recognizing, okay, Winthrop has so far been setting up all of these team fights that end up going in their favor around these objectives. And Harrisburg has kind of been approaching them in a way of, we'll try to find good positioning. In the meantime, Winthrop is hiding in bushes or they've already prepared. But this time, we are seeing them instantly react to the preparation by Winthrop, and that has helped Harrisburg not just get some of these successful fights, but pick up both dragons.
And that quick reaction is critical. Ooh, speaking of quick reactions, great Gale Force there out of Saskia. Now that is a proper use of the Gale Force action to escape danger. Sometimes you do want to use it offensively, but to escape as an AD carry is often a better use of that skill. And let's see if the setup for this Rift Hero ends up mattering for this team. As Shorter Ace is positioning in the backside, they know where Winthrop wants to approach from. And here comes the Fiddle ultimate.
There it is, the jump onto Sirkenji. He's going to have to flash over the wall like a Moss. Gets to use that ultimate on the backside. Frost Force with Zonia's maybe going down, but a wonderful binding from like a Moss, followed by the Culling will not pick up the kill. Rift Herald will be taken down. In the meantime, on the other side, Hopeful takes down Sirkenji. Clyde very low, has the Ignite on him. Docs are just looking for the kill onto like a Moss, but it has to come down and help the rest of the team. Frost Force is going to pick that one up. Now Harrisburg is completely split, but Shorter Ace, like a Moss, might be looking to try to help out the rest of the team. It's not going to happen at this point. They got the recall on the Kaisa.
We need a major zoom out to see all the action in this game. He's trying to 1v1, but it's actually going to be a 1v3.
1v3, Hopeful is just like, I need to come in here and auto. I don't have enough mana to do anything, but we will be able to get the kill like a Moss once again. Not gonna die. It looks like he's got a little bit of health. No, it's much more than that. Dox is gonna get flashed on, and then instantly Viego finds another one, and a massive shutdown at that.
Oh my gosh, this champion is disgusting. Oh, Viego is just doing so much for this team. He's baited hybrids twice. Leona gets jumped on, but Nari's here.
The Solar Flare does come out. That's a lot of damage onto Saskio, who uses the Gale Force to try to dash away here. The flash away from Sandflame to avoid the binding. Like a Moss, not quite there in time, so it'll be a breakaway.
It's a breakaway, but the fight lasted so darn long around the Rift Herald. It's now going to give Harrisburg the Dragon. They're going to be on Soul Point this early on, and they've been winning so many fights. Their gold is perfectly allocated. All their kills on their major carries. It's actually perfect. Viego already with a full build, it seems. You just need a Blade of the Ruin King, and that is enough for this champion. Building even more sustain and not a semblance of healing reduction to come out just yet.
The crazy part about all of this, honestly, is, you know, when you see Winthrop taking a lead, there's a massive gold advantage pretty quickly. And Winthrop has been preventing Harrisburg from doing that. Even though they found so many successful fights, they've got the 3 dragons. They are at Soul Point right now, and a highly contested one, because both of these teams would love to have that buff right now. So it's gotta be still a little bit of trepidation moving forward from Harrisburg. You don't want to give over a nice big shutdown from Viego. You want to keep this lead, but they need to make it a little bit wider.
Hybrids thought he had a 1v1. He thought that Shorter Ace and Hopeful had recall, that he had the opportunity, and with the health advantage he was looking for. It's questionable if the health advantage would have actually been enough to beat like a Moss, but then he plays this so well. Love the flash chains there, knowing that Lucian had no way out, no flash. If he dashes forward, he's dead. If he dashes or walks down, he's gonna get hit by the chains, and gets a fat shutdown for it too.
Still not enough to sway the gold in their favor, but it is enough to get a few more items built around here. That's going to be the Stride Breaker there for Viego. Get a little bit more initiation and engage, and that's certainly the name of the game in terms of items for this Harrisburg team, is hop on Winthrop and all of the members as quickly as possible. Might be looking for another fight here.
They need their eyes on Shorter Ace. He's level 11. So they're not that interested in committing unless they can see him. Ults away, though. That's a big cooldown. Black Shield. Okay, now they got to back off.
Like Amos does have the cooling up, but was a little bit too close to try to use it for advantage for Winthrop here. They're just going to back right away. Still, you know, the trepidation is something that I think it's, you know, it's a patience kind of thing. And walking forward, knowing that, hey, it's match point for us. It's also potentially Harrisburg's last game here if Winthrop can push it out. So Harrisburg finding these smaller victories in the previous games, but this time, I mean, it is very possible we're going to see a Silver Scrapes here. We got to see that gold lead go in favor of Harrisburg at some point with all of these advantages, but we may see a game 5.
We really could. I mean, I'm loving that this is now the moment where all the experimentation is happening. Backs against the wall, it finally comes out. Enough of the standard picks. You would have not guessed that the 3 games of Victor would have led up to a Viego in the mid lane, but here it is, and combined with the Fiddlesticks, I think that it can be the driving force to actually take you to the game 5 and throw a big curveball into Winthrop. Now they actually have to get there. Like we just said, the gold lead still very much in the favor of Winthrop. Hasn't necessarily faltered, and with the double marks in the composition, all it takes is a misstep from one of the carries. Somebody overextending, even a tank, and they will get mowed down. You've got the double Gale Force as well to make sure that you can get away from the engage that's going to be inevitably coming out of Harrisburg. So they know what they need to do. They've remained in control, and it's in the 1 minute and 30 seconds that I think this game will really be decided. If this fight swings too much one way or another, it could spell disaster. And here's a TP trying to go after Nautilus.
So Kenji is going to get ulted here by Sandflame, who shows up with Mega Gnar. Shorter Ace is going to pick up that kill, and Harrisburg sets themselves up once again for some nice positioning as this Dragon will spawn at about 1 minute 15.
You got the kill, you got the tower that's going to allow you to crash the wave even further and have better position for the dragon. And even nicer than that, you got the flash out of the Nautilus. That Nautilus flash is going to be critical for this team fight. While it did happen a minute before the objective, you still won't have that cooldown available. And so the next dragon fight will allow you to really pick on him. Lucian's getting real aggro, but he knows he doesn't have backup. He knows how strong Viego is, so he's just trying to do some cheeky damage and nothing more.
It was the Colt. No, maybe not. It was an immediate stop of, okay, yeah, this angle is not going to hit like a Moss. Not worth committing too far to this because they already do have priority. Last thing you want to do is lose a member here and make it so the Winthrop has no chance. And oh my goodness, that is a member lost. That might be a second member lost as the binding hits Sir Kenji. Hopeful gets the kill. And this dragon is now this is sole point here, and Harrisburg has massive advantage.
Oh yeah, it's theirs. It's entirely theirs. Not only is Winthrop in a position to not do Baron, you don't have your jungler to take it, you don't have anybody to tank it, you're not in a position with any spells to steal this objective, so you're just running into the jungle, hoping that you can counter some camps, because now the sole point belongs to Harrisburg with champions that are going to be filthy with them. Viego with this, with the movement speed from the ult, with just the passive movement speed, even the fiddlesticks, they're so strong with this. You really couldn't have asked for a better soul for this comp.
And honestly, that fight just kind of reinforces the point that I brought up about Harrisburg turning that reactive play into their own proactive play. They're like, all right, Winthrop has been setting up around these objectives early. We're going to do it a little bit earlier. And in fact, we're going to give some extra pressure, ensure that the smite is unavailable for the team. So I'm wildly impressed by HU's just recognition of that and the ability to kind of on the fly make these adjustments and find things that work. And like I said, this time it is not small victories they are finding. It is large ones. They just need to find out how to get this gold advantage. The fact that Winthrop was able to get a full tower at 13 minutes, getting all 5 plates, gives them a nice advantage. There's enough damage, though, on the side of Harrisburg that if they find a couple solid fights, that gold will sway quickly.
Yeah, there really is enough damage. They just need to catch multiple members. They have found the 2 here at best, or in a team fight really split up. We haven't seen those major 5v5s really break out, and that's when they'll truly shine. They're so powerful at this stage in the game, and that's why Winthrop does not want anything to do with them. They're backing off. They're clearing steadily away from the Viego. They do not need to take this guy on unless it is absolutely necessary, and you have multiple members to lock him down.
They do have the pings, though, pointing out the fact that Leona was trying to navigate around. She recognized that immediately and went down, changed up the pathing. Like a Moss might be pinched here, but there's not enough members of Winthrop close together to make a move on it. Saskio separated out here, but that's okay because Harrisburg is just going to back away from this one, reconvene towards the mid lane. Shorter Ace throws out the ultimate, has the double buff, doesn't want to lose that to the tower, and immediately disengages from the fight.
It was close. He could have flashed in to maybe do something against Sasuke, but it really would have relied on Hopeful to also commit with his ultimate, and that would have been too much because if the rest of the squad is there to quickly capitalize on it, or if Sasuke could buffer his ultimate to cancel away Shorter Ace's ult as well, then it would have been really dangerous with Akaisa left out to hang by herself. So he was just hoping that Sasuke would linger around a little bit longer, killing that ward and getting a free kill. It doesn't work out, but this is why you have Cloud Soul. That cooldown is almost back up already. You can count like 15 seconds, and he's going to have it again. So he can keep looking for these plays and know that the opportunity cost is really low.
And he absolutely will, because we've seen Shorter Ace sit in a bush and wait for movement from the other team so many times. And now that he's Fiddlesticks, it works out even better. So those advantages continue to go in favor. You got 2 perfect scores right now on the side of Harrisburg, and it's 2 massive damage dealers. The Kaisa 4-0-1 and the 3-0-6 for this Fiddlestick. So even though the beginning, you know, there were some of these engages, the gold lead's still not in their favor, but some of these engages that didn't seem to be going so favorably, they are making them. They are taking this proactive route. and Winthrop still hasn't figured out how to take advantage of it. There's another one.
Okay.
Another one. Nobody was even there that time, though. At this point, he's just being fiddlesticks and trying to scare people.
Yeah, he's just throwing dice at that point. Like, yeah, maybe someone's there. Oh, no, that's all right. I'll get my ultimate back up again. I'll use it next time. Because he can combo it with the Proto Belt, too, or with the Rocket Belt. So it's fun to watch him go for it. I now want to see him try once again from that same angle, just because 3 in a row would make it that much fun here.
Third time's a charm, right? I guess it's worked previously. Not from that position to be successful, but I have a good feeling that Shorter Ace is going to make the next one a little bit more of a conclusive decision here. Good on Harrisburg for clearing out some vision. It'd be nice to see some of their own, though, along that river, because once again, Winthrop is just dominant in terms of the vision score. Overall, they have been leading that throughout this whole series.
Yeah, sometimes you can be dominant with vision, but it's about what you do with the vision. And right now, they're paralyzed. They don't want to do anything with that because you don't see the fiddlesticks just yet. You can see that the river is safe, but you need to know where he's ulting from. Where is Shorter Ace attacking from? He's spotted right now with the control ward. So when he clears that up, we'll see if Winthrop can actually push up a little bit more, because Baron is on the table. You've got a minute on the Dragon, and there's no control wards on that pit. So whoever can get to that objective, control ward it up, prio in the mid lane, you can start to really force your opponent to go and check for you because of how quickly you can actually mow down this objective, both with the double carry and the Viego. Here comes another fiddle ult.
There it is, the solar flare as well. But this one hits the exhaust there onto Lucian, who does not make it out alive. Like a Moss in the meantime has found out hybrids. That's going to be Azonia's, but still likely a dead top laner. Sandflame still going on Sir Kenji. They're going to disconnect from that fight, but a successful one for Harrisburg again. And now they're making moves to Baron.
Did not respect the fiddlesticks, and they really got obliterated for it. Comes out of the Wraith Wall. You got to back off from the walls. His range of engage is perfect for hopping over these small terrains that are connected to the lanes, and it just takes them down, gets the Morgana right away, and a beautiful solar flare from Clyde actually catches both carries at the same time. Viego wasn't even involved in that until he caught the Silas by himself, but by that time it was already too late. The win was massive. It's going to be Baron, it's going to be an Elder as well, and this should be all but wrapped up from the side of Harrisburg with a commanding showing in Game 4 that just came out of nowhere with the draft and the play.
It's just honestly, like a Moss has been a huge factor for this. Shorter Ace has been everywhere at once as well, picking a very aggressive jungler to match the style of Winthrop, and it has worked out here. Shorter Ace once again gonna sit in this push, move forward. Hopeful finds the kill there, and the rest of the team wants to engage here on Winthrop. Sandflame gonna dash forward with that stride breaker. Just a little bit of a harass, a get out of here kind of moment. There is still a blast cone available there if Winthrop decides they want to make a move, but this Elder Dragon is going to be dealing a lot of damage, and it's going to take a bit to burn down.
Morgana has flash, but it would be a one-way trip to try to steal this. No Nautilus, no nothing. Blast Guns being well guarded here with Viego over the wall. Looks like they're going to try something, though.
They're going for an engage. Shorter Ace is going to hop over the wall. Down goes one member of Harrisburg. Hybrids gets that kill and will go down immediately in response. Frost Force has to Zonius out there. And oh my gosh, Hopeful with the flash over the binding to avoid getting hit. Sasuke rocket jumping away, but like a Moss is on the run. Just barely avoiding the hook there from Sir Kenji, and we'll consider that one a win.
Yeah, it's a good attempt. Slows down the Baron push. They're gonna probably still lose the Elder, but that means that there's less value of this Baron in actually taking down the base. So even though Harrisburg will be able to take the Elder Dragon, they're gonna have to get value out of it with a team fight. The siege is not gonna happen. By the time they reset and set themselves up in the lanes, the Baron will have expired, so there will be no reason for Winthrop to actually take a fight against them. They can just play it safe and wait it out.
And even so, with the Baron, with the Elder Drake, with that push, you've got a 3K gold lead now for Harrisburg. So they finally tilted things in their favor, but it's not a massive lead. It's not the leads that we were seeing from Winthrop over Harrisburg. So they still need to be a little bit cautious moving forward here, but continue to find these advantages. And I'm so impressed with how this team has adapted on the fly. Winthrop, was the one I was focusing on for that, but clearly not the only team. There's a reason that Harrisburg has made it this far in the tournament and now has pushed it to a Game 4 as well. We'll see if they can get it to a Game 5. I would love me some Silver Scrapes, and they have the ability to. Baron buff is still active for another little bit longer, and they managed to get a lot more pressure off of it.
If they, oh, bite!
Oh, there it goes. Hey, Fiddlesticks finding another spot to go in on that. Solar Flare's not going to hit anybody. Frost Force having to burn the zone as the culling comes out. And the re-engage by Clyde. It means Hybrids will be the next target. The ultimate coming from Sandflame, but so much damage from Doxa. Takes down Sandflame. Clyde will be the next target here, just waiting for the Zonias to end. And Hybrids picks that one up.
Well, they saw they had to dive because they had no more Baron. They had the Elder and thought, well, this is what we have to go for. But unfortunately, the rest of Winthrop was right there, instantly ready to collapse, whereas Harrisburg was split up. They were still split pushing, and as a result, they actually lose that fight. They trade 2 for 3. They don't even get the tier 2, and that's a win on the side of Winthrop. The gold, I don't think is that relevant anymore just because of how strong Harrisburg's team fighting is. As long as they get a good fight, it's pretty much in their favor. And a slow Black Shield stops Morgana from actually being quite relevant here, but they do get to pop Tristana right away. And it's when the Silas goes in and has the Gnar ultimate that does so much damage to this squad. Ends up taking one down, Fiddlesticks already away, and they're already tanking this. Kaisa is doing crap. She's not there. That's a numbers disadvantage.
This is a 10-0-2 Kaisa, by the way. Just, so everyone at home is aware of that. If you haven't looked at the scoreboard, 10-0-2 Kaisa. Yes, Harrisburg has doubled the kills for Winthrop. They're still trying to hold on here. Winthrop, 344 creep. A lot of pressure coming from Doxa. Honestly, Harrisburg just continues to engage on these fights to make Winthrop think that they are in the lead, to make Winthrop think that they are making the proactive plays. But no, then they realize, oh, this was Harrisburg's play, and we fell right into it.
It's a key sign of being ahead is in that you are being proactive, just constantly looking for the play yourself, being assertive, having the enemy play to your pace. Now, sometimes you can get too far ahead of yourself and make those oversteps that end up backfiring, and so that was one of them, but it shouldn't cost them too much. If anything, this tier 2 will be swiftly defended and will go back to fighting around Baron. In 30 seconds, that means that Winthrop will have to start clearing out vision and positioning themselves away from any walls, away from any dangerous brushes. Because if Shorter Race gets a good ultimate, the Black Shield reaction time can't protect everyone.
Winthrop trying to look for a little engage there. Hybrids is going to pick up the Gnar ulti once more. They're looking for a pinch here. Winthrop knows that if they know the position of the enemy team, they can take an advantage here, but Vision now in control of Harrisburg as they have had a lot of pressure over the map, 4 towers to 5, but still able to maintain pressure around these objectives. Another very impressive thing, even though Winthrop had the early push, had several towers down and the gold lead to start, they focus on the objectives. They know this is why we were losing. Let's make it happen here. They're going to start up this Baron. A lot of damage done to it. Still at 5,500, though. And Winthrop is moving in. They're going to wait for the damage to go down. Now is the time to go in. The ultimate from the Fiddlesticks comes out. Doxa on the backside with the culling. Sandflame trying to hit this backline, and it will be enough to push the team away. Now it's a 3v3, though, as Clyde gets taken down. So does Hybrids, but a double kill over to Tristana. Has the rocket jump away. Kaisa flashing out, but the instant flash response from Saskio. That's a 2v1 now, though, so Saskio is going to leave it at that.
That was really close. I like how Harrisburg played that. They actually turned instantly. They were able to catch out the Morgana, but in the end, the double carries did a lot of damage. The instant exhaust onto Hybrids prevented the backline from getting instantly popped. But now with Hopeful and Lekama still being alive, they could still try to go for Baron. It's 20 seconds on Shorter Race, but Tristana realistically won't approach for that. They have enough sustain. So we're going to see Shorter Ace channeling the ultimate, goes after Morgana. They're able to pop her and the Nautilus instantly, so they have a huge numbers advantage right away. But because Shorter Ace took so much damage, because Sandflame overextended a little bit, and Hybrid's bought time with the Zhonya's, it let Doxa and Safkio buy all the time in the world. Unfortunate, barely out of range to be able to take down Hopeful and trade that 1-for-1. And Baron will not have been started. It looks like the Morgana just runs straight at him, stops him from going after the objective, and now we've got another team fight on our side. It's 20 seconds for the Elder. I think that teams will prioritize this from the way they're moving in the map.
They have got to. The last thing you want to do is give Harrisburg another Elder Dragon. Granted, they weren't able to close it out with the Elder Dragon in the Baron buff before. That's thanks to Winthrop really acknowledging what they could do with the situation, finding a semi-successful fight. But Harrisburg is going to be the one to start it up. Winthrop taking the same strategy as last time, letting them burn it down as much as possible and navigating around to find a nice spot to jump in on this fight for. It looks like the blue buff is going to be taken by Hybrids here. They're going to break away from the Elder Dragon and allow Winthrop to engage on this fight. That binding is just barely going to miss, but it will hit the idol in the bush from Shorter Ace, who's gonna go in with the ultimate. Meanwhile, on the backside, the Zhonya's coming out after an engage of the root onto Clyde. Like a Moss taking damage, and that Elder Dragon goes to Harrisburg. Like a Moss using the Zhonya's, and on the backside, another flash in and a double kill over for Harrisburg. They find out yet another member and have only lost one themselves. Serkenji, the last remaining one. Like a Moss does not want to allow this teammate or this player to get out of here alive. They want to see another ace. They want to really take advantage of this Elder Dragon, and Like a Moss makes it happen.
I think they bring us to game 5. They're going for the end, and they absolutely have it. Clyde was a hero in that fight. The Silas stole the Fiddlesticks ultimate, looked for a great engage, but the Solar Flare canceled it, and that just obliterated the fight for Harrisburg.
That's gonna do it. Harrisburg buys themselves the first win, the fourth win, and they are pushing us to Silver Scrapes, baby.
A great showing. I'm surprised we didn't see more games of this style because they finally found what worked for them, and it's so different from what we usually see from them. They only had a previous game of Viego in this entire tournament. Now it shows up, it looks amazing. I think the Shorter Ace has to go back to mages. Looks so much better on these picks than on your traditional melee run-in champions, and it's a great time to give us a last win because game 5 is where you put it all on the line.
And not just this isn't just a game 5 in a series, man. This is to determine who goes to the grand finals tomorrow to face off against Maryville. A huge opportunity and a massive final boss to go towards, trying to end the reign of terror that this team has kind of held over the rest of the collegiate teams for the last year. But we got to take a break because we got to get the Silver Scrapes in, right? Then we got to check back in with this analyst desk. And I'm so excited to go back into the State Farm analyst desk. They're going to have no idea what just happened here, but we get game 5, baby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. And I must say, the college version of Scrapes
wow,
is a banger. We got to hear it all thanks to these teams. Yeah, I feel like we're all vibing on the desk with this. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. But, you know, one thing I do want to call out. So we are going into game 5, which means that HU Storm did pull out the victory here. They pushed it to the distance. But I love how all of us went into this game saying, oh, side selection's the same. We're probably not going to see that much different in draft. They're just going to run it back. But Five Fire, I feel like we definitely saw a bit of a mix-up here.
No, yeah, we saw the Fiddlesticks coming out from short race, as well as the Viego for Lycomos. Even the Silas in the top lane for Winthrop was a bit of a deviation. But, you know, their backs were up against the wall. They figured they needed to make some level of adaptation, and honestly, it worked insanely well. The Fiddlesticks had a lot of pressure the whole game, had a few whiffed ults there towards the mid-late game, but was still an integral part of their victory, and obviously the Viego was popping off, getting resets left and right, carrying so many fights. It was so fun to watch.
And I think it's so fun.
It's kind of interesting when we get into a best of 5. Typically, you'll see like the first 2 drafts kind of be really similar, and then the third draft is really where it opens up. But in this game, it was the 4th game draft that really blew things wide open. And one thing I wanted to point out about Viego for Lycomos is none of the Victor games we've seen could have prepared us for the Viego pick. And it was really cool to see it come out here. I also really loved the Silas response actually from Winthrop. I don't think if you're Winthrop, you're looking at this and you're super disgruntled with your draft either. A lot of these have come down to execution and team fighting. So it was cool to see what this draft offered and then how the teams ended up playing it out.
Went into this game, said, let's bring out all the champions that steal abilities and just throw them out there and see how everything shakes out on the Rift. And if we're looking at how this game went, so later it was kind of difficult to see which way things were going to go. But Emily, I think things were going in the favor with some of the early moments that we saw from HU.
Yeah, so they get this pick onto Serkenji, and it's actually pretty big because until this, Doxa really has strong prio. I mean, it's Lucian, right? So he's going to have really, really strong prio mid lane. That's exactly why you pick a Lucian, to just have this kind of domination so you can oversee the map. And then when shorter ace comes up here, the Morgana is actually going to ping it out, contest these birds. But because they actually ended up getting that kill onto Serkenji, you have the Leona coming up. They're able to collapse, get the kill onto Doxa. This actually is huge in terms of resetting this lane for Lycomos, despite the fact that he doesn't get the kill here. He just gets the assist. It resets the mid lane. I'm sure Fire can talk about how much this means if you are just getting shoved in by a Lucian. And this really sets the tone for a lot of the fights that end up going Viego's way when we come to contesting Herald, when we come to a topside fight that I'm thinking of that's sticking out in my mind where he ends up getting at least a double kill. So the way that they ended up turning that pick into resetting this mid wave for Lycomos was actually pretty big in my opinion.
Yeah. I do want to hear just that, Fire. Give us your thoughts on how Viego worked out here. You're praising Lycomos for being on the comfort pick of the Victor before. Emily said that could not have prepared us, though, for what we just witnessed.
No, yeah, I mean, we were talking about on the desk, Viego was just doing Viego things, right? Like here, they're able to shut down the Tristana, and you're teleporting in, but Viego has the reset already. He's in the Tristana, he's able to use all of her spells, get away on very low HP, barely live, then he's on 1 HP, but he steals the Silas, jumps in with the Kingslayer with the additional healing. Now all of a sudden he's full health. Like, what the heck just happened? You know, this champion's pretty crazy. Again, we have him here in the top side. Once again, he's pretty low HP. But, you know, he's got his teammates collapsing. They're able to shut this guy down. But what I want you to pay attention to is look at the stealth field that he's put down on the ground with that mist. He's actually in stealth right now as Silas and is able to use that to sneak up on top of Doxa and shut him down as well. I mean, and it's just set him up to carry this whole game. And like we said, you know, in the draft, we were expecting a Victor ban. We were like, he's played it all 3 games so far. He's looked strong on it. They're going to take it away. Then they left it up. We were like, oh, he's just going to pick it. But no, he hard pivots to the Viego and he pops off. So that was really fun to see.
I think that is really great that you brought up too when you're looking at that moment, Viego being in stealth, because realizing that maybe if you've been watching collegiate, you've seen him a bit, but if you're here from the LCS side, you're maybe not as familiar with seeing him in that context. And we really got to see comboed so well with some of those moments from the Fiddlesticks as well, just to make these team fights really sing in these moments, Five Fire, and the way they were able to work as a team collectively.
Yeah, so I mean, in the end, right, like the Fiddlesticks and the Viego coming together in some of these later game fights. You see on the left side, there's the huge Fiddlesticks engage. On the right side, Viego was able to do his own thing. And I think this was the fight that ended up really getting Harrisburg a lot of their lead. They were able to get the Baron off this. They were able to get set up around some of the Dragons. But as we know, the game wasn't even quite over at this point, Emily, as we continue to have more and more fights.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of these team fights ended up going very, very closely in one way. And then as that team ended up setting up for the next objective or tried to get the next objective, the team that initially lost the fight would then come in and win the fight. We had a really confusing Elder Drake fight for me because Doxa is in top lane without teleport, if I remember correctly. So he's shoving in topside tier 2, and the fight actually goes long enough for him to basically kind of be able to rotate all the way down. And a lot of these fights, even the last fight around Elder Drake, that fight actually might have been for Cloud Soul, or was it? No, it was also for Elder. This game went on a very long time, and there were a lot of team fights around the Drake pit. Even that last fight, if there are one or two abilities that go Winthrop's way, they actually end up winning that fight. So if I'm Harrisburg and I'm looking at this game, definitely the Viego popped off. Definitely you're really relying on your team fighting, and that's super good. If I'm Winthrop, I'm looking at it and I'm like, we almost had this, like a few minor changes and we've got this. We even saw how difficult it was for Harrisburg to get a gold lead. Like they didn't actually end up taking over the gold lead until much later on when the Viego was already snowballing. So for Winthrop, I think a few minor adjustments and they actually end up taking this game.
No, yeah, I mean, they even had some of the scaling on their side. They had the double marksman with Lucian Tristana, Silas obviously scaling extremely well. He had 5 like amazing ultimates to take that game as well, so he was scaling just fine. And like you said, if just a couple of things had gone different in some of those final fights, right? Like in the last fight, the Silas had stolen away the Fiddlesticks ult, but it got canceled, and then Shorter Ace was able to secure the Elder Dragon, which meant that his AD carry won the 1v1. Right. So, you know, these two teams have just been so scrappy back and forth, and it's always been down to the final team fight, down to the last wire. So I can only expect game 5 is going to be crazy.
And we've talked a lot about the Viego pick, right? And how surprising it was to see like Amaz come out with that. But I also want to give props to Shorter Ace on this Fiddlesticks. I also don't think it's something that people were necessarily expecting, but he did a really good job of making sure that they were able to get these picks, making sure that he was affecting lanes, making sure that they were able to, again, we said that one thing about HU Storm that we wanted to see is them being able to get objectives, being able to extend one pick into a bigger team fight, into more kills or into an objective. And I think it really started with Shorter Ace and his ability to get in as Fiddlesticks and control these team fights.
It was a difficult game to read because of the things that you guys are saying, where the skills are here went a little differently there. You know, turrets taking a longer time to fall while other objectives became the focus of the game throughout. But all of it in the end meant that HU Storm did push towards the victory. And we do know that Winthrop, they have selected blue side. They're going back there. We won't make the mistake of last time, though, and thinking, they're probably going to run back the same stuff. Who knows if Viego is going to make it through this time or not. I don't know. Do you think, Fire, that he's just going to end up being on the ban table, being that for a while, it's not even that he was banned away. There was just that handshake agreement that he wasn't going to come through the draft.
You know, in my heart, I just want to see him again. I love watching the champion. He's my most played in solo queue. I've loved him since release. I want to see him in competitive now that he's unbanned. But, you know, if I was Winthrop in this situation, it was really scary last game, so I don't know if they'll let it through.
I'm just happy we got to see him in that game, at least in the fashion that we did now a couple times to tick off our agenda for the day of Viego appearances. But as we said before, we've got a game number 5. We're going to get geared up for that during this break. And on the other side, we'll continue with the action with our last game of semifinals to declare our final finalists facing off against the reigning champions in Maryville University. See you in a few.
Scrapes, and not just any, but the big grass for the college games is what we love to see. Oh my gosh, Crumbs. I don't know if you were expecting this. I know the analyst desk wasn't.
No, not at all. Not especially with the way the last game went down. The Viego out of nowhere, and we get 5 games of the same side for both teams. They're honing in on their side strategies, and that just means that this next one's going to really bring us all out, because you're only busting out the red side strategies at this time. And frankly, I think you're going to have to ban the Viego. I think Fire was right. That was very scary the last time around. Clearly not everyone was on the same page on how to deal with the champion, and what Harrisburg had cooked together in combination with the Fiddlesticks was just so deadly to deal with. I can even see how if they weren't that fed, it still would have been a devastating combination.
It's honestly just something that I think you kind of hit it, Crumbs, is these players didn't really know how to react to it. They didn't know what to work towards to stop him and shut him down. So it might be worth it to get the ban, but instead they're going to do the Fiddlesticks, actually. Shorter Ace with that one was so dang annoying. The respect ban does come through here. The Rumble on the other side as well. So these junglers are getting banned out harder and harder as these games go on because they're really showing up.
Ultimately, the fights they lost were started by the Fiddlesticks, and in the games that Winthrop won, it was Shorter Race on the Xin Zhao that looked most out of place. So I like this ban as well, but I still need to see the denial of the Morgana. Harrisburg, I think right now is the moment to take this pick. I see why they didn't go for it last time around. They had a secret strategy with the Fiddlesticks against it. You can always go with picks like the Karthus. There's plenty of other mages. Whatever the case, I just think Shorter Ace needs to be on that kind of pick because it seems like we're going to get another run back of the same order. That is one of the most impressive things in this series, is that they have not faltered from first pick Nautilus into Leona or Set and Kaisa most likely. It's worked, or Tristana, it's worked so far.
It has worked so far. There it is, the hover. It's not going to be a long one as they lock in the Kaisa. It has worked very, very well for Hopeful, really showing up there, even in, you know, kind of a failing lane or a lane that falls behind here. So there it is, the lock-in of the Morgana, but you got to be scared of Saskia's Jinx.
Already multiple games in a row with the Jinx, with the Nautilus. They've won lane with it. It's going to be a deadly champion when it gets to the late game, much more powerful than the Tristana in terms of offering that explosive team fight. And the new twist has been thrown here into the equation as Gangplank early on. Normally it has been the Gnar being prioritized, or even the jungle or the mid lane pick, but taking this early tells me that you really want to put Lycamoss on that counter pick. Maybe Shorter Ace can do it, but I think it's totally for the mid lane because the Morgana will be in the jungle. That allows you to take Shorter Ace's pick and save Lycamoss's for the very end.
Remove Scurvy, very helpful against a Morgana binding. So that is certainly something that, you know, just on this composition, these kits are a little bit nicer now. Honestly, just having that single ability to clean things off, to get, you know, a little bit of a cleanse in there will help them. But a big problem that we've seen is the bottom lane here for Winthrop. They constantly have pressure, and Frost Force has been roaming so hard, even with that removed Scurvy. You gotta be careful here. They're gonna hover the Zac again. They did this last game, actually. Oh, and they lock in the Xin Zhao, and it hasn't worked. And it's not as though it wasn't played really well. It's just he doesn't do the damage necessary. And when you're going up against someone like Morgana with insanely fast clears and insanely fast ability to come in and gank the lanes, it's still going to be a long time in the jungle for Shorter Ace.
Yeah, it's a maybe here for me with the Xin Zhao because you're not going to be playing to the top side with the Gangplank. You're going to be farming out on that lane. You have to go to the bottom side. It's where a lot of the attention has happened in the early game, but it's the same issue. The clear speed is not as fast as the Morganas. If he gets going, it's going to be great. It just hasn't worked 2 games in a row, so maybe the third attempt on the same side with a different draft can actually be everything that they needed, because the 2 previous times was with the Set. This time you have the Leona, so maybe that's a combination that really works. It's going to be the Lucian once again in the mid lane for Doxa, just making sure that he has priority early, works well with the Black Shield, and it puts Lycamoss in a trickier spot to take something into the Lucian. You no longer have the Syndra, which is a really positive matchup for you. This time around, though, no more Viego either, and it looks like he's going to fall back on the most picked mid lane that he has so far. Another game of Victor.
Victor, a lot of attack damage there on the side of Harrisburg. You know, trying to not allow Morgana, or at least give Morgana as little as possible here. But a lot of damage coming from Lycamoss on that Victor, and it has been one of the more successful previous picks here for Harrisburg. But, I mean, there's a lot on the line right here. This is the deciding champion of who is going into the reigning champion of Maryville University. So the fact that these are their really confident picks and that Shorter Ace did resort back to that Xin Zhao kind of worries me.
Well, confidence counts for more than the pick itself. So that could alleviate any sort of worry here, because if this is exactly what he's most comfortable on after having a good previous game, I think his mental's still fine. He's still playing well. It's just that the pick hadn't worked in the previous 2 games. Now it's a matter of playing this pick well this time around and making sure that you correct those errors that were initially punished the first times they didn't work, primarily that gank in the bottom lane, and making sure that the team fights are a little bit more coordinated with your support. I think that they can hone in on that, and hopefully both teams bring their A game, because this is where they should put it all on the line. Final game, potentially they can advance to the finals or just be done with the tournament and in the best of 5. So you are exhausted. You've been up all day. You've watched the competition in the other semifinals. You're tired, so you rely on what you're best at, and if the Sin is it, then that's what it is, and the rest of the team tells you, you got it, buddy.
They got to be proactive with the Xin. That's what I want to see this time around. And we've seen Shorter Ace loves to sit in bushes. But the previous times with the Xin Zhao, there ended up being a lot of wasted time by sitting in the bush, trying to wait for an opportunity. And then it turns out that Doxa just stays too close to the tower, that kind of deal. So I'd love to see Shorter Ace show up a little bit earlier. I know it's kind of hard to do with Frost Forest being on the Morgana on the other side, but still, you got to make something out of this Xin Zhao before it gets shut down like it has every other time. Otherwise, Harrisburg is just giving this game away, and that is the last thing they want to do right now when their opportunity to win this game would bring them to the grand finals.
They've got momentum, right? They've got that momentum from that last game. Even though Winthrop played a pretty good one, winning that one does play in your favor, although because of the nature of how close some of these matchups have been, I think that both these teams will approach this game even-keeled. So far, it seems like we have leashes for both junglers, so they want to prioritize them being involved in the map. Here comes the hook once again. We've seen this 4 times in a row.
Ooh, this time it hits Hopeful, though. Most of the time landing onto Clyde, so some nice damage there to Hopeful. Sir Kenji does take some in response, but no big surprise. Winthrop decides to sit in the bush and get as much pressure in this bottom lane as they possibly can.
That's why so much action has revolved around the bush control, because the Nautilus and the Leona have similar abilities to just launch themselves from the Fog of War, hit your carry out of nowhere, thread it through the minion wave, and then you get the engage that you want. So using the sweeper to make sure that there was nothing in there and that they can retain that brush control, which translates into lane priority, and then you can get better recalls, help your jungler, find some roams. All in all, it just helps everybody out when you've got that controlled rush.
Hybrids gets the Mega Gnar. I do like this matchup. Honestly, you can be as aggressive as you want with either of these champions, and whoever gets the early jump on damage is generally the one to take things. That Corrupting Potion really helps out Sandflame, and now that Hybrids has lost Mega Gnar, that's where things get a little bit scary, and the advantage goes back over to Gangplank. So Hybrids is going to be a little bit pushed in this game, but that's okay for Frost Forest, because you've got pressure by Doxa onto Like a Moss, and you got pressure by Saskio and Sir Kenji in the bottom lane. So right now, the only real place that Frost Forest has the potential to gank is this pushed in top lane. And of all the people they want to get cut out early, taking out Sandflame, getting some deaths on that player will really help Winthrop succeed in this fight.
Oh, it absolutely will. Taking down the Gangplank in the side lane, and you can give the kills over to the Gnar, just dominates the lane entirely, because the Stride Breaker allows you to have so much kill threat onto the Gangplank later on that it just forces him under the turret and relies on his global more than anything to actually participate. And so if you can do that, you can control the silence. Same thing with the Lucian. It didn't quite work out the last game, even though they were in a position to do so. The Viego got out of hand, as well as the Fiddlesticks. But without that crazy team fighting threat from the Fog of War, I think that these kills in the lanes, if they start trickling in, will mean much more than in the previous games.
And trickling is probably how they're going to come through this time. We're not going to see a game number 1 or a game number 2 where it was non-stop fighting, not until way later in the game. Because of trepidation moving forward, this is the game that you need the most in here. Hybrid's looking for the engage. There's so much on the line for these teams, so it is going to be a little bit of that trickle for kills. We're going to have a really, really slow early start. This is what I've been waiting for, though. Frost Forest with the engage very early. Hybrids actually has to come around the other side, has half of Meganar still available. No ultimate yet. 4 Hybrids in the top. Shorter Ace is going to flash forward through. Hybrids just has to leap away. Ooh. And a flash from Sandflame. 2 flashes out on the side of Harrisburg, and Hybrids survives.
Almost enough damage there. Had the Sheen, that's what he was counting on. If he was level 5, that damage would have been enough to actually take down the Gnar. So a good response there from Shorter Ace, but it ends up being summoner advantage on the side of on Winthrop. And the wave crashes as well, so they're not able to freeze it. Hybrids TPs back to the lane. Even though Sandflame has his own, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle, as he can always just catch this wave, recall, and be happy with what has happened, as Zin can always return to the lane and take down the Gangplank and the Gnar.
Doxa move it in. Oh, the culling is going to come out. That level 6 advantage of the flash forward. Doxa finding first blood for Winthrop.
Huge kill. That is so powerful for Doxa. Getting that first blood. Not only is the first blood money, the wave is now denied from Moz. He's going to have to TP back to the lane to make sure that none of it goes over to the side of Shorter Ace. Has the CS advantage, and without Flash, that means that now the rest of the squad can come to the mid lane. This series has been so involved with the supports and junglers showing up in the lanes and just ruining the day out of these mid laners. And now that you've got an immobile Victor with no Flash, he's going to be a sitting duck.
Oh, sitting around the dragon is where they're going to be. A little bit of duck, duck, goose here. The recall is going to go through for Clyde. So they're going to reset it here a bit. I have faith that it's going to be a clear for vision and then just placement of their own. A lot less pressure and actually starting a fight around this, because at this point, it can really go either way. Whoever gets the better positioning to engage these fights. So Winthrop, while they're trying to set up for it, they want to lure in Storm once more, because that has been something that has worked incredibly well for them.
It has, and yet that lure has to keep in mind that they haven't really swept the whole river. There's still that controller that spots them out, and they had that initial sweeper, and now with Leona and Kaisa seeing that that ward got placed over the ramp, they should know as well that the support was still lingering around. They don't know quite about Morgana, but with that information, they should know that this is a dangerous place to be. And you can even see it in the pathing that Leica Moss is taking to go catch the blue buff. Goes the incredibly safe way to make sure that he gets that, and gives no chance for Sir Kenji or Frost Forest to have ever been there and caught him.
And a very smart move at that, because there's some really deep vision here by Winthrop. So you can tell they're like, all right, let's set up vision around this dragon pit. We're going to put some vision as well towards the red side, their red buff, just so we can keep an eye on Shorter Ace. So if we catch Shorter Ace up there, we know that we can make a move onto this dragon. It is sincerely just a lure now for Winthrop. Sandflame gets jumped on again. The ultimate will be used there. Sandflame uses the ultimate of his own. That is a lot of damage onto Hybrids. Who's going to win it out?
Oh.
Sandflame is the one. Single-digit health is what it looked like. Shorter Ace, we don't need you.
Oh, the solo kill is huge there for Sandflame. The wave is pushing back onto him so he can freeze it. On top of that, he was already winning with CS. It's the corrupting potion that makes the difference. A little bit of the minion wave as well. Thought he had it. Doesn't bother punting him into the wall. Instead, throws him back. So confident in his damage. Doesn't underestimate the damage of the barrel, though, and just suffers for it.
No flash available for that one, so really just had to kind of sit in the bush. Let's take another look, though.
Gets double jump.
Why not to the wall? Here's,
right.
Well, you know, why not into the wall? I get that you want to try to send them away from their tower, but at that point, you're going to get so much more damage down by knocking them into the wall, getting that stun off.
It should have been into the wall. He thought that, well, I don't want him to use the oranges right away. I want him to be retreating away. Just didn't expect that the Gangplank would actually be interested in turning against him. And when he sees that, hey, I'm still fairly healthy and have oranges and have chunked him out, that's when Gangplank knew that the fight was won. So yeah, Hybrids with a bit of a misplay. Should have gone into the wall because the oranges were going to come out no matter what.
And that gives some solid advantage, too, here to Harrisburg, at least in one of these lanes. You've got 20 CS lead for this Gangplank when you're looking at, 73 to 47 for the jungle. Not surprising that Morgana's doing much better, but that much better is a little bit intimidating. You've got the creep score lead really on the entire side of Winthrop, aside now from the pressure that this Gangplank has offered. So knowing that that 1v1 already went in his favor this early on means that there's going to be a lot more pressure, but more opportunity for Frost Force to move it on this gank because every single lane has been pushed for Winthrop the majority of this game.
And that used to be a thing that junglers absolutely hated. Oh, why do you keep pushing the lanes? Why don't I have a single gank opportunity? But with the understanding of counter jungling and how easy it is to set up dives now with how much damage there is in the game, you can take full advantage of pushing lanes. And it often is the preferred way of playing around in League. And so these pushing lanes are so beneficial. Sandflame, he's not letting Hybrids crash this minion wave. Not at all.
Hybrids had to get a refillable potion, but there is going to be an engage. The Dragon Pit, the flash forward from Shorter Ace. After the Solar Flare comes out, the culling on a Shorter Ace won't be enough to deal with their damage there. In goes Hopeful, in goes Clyde. The Killer Instinct comes out. Saskio is going to be the target here. Serkenji lands the passive there, but Hopeful with the flash forward finds the kill onto Saskio, and at least makes it a 2 for 0.
Harrisburg is playing with a vengeance here. They immediately see that the Nautilus is caught out. They can go for it. The Kai'Sa has the ability to follow up, and the Victor has priority in the mid lane, so he can join. They also have Gangplank as a global to think about, and as long as they continue to play to this bot side of the map, you already have an incredibly one-sided top lane. Trinity Force completed at 11 minutes for Sandflame is just going to be so difficult to deal with. The CS advantage is going to continue to balloon, and the gold that Gangplank can get from his passive barrels is just going to take him out of this world. I haven't seen this build for a while, but he's just so far ahead that frankly, it really won't matter. He'll still win these lanes and be an incredible team fighter.
And that much damage. We can see Hybrids has been forced to finish those armor boots just to be able to survive a little bit more, or maybe escape from Sandflame as well. Frost Forest trying to help out here, throwing it down Shelly, and it is 12 minutes, so there's still 2 minutes left on plates. She's gonna get a charge, but the rest of Harrisburg wants in on this. Serkenji is also in the wings. No, it's not gonna be a fight. Nobody actually wants to engage, but a ton of damage in almost every plate for that top tower.
That's a lot of gold. They're trying to bring back Hybrids back into this game, but he won't be the carry. He'll still lose right now against the Gangplank. And so the attention that the team has put into the top side won't necessarily transfer as directly as it could have if you give the gold over to, say, the Lucian or the Jinx to try to win this game, because you're going to have people running in your face. You're not going to need to combo into the backline. The Victor, the Kai'Sa will be relatively safe. You need to just kill the Xin, kill the Leona, and your double carries are going to do that job just fine.
Absolutely, and focus on getting this Xin just shut down. Just preventing anything from happening should definitely be a priority from Winthrop here. Clyde is going to use that Hex Flash to get back over the wall. They are trying to put some responding pressure here in this mid lane due to the fact that that top side already has so much for the side of Winthrop here. No big surprise, though, that the goal is very, very small in terms of a lead in favor of Winthrop at the moment, thanks to that Dragon and thanks to getting a few extra plates there on the top side. But a really good job of Harrisburg, once again, just trying to staunch this forward movement from Winthrop, taking everything they possibly can. Even the little things matter.
Oh, he got stunned. Xin did not land his W. Otherwise, Clyde could have gone in on that with the Victor following up. And they're okay just buying time because Spellflame is up here, just doing so much work, getting those plates. And the Narb returns to the top side. You've got the Gangplank ultimate. He'll be forced to teleport or just lose lane. Here comes Leona going in.
The flash away from Serkenji. The Solar Flare is going to hit, though. A nice pop-up, but the culling on the backside means Clyde will go down, but Hopeful finds a kill. It is 3v1 now with Doxa separated. Frost Forest will be the next turn. Saskio is in the wings and available, but there's a lot of health on the side of Harrisburg, and they're going to consider that one a win. Go ahead and start this Dragon.
Yeah, they can still do this. You've got Victor with priority. Lucian will TP back into the lane, but it doesn't seem like it will matter. Victor's going to cut him off. It's a stun. Black Shield, nicely timed.
Missing or avoiding the binding as well. Hopeful just decides, you know what, we can take this Dragon if we kill everybody on the enemy team as well. Once again, dodging Frost Forest binding, spectacularly done by all of Harrisburg to avoid getting hit by that crowd control. And that means, thanks to Hopeful and like a Moss, with that side pressure, they're able to get the Dragon, even things out in that manner.
They probably didn't keep track that Hopeful still had the ultimate available. That fight was so messy, so many major cooldowns used. They're going on to Nautilus. They'll let him go. Shorter Ace is not in range, but they're still crashing the minion wave, and nobody is there to catch it. Morgana will grab that, not the Jinx, not where you want to see the gold going over.
Certainly the case. And I mean, Sasuke has had so much success in these previous games. Sandflame got caught out there. A ward from Hybrids means that it could be the end, but no boomerang available. Sandflame gets out just fine. Flash expended.
Something happened in the top side. I mean, we know that Gangplank used his ultimate to help the bottom side, so maybe that was what triggered Hybrids to be this aggressive here in the top side. But he will get this turret. Shorter Ace has to be careful. Hybrids will just respect that he doesn't know where the rest of the team is and doesn't need to take that fight.
And misses the tower on that ult, actually. The destroyed tower. Like Moss is going to get flashed on here. Frost Forest. Doxa using that culling, and a nice binding for Frost Forest, followed by a Zonia's. Means that's going to be a pickup. Very low members here, though, for Winthrop, so it's going to be an engage there. Shorter Ace finds the one, throws out the ultimate, but takes too many tower shots. Clyde not able to be a part of that fight. And just a little more back and forth here. Finally, a little bit more success, though, in these fights for Winthrop.
Really well played by them, taking out the Xin at the end of that, all while Saskio has been claiming some free gold in the bot side. So everything we wanted the Jinx to be getting, she finally has. That's 2 turrets in a few minutes from top and bottom, just opening up the map for Winthrop, and that's that 2,000 gold lead and the map control that can begin to blow this game wide open, considering so much gold has now gone into the pocket of the Lucian, who is going to be a menace to deal with in the sidelines. Already dangerous to catch with the Gale Force. Jinx can join him in that as well, and that means that the carries are that much safer. You've got the Black Shield, good front line, and a great ability to disengage against a team that's going to have a hard time getting onto your backline. Unless Xin jumps on you, Leona is entirely reliant on skill shots, and her range is not good enough to consistently get onto the Lucian or the Jinx.
Especially when you've got Gale Forces available. A Gale Force, and then Lucian also has a dash. So those 2 Gale Forces are huge. And then on top of it, you got the Stride Breaker, so extra mobility from Gnar, who already has a leap of his own. So double stacking these mobile champions is certainly helping Winthrop at least hold off and find those victories. But how far can they push it? They're going to try to start this Rift Herald. Shorter Ace kind of caught out here. This shouldn't be a fight, to be honest.
No, it really shouldn't. Fighting over Kelly at this point when you have no vision for yourself and your Leona is so far away, who's so important to start these fights, it's just not worth it. So they'll be there a little bit too late once Leona has arrived. But in the meantime, we've got a 1v1 between Gangplank and Gnar going on into the bot side. Seems like Gangplank has won that, but we will see that in just a bit.
We do have a pause. Well, hopefully be heading right back into things. Let me double check. No, nothing, no update. We don't know exactly what's going on, but hey, this isn't our first pause, so we've done this rodeo before, huh, Crumbs?
Yeah, we have. It's League of Legends. It's what we deal with all the time. It gives you a time to reflect and think of what has happened in the game, because so far it's very even. And that's exactly what makes for a great Game 5. So many Game 5s end up being just one-sided, and you get the feeling that you know the outcome of the game long before the Nexus explodes. Not this one. Not even close. Gold is even. Compositions are relatively well matched. So for now, we're still watching to see a major fight take over. Somebody in the sidelines getting a critical advantage and tell us where the game is headed to, because we don't know, and I think the players don't know just yet. They're still waiting for that opportunity to blow the game wide open.
It certainly feels like once the ball starts rolling, just as we've seen in all these previous games, it's really, really hard to stop. But this game, you're absolutely right, Crumb, so dang close. And it's not as though it's been lackluster. It's not as though there haven't been many fights. It's just very back and forth. Both teams are finding lots of successes, and both teams are making a mistake or two. So to see that level of even play, even keel here in the quarterfinals, that's just what you want, especially when the winner of this team, or sorry, the semifinals, especially when the winner of this game is going to be going on to face the victors of Maryville University. So I love to see how even this one has started out. I'm sure all of the players are really stressed, especially thanks to this pause here, but got to keep that even mental. Take a little bit of a breather. Hopefully this gives them an opportunity to kind of reassess, realign, recalibrate, and then head back in.
It's so important and makes such a big difference going from you play in the finals. People ask, how'd you do in that tournament? Oh, we went to the finals. It's like, whoa, the prestige, impressive. How'd you top 4, right? That's confusing. No one really knows. Do you get third? Did you get fourth? We got third. Oh, but you didn't play these kinds of tournament. No, finals. When you tell somebody that you got to that, there is just a level of excellence going to final tournaments every single time. And so this is what the teams are playing for. And I like that they have been a little bit more cautious in the previous games. Might be how long they have been playing, but I just think that they're playing a lot more careful. There were a lot more mistakes in the earlier games just because they're testing the waters, seeing where are they getting punished. I think a big one was Clyde was getting caught out in 2 of the losses that they first suffered, but now pulling back the reins, letting a lot more of the mid lane, like a Moss, shine, which was the recipe for victory in the first game. Playing around the lane instead of looking for these plays by themselves has been something that Harrisburg is doing a lot better this game.
Super exciting to see, especially Game 5. Like you said, Crumbs, that's exactly what we want from a Game 5. Nice, even play. Something we don't really want in a Game 5 is a Victor bug. So there is an investigation going on right now. I do believe we're going to be tossing it back over to the analyst desk to get a little bit of a mid-game breakdown. So, State Farm Analyst Desk, you can take it from here.
Thank you, Jolly. Thank you, Crumbs. We are back at the State Farm Analyst Desk because, as Jolly just mentioned, we are investigating a bug with Victor and the possibility of a chrono break. So as QC continues to investigate that, we're going to keep you hanging here with us on the broadcast, break down a little bit of what we have seen so far. One of the things that we definitely, as a desk, I would say it's fair to note going into this, after all the excitement of the unique picks and things we saw before, I mean, the Fiddle came out, got banned here, the VA had come out, not going to see him come to play today. But Five Fire, it is a return to some of the comfort picks, whether it be the Victor for Moss or even seeing the Jinjiao come through again for a shorter ace here.
Yeah, I mean, the one change we did see this time was the Gangplank going through. The Fiddlesticks was banned in place of that. And we've already seen a bunch of action in the top lane with that Gangplank. He has a decent CS lead at the moment, if memory serves me well. So definitely going to be seeing how well he can scale up into the rest of this game. But yeah, otherwise, you cannot blame people for going to comfort for Game 5. I might have rolled my eyes a little when Winthrop chose blue side for the 5th game. But, at this point, you're so comfortable. You're so into it. You're so, you want to win with everything you possibly can. These players, we go back to the Victor, we go back to the Xin Zhao, and, even maybe if it didn't work before, it's what they're confident in, what they're comfortable with. And so, the drafts were maybe a bit predictable, but for a good reason.
And I think I'm glad you pointed out that it didn't work before, because I know Jolly was just like, no, not the Xin Zhao, not again. As soon as they locked that in on the cast. And I'm like, kind of with her, kind of not. I like Xin because of the way he can interact with lanes early, right? And I do think how they rely on shorter ace in this game is to get involved with the game as early as possible, become kind of this threat everywhere. And I mean, we're still seeing him give up a lot to the Morgana in terms of farm. And what's been really interesting to me is that on the other side, we have Winthrop believing in the Lucian. I think Lucian is an incredibly powerful pick. Like I said, he gives you auto mid priority, which is massive because lane diff also equals jungle diff and vice versa. So, if you have something that just gives you auto prio mid, like the Lucian, despite the fact that it didn't work out as well in previous games, I still really support them picking that up. And then obviously we're going to be relying on Saskia's Jinx, which we've already seen be successful. So kind of to echo what Five Fire said, I didn't mind the way the drafts went. Obviously, on the one hand, there's two ways they could have gone, right? It's like, it's game 5, we pull out the weirdest thing we've been prepping in scrims. Or it's game 5, we're going to rely on stuff that we know we're familiar with, that we know if we fall behind, if we make a mistake, we're so comfortable on these picks that we know how to play them really, really well, right? And that doesn't just mean like I have the hands and I know like the spell rotation. It's like you know how to communicate with your lanes, you know how to communicate with your teammates around how you want to play with these picks. And I mean, we've already seen 2 solo kills already, so I think we're kind of seeing that come to fruition, right? With both the GP for HU and the Lucian for Winthrop.
Yeah, we can definitely see why that GP was banned away, but I definitely like that you're talking about Doxa's Lucian in the mid lane, being able to get that priority, because Winthrop have been able to do this game what they did in their previous 2 wins, which was get those early objectives. They got the first Dragon, they got the first Herald, they're looking poised to be able to take first tower. And in the previous games that they won, those were really some of the catalysts for them to be able to continue to snowball and carry into the later stages of the game. But meanwhile, also for Harrisburg, they are also finding some early kills. So the Xin, wasn't completely useless. He was still finding some purchase. And
Where's Zin's out? I actually really like him. He's like one of the only champions I play jungle.
Yeah, but yeah, so he was able to still find some use, get some trade kills back, keep his team in the game. So we'll have to see if he's able to still find those use as they scale up into the team fights into the late game. But yeah, so both teams right now are they're at least feeling okay, and a pause like this is really tough, I'll say, as a player in game 5 of a series. The last thing you want to do is just be taken completely out of the zone, just have to sit there, stare at your monitor, you can't even move the map or anything like that. So I feel for these players a lot right now, and I hope they're keeping their mentals high.
It is a tough situation when you kind of are in the middle of that adrenaline and everything comes to a halt, especially considering the state of the game. I mean, I'm looking at some of the last moments that we saw, and as our casters were talking about, things are extremely even. Less than a K of gold difference between the 2 teams. Drake on both sides. There's fairly even with the turrets as well. Just a couple down on one on the other. And when we're talking about that, getting towards a late game and some of these picks, right? I mean, look at the bot lane. You've got Jinx on one side, you've got Kai'Sa on another. These are very comfortable picks that have worked for both of these players. If we're thinking Five Fire about, Saskia and how that matches up against Hopeful on the opposite side and maybe what they can bring to the table, considering that they do have a lot of that potential when it goes into the later game on their comfort picks.
Yeah, so actually one thing I mentioned to you guys earlier on the desk when Jinx was locked in is Saskia Jinx. Those are 2 words that go together well in my head. He's been around a long time, known him for a while, and always whenever I would play against him or see him, I'm like, oh, Saskia Jinx, need to think about that one. So he definitely has potential to pop off in this game. He has a lot of good frontline and setup for him. He has, the Nautilus, the Gnar with all the CC, as well as the Morgana who can give him the Black Shield to really carry in those fights. Also, Doxa's Lucian, though, can pull off some crazy things in late game fights. We saw last game, even though they were behind and they were down, Lucian hits 3 items and he's all of a sudden, he's a 3-item AD carry, right? Some people think maybe he falls off, he gets a little bit weaker in the late game, but he can still pull off these huge carry performances.
And that's one of the things that's worked out so well when we're looking not just in the college tournament that we've had so far, but across the board, having that marksman threat from another lane, Emily. So when you get later into the game, it doesn't really matter where those players were coming from, performing early, what lane they were situating themselves in. And I think on the side of Winthrop, this is who you both were predicting to actually take the whole series, despite it going to game 5. And Doxa, for instance, we have spent a lot of time highlighting him. And the fact that he's able to bring these marksman's pick to the table at the caliber that he's able to is really a potential win condition for Winthrop.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you definitely want to get him in a side lane. You want to get him in front of structures as quickly as possible, because, I mean, he is just going to tear these turrets down, as is the Jinx, actually. Like, we just saw a run of play where it looks like HU is getting advantages in mid lane, but meanwhile, Jinx is just hammering away on bot side turret, and she just gets it automatically, and she's wasn't even in front of that turret that long. So for this, Winthrop comp, I really want to see them rotate their AD carries around to pretty much end the laning phase, because that makes a pick like the Victor uncomfortable. It sets the Xin Zhao back to where he has to be participating in skirmishes instead of looking to get his lanes ahead, right? And I'm not saying that Shorter Ace hasn't team fought well, because he has. There's been a few like missteps in terms of communication, I think, with HU that we've seen in their fights. So we've seen similar from Winthrop as well. But I think he's actually team fought with this Xin Zhao pretty well. And so it's just in terms of what you want from this pick. You want him to be in lanes early. You want him to be snowballing this early game. And to echo something that Firefire said, I think that it's really important that we still see Winthrop getting so many early advantages. They still have incredible priority over this Rift Herald that they've been able to pick up almost every single match. And then additionally, they did end up getting that first Drake as well. And I believe they ended up getting first turret with the Jinx also. So I think it still seems that every time HU end up getting a pick or end up going for something, even when they get something out of it, Winthrop are able to strike back. They do have, in my opinion, a little bit better understanding of the macro game overall. And that's been a huge part of why even in their losses, things have seemed pretty close.
As a reminder to everybody that is watching, you can see we are in the middle of a pause for a potential bug on Victor that is being investigated for the possibility of a chrono break. So that's why we're hanging here on the desk currently, looking over what's happened in
I blame
the
Victor.
game so far. Yeah, Victor.
I blame Victor. I never like Victor's pronouns.
Victor,
I
heard
Honestly,
it. Go ahead.
Like playing Victor really well.
Yeah, I mean, if it didn't happen to any of the other games, honestly, even me, I'm just trying to rack my brain about any of the Victor bugs I know, and I can't even imagine what was going on. I thought the champion was relatively bug-free. We had Viego, the king of bugs, last game, and we didn't have any pauses like this. So a bit unfortunate for the players, but those things happen. As a player, you have to try to do your best to stay in it, keep in the game. And if there's a chrono break, I've actually never seen that like as a player, so it'll be interesting.
You've never had it happen in one of your games?
Nope.
Oh, wow. That actually surprises me. All right. But yeah, I'm actually, you do bring up a good point. How did we get through a whole Victor game without, not Victor. See, now all the V's, they're getting mixed up in my head. A whole Viego game without any issues. And then Victor coming through and just wanting to rattle things up a bit here. A couple of fun facts that we have for all of you watching, if you didn't know. We were actually talking about how it was funny looking at Saskia and saying, where's a new picture for him? Even his Twitter picture is a little old because the dude has been around for long enough where he has, if he were to win this championship, he would be the first 3-time CLoL champion. So let that sink in a little bit, especially considering a lot of these players have played for multiple teams. I mean, Frost Forest, one of the biggest things for him is the fact that he was just over on HU just last year and is now playing for the Winthrop side. Firefire, being that you are very prominent in the amateur scene, which collides a lot with college as well, do you feel that there is a lot of switching from the players between these programs? And how do you feel that does kind of affect the flow and the growth of it overall, considering kind of the long stay that we have seen for some of these players?
It's pretty standard in the amateur scene. People are swapping teams all the time, going left and right. In collegiate, I know for a lot of people, it's about finding the right program, the right place that they want to put their effort into. But you also do have these standout players like Saskia, like Frost Forest, who are just demonstrably a super high skill level. Doesn't matter what program they're in, you're going to see them in top 4. You're going to see them in finals even potentially. I mean, we even were talking about earlier in the first series, this Maryville roster is completely different than the one that won 2 years ago in 2019. So there's a lot of shuffling, but a lot of it is fun because you get to see new players, you get to see new stars, new talents, people pop off. And yeah.
I love to see the pop off and just all of the crossover. I mean, we've already mentioned how Doxa is pulling the double duty, performing here in the CLoL Championship while also serving as the TSM amateur mid laner. So, I mean, we just have to pay those props to all the players where they are due. But being that we are continuing with this pause currently, we are going to be going towards a commercial break very soon. I'm just making sure I am correct on that. So yeah, we're going to be getting into that very soon here. I think I got it right. I'm reading it now. All right, friends. So we're going to continue investigating this. And when we return, we will continue with our coverage currently. Everybody stay tuned. Welcome back to the 2021 League of Legends Championship for the college scene. We appreciate your patience. We know that we have been in this pause, but I am happy to tell you that they have fixed the issue. There was an issue with some difficulty in upgrading the Victor Hex Core ability. So they have fixed the issue. We're just waiting for the chrono break to happen so that we can get back into game. There was none of the game itself was affected. So now we're just going to be getting into it smoothly. Until then, you're going to hang out with us a little longer here on the desk. We got Emily Rand. We got Five Fire. Five Fire, your first time on the desk with us, and we hit you with a pause. We hit you with a chrono break. We were just, throwing you into the deep end today.
No, yeah, I mean, I tweeted when I got announced, I tweeted out, like I'm getting my feet wet in broadcasting, but I got the chrono break, I got the pause, I got the Game 5 silver scrapes, but I've been having such an amazing time. You two have been, doing such a good job leading me through all of this, and I'm looking forward to closing out the rest of the series.
Yeah, you're gonna.
We just knew you could handle it. Yeah. We're like, all right, we only have Five Fire for a certain amount of time. Let's see how much we can get in with it. We did the same with Niles earlier. We're like, we got Niles. Let's think of all the questions that we want to ask him going into the game. When we are graced in the presence of champions, then we do what we can with them. But of course, happy to have you here. And with the game, we're talking a bit about the state going into it, as my phone alarm decides to go off in the background. But coming down to the players a bit more, I just want to kind of speak to kind of the importance of these series and what it means for them. We left off speaking about the fact that a lot of these have been under different programs and found themselves on this team. Frost Forest playing against his previous team in this very series, and what that can mean kind of in the pride and joy for the teams themselves. And Emily, with that, and considering that we have had a lot of standout players really putting their best foot forward here, is there anyone that's kind of stood out in your mind, not just necessarily from a best player of the series perspective or anything, but has been maybe a surprise or really kind of shown a light on the potential of their career?
I actually really like how Frost Forest has been playing. I keep wanting to say Frost Fire because of the item, but
Yeah.
I actually think that he has been playing really well, especially on a lot of these meta junglers. We've seen that he's had a pretty significant farm lead on most of them, even when HU Storm have kind of tried to throw a few kinks in his direction. He's responded really well, in my opinion. He's also responded really well to being in the right place at the right time, generally, for when Shorter Ace is trying to go for some of these advantages, like that bot lane gank that we talked about in the previous game. So he's kind of stood out to me, as well as, I already know Saskio. If you've paid attention to Collegiate League at all, you know who Saskio is, but I still think he's a really good player, and he's continued to show it in the games I've watched from quarterfinals to here.
Yeah, and I also got to give some credit to Frost Forest because, with all these new meta champions like the Rumble, like the Morgana, and as well with the jungle changes, we saw at MSI some Rumbles were way better than others, and for him, definitely at least his ultimates have been on point. His heat usage has been a little shaky at times, but, as long as he's landing those huge equalizers and, changing the dynamics of these fights, it's really impressive if you're able to pick up a difficult champion really quickly like that, on top of all the system changes that are happening to jungle. So that bodes really well for his future, because League is a game where you have to adapt. Every 2 weeks, everything changes. So being able to think on the fly and get used to things quickly is a huge asset.
That is one thing that the three of us were talking about on our own time in the desk in the background, was how when picks like Rumble come to the forefront and just the mechanical intensity, but also that decision making, right? When you have to really figure out the direction of something like the equalizer, are you going to lay it right under them or try and cut them off from an access point to really dictate where the fight itself is having? Five Fire, from a mid lane perspective, the jungle position changing a lot while you don't play the jungle position directly does affect the way the rest of the game is played. So generally speaking, with the changes that you just mentioned, how do you feel that has impacted your laning experience and beyond?
For me, it's kind of funny at the moment, because I don't think everyone's figured everything out yet. So, in my solo queue games, I see different junglers trying new things out, some of them working, some of them not working so much. but it is really fun as a player to, we all love and enjoy this game so much. It's fun to theorize all the new potential paths and champions and strategies that are available, especially with Riot going through with a lot of these jungle buffs now. I know it's not on the current patch, but I'm hoping for LCS we get to see some Nautilus jungle. It's a really, really old throwback that I've enjoyed. And yeah, as a mid laner, you feel the effects of everything that happens on the map. You're in the middle, so if top lane gets changed, you feel that a little bit. Obviously, jungle and support getting changed, you'll feel that a lot. But even if AD carry gets changed, back in the day when mages became meta bot lane, all of a sudden we had to learn all these attack damage champions mid, so that way our AD carries could play the mages. So it can get really crazy sometimes.
That's been so fun to note with the mid lane position as well. I mean, we get to hear Doxa, for instance, talking about what his preferences are as a mid laner, and then how sometimes it can clash with what is currently meta, and how that's always a level of adaptation that you have to consider. And Emily, it's something that a lot of players in general, it's always going to be a challenge to find that level of adaptability. And I think when we see it at the college level here, which is obviously a mixture of experience, some coming from the LCS side, even some coming up through the amateur side, I think we can all safely say we are impressed with the way they are making the effort to bring these newer picks and these newer strategies into their own play.
Well, and also mix it with old ones, right? Or champions that they're really familiar with, because I think that's also really important at the collegiate level. You can kind of really heavily rely on stuff that you just feel super comfortable on, even if it isn't meta. I know in the first series we kind of pointed out that like maybe Nasus mid wasn't the best pick, just because you kind of auto punt prio before 15 minutes. But I think like the Jhin coming back into, and I had heard that he was coming back and seen him a bit more from solo queue matches, but I like this pick because of how he can affect things early, right? Even without a similarly like lightning fast clear that you're expecting from a Rumble or Morgana. And then on the other side, adjusting to meta picks, especially with something like Rumble, where you have to really rely on having good heat management, which as Firefire pointed out, and now I kind of want like story time with Firefire rating all of the MSI junglers from like best heat usage to like worst, because there were some times where I like a Rumble would just not, like they would overheat at the worst possible time, and I'd just be like, no, it's not what. Okay, all right, we're doing this. But with something like that coming out from the Rumble specifically, I think I'm glad that you talked about how mid lane is affected, and really the entire map is affected, right? Because jungle to lane communication is so important, and because the jungle changes so dramatically, so frequently, it actually affects the entirety of the map. And so you need to be communicating with your jungle, especially on a pick like the Rumble or even the Morgana, because you're going to be typically doing the full clear, making sure that you're contesting for crab, which we've already talked about the importance of doing that in support roams. And then additionally, coming into some of these like mid-game skirmishes with leads, or like with Herald to get prio mid and rotate so you can fight over Drake or something like that. So I think the most important thing for a lot of these collegiate teams is that if you're going to be switching and really, really focusing on what is strongest in the meta, that you have that really strong team communication and team building. And I know Niles touched upon this too, where he said like, Maryville was like my family. And if you have a team that you get along with that well and you can communicate with that well, then integrating these picks into your system is going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, and also to go into that family part, a big part of the family is also trust, because a lot of these new picks are not going to work out on the first try. They're not going to work out on the second try. They probably won't even work out on the third try when you're in scrims, when you're in practice. So you have to be able to trust your teammates are going to be able to adapt. They're going to be able to learn. Everyone's going to be able to mold together, and you'll come out stronger on the other side.
And I imagine with some of these picks too, right, we're talking about how many changes come in the jungle, where half of it might be the jungler themselves wanting to try out this pick, taking the time to get comfortable, but then also the rest of the team knowing how to play with that type of jungler. I mean, even just as simple as if they're spending more time there or in your lane ganking can make such a huge difference. My mind stuck a little bit on Emily bringing up that Nasus again, because for me, that was TJ teaching me what Imba meant. So I didn't know what Imba was or meant until that moment, until TJ Terminology brought it through, describing mid Nasus as such. And apparently it means he was super strong. But since then, we've actually heard some mixed opinions. Some are saying, what the heck is that? I'm not vibing with this mid Nasus. By Fire, as a mid laner yourself, I got to get your opinion. What side of the fence are you on?
Rate the mid Nasus.
Yeah,
Oh
rate the
my
mid
gosh, the
Nasus.
You know, in my heart, I'm a player who likes prio, who likes aggression. You know, I'm with Emily on the LPL style a little bit. I could not bring myself to just, you know, forfeit basically the first 15 minutes of the game and just hope that my team is winning or carrying. So I can't really agree with it in that point. But I mean, I have to admit, you know, in the game, even though it fell behind, it had some pop-off moments where it was running people down, getting kills. I don't think it'll make it to the LCS anytime soon. But it does go to show that if you have a niche that you really like and that you want to pursue and you want to, you know, test out these different champions, they can work. I mean, we've seen really crazy counters to things in the past even show up at MSI, at Worlds, that everyone's like, was that a mispick? Was that wrong? Is that supposed to be something else? And then it just comes out and dominates a series or even a whole meta. So, you know, respect to the players who, you know, are out there experimenting. They're in the lab every day trying out something new. You know, personally, I like to see and wait, you know, what do the best players in the world want to do, and I'll follow them. But, you know, they have my respect.
Five Fire does not approve of the mid Nasus, but he did add the qualifier to make sure people continue to experiment and bring in their unique picks. I'm looking forward to what else is busted out in the future. I am also looking forward to the game because guess what, everyone? The bug has been resolved, and with the chrono break going off smoothly, we are ready to get back into the 5th game of this best of 5 series. Casters?
We are doing it here. We're back. It took a moment, but Crumbs, we're back in the game. We are going to, it's going to be a little bit interesting here. We're going to cover up through until the pause, just so we can be 100% caught up. They did end up having to go back and chrono break it. The reset kind of flubbed stuff within the actual game itself. So then we're going to take another quick break. We'll chat about what we just saw and then hop back in as soon as things are kind of caught up.
Sounds good to me. This is the price we pay for having bug spray. Just spraying down the game, making sure we can continue forward in a fashion that everybody sees as fair.
I love it. You know, honestly, my favorite thing about this is the fact that this issue didn't actually cause any problems within the game itself. Aside from the fact Victor was not able to upgrade his item there, there were no actual issues in terms of that affecting any fights, anything like that. The second that it was noticed, Like Amos immediately was like, hey, something's wrong here. Let's get it resolved before we continue on. So very, very good recognition there from Like Amos to ensure that, you know, you're not going to lose anything. You don't have to do a remake, because that's the last thing this team wants when they've been doing so well.
Yeah, I am glad, too, that the Observer started us off with the Gangplank Gnar 1v1. Saw it in the minimap, didn't really know quite what happened. Seemed like Gangplank had the advantage, and it's just a continuation of everything that has gone his way from the beginning of the games. And that's going to be a pressure point that Harrisburg will be able to count on. They will lose this tier 1, though, so seems like Warthrop is advancing their map control fairly well. And with Delusion being able to now have the Essence Reaver, he's going to be just permanently glued to the side lane, won't run out of mana. This could be the beginning of them ballooning the goal that they currently have. 30 seconds into the Dragon, though everybody's resetting, trying to make it for this one. I'm just so glad we're back in the game, Jolly, frankly. Just the fact that we're seeing League of Legends, I'm happy.
Same. And it's a game 5, too. And it's so dang even. We got interrupted at such a good point in the game here. Luckily, though, again, no real issues. So we are going to be able to kind of hop right back into things. So, you know, it could have been a lot worse. And for this issue to happen in the last game, it is unfortunate. As Fire was saying on the analyst desk, it is really tough for the players having to sit at a screen and wait for that game to be available, especially if you're on the opposing team and aren't really aware of exactly what's going on or when it might be resolved here. But we're back in it, and hopefully these players have not adjusted their mental from where they were at before this pause took place. And the Dragon's going down. It will be the blue team that takes it. And oh my god, just instantly melted his Frost Force. There was so much damage from the Icathan Rain.
They took down Morgana, and now they're all routing back to the top side. Jungle is down. The rest of the squad actually path towards the bot side of their own jungle. Harrisburg is going for the throw here. They're going to set up around Baron. They have a control ward to actually start this and keep out the vision. They don't see it. They don't see it. They just use the Scry Orbs now, but they have to quickly move, or else they're going to just finish it without even having to turn.
Not everybody is on it, though. They haven't done a ton of damage, and it looks like, once again, Winthrop just kind of wants to bait out a fight around this objective. Or, sorry, Harrisburg wants to bait out a fight, but Winthrop is a little bit smarter than that, acknowledging, all right, we can see that you're baiting. You're not actually dealing that much damage. We're not going to start a fight here.
Yeah, it's not the Kraken Slayer Kaisa. And that fight was actually won without the Gangplank ultimate, since it was still on cooldown when the 1v1 against Nar just happened. So it shows you that Harrisburg is very strong right now in taking down these 5v5s. The Xin going in with his ultimate is really effective at dealing with the likes of the double marksman, Kaisa Lucian. The Saiskyo, very close.
Ooh, super mega death rocket, so close. And in the meantime, on the bottom side, Doxy uses the Coaling, almost takes out like a Moz, but this is going to be shorter. Ace stealing a nice double buff away from Doxa.
That's a shutdown too. Gold going over to the Xin. He's now getting fed with the Frostfire Gauntlet. This is a dangerous pick to start giving Gold over. This is how he needs to claw back into this game. Already 50 CS down. But if he can continue to find kills anywhere he goes, that's exactly what Harrisburg needed. We got a few minutes of action just to whet our appetite, just to feel for what is coming, because we won't be here for long. The game will resume shortly.
Yeah, I just got to let it catch up to where we're at in this point in the game, but always nice to at least see how things went up until that pause, because we did get a minute or two of, you know, no feed there. So still very even. I mean, it's only been a minute or two, so it is relatively at the same exact place that we just saw. But once again, the aggression is coming through around those objectives, and it's going to be whoever decides to initiate these fights and whether or not they find success within it to really push forward on these objectives, because instead of actually taking them, they're really using them as lures, both teams now, and it's working out.
Yeah, it really is. And they're recognizing who is playing a little bit overextended, because it was the Lucian who had the Reaver thinking, oh, yeah, well, I'm very strong now. I can just pressure whoever I want. I will overextend. Bam, instantly ganked. That's exactly what you need to find right now, because you might have forgotten about the jungler. It is a long day for these players, and frankly, this is a big part of just being a professional League of Legends player. The stamina is always an aspect that is often overlooked, in that you have long days, and the pressure that each game that is competitive in a series that is a semifinals for the entire championship just is so much heavier than playing a long day of casual scrims, of casual solo queue. These are condensed moments of pressure, and they really add up. And when you get taken out of them, like Fire had mentioned, you really start to realize, oh, wait, I might be more tired than I thought. The adrenaline wears down. The thing that was keeping you up suddenly has faded away, and now you have to build that back up. And that's an area that every single player has to go through. So being mentally tough to be able to overcome it and still play your best is the making of a great player.
It really is. It's so hard to do that as well, especially knowing this is Game 5, knowing that if they lose, all of this hard work that they've put in, it's not all lost. It's still a third-place position, but it means that it's they're out of this tournament, out of this championship here for College League of Legends. So that is the last thing that they want to have invested so much time in this. Either way, these teams have fought so hard to get here. They're looking for an engage, and they're going to find one onto Clyde. Out on the backside comes the Solar Flare. Clyde goes back in with the Zenith Blade. A lot of damage coming through the Gangplank ultimate, really just shoving back these members of Winthrop.
It's a key bind there, finding the Leona. No one was going to commit to going onto the Jinx, so she was too far back, though. But you got the Gangplank ultimate, so that's a big win if they want to take a fight again. Sir Kenji doesn't have the team next to him, but Clyde is so dangerously in range. We've seen it all game long, all series long, that when Nautilus and Clyde are face to face, they're going to use spells against each other. They're just going to want to go in. If the team is behind them, then yep, the fight will begin. If not, then they'll just trade CCs.
Exactly. It's whoever gets to that fight first, because they can kind of go back and forth. Each of them have multiple methods of crowd control here. And now a move up. Gangplank is the only one separated away from this fight, as we do have all 5 members of Winthrop trying to defend on this mid tower. 7 seconds until the next dragon is back up, so high priority, and the fight begins. The binding doesn't hit, but in goes Shorter Ace, gets rooted down. Hopeful dealing a lot of damage on the backside. The cooling coming out, and it will be a kill thanks to the burn there from Frost Force. They're going to continue on this fight like a Moss. Goes down to Doxa. So much damage on a Hopeful. Down goes that member, and Winthrop is finding a massively successful fight here. They're only going to get the 3, but they got a flash out of Gangplank and a lot of pressure, plus that 3rd dragon.
They might even position themselves to go for Baron. It might be too long of a walk. There's the teleport for the victor, so they will just take a nice reset that will prop them up for the next fight. And they won that fight entirely out of vision. The control ward where Sir Kenji just based right now was everything. Clyde was not able to hex flash over, and so when Shorter Ace is forced to face check and use his ultimate defensively, without being able to go in, by the time he engages, seeing that his ultimate had already been used, the cooldown of it, the time that it allowed him to stay safe had already worn off. So he uses it now and is thinking, I have my ultimate already, I might as well go in, but it's already too late. It fades away, takes a little bit too much damage from the culling, the burn from Morgana is enough, and then the team splits up as they still don't have vision over these brushes. Both the side brush and the one where they're fighting at right now were entirely under control from Winthrop, and now they're going to go for the Baron.
They're going to move on to Sir Kenji. Winthrop waiting for the time to disconnect from this, and that Gangplank ultimate is going to be the key. A reset onto the Baron, and a no fight to come from this. But a prevention of that Baron being taken is definitely worth Sand Flame's ulti.
Yeah, you've got the Gangplank ultimate, but no fight should be allowed to happen for the next few minutes, so it should be back up as vision gets regained in the Baron as the teams fan out back to the lanes. Topside will have to be caught though, and see that Victor is slowly positioning up. Has no flash, so he has a target on his back. It seems like Winthrop won't chase it. They'll just be happy farming away with Gangplank hammering away at the bottom lane, though. They know he has TP, but the global ultimate is more important than him being there. So they start the Baron, gut spotted, half HP.
Is 3 and 3, but Hopeful is going to join this. Now 4 and 4. Sir Kenji is hiding right there. Is going to be able to get the pull, the knockup. Down goes Clyde to start things out. The culling doesn't deal any damage thanks to Shorter Ace throwing out that ultimate. But one member down already means Winthrop feels a little bit of success from that.
Oh, it's a big success. It's not as huge as getting the Baron, but you got the teleport out of Gangplank as well. So that means that he's not going to be able to get any side pressure. He's not going to be able to bully out your Gnar and potentially threaten a base turret. You got the kill on the Leona as well. So it's slow advantages out of them. And they're slow enough that now Baron probably gets off the table. You got 2 minutes until the Dragon, and from how cautious these two teams have been playing, by the time they'll finish clearing out vision and setting up for the next objective, they might as well just be going for the Dragon instead of the Baron, because it is the soul point for them.
For for sure. Soul Point, we've seen what that can do, but you know, we've also seen what 2 elders can do, and trying to get that Soul Point away will be very, very helpful, especially with the state of Summoner's Rift right now and how these teams are playing out. Love that little red buff bug going forward. But with that push, Harrisburg was able to get 2 towers on that. One in the bottom side with that gangplank shove, and then after that little that loss in 1, stopping the Baron take there. Getting the mid tower. So while Winthrop is still feeling very confident, still has a 1K gold lead at the moment, Harrisburg is taking everything they possibly can to prevent this snowball from coming through. And hey, it's almost 30 minutes into the game. Honestly, this has been such an even keel field for everyone here. It's incredible to see this go out to a game number 5. And gonna expect another 40-minute game from these guys. That's how even they are.
It's how you want it. You want it to come down to the very last fight. A fight that has everybody get wiped off, right? Maybe 2 members survive and they're strong enough to end the game. That's the kind of game we want to see. Now, it can obviously devolve into so many other random scenarios which are just as entertaining, but the high-octane team fights is what we came here to see, where everybody has to deliver. Give us your best form for team fighting. They know how dangerous this brush has been. So far, Shorter Ace has had to ult so many times. They see a member, he gets hooked again.
They're still going to engage. Locked out onto Shorter Ace, who uses the ultimate. Maybe a little bit early on that one. Hybrids is close to Meganar. They're not going to find the binding from the Morgana, though. We got a little bit of a split here from Winthrop. Hybrids looking to go in on the backside. Can they pinch out these members? It's going to be a tough one. There is the binding onto the backside. The Colling's going to come through, but a lot of damage thanks to the Gangplank ultimate. Oh my goodness, Saskia! Look at those autos. Another shutdown right there. Doc's going to flash forward, get a killing spree. Clyde has to flash over the wall, and the pressure is on from Winthrop. Clyde, the second to last living member, doesn't have a flash available. Doxa just needs to land another hit, and that's going to be it. That spells Baron for Winthrop.
The control of the right side brush of mid lane has single-handedly won Winthrop this game. With the Soul, with the Baron, they are so poised to drive this one home. Twice they were able to catch Shorter Ace with the hook. He had to face check, had to use the ultimate in response, and then it was just too easy for them to teamfight with the double carries to kite back. There's nobody that can stand in front. The Leona gets popped instantly, and so we're going to take a look at this. Shorter Ace has already used his ultimate and already fallen back, and when the bind lands, the carries are stuck in there. The team is indecisive. They don't know whether they should stand and guard like a Moss or move forward. Both choices would have ended in their death. Either no follow-up from the Victor, or they just get collapsed on, and it's the vision from Winthrop and the ability to punish Harrisburg every time they go in that has really been Harrisburg's undoing. They have been punished relentlessly, and the first time it was not a big deal. This time around, though, the objective gain for Winthrop might just be too big to overcome.
That was a huge lead. That tips the gold away from just 1 to 2K, and this is without even utilizing this whole Baron push, getting the advantage in that gold as well. Now, Harrisburg still has many an opportunity. They are not too far behind, but they need to find a way to stop the pressure here. They need to not allow Winthrop to get a lot off of this Baron buff, because that can easily turn things around. And oh my goodness, the flash forward by Sir Kenji. Beautiful, followed up by the ultimate. There's going to be the GP ulti as well. Sir Kenji with the stopwatch going in. Shorter Ace is going to get rooted up by the traps here. A little bit of a separation from Winthrop, but a lot of damage onto Shorter Ace, and an attempted flash over the wall, but it didn't make it, a little too far away. One member down of Harrisburg means that Winthrop wants to take this fight to something more.
It's a 1-for-1. You lost the Nautilus and traded it for the Xin, but the Lucian can still push. I think Harrisburg have actually defended, though. Lucian is pushing by himself. They might be able to transition this Baron advantage into the tier 2 in the top side, but they surely will not get an inhibitor out of this push. Lucian by himself, not enough to take on 2 people at the same time. So the fight, the look that Sir Kenji had, there just was nobody that could immediately follow up with him. It resulted in his undoing. but it still will give Winthrop much more gold.
And that gold and experience too. Dox is at level 18 right now, so 2 levels up on the opponent. Makes a lot of sense. 341 creep and a 600 gold bounty for this player sitting at 6, 1, and 6. The damage dealers have found success again on Winthrop, and that might be the end for Harrisburg unless they can find another shutdown. It was a great job to prevent that Baron buff from getting them any further. Just a little bit of a crack into the base, but still having 2 inhibitor turrets up is a nice consolation for Harrisburg, knowing that they gave up quite a bit in the previous fight.
Yeah, and they're still alive, right? That's the hope you've got. You're still living. You gave up a lot, but you were still going to get another fight. It just cannot be happening in the same fashion that it's been going, where the Nautilus gets an amazing hook, and then somebody's forced to use their abilities to disengage. They're already chunked. This late in the game, when the marksmen are so powerful, you just are not a tank anymore. You have to kite back. You cannot afford to take free damage. And so that's the way that Harrisburg have to play these fights if they want to stand a chance, especially since you're dealing with Ocean Soul regeneration for the tanks of the enemy lineup. You have to make sure that you do not burn unnecessary damage. You need to make sure that Like a Moss and Hopeful are maximizing their DPS before you even think about going in.
And you got to keep an eye on the Gale forces as well. Both of them up here for Lucian, for Jinx. There's just so much mobility, so much initiation or disengage, however they decide to use it, because they have many options here. Harrisburg's kind of looking for a fight on this one. 3 members of Winthrop going to combine forces here towards the mid lane and shove them away. Oh, long range binding. That's got to be max range right there. Now Winthrop is looking for a pinch to prevent Harrisburg from reaching their base again. They're just going to push in the mid, though.
They own the red side, or the right side of the jungle. The blue side is double control warded, and Lucian is split pushing, but he's not going to overextend. They don't know whether Harrisburg has based everybody. They're just going to linger around here for the objective, waiting for the waves to crash. And part of the reason why they're struggling here is that the minion waves crashing aren't entirely synchronized. The bot lane crashes, then the mid lane, and so it's easier for Harrisburg to send multiple members at a time and not have to worry about getting split pushed down. So if they want to do this, they're going to have to coordinate in the split pushing department. Lucian is now in the bot lane. His wave is crashing, but these binds are doing so much work.
They found another one. The zap as well forces the flash away from Clyde. It looks like Harrisburg might escape, though. Good dodge on the binding by Lycamos. They're able to get back to their base safely.
Those binds and zaps from the Fog of War are being so damaging to Harrisburg. Oh, good hook.
Good hook. It's going to be followed by Zonia's, though, and the shorter ace is going to engage throughout the ultimate, followed by the Gangplank ultimate on top. Winthrop navigating away from the massive amount of AoE damage ahead.
Yet they have Ocean, right? They can just spend this time regenning and continue to look for the fight. They go again.
There it is, and the traps land here. That should be a Clyde down. Frost Forest will find that with the Tormented Shadow. Finally, Hybrids gets in, but another ultimate that's not into the wall. Shorter Ace is going to be able to flash away from that. Doxa is trying to get Sandflame out, and Saskio, what? Just so much dang damage coming from this player. Sandflame might not be able to get out of this one alive. Doxa does not get the final hits. A little bit of lifesteal, a little bit of heal there from him. Saves his life, and oh my goodness, that was a close one right there too. Sandflame barely getting out of things. No flash available on any of these members for Harrisburg now, though.
They're gonna get the inhibitor. They could go for more, but instead they're gonna go for the dragon. They're playing it safe, not gonna give Harrisburg an opportunity to claw back into this game. If they made a mistake at the base, it could have been disaster. It could be giving over Elder and Baron to the side of Harrisburg. Instead, they'll just get the Elder, they'll get the Baron, and then march it down to the very end, making sure there is no opportunity for Harrisburg to claw back into this game. This game is now entirely in the grasp of Winthrop. Let's take a look at this engage again, because they're getting so poked out. Clyde oversteps, thought he had the corner to protect him from the hook. Instead, gets hit by a fat binding. Now you're at a numbers disadvantage. Winthrop goes full aggro. Doxa is 1v1ing the Gangplank on the bot side, but it doesn't matter because the fight elsewhere is so much more one-sided.
So many flashes came out of that. Sandflame was the only one who had a successful one and got Doxa's flash out. But there's still 2 members of Winthrop that had theirs available and some pretty long cooldowns on those summoner spells. We can see that on Harrisburg's side, it's really Clyde that has the Hex Flash, the Ignite available. Obviously, Smite's got the lowest cooldown there, but you've got so much opportunity from Winthrop. 2 teleports still up and available, 3 flashes, the heal from Saskio, and they're going to go straight into starting up this Baron. They have found now a nice gold advantage. They're going to send Dox at a push and potentially distract Harrisburg here. Winthrop is getting this Baron. There it is, Dox. Woo! And it's okay. You know, Dox, yes, you lose the Baron buff on Doxa. That was a flash in from Doxa, actually. But honestly, it was like, all right, I'm going to keep this team here. We're going to get Baron no matter what. You guys can push. I'll face the gray screen.
He's feeling himself. Didn't have to be that far up because that Baron will actually slow down the push for the team. They won't be interested in pushing all the way to the base at this numbers disadvantage, but the Elder with the Baron is just so darn strong. He has teleport, so he can rejoin in the next 25 seconds, so it really won't be that big a deal if they just keep the pressure up but don't put themselves in a position to get engaged upon. If Harrisburg want to stand a chance, they have to find the window, most likely now, yet you'll still be risking the Elder. It's going to be so long until that buff wears out that if you time it and if you try to wait it out, you're going to lose all your inhibitors and even your Nexus towers before that buff wears out. There are not many good times to fight, and that is the struggle that Harrisburg is facing right now. When is the opportunity to engage? When you won't get executed. It seems slim, and it really is the window for their victory just closing down.
You gotta just let him get under tower, and the only towers you have up and available right now are the Nexus towers, which is so unfortunate because you don't want this to be the last fight, but Harrisburg needs to hold off where they can. If they can find an engage here under their own tower, you see Clyde's looking for something. He's gonna go in on the backside. Out comes the GP ult to follow it up, the culling as well onto the shorter. Ace Hybrids gets locked down, popped up, shoved back. Hopeful takes so much damage there, but is able to get out in a route onto Sandflame. Means that all these members of Harrisburg have to step back, and they've lost a Nexus turret on top of it.
The TP's back from the Gnar. Ocean is still regenning them.
That's going to be the Zonias as well from Frostforce to avoid the stun. There's so much damage from Saskio, and this might be the end of the game. Second Nexus turret destroyed. Give another kill over to Doxa, and that will be the end. Winthrop University will go forward and face off against Maryville University tomorrow. We got so lucky, Crumbs. We got so lucky.
A hard-fought victory. We really did. The way it played out, we got that beautiful Viego game, and this last one fought down to the wire, seeing so many little things that actually amounted to the win for Winthrop at the very end was a joy to see. I loved how the draft ended up shaping so much of how they wanted to play, particularly the Nautilus. 5 games of Nautilus. I just love that consistent. You warm up on the pick and suddenly you're finding all the hooks that win you the game.
And I don't even know if there was a warm-up time necessary there for Serkenji on that Nautilus because it was hook after hook after hook. And they banned out the Thresh specifically because they didn't want any counters every single time. It ended up working out, but it was so hard fought by Harrisburg. They put up such a good fight. They were taking as many advantages as they possibly could, but Winthrop just managed to get one really solid team fight. They got the Baron, they got the Elder Dragon off of that, and that's really where the gold lead toppled over in their favor. But you can't dismiss how well Harrisburg played into this massive team of Winthrop, who was predicted to be in the grand finals anyway.
Yeah, they played very well against it. And the one area that I feel, oh, maybe we could have seen some more is exactly the kind of comp they ran in Game 4. Such a different look than the Control Mage with the Xin that they played 3 games in a row. I would have loved to see what would have happened if they played that style a little bit more, found a little bit more of a diverse champion pool to enable that because they looked so different. They had a set style, but when they experimented, it really caught Winthrop off, and Winthrop had a really solid draft in that last game as well. So I feel like this team is not done at all. They might have been knocked out, but they really gave us a showing that inspires us for future years.
Well, luckily, they are very involved in this college scene, not just League of Legends, all kinds of stuff. So, of course, show your support to Harrisburg, ending 3rd place here in this league championship series. But there's more games tomorrow, the best of the best, grand finals coming up as well. Plus, we got to head over to the State Farm analyst desk and see how they have felt about the whole series, because I think everybody's mind is blown just as much as ours, Crumbs.
It sure is.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. Following their victory against Harrisburg University, Frost Forest is here on behalf of Winthrop with a very dramatic entrance that I truly appreciate. Frost Forest, here's the thing. I got to get your thoughts. We've heard about how you came from Harrisburg. Last year, you were playing on that team. Shorter Ace called out in his own interview that he wanted to see you in this matchup, but you took it away after 5 games. A long series at that. How does it feel to take down your former team?
It honestly feels amazing. It was a lot closer than I expected. Like, they really gave me a run for their money, and we sometimes trash talk each other a bit, here and there, but at the end of the day, they played a really good game, really good series. Like, I'm really proud of them and how far they went, and I'll make sure to take home the finals for them. hashtag
There-
HU win on top of us.
Hey, let's go. I'm sure there's plenty of support coming from the fans of your team as well. And you're mentioning that the series, I mean, it went the distance. It was extremely scrappy. You did have to deal with a pause in game 5 too. That takes a lot of mental resilience. How were you personally and the team processing that to make sure that you could be able to close this out in the end?
So I think after the pause, like we really refocused ourselves. We were just like, this is how we want to play the game. Like we don't want to play into them. We want to play into us. Like we want to be there first. We want to set up first. We want them to walk into us, and we want to engage and to disengage. Stuff like that. And yeah, we followed those steps. We won the fights, and it just was just easy like that.
And we are going to continue getting into the series a bit deeper. We're lucky enough to have you along the ride for the entirety of this segment. One thing that I do want to touch on that might feel like eons ago for you, the beginning of game number 5 actually kicked off with a couple solo kills. Can you tell me a bit about what this meant for you and your team? What was it like?
I don't know. All I heard was an enemy has been slain. And then, it was and he just kills them. And then Dox didn't even say anything. He's just like, yep, I just solo killed him. And I was like, wow. And then when Hybrids killed him, it was pretty much the same thing. This was really close too, but I'm happy Hybrids took this fight. Especially in the game.
He didn't actually.
It was so close.
Yeah, down to the wire in that one too. And we didn't see a lot of solo kills throughout because it was just a very scrappy series, somebody trying to make a play, the other team trying to react to it. So what does that mean for you and the rest of comms? Who is making those decisions to go in for those plays, the risky ones, or even responding to when the enemy team was catching you off guard?
So Kenji, he played 5 games on Nautilus, so you can expect him to be the ones calling the gauge, like look here, like sit in this vision, sit here. I'm gonna hook, He's the one that's calling out the hooks. I'm the one fishing for the binds, We're playing off of each other. We're making sure that when we're together, we are doing something, and he's really a pivoted part on why this team is succeeding in a lot of these fights, especially since he's the only engage and he's the one that controls the vision. Like it's all really on him, and I'm really proud of him today for taking control of that game 5 and going all the way.
Had some consistency coming out from your support player there on the Nautilus, and we love to see it. I do want to look back at some of the moments from this past game because it really did feel like, despite some back and forth for the majority of the early game, Emily, it was 25 minutes when we really started to see things crack open.
Yeah, I'm so glad we had Frostforce for this because he even already talked about how they want to kind of like kite back, reset, and then be able to be like re-engage onto the fight. And this, in my opinion, is the fight that really broke open the game for you guys, right? Because we're coming out of this pause. You guys have had this mental reset. You're sitting in the bush, like you've pretty much already set up this entire play, and you're mental going into it. But I really appreciated this fight because I felt like this is exactly how your team composition wants to play around someone shorter ace specifically going into you guys like that. I thought the way you were able to reset and then immediately like push forward to engage on them and then turn for Drake was really impressive. And this is also where like the clear line was set as you guys snowballing your advantages forward.
Yeah.
So
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to follow up on that point real quick and ask, like, what were your thoughts? What were your feelings when you guys won that fight and you could start to see the victory on the horizon? You still had a lot of work to do, but you could start to taste it. You could start to feel it.
Yeah, it was honestly like the fight after that we start to feel it. Like the moment we got the Ocean Soul and the Baron, I was like, okay, this game's over. I screamed in the mic, but everyone's just like, yo, the game's not over yet. Keep playing. I was like, yeah, I know. But I felt it already. Like after that fight, it was time. It was our turn, and yeah, we took it home.
Let's relive one of the last moments, the last fights that was leading to that moment, because I think that we're all agreeing that's where things really started to pick up steam. 5 Fire with W coming out on top here.
No, yeah, here once again we saw them kite out, but then this huge re-engage comes in from Hybrids, and Doxa just going forward, gale forcing in, flashing in, taking down everybody. And Frostforce, I know Doxa gets a lot of hype. I know you get a lot of hype, but I want to hear your thoughts on Hybrids as a player. I know he's been in the collegiate scene a while. He's been, improving, from being a Kled one trick back in the day. How is it to play with this guy? And if you could give him some props, I think it'd be awesome because I think he's super underrated right now.
I think Hybrids is an amazing player. Like he's shown a lot of growth throughout the whole season. Like I remember when we first started playing with him, he was, as you said, he couldn't play weak side, he couldn't play, he always had to play with like these certain champions, but he's grown a lot. Like he couldn't even play Gnar at the start of the season. Now look at him, he's a Gnar one trick pretty much. Like he plays the game, plays Gnar every single. No, okay, not that much, but like he really loves the champion, and I'm really proud of him. Like he plays his champs and his mental stays strong most of the time, of course. And I'm really proud of him, like, and his growth throughout the season. And he's definitely going to become a better player as he plays, honestly. Yeah.
I know that Five Fire on the desk when we were watching the game did have a lot of praise for Hybrids. We all did. And a lot of the players here were coming through so clutch that we had difficulty in deciding, who should take player of the series. I am going to tell you right here, our player of the series officially is yourself, Frost Force. Congratulations. Claps all around. You seem to be pretty happy about that. Yeah, tell me more just about how much work you've been putting to develop as a jungler, especially with the ever-changing meta, to get yourself in this position of pride.
I think I played the most games this season on this patch in ranked than I did the entire season, and I got to Challenger with it. I think I was really focused, and I really am committed to knowing this meta. So I just playing my heart out every single game. And, I'm happy to see that it's all working out. It's all, proving itself. And that my teammates can help me out when I stumble, and that I can carry games sometimes, that with the Rumble, and, felt really nice, honestly.
Having those moments to shine among the rest. And we were talking so much about how picks like the Rumble that you just mentioned can be difficult because it is a bit more of a mechanically intense player. Is that a pick that you had previously had experience with and now it's come into the meta, or did you spend a lot of time specifically trying to get acquainted with this pick for this meta?
I'm really a big fan of Rumble Jungle. Like last season when it was like Runic Echoes meta, and I just kept playing Rumble Jungle. And then with this new changes, like it just makes Rumble Jungle so OP. Like it's so strong. Like I'm just so on comfort with it, and it's just so good for us and for the team as well. Like I don't know, it's too strong. That's why I love it. Like it does too much damage.
Yeah. As a Rumble Jungle defender, I appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
No, yeah, it must feel good that, because Rumble Jungle last year wasn't like that popular. It must feel nice to be one of the pioneers, and then Riot says, hey, here, have some buffs. It'll be meta for the most important tournament of your season. Gotta feel good on that one.
Does feel good.
It feels good to get to play on the pick with which you have piloted and then getting the W of the overall series. But if we are looking towards tomorrow, because this is obviously not the end of the CLoL journey, after a season of competition for hundreds of top CLoL teams, it will come down to this. It's Maryville University taking on Winthrop Eagles. I know that, Frost Force, we talked a bit about your history with your opponents in the semifinals. You have teammates that have history with Maryville as well. Do they share that kind of same sentiment when going into this of trying to face their former team or even just the reigning champions that you now have to take down?
Yep. So Tony Chow, or Saskia, he's former player of Maryville, went there for 4 years. 2-time collegiate champion, almost might be 3 times. You never know. So he's from he finished his bachelor's from Maryville, and he just finished his master's here at Winthrop. So this is his last season, and it would mean the world to him if to beat his own team or his new team beating his old team. Like it would be amazing to him. Same thing for Hybrids. Hybrids was a part of their program. Fortunate that stuff happened, but he's here with us now at Winthrop. And, I think Maryville is about to, feel a little taste of their own medicine. They grew these players, they should have just kept on to them. But instead, they're going to get a little bite in the butt, smacking, maybe a taste of their own medicine,
No, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Well, we have a little bit here at the end with you before we let you go. You're the last player we get to speak to today. I want to give you the opportunity. What words you got to say for your supporters and everyone that has been following you along this college journey?
Thank you for supporting us. Props out in the chat, you know how it goes out there. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow supporting us as we take down the I guess an okay team. They're not the best team, but like we'll give them a run for their money. This is for all the teams that we beat, and for HU, for ISU. We're gonna give them a fight that they came for, and we're gonna make sure that whoever wins is the true winner of CLoL. Yep.
Ooh. Frostforest putting all the teams that couldn't be here on his back to bring them into the finals with it. You'll love to see it. Frostforest, thank you so much for stopping by, and congratulations again on your victory today and earning your spot in the finals. Woo! But alas, from everyone that has followed us along this journey today, 4 games into 5 games and more, that is going to do it for us here on the broadcast. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals of our College League of Legends Championship for 2021. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.